Martial Peak Chapter 5046 to Chapter 5097. Chapter 5046, Ulterior Motive Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. Activating the Universe Transference Law required a few breaths of time, during which the person using it could not be disturbed, otherwise, it would definitely fail. Even if the person successfully activated the Universe Transference Law and returned to the purifying black ink battleship in the forward base, it would take them 2 days to return to the battlefield. The battle would have ended by then, in which case, it was no different from weakening the human army. However, things would be different if every human soldier who fought against the Black Ink clan had several purifying black ink pills with them. Even if they were invaded by black ink strength, they wouldn't turn into black ink disciples as long as they could quickly consume a purifying black ink pill, allowing them to stay on the battlefield and continue fighting. Therefore, purifying black ink pills would be more useful and convenient than purifying light on the battlefield. Since your arrival in the inner sanctum, Blue Sky Pass has become the center of attention of all humans. We've been in the limelight. Zhong Liang let out a laugh again. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean?" Zhong Liang replied, "You see, you were the one who brought purifying light to us. When the news spread, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from different Great Passes personally brought their purifying black ink battleships to Blue Sky Pass. That was the first event. Then, you came up with the Void Yin-Yang mirrors, and we were the ones who informed the humans from different Great Passes about their refinement method. That was the second event. Now, we've successfully developed purifying black ink pills. The pill recipe will be sent to the other Great Passes, and once they get it, they will all be over the moon and grateful to Blue Sky Pass. That's the reason we're the center of attention, and you're the one who has brought us such glory. It is this junior's duty, nothing more." Zhong Liang shook his head. "In the past, I'd never expected that one person could single-handedly change the status quo on this vast battlefield. As I grew older and started losing hope, there came a day when you arrived and changed everything. Perhaps I'm just lucky." Yang Kai put on a smile. Zhong Liang flashed a smile at him as well. "It's not just about luck. Perhaps we'll finally see some changes on this seemingly never-changing battlefield." "Never mind, let's not talk about it. Is everything going well with your cultivation?" He suddenly changed the topic. Yang Kai replied, "Everything's fine." Zhong Liang nodded. "I can see that your aura has become denser compared to several years ago. It's apparent that your power has increased significantly. However, the cultivation of an open heaven realm master is a process of accumulation. Hence, you must not be too proud or impatient. Don't try to run before you can walk. You just ascended to the 7th Order several years ago, so there's no rush for you to try to make it to the 8th Order. Given your aptitude and heritage, it will naturally happen when the time comes. If it's not the right time yet, it's pointless for you to work excessively hard." Yang Kai replied respectfully, "I understand." Zhong Liang went on to say, "Since you understand, there's no rush for you to continue cultivating. There's something I need you to do." "What is it?" Yang Kai gazed at him. Zhong Liang replied, "Several years ago, you opened up 11 portals to sealed worlds in the resource harvesting area around Forward Base 4. Did Chahu tell you that the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield tend to be clustered?" Yang Kai nodded. "He did mention it." "Good." Zhong Liang ran his fingers through his beard. "The thing is, we've found quite a number of sealed worlds in different places in the Blue Sky Theater in the past. Most of the time, we could only find 1 to 2 sealed worlds in any given place, but we suspect that there are still a lot of hidden sealed worlds around the places where sealed worlds were previously found. It's just that we didn't have the means to look for the hidden portals. Hence, we're unable to extract the resources in those sealed worlds." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai said, "Do you want me to go to the places where sealed worlds were previously found to look for hidden portals?" Zhong Liang nodded. "You're a master of the Tao of space, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to find more hidden portals. There are a lot of valuable items in those sealed worlds, after all. Just getting more profoundine spirit fruit trees would be extremely useful to the inner sanctum." Upon listening to his intention, Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, I'll get prepared and set off." Zhong Liang waved his hand. "There's no need to get prepared. Just set off now. I've informed Dawn Squad about it, and they're waiting for you outside the inner sanctum." you just have to join them. I've asked someone to tell Feng Ying about the places where sealed worlds were previously found. She'll lead you there. Yang Kai was stunned as he had never expected Zhong Liang to be so well prepared. He had even informed Dawn about it, so it was apparent that he didn't intend to let Yang Kai continue cultivating. However, since it was his order, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't disobey. He then cupped his fist and said, "I'll get going now, then." Zhong Liang nodded. "There's no rush in dealing with this matter. You can come back when you're done with it. On the other hand, when you're handling this matter, no one from the inner sanctum will contact you. Unless you fall into danger, you won't have to inform us about whatever you do. Be safe when you're outside." A puzzled Yang Kai responded and left. He had a feeling that Zhong Liang was acting strangely, but he couldn't really tell what was off. After he was gone, a figure abruptly appeared beside Zhong Liang. The person was none other than the Eastern Army commander, Ding Yao. "Has he left?" Ding Yao asked. Zhong Liang nodded, "Yes." Then, he asked, "Where's that old fart surnamed Tang?" Ding Yao shrugged, "Shen Tu is dealing with him now." Zhong Liang frowned, "What's that old fart up to, coming all the way here to Blue Sky Pass?" Ding Yao shook his head. "Tang Qiu never said anything, however, he's an 8th Order master, so he must have used a lot of resources to be sent to this place from Yinyang Pass. He certainly wouldn't come here for no reason." Zhong Liang scowled, "Could it be what we think? He's here to lure Yang Boy to his side, seeing that he created so many wonderful things?" Ding Yao instantly sported a ferocious expression. "How dare he? Regardless of whether he has the guts to do so, I reckon that it's indeed his intention. He already expressed such intentions when he visited previously. It's just that Yang Boy didn't leave with him. Since he has come all the way here again this time, it's clear to us what he's up to. In any case, Yang Boy is considered a member of Yinyang Cave Heaven, while Tang Qiu is an 8th Order ancestor from Yinyang Cave Heaven as well as an army commander of Yinyang Pass, so it's expected that he wants to bring Yang Boy back with him. Once a member of Blue Sky Pass, always a member of Blue Sky Pass." Ding Yao snorted, "If that old fart surnamed Tang really has his eyes on Yang Boy, I'll definitely beat him up." Zhong Liang shot him a glance. "I'll be looking forward to it, then. Don't back down when the time comes." Ding Yao scoffed in response. Zhong Liang chuckled, "Let's go probe that old fart first. It's been a few days since he arrived, so we can't possibly keep ignoring him." Meanwhile, Shen Tumo was accompanying a middle-aged man who was clad in simple clothes. They were having a chat while walking around. Nevertheless, Shen Tumo remained impassive and didn't speak much, while the middle-aged man was apparently the more talkative one. This middle-aged man named Tang Qiu was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yinyang Cave Heaven whom Yang Kai had met before. He was also an army commander. When Tang Qiu brought the purifying black ink battleships refined by Yinyang Pass to Blue Sky Pass back then, he met up with Yang Kai. He had also brought Su Linggong with him. A moment later, Tang Qiu suddenly stopped in his tracks and put on a bitter smile. "Brother Shen Tu, it seems that I'm not welcome in Blue Sky Pass. I'm truly saddened." There was a dispassionate expression on Shen Tumo's face as he replied, "We've always been sincere and welcoming to our friends, however, if it's an enemy, he'll be greeted by the secret techniques of our several 10,000 soldiers." The corners of Tang Qiu's face twitched. "Why is this Tang an enemy of Blue Sky Pass?" Shen Tumo turned around, showing only his profile. "Brother Tang, it's up to you whether you want to be our friend or foe." A speechless Tang Qiu broke into laughter. "I don't understand, Brother Shen Tuesday. Please make it clear to me." Shen Tumo shook his head in silence. Tang Qiu let out a sigh. "Forget it. Since you don't welcome me here, I'll leave now. Farewell." Shen Tumo extended his hand, as though he was eager to see him leave. Tang Qiu's chest heaved with fury. He suppressed his anger and said resentfully, "I'll definitely leave, but there's one person I have to see before that." Shen Tumo looked cautiously at him. "Who do you want to see?" Tang Qiu replied, "Yang Kai. You've finally revealed your ulterior motive, old fart. I knew you were up to no good coming all the way here to Blue Sky Pass. You're really here to snatch Yang Kai." Someone was heard growling. The next moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. They were none other than Zhong Liang and Ding Yao, who happened to arrive and hear what Tang Qiu had just said. The moment they landed on the ground, Zhongliang turned to Ding Yao. Haven't you heard what he said, brother Ding? What are you waiting for? Ding Yao balled up his fist and palmed it loudly. An alerted Tang Qiu yelled, what are you trying to do? It wasn't until this moment that he realized that 3 army commanders of Blue Sky Pass had surrounded him, causing him to sweat. Ding Yao grinned in an eerie manner. Well, it's our duty to beat up anyone who's ill-intentioned here. Tang Qiu was dumbfounded. Why do you think this Tang is ill-intentioned? Zhongliang snorted, you failed in your attempt to get Yang Kai to go to your side previously, so we never expected that you would still have the nerve to come try again. It seems that we've been too magnanimous. You probably won't learn your lesson unless we beat you up. Tang Qiu quickly raised his hands. Wait a moment. That's not this Tang's intention. The reason I want to see Yang Kai is that one of the purifying black ink battleships from Yinyang Pass has run out of purifying light, so I'd like him to help replenish it. Do you think I'll believe you? Zhongliang sneered and waved his hand. Kill. 3 figures instantly shot towards him like they were arrows. Tang Qiu was flabbergasted as he hadn't expected that they would really dare to make a move. He was already surrounded by them, to begin with, and he had missed the best chance to escape. How was he supposed to counterattack at this moment? He clumsily dodged their attacks, but to no avail. Fortunately, these 4 Eighth Order Army commanders didn't forget the fact that they were in the inner sanctum, so they made sure that their powers didn't leak beyond a radius of 10 meters. Despite that, it was still a world-shaking battle. Chapter 5047, Black Ink Clan's Warship Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. A moment later, Tang Qiu, whose face was all bruised, found himself literally backed into a corner. Faced with 3 towering figures, he had no way to flee. All of them were Eighth Order Army commanders, so they would be equally matched if they were in a one-on-one fight. However, how was he supposed to be a match for the 3 of them on his own? If he hadn't given up resisting early on, he would have been badly injured by now. Tell us what you're up to by coming all the way here to Blue Sky Pass. Zhongliang looked down at him in a condescending manner. Tang Qiu's face twitched. Brother Zhong, I'm really here to ask Yang Kai to replenish the purifying light. Stop lying. Zhongliang directly cut him off. If you really wanted to replenish the purifying light, you could have asked a 7th Order Junior to come over. You didn't have to personally come here. Are there too many resources in Yinyang Pass for you to squander? It's far more costly for an 8th Order Master to use the space array than a 7th Order one. At this point, his voice turned grim. Something major must have happened in Yinyang Pass that prompted you to personally come over. Ding Yao asked, what does that have to do with Yang Kai? Why do you insist on seeing him? There was a helpless smile on Tang Qiu's face. You never believed what I said, Brother Tang. Zhongliang's expression turned solemn. If you do not want to tell us the truth, you can return now. A myriad of expressions came over Tang Qiu, but eventually, he let out a sigh. Fine. Things have come to a point where I have no choice but to tell you the truth. Do you have a quiet place we can talk? Zhongliang and Ding Yao exchanged glances, thinking that the matter Tang Qiu was about to bring up must be serious, otherwise, he wouldn't be acting so cautious. Come with me, Zhongliang said and led the way. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at a certain hall. After the door was closed, the restrictions were activated to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Zhongliang gazed at Tang Qiu. Brother Tang, you can be completely honest with us. Even though we're from different great passes, we're all humans. If there's anything we can help you with, we won't turn you down. Tang Qiu let out a long breath. He then fished out a jade slip and flicked his fingers. Before we get to the main topic, I want you to have a look at this first. He exerted just the right amount of force with his fingers as the jade slip exploded in midair and turned into dots of light. Instead of dissipating though, the dots of light kept changing forms and transformed into a scene. There was no doubt that this was a profound method. He used a divine ability to seal the scene that had happened before inside a jade slip, and he could show it to others whenever he wanted. It wasn't certain where on the black ink battlefield the place was, but they could see that it was somewhere in the void. In the scene, arrays were seen flickering on a warship that belonged to humans. As the arrays operated, attacks were continuously sent out. Up ahead, there was another warship that was fleeing as it counterattacked from time to time. Nevertheless, this warship was different from the ones owned by humans that Zhong Liang and the others were familiar with. It was huge and rough. Even though it couldn't frequently launch an attack, every strike that came from the vessel was intimidating. Around the warships were some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were locked in an intense battle with feudal lords. Zhong Liang and the others stared fixedly at the larger warship. Even though the image they saw was not very clear, there were apparently some burly Black Ink clansmen who were moving around on the warship. Their expressions became increasingly solemn as they watched the scene. After the intense battle lasted for a while, the larger ship suddenly started rumbling. The next moment, the arrays on the warship exploded as they were not stable to begin with. They were all damaged in an instant, and without the arrays, the larger warship was like a tiger without teeth, no longer able to attack or defend. The warship belonging to the humans seized the chance to continuously attack the vessel until it exploded, killing countless Black Ink clansmen who were aboard the vessel. After defeating the vessel, the warship belonging to the humans turned around and assisted the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The feudal lords had no choice but to flee. The scene ended here as the points of light disappeared. The hall turned dead silent as the atmosphere grew solemn. A long time later, Zhong Liang asked, "Was it made by the Black Ink clan?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "When did it happen?" 3 months ago. A squad from Yinyang Pass was patrolling the area and came across it. The squad leader realized that it was a serious issue, so he used a secret technique to capture the scene. "That was what you saw just now." Zhong Liang frowned. Had no one discovered it before that? Xianxia shook his head. "No. Based on our observations, the warship made by the Black Ink clan was not very reliable. That was the reason such an accident happened during the battle, allowing us to destroy it. Even though it's not reliable, they're already capable of making such a thing." Zhong Liang let out a long breath. There will come a day when the Black Ink clan might be able to field a warship that is reliable enough to use in combat. If that happens, our greatest advantage will be gone for good. The humans and the Black Ink clan had been fighting each other on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, and they each had their own advantages. The biggest advantage that the Black Ink clan had was the Black Ink strength. Before Yang Kai brought purifying light to them, the humans had suffered great losses because of Black Ink strength. On the other hand, the biggest advantage that the humans had was their warships. With the help of these warships, the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could display power on par with the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on the battlefield. What's more, as long as the warship was not damaged, its crew wouldn't be at risk. Therefore, regardless of which great past war broke out around, the humans would always suffer fewer losses than the Black Ink clan. Most of the time, in smaller skirmishes, there wouldn't be any casualties on the human side. That was because they had warships, which could be used for defending and attacking. The Black Ink clan had always coveted human warships, and they had been trying to develop such vessels for a long time. However, due to a lack of talented people, they hadn't been able to achieve it. After all, not just any artifact refiner could refine a warship. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, fewer than 10 people were able to build a warship, and they were always well protected, never being allowed to step onto the battlefield lest they be corrupted by Black Ink strength. It was because of this reason that the method of refining warships had always been kept in the hands of the humans. There was nothing that the Black Ink clan could do about it. Yang Kai had brought purifying light and purifying Black Ink pills to the human race. With these 2 items in possession, the humans would have a bright future as the advantage that the Black Ink clan had relied on for years would be weakened. However, the news that Xianxia had brought with him made Zhong Liang and the others feel their hearts sinking. If the Black Ink clan could really make their own warships one day, the advantage that the humans had would be completely undermined. More importantly, the Black Ink clan had a massive population. Every time they launched an attack, on the Great Passes, the low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen would serve as mere cannon fodder in order to exhaust the strength of the human cultivators. The Black Ink strength left behind after their deaths would turn into Black Ink clouds and further restrict the humans. However, if they had their own warships, the innumerable low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen wouldn't just be cannon fodder anymore. Just like the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they could hide inside warships and rely on them to exert power far greater than their own. If the Black Ink clan had enough warships and invaded the Great Passes one day, the humans wouldn't be able to fend off the enemy anymore. This notion sent a chill down the spine of anyone who thought about it. Do you know who helped them refine it? Zhongliang asked in a grim voice. Tang Qiu replied, we've narrowed it down to about 10 people who could be responsible for creating this vessel, but we're not sure who it is. It was a well-known fact that the Black Ink clan lacked any aptitude for artifact refining. The artifacts they owned were basically all made by Black Ink disciples. The warship belonging to the Black Ink clan that they saw must have been made by a Black Ink disciple as well. Since this Black Ink disciple was somewhat able to refine a warship, it suggested that they were pretty skilled in the Tao of artifact refining. Usually, such a talent wouldn't be allowed to step onto the battlefield, but there were always exceptions. Some people might be gifted in the Tao of artifact refining, but have never focused on it. Since they wanted to focus on the martial Tao, they would have to fight against the enemy. After they were corrupted by the Black Ink strength, they were ordered by the Black Ink clan to study artifact refining, and as time passed, their skills would improve, allowing them to refine a warship. It was with this criteria that those from Yinyang Pass had narrowed down the list of possible people to a group of 10 who had been confirmed to be corrupted by Black Ink strength. If there was anyone who could help the Black Ink clan make such a thing, the person must be among these 10. What is Yinyang Pass stance on this? Ding Yao asked. Tang Qiu replied, this matter has far-reaching implications that might change the status quo of the entire battlefield. If the enemy successfully develops warships, we won't be able to fend them off in the future. Therefore, the old ancestor intends to find the artifact refiner responsible for this thing and bring them back before the Black Ink clan can achieve their goal. If not, we'll have to kill him to stop the situation from worsening. This matter has to be settled without delay. Ding Yao nodded gently. That was indeed the only way to solve the problem. On the other hand, Zhong Liang's expression changed. Brother Tang, have you come all the way here to Blue Sky Pass to ask Yang Kai? Tang Qiu said. Yang Kai had lived among the Black Ink clan for 2 years, moreover, he has a world spring, so he need not fear Black Ink strength, not to mention he has purifying light. He's the best candidate for the job. We don't need him to kill the enemy, he just has to find the artifact refiner's identity and whereabouts. Yinyang Pass's old ancestor will personally make a move once he accomplishes his task. Zhong Liang immediately shook his head. No. It's too dangerous. If the enemy were to find out about his identity, he would be doomed. Tang Qiu let out a sigh. I know that it's a dangerous task, however, he's the only one who stands a chance to achieve it. You all know that he's a master of the Tao of space, so he's skilled at escaping. Moreover, he's a 7th order open heaven realm master, so even if his identity is exposed, he'll still have a chance to flee. Chapter 5048, The Best Person for the Job Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. What if an accident happens? Zhong Liang shook his head. We all know how valuable Yang Boy is to the human race. If anything happens to him, it will be an immeasurable loss for all of us. Tang Qiu let out a sigh. Certainly, I know how valuable he is. After all, he is also from Yinyang Cave Heaven. If possible, I wouldn't want him to take the risk. However, the Black Ink clan already have a half-functioning prototype warship. Perhaps they will be able to perfect the vessels within 100 years. By then, how are we going to push them back? There's no doubt that Yang Kai is important, but the fact that the Black Ink clan are developing warships will affect the entire human race. Don't you see the severity of the matter? Zhong Liang said. Despite that, Yang Kai has great value even beyond the purifying light. He's not just an ordinary 7th order junior. Tang Qiu replied, of course I know that. However, if the Black Ink clan successfully makes a warship, Yinyang Pass will not be the only one that will be affected. Perhaps in just a few years, the Black Ink clan and Blue Sky Pass will also be equipped with warships. If they launch an attack on Blue Sky Pass, then, how are you all going to repel them? By sacrificing the lives of several tens of thousands of soldiers? Zhong Liang fell silent. When that time came, they could only fight the enemy to the death. There was no other way. Ding Yao refuted in a grim voice. Those from Yinyang Pass have discovered a warship from the Black Ink clan, and the only solution you all can think of is to seek help from a brat. Old farts like you have lost your guts. A flushing Xianxia said resolutely, of course not. In fact, before I came to Blue Sky Pass, Brother Wu from Red Clouds Heaven already headed to the Black Ink clan's territory to gather more information. Ding Yao's expression changed when he heard that. Wu Qing from Red Clouds Cave Heaven? Yes. Xianxia nodded. Wu Qing was the Southern Army commander of Yinyang Pass. Even though he was from the Southern Army, he was the strongest 8th Order master there. Moreover, he possessed a profound fish, one of the 4 universe pillars, so he was not worried about being corrupted by black ink strength. Since he had personally made a move, it showed that those from Yinyang Pass truly viewed this matter as important. It was because he had one of the 4 universe pillars that he had the right to sneak into the Black Ink clan's hinterland, otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to come back despite being an 8th Order master. Take Ding Yao as an example. Before acquiring the World Spring, he had never barged into the Black Ink clan's domain on his own before. Nevertheless, with the World Spring in possession, he directly raised a ruckus in the Black Ink clan's backyard. Even though he was injured, he managed to kill a lot of Black Ink clansmen. Xianxia said in a bitter voice, even though Brother Wu has personally made a move, it's not likely that he'll succeed. Many Black Ink clansmen have seen his face before. Simply killing enemies isn't a problem, but he won't be able to gather any information. This was understandable, as Wu Qing's image had probably been spread across different territories of the Black Ink clan. Once he showed up, the Black Ink clan would instantly besiege him. How was he going to gather any information in such a situation? Zhongliang and the others nodded in agreement. Xianxia went on to say, we've thought about letting Brother Wu give up his profound fish so that one of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could refine it. Just like Yang Kai had done in the past, we would have that person pretend to be a Black Ink disciple and sneak into the Black Ink clan's territory. However, there's no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the world that's comparable to Yang Kai. If we really do that, not only would that 7th Order Master be in an extremely perilous situation, but we might also lose a profound fish once this plan is exposed. Therefore, in order to gather information, we need someone who is able to perfectly hide his identity and pretend to be a Black Ink disciple. He also has to have some ability to preserve his own life. After a long discussion, we believe that Yang Kai is the best person for the job. Brothers, please think about the greater good and help me with this. Zhongliang and the others remained silent. They knew that Xianxia was right. No one was better suited for this task in the entire Black Ink battlefield than Yang Kai. He had a similar experience before, so it wasn't difficult for him to pretend to be a Black Ink disciple. Furthermore, he was a master of the Tao of Space. Even if his identity was exposed, he would be able to run away. Additionally, he was extremely strong, so the average Black Ink clansman wouldn't be able to harm him. Regardless, there was a huge risk that was associated with this matter. No one was able to guarantee that Yang Kai would be able to return if he took on this task. If anything happened to him because of that, they would all be ill at ease. While they were silent, Zhongliang suddenly frowned. Wait a moment. The last time you visited this place, Yang Kai was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. How did you find out that he has ascended to the 7th Order? If Yang Kai were still a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, those from Yinyang Pass wouldn't have the confidence to let him take on this task. Xianxia turned to look at Shen Tumo, who said in a muffled voice, this old fart kept sounding me out. I didn't expect him to have his eyes on Yang Kai. Xianxia smiled, I didn't have any high hopes before I came to this place, however, Yang Kai is indeed exceptionally talented. Not only had he ascended to the 7th Order in such a short time, but he had also joined forces with a disciple from Divine Feather Paradise to kill an injured territory lord. He's indeed extraordinarily powerful. Zhongliang shot Shen Tumo a glare. It was apparent to him that it was Shen Tumo who told Xianxia all this. He's a powerful 7th Order Master who possesses a world spring, and he's an expert in the Tao of Space. I cannot think of a better person to carry out the task. There was a solemn expression on Xianxia's face. This matter does not only affect Blue Sky Pass, but rather the entire Black Ink battlefield. It has to be dealt with as soon as possible. Please make a decision quickly. Both Zhongliang and Shen Tumo remained silent. An anxious Xianxia said, regardless, let me see Yang Kai first. I'll tell him what has happened. It will be best if he's willing to volunteer. If he doesn't want to do it, I'll not force him. What do you think? Zhongliang shook his head. He's not in Blue Sky Pass. Xianxia was shocked. Where is he if he's not in Blue Sky Pass? Zhongliang shrugged. Well, I don't know where his exact location is. Xianxia had the urge to roll his eyes. Zhongliang was an army commander, so how was it possible that he had no idea where his subordinate was? It was obvious that he wasn't willing to tell him about it. Ding Yao suddenly said, he doesn't have the world spring anymore. Upon hearing that, Xianxia was astounded. What do you mean? Ding Yao replied, didn't Brother Shintu tell you that he has given up his world spring? I've taken it. Xianxia widened his mouth in disbelief. When did that happen? He didn't think Ding Yao would lie to him, for there was no reason for him to do so. A few years ago. Xianxia became startled for a moment, then put on a bitter smile. Life is full of uncertainties, isn't it? In that case, there's no need to let him take the risk. Forget it. I'll take my leave. We'll meet again if there's a chance. I'll go with you, Ding Yao suddenly said. Xianxia gazed at him with a frown. What do you mean, Brother Ding? Most Black Ink clansmen have seen Wu Qing's face before, so it's impossible for him to gather any information. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan in the Yinyang Theater won't recognize me. Even though I won't necessarily be able to gather any useful information, I'll stand a better chance than Wu Qing. Xianxia said hesitantly, however, you're the Eastern Army commander of Blue Sky Pass, you can't be absent from your duties. What if the Black Ink clan's army launches an attack on Blue Sky Pass? Ding Yao shook his head. The Black Ink clan here is basically half dead at the moment. They won't dare to strike again without recuperating for at least another half a century. There won't be any war in Blue Sky Pass in the short term. Zhongliang nodded in agreement. Yes, you don't have to worry about Blue Sky Pass. It's a good idea to let Brother Ding go with you. Xianxia cupped his fist. I'm grateful that you're willing to do something for the greater good. This matter cannot be delayed, so let us depart now. He knew that Ding Yao probably wouldn't be able to gather any useful information, but they had to give it a try regardless. Gathering intelligence was unlike killing enemies. There was no doubt that Ding Yao and Wu Qing were peerless on the battlefield. However, what they had to do this time was not slaughter enemies but find out the identity and whereabouts of the artifact refiner who helped the Black Ink clan create the new prototype warship. This was different from simply fighting. A moment later, a light flashed across the hyperspace array as Ding Yao and Xianxia disappeared. Zhongliang and Shintu Mo watched them leave. A while later, Zhongliang said, Brother Shintu, Yang Boy will probably have to handle this matter. Shintu Mo nodded gently, but we'll be putting him in a dangerous situation by doing so. Zhongliang let out a sigh. Everyone on the Black Ink battlefield is ready to sacrifice their life for the cause. When you and I came to this place in the past, we never expected that we would live for such a long time. It will be worth it if the crisis facing the human race can be nipped in the bud by sacrificing just one person. However, I'm worried that he'll be killed without achieving his goal. That would be the biggest loss to us. After a moment of silence, Shintu Mo sighed. It has only been a little over 10 years since he joined Blue Sky Pass, and he has made a lot of contributions to the entire human race. He's also exceptionally talented. I'm sure he'll be one of the most important figures in the human race in the future. Zhongliang sighed again. We'll play it by ear. I hope that Brother Ding will be able to achieve his goal. Presently, dawning light was moving across the void at the speed of lightning. When Yang Kai went over Zhongliang's behavior again in his mind, he felt that something was off. The army commander seemed determined to chase him out of Blue Sky Pass and make sure he stayed out, which was basically the polar opposite of his usual stance. In the past, he would have liked nothing more than to keep Yang Kai inside Blue Sky Pass forever. Even though he had a feeling that something might have happened in the inner sanctum, and it had something to do with him, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to disobey Zhongliang's order. Hence, he could only ask Feng Ying about it. Unfortunately, Feng Ying had no idea what had happened either. She was cultivating in seclusion when she was suddenly ordered to gather the members of Dawn together and sail Dawning Light out of the inner sanctum. She was told that she and the members of Dawn Squad had to assist Yang Kai in looking for portals to sealed worlds that hadn't been discovered. They also had to extract the resources from those sealed worlds. This task wasn't dangerous, and they could get a lot of military merits from it, so it could be considered an easy job with high rewards. Just 2 days later, dawning light reached a certain spot in the void. On the deck, after having a look at the universe chart, Feng nodded at Yang Kai. "This is our first destination." Those from the inner sanctum had found a sealed world here before, but it was over 1,000 years ago. Yang Kai nodded and leaped out of dawning light. As he activated his power, space principles undulated around him with his figure as the center. A visible ripple was seen spreading out, like a stone dropping into a still lake, illuminating the anomalies in the void. Chapter 5049, What Would You Do? Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidger Keys. Many of the sealed worlds on the black ink battlefield were clustered because they originated from the small universes left behind by human masters after their deaths in ancient times. The more people passed away on any given battlefield, the more sealed worlds would be left behind. In this area of the void, those from Blue Sky Pass had discovered a sealed world 1,000 years ago. Even though they speculated that there were more hidden sealed worlds around this area, they could only give up as they didn't have the means to find and open the portals to them. On the other hand, Yang Kai was a master in the Tao of space, so he was the best person to find these sealed worlds and open up the portals. As the ripple of space principles spread further, the traces of the sealed worlds were revealed. As long as he could find these traces, it wouldn't be hard for him to pry the portals open. After an inspection, he found 3 sealed worlds in a radius of several hundred kilometers. The number wasn't staggering, but it was impressive enough. They would always find some good things in these sealed worlds. For example, the World Tree's clone was found in a sealed world. It was the biggest reward the soldiers from Blue Sky Pass had obtained so far after years of exploring sealed worlds. A moment later, Yang Kai forcefully opened the first portal, whereupon the aura of a sealed world was felt wafting from it. Dawning light then came forward and stopped in front of the portal. Yang Kai ordered, "All of you, stand guard here. I'll have a look inside." Upon finishing his words, he directly plunged into the portal. Feng didn't even have time to stop him. Fortunately, there was no danger in the sealed world. A dozen breaths of time later, Yang Kai returned and beckoned to the members of Dawn. "Come in." Feng asked, "Should we let some people stay outside?" Even though the Black Ink clan were resting and recuperating, no one could guarantee that some of them wouldn't come over. By letting some people stay outside, they could monitor their surroundings lest they were later ambushed. Yang Kai shook his head. "There's no need for that. There are only a few of us, so we should stick together." Since he had said so, Feng naturally wouldn't have any objections. Figures started dashing out of dawning light and disappeared into the portal. After they all entered the sealed world, Yang Kai put dawning light inside his small universe and stepped into the sealed world. Following that, he used a simple trick to cover up the portal. There were 36 people in Dawn in total, all of them at or above the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Among them, there were 6 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, therefore, it wouldn't take them a long time to explore a sealed world, though picking herbs would be pretty time-consuming. They fully explored the sealed world in half a month, and all the valuable items had been collected. With Yang Kai leading the way, the members of Dawn's squad left this place and headed to the next sealed world. 2 months later, all 3 sealed worlds in this area were fully explored. They had obtained a lot of rare herbs and quite a number of profoundine spirit fruits, so it could be said to be a fruitful trip. The members of Dawn were all elated, thinking that this task was easy and rewarding. Certainly, they would love to be given more of these tasks. With that said, they were aware that it was all thanks to Yang Kai that this task felt easy. If not for the fact that he could find those portals, the members of Dawn couldn't have collected any spirit herbs. Yang Kai then fished out dawning light from his small universe. After they boarded the vessel, Feng piloted the ship to their next destination. In the 2 years that followed, the members of Dawn continued to navigate through the void. Whenever they arrived at a new area, Yang Kai would manipulate space principles to locate hidden portals. They would always be rewarded handsomely for their hard work. Over the years, the soldiers from Blue Sky Pass had found a lot of sealed worlds on the battlefield. However, upon taking Dawn's safety into consideration, Zhong Liang only wanted Yang Kai to explore the areas within a 10-day journey from Blue Sky Pass. He didn't provide any information for the areas that were further away. Therefore, it only took Yang Kai and Dawn's squad 2 years to go through all the places they had to explore. It had been peaceful during this period of time as they never came across any Black Ink clansmen. The members of Dawn then returned to Blue Sky Pass aboard Dawning Light. After that, they returned to their own places to get some rest. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Feng Ying brought the harvest to the Merit Hall to get their military merits. Before they arrived, a figure descended from the sky and cupped his fist. "The army commander would like to see you, Brother Yang." Yang Kai instantly recognized that the person was Zhong Liang's adjutant, so he put on a helpless smile. The army commander is quick to gather the latest information. The members of Dawn had just returned to Blue Sky Pass, but Zhong Liang already knew and told someone to summon him. That was truly quick. Yang Kai then told Feng Ying to head to the Merit Hall on her own. She naturally wouldn't object to it. After she was gone, Yang Kai gazed at the adjutant and said, "Please, senior brother." "This way," the adjutant replied politely, then led the way for him. They soon arrived at the army headquarters of the Western Army. Yang Kai had visited this place more than once, so he was familiar with the area. However, Zhong Liang didn't ask Yang Kai to see him in his office. With the adjutant leading the way, they soon arrived at a vast hall in the deepest part of the headquarters. The adjutant stopped in his tracks. "The army commander is inside, Brother Yang." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded and shuffled forward. At the same time, he wondered why Zhong Liang wanted to see him in such a place. There was a restriction around the hall. Yang Kai flicked the restriction and revealed a portal, after which he stepped inside. It was luminous and spacious inside the hall and a person standing there with his hands behind his back. He was none other than Zhong Liang. In front of him was a huge object. Standing in front of this object, Zhong Liang looked up in a dazed state. Yang Kai went over and saluted him. Zhong Liang turned to look at him and nodded. "Was it a fruitful trip?" Yang Kai replied, "It was. We found more than 30 profounding spirit fruits." Zhong Liang nodded. "With these spirit fruits, 30 soldiers from Blue Sky Pass will be able to restore their full strength." "You've done well." Yang Kai replied, "I was only responsible for opening up the portals. I didn't really do anything else." "Is there anything you need to tell me, sir?" After a moment of silence, Zhong Liang said, "Look at this thing." He pointed at the gigantic object in front of him. Yang Kai already noticed it the instant he entered this place, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He initially thought that Zhong Liang was just looking at something left behind by some senior. It wasn't until this moment that he realized it was more complicated than that. He then activated his divine sense and examined it carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Is this a warship?" The large mobile palace artifact before his eyes didn't seem like a simple flight-type artifact. Instead, it somewhat resembled a warship. He had also found a lot of arrays on the artifact, ones that would only be present on a warship. "Yes, it's a warship," Zhong Liang nodded. Yang Kai shot into the air and carefully inspected the ship. A while later, he landed on the ground and shook his head. "This warship is terrible. Many of the arrays are faulty. It won't be useful on the battlefield. If the arrays are frequently activated, they will fall apart on their own. By then, not only will the vessel be incapable of defending itself, but even the people on the ship will have to be wary of being injured by the explosions of these arrays." Who made this? Even though Yang Kai wasn't an expert in the Tao of artifact refining, he knew a thing or two about it. Otherwise, he couldn't have created the void yin yang mirrors. However, he never spent any time consciously improving his Tao of artifact refining. Despite being an amateur though, Yang Kai was still able to see the flaws in this warship at first glance. It couldn't be said that the artifact refiner who made this thing was unskillful, just that he wasn't skilled enough to make a warship. Moreover, this thing is too big. It's not suitable for humans to operate. Zhong Liang asked dispassionately, "Who do you think this ship is suited for if it's not for humans?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Given the size of an average Black Ink clansman, it would be perfect for them to pilot this thing." There was a cold expression on Zhong Liang's face. Yang Kai's smile froze as he felt a chill rising from within. He then asked with a frown, "Sir, where did you get this thing from?" Zhong Liang replied, "Your martial uncle Ding captured it from the battlefield." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Did the Black Ink clan refine this? Yes. A sense of unease overwhelmed Yang Kai as he sported a dark expression. I was told that the Black Ink clan couldn't refine warships. What is going on? After a sigh, Zhongliang explained, we've been fighting against the Black Ink clan for countless years. While the humans are constantly innovating, the Black Ink clan naturally won't stay stagnant. Perhaps one of the Black Ink disciples on their side has been studying how to refine a warship, and he happened to be gifted in artifact refining. That's how this thing came about. Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. In that case, when that person masters the art of refining warships, our biggest advantage will be gone for good. Zhongliang nodded. That's what we've been worried about. However, why didn't we discover that the Black Ink clan were using warships when we were battling against them back then? This thing didn't come from the Blue Sky Theater, it was found in the Yinyang Theater. Yinyang Theater, Yang Kai muttered under his breath upon learning that the vessel was found on the battlefield that those from Yinyang Pass were in charge of. After giving it a thought, he asked, when did Marshal Uncle Ding obtain this thing? Half a year ago, Zhongliang replied, then added, it was only a short time ago that those from Yinyang Pass found this warship, roughly 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. In that case, the Black Ink clan and the Yinyang Theater have only developed this warship recently. Since it's not perfected yet, it hasn't been widely adopted by the Black Ink clan and other war zones. It's no wonder that we didn't see it in the Blue Sky Theater. Zhongliang nodded, it's not widely adopted yet, but it doesn't mean it won't be someday. Once that person manages to build a functioning warship, the Black Ink clan will be equipped with such vessels. It will be a disaster for the human race. Have those from Yinyang Pass come up with a strategy to handle this situation? Zhongliang gazed at him. If you were in charge, how would you deal with this situation? After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai replied in a grim voice, we have to nip the crisis in the bud by finding the Black Ink disciple who made this warship. If possible, we'll bring them back, however, if we can't achieve that, we have to kill them. Chapter 50-50, I have to get prepared. Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Upon hearing that, Zhongliang nodded, you share the same sentiment as those from Yinyang Pass. To be honest with you, it was for this exact reason that your Marshal Uncle Ding headed to the Yinyang Theater where he captured this warship from the Black Ink clan. What was the outcome of the mission? Yang Kai asked nervously. Zhongliang shook his head with a dejected expression. He worked with another 8th Order Army commander from Yinyang Pass, but they only managed to kill some Black Ink clansmen and seize this warship. However, they were unable to find the person who made it. There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face. After giving it a thought, he said, in order to find that Black Ink disciple's identity, we have to infiltrate the Black Ink clan's territory and then play it by ear. Both martial uncles had only alerted the enemies by making a scene there. Zhongliang let out a sigh, the Black Ink clan will certainly treasure this Black Ink disciple who can make warships. Their identity must be a top secret within the Black Ink clan, so the average Black Ink clansman probably doesn't know who they are. It's extremely difficult to find the Black Ink disciple without alerting the enemies. Is there anyone who can take on this task? Yang Kai batted his eyes. Upon realizing Zhongliang's intention, he broke out into laughter. Is that the reason you told me to come here, sir? After pondering on it for a moment, he said, I can pretend to be a Black Ink disciple and sneak into the Black Ink clan's hinterland in the Yinyang Theater. As long as I'm cautious enough, I might be able to find that person. Since his intentions had been seen through, Zhongliang decided to stop beating around the bush and just let out a sigh. I initially didn't want to drag you into this, however, since your Marshal Uncle Ding has failed in his attempt, we have no other choice. There's no hurry though. You can sleep on it and make a decision at a later time. Yang Kai shook his head. That Black Ink disciple had already developed this thing 2 years ago. The longer this matter drags on, the more likely he'll be able to perfect his craft. By then, it will be too late to find him. There's nothing worth considering. I'll take on this task. Zhongliang said with a serious expression, it will be a dangerous mission, and if you're not cautious enough, you'll lose your life. Yang Kai replied, Sir, have you forgotten that I'd pretended to be a Black Ink disciple and spent 2 years with the Black Ink clan before I came to Blue Sky Pass? No one is more experienced than me when it comes to pretending to be a black ink disciple. After a pause, he went on to say, even if I fail in my attempt, or if anything unexpected happens, I can still rely on space principles to escape. Even if the worst-case scenario where I'll lose my life does occur, it will still be fine. Now that the purifying black ink pills have been successfully developed, humans have a method to deal with black ink strength other than purifying light. Taking all that into consideration, I'm the best person for this job. At this point, he cupped his fist and said solemnly, Sir, I'm willing to head to the Enyang Theater to gather more information. Please allow me to do so. There was a conflicted expression on Zhong Liang's face. After hesitating for a bit, he let out a sigh. I'm sorry for putting you in such a tight spot. Yang Kai shook his head. Since time immemorial, countless human masters have come to the black ink battlefield in order to hold back the enemy and ensure the safety of the 3,000 worlds. In every battle, all of them exert themselves to kill the enemy even if it means losing their lives. It is my duty to do something for the human race, so I will definitely do my best. On the first day he arrived at the black ink battlefield, Yang Kai learned a valuable lesson from Meng Qi, who sacrificed his life in order to keep the existence of the Void Corridor a secret. It was because he was worried that he would be corrupted by black ink strength again and reveal the Void Corridor's existence. In all the previous battles, innumerable humans risked their lives in order to drive back the Black Ink clan. They were just as noble as Meng Qi. The fact that the Black Ink clan were close to developing fully functional warships had far-reaching implications. If the Black Ink disciple managed to master the art of refining warships, it would mean that all the sacrifices that the humans had made over the years would be pointless. By then, the entire 3,000 worlds would be at risk of being destroyed. No one would be willing to see such a crisis taking place. Since Yang Kai had arrived on the Black Ink battlefield, he was also a part of the human army. He didn't think that there was anyone else who was more suited than him to sneak into the enemy's territory and gather information. Sir, there's one more thing I'd like to know, Yang Kai said solemnly. Go ahead. Have those from Enyang Pass speculated how long it would take for the Black Ink clan to successfully develop warships? After giving it a thought, Zhong Liang replied, those from Enyang Pass do have a speculation. The warships that the Black Ink clan have made so far are not really useful, probably just prototypes used to test out various functions. It is estimated it will take them about 100 years to perfect this thing. If everything goes well, perhaps they'll achieve it in 50 years, though they might need longer than 100 years as well. After all, the speed at which the Black Ink disciple improves in their Tao of artifact refining is key, and given their current mastery, it won't be easy for them to improve further. To be on the safe side then, we'll assume that they'll be able to do it in 50 years, Yang Kai muttered under his breath. There's still something we can do about it with that much time. Sir, before I carry out this task, I have a request. Just tell me whatever you need. I'll not turn you down as long as there's anything I can help you with. I'd like to study artifact refining. Zhong Liang was startled for a moment, then his eyes brightened. You mean, Yang Kai said with a smile, I have to get prepared in order to achieve our goal. Moreover, I'd have to learn more about artifact refining to make it easier for me to gather information regardless. Zhong Liang nodded repeatedly. You're indeed a clever young man. It never crossed the minds of old men like us to approach the issue from that angle. You can go ahead with that. 1 hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the refining hall with the token given to him by Zhong Liang. He found Dongguo and Ping, who was leading a team of people to refine a warship. The two of them could be considered friends. It was Yang Kai, Dongguo and Ping, Fan Sun, and several others who worked together to make the first purifying Black Ink battleship, therefore, they didn't need to be overly polite with each other. Upon learning the purpose of the young man's visit, Dongguo and Ping felt his brow twitching slightly as he asked, You want to learn artifact refining? Yang Kai cupped his fist. Please help me with this, Senior Dongguo. Dongguo and Ping examined him with a puzzled expression. Why do you want to learn artifact refining all of a sudden? Yang Kai replied, I progressed too quickly, so I need to take a break from just cultivating in seclusion. I told Marshal Uncle Zhong about it, and he suggested I come here to study artifact refining. He said that the Tao of artifact refining might be of help to me. Dongguo and Ping couldn't help but laugh. What does the Tao of artifact refining have to do with your cultivation? Moreover, I heard that you're well versed in the alchemic Tao. If there's anything wrong with your cultivation, why did you come to this place instead of the pill hall? Xianxia replied respectfully, it was Marshal Uncle Zhong's order. I don't really know the reason behind it. It was a secret that the Black Ink clan were able to refine warships. Other than the army commanders and the old ancestor, no one else in Blue Sky Pass was aware of this fact, lest morale was affected. Since Zhong Liang didn't inform Dong Wenping about it, and Xianxia naturally wasn't in any place to reveal this secret, therefore, he just came up with an excuse by saying that it was Zhong Liang's order. In that case, there was nothing Dong Wenping could do about it. He passed the token back to Xianxia and asked, did you learn artifact refining before? I know a little about it, Xianxia replied humbly. Dong Wenping frowned and beckoned to him, come with me. Soon, he brought Xianxia to an artifact refining room and pointed at some materials that were stacked up in a messy pile. Just make whatever you want. I'll evaluate it. After taking a glance at the materials, Xianxia started working on it. A patient Dong Wenping stayed on the side and watched him. A few days later, a sword that was as reflective as a mirror was born. The blade shone brightly and appeared extraordinary. However, Dong Wenping couldn't help but roll his eyes. As an artifact refining grandmaster, he could see that other than looking nice, this sword was practically useless. If not for the fact that the materials used were robust, the sword couldn't even have withstood an attack from an origin king. After a few days of observation, Dong Wenping figured out that Xianxia indeed knew a thing or two about the Tao of artifact refining, but he had never studied it in a systematic way. Even though some of his ideas were creative, the way he refined artifacts was overly simplistic. The Tao of artifact refining was as much an art as it was a craft. Xianxia's artifact refining session could even be described as unpleasant to the eyes of a grandmaster like Dong Wenping. Give me a moment, Dong Wenping said, then activated his divine sense to communicate with someone. A moment later, a young man arrived in a hurry and cupped his fist, honored master. Dong Wenping nodded and pointed at Xianxia. This is your junior brother, Xianxia. That person cupped his fists again, junior brother Yang. Dong Wenping then introduced the young man to Xianxia. He's my sixth disciple, Chai Hao. Greetings, senior brother Chai, Xianxia saluted him. Dong Wenping said, Chai Hao, your junior brother Yang would like to learn artifact refining, so you'll have to give him some guidance from now on. Chai Hao was startled upon hearing that. Junior brother Yang, you want to study artifact refining? Yes. Xianxia nodded. Chai Hao replied with a smile, since you're interested in the Tao of artifact refining, I'll definitely teach you everything I know. Many thanks, senior brother, Xianxia expressed his gratitude. Dong Wenping coughed, Xianxia, you'll learn artifact refining from Chai Hao from now on. Just ask him if there's anything you don't understand. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Upon finishing his words, he left the place in a hurry. Xianxia and Chai Hao saw him off together. After he was gone, Chai Hao said, Junior brother, since you're going to learn artifact refining, I'll need to know how skillful you are in artifact refining. Would you? Before he could finish his words, Xianxia held out a sword to him. What's this? Chai Hao was puzzled. Xianxia replied, Senior Dongwu told me to make something, and this is the result of my work. I see. Chai Hao took the sword and examined it. Soon, his face began to twitch as he finally realized why his honored master left in a hurry just now. He initially thought that Xianxia was already well versed in the Tao of artifact refining, otherwise, he wouldn't have directly sought some guidance from a grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Heaven. After taking a look at this sword though, he realized that Xianxia couldn't even be considered a novice when it came to the Tao of artifact refining. There was no doubt that Xianxia was no match for Dong Wenping in this regard, but even a random disciple from Divine Cauldron Heaven could easily bring him to his knees. Now that his honored master entrusted Xianxia to him though, it meant that he would have to teach him everything from scratch. Chai Hao suddenly felt a huge pressure on his shoulders, thinking that this was going to be a troublesome task. Chapter 50-51, Enyang Pass Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Chai Hao was a patient teacher. Since he was aware that Xianxia was just an amateur in artifact refining, he decided to modify his approach accordingly and teach him everything from scratch. On the other hand, Xianxia was a serious learner. One was studious while the other one was teaching attentively, so they got along pretty well. Be it the martial Tao or alchemic Tao, Yang Kai had shown exceptional aptitude. However, he wasn't particularly gifted in the Tao of artifact refining. Fortunately, he was now in the 7th order open heaven realm. Moreover, there were many similarities between alchemy and artifact refining. Therefore, even though he lacked aptitude in the Tao of artifact refining, his mastery of it was improving by the day. With that said, given his situation, it was impossible for him to reach the pinnacle of the Tao of artifact refining. There would come a point when he would be faced with an insurmountable bottleneck, which would be the limit of his achievements in his lifetime. In any case, Yang Kai didn't intend to be an artifact refining grandmaster. He was learning it to make it easier for him to gather information behind enemy lines, so he just needed to be slightly more skillful in artifact refining than average. Chai Hao didn't understand why Yang Kai was suddenly interested in learning artifact refining, but after spending some time with him, he could feel that Yang Kai was greedily learning everything he could. With the effort he had put in, he was able to rapidly improve his skills in artifact refining. He was a 7th order open heaven realm master, after all, so he was able to learn anything quickly. Time passed by slowly. Yang Kai basically stayed in the refining hall and never stepped out of it. He even neglected his own cultivation just to study artifact refining. Fortunately, the living beings in his small universe would continuously help increase his heritage, so he didn't lag behind compared to the other cultivators. He went on to learn artifact refining for the next 10 years. It wasn't until Chai Hao thought that there was nothing else he could teach that Yang Kai ended this special training. Chai Hao was no longer able to teach Yang Kai, not because the latter had surpassed him when it came to artifact refining, of course, but because he had taught Yang Kai all the theoretical knowledge he knew about the Tao of artifact refining. As for how far Yang Kai could go in this Tao, that would depend on his aptitude and effort. Although he had an excellent teacher, Yang Kai was responsible for his own achievements. Even if two people learned the same secret art, their achievements would be different. It was the same case for the Tao of artifact refining. According to Yang Kai's own classification of the Tao, he had only reached the beginning of the 3rd level, taking the initial steps, after tirelessly learning all about the Tao of artifact refining for 10 years. An artifact refining great grandmaster like Dong Guanping was at least on the 7th level, standing above all others within sight, when it came to the Tao of artifact refining. Only someone at this level was capable of refining warships. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, there were only a small number of artifact refining great grandmasters that were comparable to him. On the other hand, Chai Hao, who had taught Yang Kai for 10 years, should be at the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, when it came to his Tao of artifact refining. The further one traversed any Tao, the more difficult it was to improve. It was even harder than ascending to the next order in the open heaven realm. Yang Kai was 2 levels below Chai Hao and 4 levels below Dong Guanping, which showed the stark differences between them. If he was able to put enough time and effort into studying the Tao of artifact refining, Yang Kai figured he might be able to reach Chai Hao's current level in this lifetime, but he could never become a great grandmaster like Dong Guanping. That was the limit of his aptitude, and there was nothing he could do about it. The Black Ink disciple in the Yinyang Theater was already developing prototype warships, so it was apparent that he was just one step away from becoming a great grandmaster in the Tao of artifact refining. According to Yang Kai's estimation, the Black Ink disciple should be at the 6th level of comprehension, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. If there had been enough time, Yang Kai would have preferred to keep improving his Tao of artifact refining. At the very least, he wanted to reach the 4th level, traversing a familiar path. However, he had spent the last 10 years in the refining hall, and during this period of time, Zhong Liang had visited him several times. Even though he didn't say anything, Yang Kai could feel how anxious he was. The more time Yang Kai spent in the refining hall, the more likely that the Black Ink clan would be able to successfully create warships. 10 years was basically the limit. Zhong Liang was startled for a moment when he saw Yang Kai appearing before him. Nevertheless, he soon came to his senses as he put down a document and asked seriously, "Are you ready?" "I'm sorry for making you wait, sir." Zhong Liang shook his head. "This is a dangerous task. If you're not willing to do it, no one can force you to." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I've been preparing for the past 10 years for this moment, why would I back down now?" Approval and gratification were written all over Zhong Liang's face. If everyone was like you, we wouldn't have to worry about achieving our ultimate goal. Have you told the members of Dawn about it? Yang Kai shook his head. There's no need for that. I suppose the secret that the Black Ink clan is capable of refining pseudo-warships hasn't spread yet. I don't even know when I will come back, and it's hard for me to explain it to them, so it's better not to tell them about it at all. Moreover, they're still able to go to the battlefield without me. They'll take good care of themselves. This matter cannot be delayed, so I'll head to Yinyang Pass now. Zhong Liang nodded gently. Good. Come with me. Those from Yinyang Pass have been urging us, so if you delayed much longer, that old fart Tang Qiu would have come over to curse at us. Upon finishing his words, Zhong Liang rose from the chair and led the way. On the way to their destination, Zhong Liang passed a jade slip to Yang Kai. There's some basic information about Yinyang Pass and the surrounding theater. You can have a look when you're free. Yang Kai took it, but instead of immediately going through it, he put it inside his small universe. Zhong Liang kept rambling on along the way, as though he was a father who was sending his son to the battlefield. He was worried about what Yang Kai would face in the near future. While feeling warmth in his heart, Yang Kai also felt slightly helpless. Soon, they arrived at the hyperspace array, which was guarded by a few soldiers. However, since Zhong Liang was there, the guards directly let them pass. Inside a grand hall, Yang Kai stood atop the huge array on his own. He was surrounded by more than 10 Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in different corners of the Grand Array, placing valuable resources into the array nodes. It required a lot of resources to activate the hyperspace array, and the more powerful the cultivator who was going to be transferred, the more resources were needed. That was the reason the humans from different great passes rarely came into contact with each other despite being able to do so. Too many resources had to be consumed to do that. The last time the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered together in Blue Sky Pass was because of the purifying Black Ink battleships. Yang Kai had to personally seal purifying light inside those vessels, so they had no choice but to come. This is a faith token given to you by the old ancestor. He has left his imprint inside it, so if there's anyone who questions you in Yinyang Pass, just take this thing out to prove your identity. Zhong Liang passed a piece of jade to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it with a solemn expression. Regardless of the outcome of your mission, you must come back alive. Zhong Ling ordered seriously, if it comes down to it, just give up and escape. You'll only be able to contribute more to the human race by staying alive. Yang Kai kept his fist. I'll not disappoint you, sir. Zhong Liang nodded and stepped out of the grand array. After looking around, he ordered, activate the array. These 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were well prepared, and upon receiving the order, they immediately activated their powers. The grand array started buzzing and shining brightly as the resources on the array nodes were sucked dry and turned into dust in just a moment. Space started contorting as though the world was going to fall apart at any moment. Barely a breath later though, calm was restored. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around the grand array were pale, and their auras were unsteady. It showed that they had exerted themselves greatly to do this. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. Despite being a master in the Tao of space, Yang Kai was still overwhelmed by dizziness as he was being transferred to such a faraway place. As he navigated through the void, he felt like a leaf on the wind, though he had no idea where he would eventually land. This kind of uncertainty made him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, this sensation only lasted a short while. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he was already standing atop a different grand array. The lights around him went out and revealed several figures, who were standing around him. Those people exchanged glances and communicated with each other using divine senses. Soon, one of them stepped forward and cupped his fist. Yinyang Pass Jing greets this junior brother. From where do you come? Since Yang Kai was transferred to this place through the hyperspace array, he was definitely a human from one of the great passes. However, Open Heaven Realm Masters like them who were responsible for guarding the Grand Array couldn't identify where Yang Kai came from, so they had to ask him about it. Yang Kai shook his head to clear up his dizziness. Upon making sure that he was in Yinyang Pass, he replied, Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai greets senior brother Jing. Jing'an appeared excited upon hearing that. You're from Blue Sky Pass? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Jing'an hurriedly said to his companions, Tell Marshal Uncle Tang that the person he's been waiting for has arrived. One of them came to his senses and sent the message. Jing gazed at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "You're finally here, junior brother Yang. Marshal Uncle Tang has been asking about you. Every month, he sends us a message to ask whether someone from Blue Sky Pass has arrived. Should you have come any later, we would have been fired." Yang Kai couldn't help but smile upon hearing that. "What does my arrival have anything to do with you all?" Jing put on a helpless smile. "Marshal Uncle Tang is not the most reasonable person. He scolded us because you did not come, as though it was our fault. You have no idea how much we've been longing for you to arrive. It's great that you're finally here." The people around him nodded repeatedly to show that Jing was telling the truth. At the same time, they examined Yang Kai with curiosity as they wondered why Tang Qiu had been waiting for him. They didn't think there was anything special about Yang Kai. Just like them, he appeared to be just another seventh-order master. Judging from their reactions, Yang Kai reckoned that the fact that the purifying light stemmed from his hands had been kept secret in Yinyang Pass. Other than a small number of people who were aware of it, no one knew anything about this matter. That was the reason these people never mentioned purifying light when they heard his name. Yang Kai was famous throughout Blue Sky Pass because he could use purifying light to help dispel black ink strength since the beginning, so this matter couldn't be hidden from them. On the other hand, it was different in Yinyang Pass. Although they knew that there were 4 purifying black ink battleships in the inner sanctum that were filled with purifying light, the army commanders never told them where the purifying light came from. Chapter 50-52, Marketplace Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. A moment later, the cultivator, who sent a message earlier, received a reply. After going through it, he looked up and said, "Marshal Uncle Tang is not in the inner sanctum, senior brother Jing. It seems that he has some matters to attend to. Those from the army headquarters told us to help settle him in. Marshal Uncle will be back in a few days." Upon hearing that, Jing nodded. "In that case, we'll just follow orders." He then turned to look at Yang Kai. "Please come with me, junior brother Yang." After he finished speaking, he led the way for him with Yang Kai following behind closely. A short while later, they arrived at a small courtyard that was quiet and serene. This was supposedly a place where guests stayed. There was a similar place in Blue Sky Pass, but it was usually unused. Even though the courtyard had been vacant for a long time, it remained clean. "Please get some rest here for a few days, junior brother Yang. I'll inform you when Marshal Uncle Tang returns," Jing said. "Many thanks, senior brother Jing." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Jing replied with a smile, "If you get bored, feel free to walk around to kill time." After Jing was gone, Yang Kai stepped into the room and sat down with his legs crossed. He had received a faith token from Zhong Liang that was given by the old ancestor. It was to be used when someone asked about his identity, however, there didn't seem to be a need for that thing. On the other hand, he was surprised that Tang Qiu wasn't in the inner sanctum. Apparently, something major had happened in Yinyang Pass, which was why Tang Qiu had to deal with it personally. With that said, Yang Kai had other friends in Yinyang Pass. He thus fished out a communications artifact and sent a message. However, he didn't receive any reply. It suggested that the person he wanted to contact was either not in Yinyang Pass or was cultivating in seclusion, thus cutting off all contact with the outside world. Regardless, Yang Kai was unable to reach him for the time being. He had sent a message to Su Linggong, but since he was unable to reach him, Yang Kai decided to contact Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui. Surprisingly, they also didn't respond. Yang Kai furrowed his brows. It seemed likely that they were not in the inner sanctum, which was why they didn't reply to his messages. Su Yingshui and Qin Kuei were Su Linggong's disciples after all. It was reasonable that they had headed out together if there was a task to perform. It was also probable that they had followed Tang Qiu. Since Yang Kai was unable to contact any one of them, he decided to put this matter aside. The reason he was here was to sneak into the Black Ink clan's base in the Yinyang Theater to gather information. Reuniting with his friends was a secondary priority. Suddenly, he thought of the jade slip given to him by Zhong Liang before he departed. Since he had some free time, he decided to go through it. There was some basic information about Yinyang Pass and its theater in the jade slip, which was given to Yang Kai to help him quickly grasp the situation in this place. The powers of all the great passes were more or less the same, with even the structures and layouts being similar. There were also about 30,000 fighters in Yinyang Pass. They were the brightest open heaven realm masters who came from different cave heavens and paradises. This kind of scale was accumulated over many years. Over the eons, countless people were killed on the battlefield, and more people were sent over from the 3,000 worlds. It could be said that 80 to 90% of all the elite open heaven realm masters of every generation from the cave heavens and paradises were sent to the Black Ink battlefield. Only a small number of them stayed in the 3,000 worlds to maintain their operation. That was the reason Yang Kai felt that the cave heavens and paradises didn't live up to their names in the past. Since most of the powerful cultivators had been sent to the Black Ink battlefield, he naturally couldn't see a lot of them in the 3,000 worlds. Just like Blue Sky Pass, there were 4 armies in Yinyang Pass. There were 4 army commanders, Tang Qiu, Wu Qing, Lu Zhiping, and Fei Yushan, who respectively led the eastern, southern, western, and northern armies. Yang Kai was startled for a moment when he saw the name Lu Zhiping, for it was clearly a woman's name. It wasn't that women were no match for men, however, there were indeed fewer women in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Moreover, the fact that Lu Zhiping was an army commander suggested that she was extraordinarily powerful, definitely one of the strongest cultivators in the 8th Order. Perhaps she had even reached the peak of the 8th Order, but due to the limits of her aptitude, was unable to ascend to the 9th Order. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Ink clan in the Yinyang Theater was named Mu Guang Royal Lord. It could be said that this entire war zone was his territory. Similarly, those from Blue Sky Pass had to deal with Menxia in its theater. There was an old ancestor who was in charge of every theater to deal with the Black Ink clan's royal lord. Mu Guang commanded over 100 territory lords, which was a significantly higher number than the 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters in Yinyang Pass, and this was just one theater. On the entire Black Ink battlefield, there were countless formidable beings from the Black Ink clan, which made things extremely difficult for the humans. There wasn't a lot of information in the Jade Slip, after all, it was just some basic knowledge, so Yang Kai went through it quickly. Since he had some free time now, he decided to refine a set of 7th Order materials. He stayed in the room for half a month. During this period of time, no one looked for him, nor did Tang Qiu send anyone to summon him. This made Yang Kai worried as he wondered what had happened to Tang Qiu that the latter had been held up for such a long time. Jingyan told him that Tang Qiu would be back in a few days, but half a month had passed since then. Of course, Tang Qiu was an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master, so he should be fine. It wasn't the best idea for him to keep waiting in seclusion though, so after giving it a thought, Yang Kai decided to walk around and take in the sights of Yinyang Pass. It was serene in Yinyang Pass as there were no signs of any war. That was because they had just fended off an invasion from the Black Ink clan not too long ago. Just like the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater, Mu Guang and his subordinates were still recuperating. There were not a lot of people that walked around the inner sanctum. After all, during a time of peace like this, it was the best chance to cultivate. Many Open Heaven realm masters had seized the chance to increase their heritage so that they would be prepared for the next round of war. The layout of Yinyang Pass was similar to that of Blue Sky Pass, so Yang Kai soon lost interest after walking around for a bit. After all, he was not in the 3,000 worlds where there were a lot of bustling places. Every great pass was practically a gigantic mobile palace artifact where the soldiers gathered together. The several tens of thousands of soldiers staying here, ready to face the Black Ink clan at any moment. As Yang Kai strolled around, no one bothered to probe him for his identity. There were thousands of soldiers in Yinyang Pass, so it was impossible that there was anyone who could recognize everyone else in this place at a glance. No one would pay attention to a stranger like Yang Kai. Just when he was ready to go back to his place, Yang Kai's expression changed as he listened attentively. A moment later, he moved forward in a particular direction with an awkward expression. After taking a turn, he saw a street that was bustling with activity. The street wasn't wide as it could only allow 2 carriages to pass side by side, however, the street was filled with people who were chatting with each other. It was also lined with shops on both sides. There were all sorts of products that were on sale, and merchants were heard shouting to attract customers. Yang Kai even saw someone selling skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at the sight before his eyes. If not for the fact that he was aware that he was in Yinyang Pass, he would have thought that he had returned to a city in the 3,000 worlds. Countless people were streaming into and leaving the street like the fish in a river. Yang Kai looked up and saw that there was a huge plaque above the street. The characters for Marketplace were written on it. The characters observing the world were written on the left stone monument, while experiencing prosperity was written on the right stone monument. Yang Kai frowned as he had a feeling that this street was a little unusual. At the very least, he had never seen anything like it in Blue Sky Pass. His curiosity had been piqued as he decided to look into it. After taking a deep breath, he stepped into the street and was instantly greeted with all sorts of noises as people were heard shouting. Delicious sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. We have freshly made steamed stuffed buns. It's the first day of our business. You'll enjoy a 30% discount on all the dishes. Limited seats. First come, first served. Instantly, Yang Kai was overwhelmed by a sense of dizziness, as though he had just been punched by a territory lord. Even his soul had become unstable. The old man, who was selling sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, happened to be approaching him. The red sugar-coated hawthorn fruits over his shoulder appeared appetizing. The hair and beard of the old man were all gray. He was clad in simple clothes, as though he was just an average old man. All of a sudden, he grabbed the collar of a young man who happened to pass by. "Brat, why don't you get a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits?" The young man sported a bitter expression. "Marshal uncle, I just bought some from you 2 hours ago." The old man, who was addressed as Marshal uncle, shook his head. "You bought those 2 hours ago, so it's time for you to buy one more. Rest assured. I'm sure you'll love the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits I personally made." The young man appeared crestfallen. "Marshal uncle, can I not buy it?" The old man extended his hand with a smile. "That will be 10 copper coins." Since it was useless to protest, the young man let out a sigh of defeat and fished out 10 copper coins from his clothes before passing the money to him. The old man took out a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits and stuffed it into the young man's hands. Just when the young man was about to leave, the old man grabbed his collar again. "Why aren't you eating it now?" The young man was on the brink of breaking into tears. "Marshal uncle, must I eat it now?" "Yes, right now, otherwise, it's no different from looking down on my craft." The old man glared at him. The horrified young man took a bite of the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. A myriad of expressions came over his face, but he still went against his conscience and praised the old man by saying, "You're truly skillful in making sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, Marshal uncle." The old man guffawed. "Of course. Don't you know who I am?" Upon finishing his words, he released the young man. Yang Kai could see that as the young man shuffled forward, he kept eating the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits with a smile that was uglier than crying. Yang Kai felt his face twitching as he couldn't believe his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the young man who bought the skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits was a 7th-order master, while the old man was an 8th-order master. What's going on? "Young man, do you want a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits? It's a craft passed down from my ancestors. I'm sure you'll not be disappointed." While Yang Kai was in a dazed state, the old man suddenly stood in front of him and looked smilingly at him. Yang Kai took a glance at the old man and examined the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits over his shoulder. He reckoned that the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits were probably made from some kind of spirit fruit, which was why they could be sold here. Chapter 5053, Compelled to Buy. Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Yang Kai became interested in the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. As he recalled what he had seen, he asked probingly, 10 copper coins. The old man nodded with a smile. "Yes, 10 copper coins for a skewer. It's fair, isn't it? I'll get 1 skewer, then." As Yang Kai spoke, he fished out 10 copper coins and passed them to the old man. As a 7th-order open heaven realm master, he naturally didn't bring any copper coins with him. Copper, silver, and gold were used by the mortals to buy goods. Most cultivators wouldn't need such things. However, there were a lot of humans living in Yang Kai's small universe. Copper, silver, and gold coins were commonly used in the exchange of goods. Therefore, the 10 copper coins he had fished out were taken from his small universe. Surprisingly, the old man glanced at the copper coins but didn't take them. Instead, he sported a dark expression. "Are you messing with me just because I'm old, you brat?" A puzzled Xianxia asked, "What do you mean, old sir?" Upon seeing that the young man appeared sincere, the old man frowned. As he examined Xianxia, he suddenly realized what was going on. "Oh, I get it. Brat, since you're new to this place and know nothing, I'll not settle the score with you. Instead, I'll teach you something today." Xianxia replied respectfully, "I'm all ears." The old man said with a smile, "The copper coins used in this marketplace are specially made. These ordinary copper coins can't be used here." After he finished speaking, he flicked a copper coin at Xianxia. Xianxia took the coin and carefully examined it. He realized that even though the material used to make the copper coin wasn't special, it was indeed custom-made. The Yin character was engraved on one side, while the Yang character was on the other side. There was no kind of restriction on the copper coin, nor was there a unique way of making it. It wouldn't be hard to make a fake one. At the very least, Xianxia could easily make many of them if he wanted to. Nevertheless, it would be inappropriate for him to do so. Left with no choice, he could only be honest with the old man. "I'm sorry, old sir. I don't have this kind of copper coin." The old man chuckled, "I know you don't. It's fine. I'm sure you have cultivation resources. You can trade them for copper coins with me." "Does it work that way?" Xianxia was stunned. "Why would I lie to you?" The old man nodded firmly. After giving it a thought, Xianxia fished out a sixth-order yellow crystal as he couldn't suppress his curiosity. "How about this thing, old sir?" The old man arched his brow and took the sixth-order yellow crystal, then he became elated. "It's a wonderful sixth-order yang element material." "That's great. I haven't seen anything as pure as this in a long time." Xianxia quipped to himself that this thing was certainly pure, for it was a result of the crystallization of the burning light's power. There was no yang element material in the world that was purer than this. "You can trade it for 10 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits," the old man said firmly, then was ready to fish out 10 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. "Wait a moment." An astonished Xianxia quickly stopped him. Since a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits was worth 10 copper coins, 10 skewers would be 100 copper coins. How was it possible that a sixth-order yellow crystal could only be traded for 10 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits? A sixth-order yellow crystal was worth at least 20 million open heaven pills, and a resource that rare couldn't really be bought with money. Given the conversion rate, it would mean that 1 copper coin in this marketplace was worth 200,000 open heaven pills. Xianxia was overwhelmed by a sense of unease. He didn't think the old man was conning him, but this thing was simply too expensive. It was no wonder that when the 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master bought a skewer of hawthorn fruits from this old man earlier, he appeared as if some of his flesh had been shaved off. That was because a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits was worth 2 million Open Heaven pills. "Why is it so expensive?" Xianxia was quick to stop him, but the old man was extremely swift. The moment he started speaking, the old man had taken out 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. "Old sir, even though I'm new to this place, you can't oppress me like this." Xianxia stared at the old man with a solemn expression. The old man replied with a smile, "I certainly won't oppress a young man like you. Don't worry, I'm an honest trader. If you don't believe me, you can ask around." Xianxia scowled. After pondering on it for a moment though, he said, "I'll just get 1 skewer. I can't have so many." The old man shook his head repeatedly. No, I've taken out 5 skewers already. You have to buy them all." A speechless Xianxia refuted, "Can't you just put them back in?" The old man lowered his head and said in a grim voice, "If a person jabs a dagger into your body and takes it out, can you pretend that nothing has happened?" Xianxia was dumbfounded. "It's like comparing oranges with apples." The old man shook his head, "It's all the same to me." A furious Xianxia snapped, "You just said that you're an honest trader, but here you are compelling me to buy your goods. It's not fair." The old man ignored him and stuffed 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hands. After passing him 50 copper coins, he said solemnly, "Young man, just take it as me giving you a lesson today. You have to be careful whenever you head out from now on. After he finished speaking, he left in a hurry with his skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. Xianxia was left dumbfounded as he clutched the 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in one hand and 50 copper coins in the other. He didn't understand what kind of damned place this marketplace was. Why was there such a place in Yinyang Pass? What was the purpose of building it? It was apparent that Xianxia had been conned by the old man, but he still felt somewhat comforted. At the very least, he still had 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits and 50 copper coins. Since the fruits were so expensive, they might have some amazing effects. Perhaps they could soothe one's mind or increase the heritage of the small universe. At the thought of this, Xianxia put away the copper coins and grabbed 1 skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits before taking a bite. As he chewed the fruit, he realized that it was refreshingly sweet with a tinge of sourness. The flesh was tender and fresh. More importantly, the fruit pit had been removed, so he didn't have to spit it out. After having one of the fruits, he stood still on the same spot for a moment, then, he sported a dark expression. It was just the most common sugar-coated hawthorn fruit that did nothing to help increase a cultivator's heritage. Xianxia cursed at the dishonest trader and had the urge to chase after the old man and fight him to the death. With that said, he never put his idea into action, for the other party was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If he really ran after the old man, he would be the one to suffer. After gritting his teeth for a moment, he let out a sigh. As he was having the costly sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, Xianxia shuffled further into the marketplace. The busy street was lined with all sorts of shops. Xianxia soon stopped in his tracks in front of an accessories shop. The accessories in the shop were all quite beautiful. They were apparently made by a skillful artisan. After getting conned by the old man who sold sugar-coated hawthorn fruits though, Xianxia was far more cautious this time. However, he was shocked to see that there were a lot of cultivators going in and out of the shop, and the accessories were selling fast. Since business was booming in this shop, it suggested that the accessories here were extraordinary. Perhaps they were no ordinary accessories and instead, they were artifacts made by some grandmaster. At the thought of this, Xianxia nodded as he believed that his speculation was right. Hey, this generous senior brother. Are you looking for some accessories? After seeing off his customer, a shop assistant hurriedly came over to serve Xianxia. Upon hearing that, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Why do you think I'm generous? The shop assistant pointed at the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hands. If you're not wealthy, you wouldn't have bought so many sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. The one who sells sugar-coated hawthorn fruits is famous across this marketplace. It was then Xianxia realized what was going on. I see. It was no wonder that a lot of people looked at him with awkward expressions when he walked along the street. That was because he had many skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hands. He didn't even know that holding a few skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in one's hands was a symbol of wealth these days. Nevertheless, that was indeed the case in this marketplace. What accessories would you like to buy? The shop assistant asked hospitably. Xianxia didn't have anything specific that he wanted, for he was just wondering whether these accessories were some kind of artifacts. After looking around, he pointed at a red hairpin. Can I have a look at this? The shop assistant promptly took out the hairpin and said with a smile, this thing is made by the owner. The accessories he makes are the best in this marketplace. The other accessory shops are not comparable to us. If you give this hairpin to a woman you love, she'll definitely be pleased. The hairpin was placed inside a transparent container. Even though Xianxia could clearly see the hairpin, he was unable to examine it. He frowned. Can you open it? The shop assistant put on an apologetic smile. You can only open the box after buying the hairpin. What kind of rule is this? Since the hairpin was inside some kind of special container, Xianxia was unable to determine the order of the accessory. How was he going to find out whether it was truly valuable or not? However, he had seen many people buying these accessories in the same way, so he knew that it was impossible for him to have a closer look at it. Left with no choice, he asked, how much is it? That will be 50 copper coins, the shop assistant replied with a smile. Xianxia's face twitched visibly. He couldn't help but suspect that this shop assistant and the old man who sold sugar-coated hawthorn fruits might be from the same gang, otherwise, how could this shop boy know exactly how much money he was left with? Still, Xianxia decided to pass the 50 coins to the shop assistant without hesitation and left with the hairpin. After stepping out of the shop, he immediately took the hairpin out of the container and examined it. A moment later, he snarled through clenched teeth, "Another black-hearted conman." This was just an ordinary hairpin, not an amazing artifact. First, he was forced to buy 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits from the old man. Then, he was conned into buying this useless hairpin. He was completely disappointed in this marketplace. Everything in this place was a farce. However, he didn't understand why there was such a place in Yinyang Pass. Moreover, a lot of open heaven realm masters were seen wandering around here. After such terrible experiences, Xianxia had lost all interest in shopping here, so he decided to go back to his place. He initially wanted to toss the hairpin away, but he thought that it was wasteful to throw away something that he had bought with half of a 6th order yellow crystal. Therefore, he just put it in his space ring. As he was heading towards the exit, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to ask, "Why are you following me?" The moment he stepped out of the accessories shop, he already realized that someone was following him. He initially thought that it was just a coincidence, but the person behind him never went away. It was then he confirmed that he had been tailed. Chapter 50-54, Little Girl Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. When Xianxia turned around, he realized that no one was in sight. He frowned and looked down, only to see a little girl standing in front of him. With her big eyes, she stared fixedly at the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hand. A little girl? Xianxia was stunned. Upon closer look, he realized that she was indeed a little girl who was 7 or 8 years old. Although she was clad in simple clothes, she looked quite adorable. Her eyes were bright, and her jet-black hair hung low at her waist. Why is there a little girl in Yinyang Pass? Xianxia instinctively thought that she was an open heaven realm master who had cultivated some kind of unique secret art. Such secret arts did exist in this world. Or maybe an accident happened when she was cultivating, which was why she never grew taller and appeared to be a child. However, after examining the little girl, he realized that even though she had cultivated before, she wasn't very strong. She was in the Origin King realm at most. With that said, it was inconceivable that she was already an Origin King at her age. Xianxia still hadn't started cultivating when he was 8 years old, which showed that this little girl had extraordinary aptitude. Her achievements would surely be staggering in the future. Nevertheless, on the Black Ink battlefield where everyone was an open heaven realm master, an Origin King was indeed too weak. Those from the cave heavens and paradises would only send cultivators who were at least in the 6th order open heaven realm to the Black Ink battlefield. Those who were below the 6th order wouldn't be asked to come here. What could an Origin King do in such a place? This little girl would probably be turned into a Black Ink disciple the instant she came into contact with Black Ink strength. Xianxia was greatly puzzled about where this little girl came from. She was only 7 or 8 years old, so there was no way she was sent to this place from the 3,000 worlds by the cave heavens and paradises. The only possibility was that she was born in Yinyang Pass. It wasn't that there were no couples in the Great Passes. As they had to fight against the Black Ink clan all year long, they might lose their lives at any moment, so special feelings would naturally develop among people when they were under such immense pressure. In fact, there were a lot of couples in different Great Passes. However, none of them would rashly make a decision to give birth to children in such a place. That was because no one could guarantee whether they would survive the next battle. It would be the height of irresponsibility to bring a child into the world in this kind of place. Therefore, it never crossed Xianxia's mind that he would come across a little girl who was in the Origin King realm in the marketplace in Yinyang Pass. On the other hand, the cultivators in the marketplace didn't seem curious about the little girl, which showed that she had been around here for quite some time. Seeing that she was just a little girl, Xianxia didn't intend to probe her. He just asked in a gentle voice, "Where are your parents, little girl?" Just then, a passing cultivator crashed into a rack with a thud, which caused all the goods on it to fall to the ground. The merchant cursed at him while the cultivator apologized and picked up the goods. The little girl, who was standing in front of Xianxia, never moved her eyes away from the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hand. Without replying to his question, she gulped and asked, "Are you going to eat them?" Yang Kai looked down at his hand and realized why she had been following him. As he broke into laughter, he passed the remaining 4 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits to her. You can have them all. The little girl beamed at him and took the skewers. After thanking him, she started munching on the fruits and said in a muffled voice, "You're a good guy." For some reason, the old man who sells sugar-coated fruits is missing today. I still couldn't find him after looking for him for a long time. Yang Kai secretly snorted. The old man must be worried that Yang Kai would settle the score with him after conning the latter into buying 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, which was why he had left in a hurry. Seeing that she was enjoying her food though, Yang Kai felt the displeasure in his heart melting away. He felt that the 6th-order yellow crystal he had spent was finally worth it. He thus patted and stroked the little girl's head before saying, "Go home after you're done having your food. Don't make your parents worry." Dong, right then, the same rack was hit again and the merchant quickly squatted and picked up the goods. At the same time, Yang Kai furrowed his brows. For some reason, he had a feeling that time was frozen for a moment, as though the entire marketplace had fallen silent. However, when he looked around, he realized that everything had become normal again. The little girl, whose head was being stroked, grinned from ear to ear. Yang Kai nodded at her and turned around to leave. However, he soon turned his head and gazed at the little girl, who was still tailing him. "Why are you following me? I've given you all my sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. There's none left." It only took the little girl a short time to finish having all 4 skewers. It was surprising that she had such a huge appetite. After tossing the skewers away, the little girl put on a faint smile. "Since you've given me some sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, I'll treat you to a meal. How about some steamed stuffed buns?" Yang Kai smiled helplessly. "There's no need for that." After getting conned into buying the sugar-coated hawthorn fruits and the hairpin, he was certain that all the things being sold in this marketplace were just ordinary items. There wasn't a need for him to pay any attention to this place anymore. Since he had some free time, he'd rather go back and refine materials to strengthen the heritage of his small universe. Nevertheless, before he finished speaking, he sported a helpless expression. "What's wrong?" The little girl appeared to be on the brink of breaking into tears, as though she had just suffered from the greatest grievance in the world. She sobbed and said, "I want to get some steamed stuffed buns. The steamed stuffed buns from Lin's Steamed Bun Restaurant are the best." As she spoke, she sucked the drool back into her mouth. A speechless Yang Kai massaged his temples. "If you want the steamed stuffed buns so badly, you can go ahead and buy them." The little girl hung her head low and said in a small voice, "I don't have any money." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "But you said you'd treat me to a meal." "I'll treat you to a meal, but you'll have to pay." There was an embarrassed expression on the little girl's face. "That's ridiculous." Yang Kai was lost for words. He wanted to tell her that he also didn't have any money as the copper coins he had traded for the 6th-order yellow crystal were used up. However, the little girl walked up to him and took his hand before swaying it. "Please. Steamed stuffed buns are delicious," she gulped. Yang Kai was unable to bear the little girl pleading with him in such a way. He thought that her parents were irresponsible by giving birth to her as they never even bothered to give her some allowance. It was simply outrageous. "Please. I really love their buns." The little girl was relentless. Left with no other choice, Yang Kai could only agree to it. All right. Stop swinging me. I'm feeling dizzy." "So you agree?" the pleasantly surprised little girl asked. "Yes, I'll treat you to a proper meal," Yang Kai nodded. In any case, he could trade materials for some copper coins, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to foot the bill. "You really are a good guy." The little girl was ecstatic. Yang Kai let out a sigh. He wasn't aware that being nice meant he had to treat someone to a meal. With that said, the world of a little girl was simple. It wasn't a bad thing to experience some innocence on this dangerous black ink battlefield. Lin's Steamed Bun Restaurant was filled with the aroma of steamed stuffed buns. There were only a few tables, and they were all occupied. A bowl of soup and a small bamboo basket of steamed stuffed buns were all it took for one to wind down and observe the marketplace. The owners of the restaurant seemed to be a couple. One of them prepared dough while the other formed the buns. They appeared skillful in their craft. There was also a shop hand to serve the customers. The instant Yang Kai stepped into the restaurant, hand in hand with the little girl, the shop hand became rooted to the spot as if struck by lightning, staring fixedly at their hands. The owners, who were preparing dough and steamed stuffed buns, shook a little. Meanwhile, the customers in the shop, who were eating the steamed stuffed buns and soup, felt their brows twitching. Here it is. Lin's Steamed Bun Restaurant. The little girl said joyfully. Yang Kai swept a glance over this place. Despite knowing that there were no ordinary people here, he still felt ill at ease. The owners of the steamed stuffed bun shop were apparently 8th order open heaven realm masters. On the other hand, the shop hand, who was responsible for serving the customers, was a 7th order master. Yang Kai had never seen any 8th order open heaven realm masters whose faces were covered in flour as they were preparing dough and steamed stuffed buns. He had the luck to see it in this marketplace. There are a lot of people today. The little girl took a glance around the shop. Seeing that all the tables were occupied, she turned to Yang Kai. It seems that we'll have to wait. As soon as she finished speaking though, the customers started stuffing steamed buns into their mouths and gulping down the soup. Get me the bill. They all started shouting. The shop hand quickly went around to collect money from them. In just a moment, all the customers in the restaurant were gone. Oh, there are seats now. The little girl appeared elated as she pulled Yang Kai into the shop and took a seat at one of the tables. Since the chair was too tall, her feet couldn't come into contact with the ground as they swayed in the air. While cleaning up the things on the table, the shop hand asked with a smile, "What would you like to get?" Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "Get me 2 baskets of steamed stuffed buns." Before he could finish speaking though, the little girl cut him off by shouting, "I'll have 10 baskets." Yang Kai batted his eyes, then said to the shop hand, "We'll have 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns and 2 bowls of soup, then." "Alright, I'll be right back," the shop hand replied and headed to the kitchen. A moment later, 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns were served, piled up on the table. The little girl then began wolfing them down as her cheeks bulged. Yang Kai took a steamed stuffed bun and had a taste. He realized that even though it was delicious, it was just some ordinary food. It was unable to help increase a cultivator's power. Still, he remained silent and waited for the little girl to finish having her food. "Why aren't you having any?" the little girl asked curiously. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You can have them all." The little glutton smiled happily and continued devouring the buns. Yang Kai helped her wipe the crumbs off her mouth and said, "Take it slow. No one is going to take them away from you." He was curious about what was going on with her parents. Had they never given her enough food? Why did she look like she was starving? The little girl devoured all 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns and 2 bowls of soup on her own. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder how the petite little girl was able to wolf down so much food. It was no simple feat. More importantly, her belly didn't bulge at all. He wondered where all the food went. "Are you full?" Yang Kai asked. The little girl nodded, "Yes." Yang Kai then shouted, "Get me the bill." The shop hand promptly came over and said with a smile, "That will be 100 copper coins for 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns. The bowls of soup are on the house." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded, "But I don't have any money with me. Can I cover the bill with this?" Chapter 50-55, Impudent Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai fished out a 6th order blue crystal. The shop hand, who was a 7th order open heaven realm master, took the crystal and examined it, then appeared elated. "It's enough." Yang Kai nodded and beckoned to the little girl before bringing her out of the restaurant. The shop hand said hospitably, "Please come again." "I'll be a fool if I come again," Yang Kai thought. The things in this marketplace were ordinary but extremely costly. 6th order yin and yang element materials were worth approximately 40 million open heaven pills, but he squandered them away in barely half a day. He reckoned that this place should be renamed as Black Market. The little girl still followed him closely. Yang Kai turned around to gaze at her and look around. Suddenly thinking of something, he took out the hairpin from his space ring and fixed it on her hair. She was already truly adorable, and even though the hairpin wasn't an artifact, it was finely made. They perfectly matched each other. The little girl was evidently startled. Yang Kai said with a smile, it's a gift. He then turned around and waved his hand, I'll go back now. You should head home early so that your parents won't have to worry about you. This time, the little girl didn't tail him. While standing in the same spot, she just touched the hairpin and watched him leave. Yang Kai headed straight to his resting place. When he recalled his experiences in the marketplace, he couldn't help but grin wryly. After emptying his mind, he sat down with his legs crossed and started cultivating. One day later, he suddenly heard a clear voice calling out to him from outside the courtyard, Yang Kai. Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and stored the materials he hadn't fully refined. After opening the courtyard's door, he saw the little girl that he came across the day before in the marketplace. She was standing outside his courtyard with a smile. The hairpin that he gave her the day before was still in her hair. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, How did you find me? There was a smug smile on the little girl's face. I asked around. It wasn't hard to find out where you live. It was apparent that she had also found out his name by asking around. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that this little girl was truly clever. What's wrong? Yang Kai asked curiously as he had no idea why she had come all the way here to see him. Let's go to the steamed stuffed bun shop. The little girl said firmly. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. You want me to foot the bill, right? Hee. The little girl appeared bashful as her intentions were seen through. However, she soon cast the bashfulness away as the foodie in her got the better of her. She grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Let's go. You have nothing to do anyway. A speechless Yang Kai refuted. What do you mean I have nothing to do? I was cultivating when you disturbed me. There's no hurry to cultivate. I'm hungry. Despite her petite figure, she was full of strength. Yang Kai also wouldn't really dare to resist her, so he was gradually pulled towards the marketplace. When they arrived at Lin's steamed bun restaurant, she ordered 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns, just like she had done the day before. While the little girl wolfed down the food, Yang Kai waited patiently by the side. The same thing happened every day for the next few days. Yang Kai felt helpless as he wondered who were the ones who had given birth to such a reckless little girl. He wanted to tell her parents what was going on, but to his dismay, when he asked the little girl to bring him to see her parents, she started sobbing and said that they passed away a long time ago. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai didn't dare to keep asking lest her sorrowful memories were stirred up. If the little girl really started bawling her eyes out, he wouldn't know how to appease her. This little girl was 7 or 8 years old, and she was only in the Origin King realm. She must have been born in Yinyang Pass, but her parents passed away a long time ago. How was she going to survive in this place? Yang Kai consoled himself by thinking that he would just keep her company for the time being, as she was truly pitiful. For the next few days, the little girl would bring Yang Kai to the steamed stuffed bun shop in the marketplace so that he would pay for her meal. They got along pretty well. One day, Yang Kai was seated in Lin's steamed bun restaurant while the little girl scarfed down the food, the same as the past few days. It wouldn't take the little girl a long time to finish having 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns. After that, Yang Kai would fish out a 6th order yellow or blue crystal to pay for the meal. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he turned to look out of the restaurant, where he saw 4 people shuffling inside. His eyes brightened as he rose from the chair and greeted them, Senior Tang. The person at the front was none other than Tang Qiu, whom Yang Kai had been waiting for. It was apparent that he had just returned from outside and hadn't even had time to clean himself up. It seemed that he had fought against some formidable enemies, so his aura was a little unstable. Behind him was Su Linggong, who was followed by Qin Kuwei and Su Yingshui. Just like Yang Kai had speculated, the 4 of them had headed out together, which was why he couldn't contact any one of them. Yang Kai then greeted Su Linggong and his 2 disciples, who all nodded in response. Qin Kuwei and Su Yingshui were still in the 6th order open heaven realm, but their auras had become far deeper. It was obvious that they had grown in strength after fighting against the Black Ink clan since their arrival in Yinyang Pass. I came to this place because I was told that you're here, Tang Qiu explained. Yang Kai replied, I decided to take a stroll since I had nothing to do. Senior, since you're back, you could have just told someone to summon me. Why did you come all the way here? Tang Qiu waved his hand, I'm sorry for making you wait. I was held up because I came across an accident when I was on my way back. It's fine. Have a seat, please. Yang Kai extended his hand. Tang Qiu nodded, then sat together with Su Linggong. As soon as they sat down though, they shot out of their chairs as if there were some sharp stick that poked their butts. They stared dazedly at the petite figure behind the baskets of steamed stuffed buns. Since the little girl was seated behind the baskets that had been piled up, Tang Qiu and Su Linggong hadn't noticed her presence before. "She," Tang Qiu stammered. Yang Kai explained, "I came across this little girl a few days ago. She's quite pitiful as her parents passed away a long time ago, and there's no one to take care of her. Since she loves the steamed stuffed buns here, I bring her to this place every day." I see. Tang Qiu came to his senses and sent a signal to Su Linggong with his eyes. Then, he slowly took a seat. Qing Kuei, who was standing behind Su Linggong, coughed, "Honored master, I'm going to take a little stroll." An absent-minded Su Linggong replied, "Go ahead. I'll tag along." Su Yingxue quickly said. After offering an apology, they left the restaurant together. In the steamed stuffed bun shop, 4 figures, 3 adults and 1 little girl, were seated at the table. Yang Kai looked at Tang Qiu and Su Linggong with a frown. "It seems that both of you are badly injured." Yang Kai could feel that there was something wrong with both Tang Qiu and Su Linggong. Their solemn expressions suggested that they were trying to suppress something, as though they were anxious or in pain somehow. "We're fine," Tang Qiu replied casually. "Yes, we're fine." Su Linggong nodded repeatedly. "That's good." Yang Kai nodded, then brought up a serious topic. "What's going on with the Black Ink Clan?" "Black Ink Clan?" Tang Qiu appeared perplexed, as though he didn't hear Yang Kai clearly. Nevertheless, he soon regained his senses. "Oh, the Black Ink Clan. I was about to discuss it with you." Yang Kai frowned as he had a feeling that something really was wrong with Tang Qiu. The latter appeared to be completely distracted. He was the one who told Yang Kai to come over to find out who made the warships for the Black Ink Clan, but he appeared puzzled at this moment when the topic was brought up. The little girl, who had been eating her steamed stuffed buns in silence, suddenly gazed at Tang Qiu and asked with a smile, "Would you like some buns?" Tang Qiu was unable to respond immediately as he appeared to have been caught off guard. Yang Kai directly knocked on the little girl's head and chastised her by saying, "Don't interrupt us. We're having a discussion here." "Impudence." Tang Qiu landed a slap on the table that caused it to collapse. The baskets and the freshly made steamed stuffed buns all fell to the ground. Yang Kai was stunned. Tang Qiu was dumbfounded as well. On the other hand, Su Linggong hung his head low and remained unmoving. The little girl grabbed a steamed stuffed bun in each hand. Her cheeks were bulging as she soon gulped down the food. "Senior, you," Yang Kai scowled at Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu hesitated for a bit before saying in a muffled voice, "The impudence of the Black Ink Clan." Yang Kai broke into laughter. "What happened to you on the way back?" The shop hand hurriedly came over. While cleaning the things up, he said, "Please calm down, everyone. Do not fight here." The little girl glared at Tang Qiu. "Give my steamed stuffed buns back." "Right away." Tang Qiu nodded repeatedly, then said to the shop hand, "Give us more steamed stuffed buns." "All right, please give me a moment," the shop hand replied. Since the table was broken, they had to move to another one. Fortunately, there were not a lot of customers in the restaurant right now. Apart from them, there were only a few other diners, hence, there were still some vacant seats. New steamed stuffed buns were soon served. Yang Kai was waiting for Tang Qiu to talk about what was going on with the Black Ink Clan, but the latter actually started stuffing the buns into his face, even ordering Su Linggong to do the same. Therefore, apart from Yang Kai, who sported a half-dumbstruck expression, the little girl, Tang Qiu, and Su Linggong were gulping down the food together. While they were enjoying the food, Tang Qiu and Su Linggong kept saying that the steamed stuffed buns were delicious. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at the scene before him. Those who had no idea what was going on might think that they had been starving for a long time. The little girl's appetite seemed to be enhanced as the two men fought over the food. Soon, more and more baskets were piled up. The speed at which the owners made the steamed stuffed buns could no longer keep pace with them as they would finish having the food too quickly. Unable to take it anymore, Yang Kai said tactfully, "Senior, about the Black Ink Clan, I'll tell you about the Black Ink clan at a later time. Tang Qiu replied in a muffled voice. Yang Kai looked away as he could no longer bear to keep watching them. In just half a day, they finished having 100 baskets of steamed stuffed buns, and the owners of Lin's steamed bun restaurant had to close the shop early. The little girl leaned against the chair and stroked her belly. With a pleased expression, she belched and said, "I'm full." Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. "You're finally full for once." I'm stuffed. I need to head home and get some sleep." The little girl rose from the chair and skipped out of the shop. It was apparent that she was in a joyful mood. After she was gone, Tang Qiu got up as well. "I'll head back now." "Yang Kai, look for me tomorrow." "Yes," Yang Kai replied. Su Linggong patted Yang Kai's shoulder and gazed at him. After hesitating for a bit, he warned, "Be careful." Yang Kai was perplexed upon hearing that, but before he could ask any questions, Su Linggong had left with his hands folded behind his back. Chapter 50-56, What You Get for Having a Big Mouth Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Yang Kai frowned as he watched Su Linggong leave. He had a feeling that there was an insinuation in the latter's words. Just then, the shop hand came over and looked smilingly at Yang Kai. "Your bill comes up to 1,000 copper coins. The boss said that since you're a frequent customer, you don't have to pay for the broken table." Yang Kai's face fell as he had the urge to curse. Despite being frustrated, he still fished out a 7th-order yellow crystal to pay for the meal. After leaving the marketplace, he returned to his resting place. Surprisingly, Qing Kuei and Suing Shui were waiting for him. Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he saw them and he quickly called out, "Brother Qing Kuei, senior sister Su." Qing Kuei nodded and looked around. Appearing to be stealthy, he said in a small voice, "Let's go inside first." Upon finishing his words, he took Yang Kai's arm and strode forward. They were followed by Suing Shui. After entering the courtyard, Qing Kuei quickly told Yang Kai to activate the restriction to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Yang Kai was puzzled by their actions. After inviting them to have a seat, he poured some tea for them. Then, he sat across from Qing Kuei and asked curiously, "What's going on, brother Qing Kuei?" Qing Kuei and Suing Shui acted as though they were wary of someone. However, who could make them act this way inside Yinyang Pass? Without replying to his question, Qing Kuei stared fixedly at Yang Kai and said in a grim voice, "You are truly ignorant and reckless." A perplexed Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean by that?" With a solemn expression, Qing Kuei went on to say, "Do you know who the little girl was that was with you in the steamed bun shop?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Isn't she a little girl whose parents passed away a long time ago?" Seeing that both Qing Kuei and Suing Shui appeared solemn, Yang Kai was astonished. "Is there anything special about the little girl's identity?" Qing Kuei grabbed his head and muttered, "Where do I even begin? Why didn't you just stay here after arriving at Yinyang Pass? Why did you come into contact with her?" There was a serious expression on Yang Kai's face as he cupped his fist. "Who is the little girl that makes you feel so concerned? Please enlighten me." Qing Kuei looked around before he leaned close to him and said in a hushed voice, "She's the old ancestor?" Yang Kai was flabbergasted, then came to his senses. No. I initially thought that she was an open heaven realm master, but I inspected her cultivation and realized that she's only in the Origin King realm. How could she be the old ancestor? On the other hand, Qing Kuei was rooted to the spot. His forehead was beaded with sweat, as though he was going through some difficulties. As his brow twitched, he said, "The old ancestor's adopted daughter." A speechless Yang Kai quickly picked up a teacup and took a sip. "Brother Qing Kuei, I was almost frightened to death." "You should have finished your sentence quickly." Qing Kuei nodded. Yes, she's the old ancestor's adopted daughter." "Right, junior sister?" On the side, Suing Shui replied obediently, "Yes." Upon that revelation, Yang Kai said, "It's no wonder that she's already in the Origin King realm despite her age. So, she's the old ancestor's adopted daughter." There was an impassive expression on Qing Kuei's face as he said, "Yes, fate has been unfair to the little girl. Her parents passed away not long after she was born. She has an outstanding aptitude, and she's adorable. The old ancestor was fond of her the moment she saw her, so she decided to keep her by her side." Yang Kai let out a breath. She's truly blessed to be personally guided by the old ancestor. Given her aptitude, she'll be an important figure in the future. Then, he turned to look at Qin Kuei. By the way, why have you come all the way here? Qin Kuei gazed at Xianxia, junior sister, what are we here for? Xianxia remained unperturbed, nothing. Qin Kuei nodded repeatedly, yes, nothing. We're just here to see you. He then examined Yang Kai and said, I'd never expected that you'd ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm before we did. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I was just lucky, and the black ink battlefield is filled with adversity that stimulates one's potential. That's how I achieved an ascension. I can tell that both of your auras are much more condensed than before. I suppose you'll achieve a breakthrough soon. There was a proud smile on Qin Kuei's face. It will happen in the next 20 years. 20 years was a very short period of time to open heaven realm masters, as it would usually take them several thousand to over 10,000 years to achieve a breakthrough. Since Qin Kuei had said so though, he must have the competence to succeed. Yang Kai promptly congratulated him. They then asked about Chu Huashang. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't hide anything from them. 2 hours later, they left together. Not long after they stepped out of Yang Kai's place, they took a turn and became rooted to the spot. That was because there was a little girl skipping towards them. She seemed to be in a jolly mood. There was an ordinary-looking hairpin on her hair and she was holding a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in each hand. One of the skewers was half-finished. As the little girl approached them, both Qin Kuei and Xianxia felt that the entire world was rapidly fading away around them. It was as though they had been tossed into the endless void. A moment later, the little girl stood right in front of them. It wasn't until this moment that the world returned, which made them feel relieved. At this point, they were already soaked in cold sweat. The little girl was just standing in front of Qin Kuei, looking up at him. Qin Kuei somehow forced out a smile. The little girl also put on a smile before suddenly jumping up and delivering a light pat to his face. When Qin Kuei came to his senses, the little girl already brushed past him. Her clear voice was heard saying, "That's what you get for having a big mouth." Qin Kuei was shuddering like a quail without shelter in winter. The two of them turned around and saluted the little girl. A while later, Qin Kuei asked in a small voice, "Is she gone?" Xianxia nodded, "Yes, she's gone." Qin Kuei let out a long breath as he almost collapsed to the ground. He felt that the momentary torture he had just gone through was more taxing than an epic battle against the Black Ink clan. All of a sudden, Xianxia exclaimed, "Senior brother, your mouth." Qin Kuei turned pale. "What happened to my mouth?" The little girl flicked him just now, and even though he didn't detect any anomaly, he reckoned that she must have done something horrible to him. Xianxia covered her lips and giggled, "It's nothing." "What happened?" Qin Kuei asked as he had a bad feeling. Xianxia whirled around, "It's really nothing." Her shaking shoulders suggested that she was trying to stifle her laughter. The sense of unease in Qin Kuei's heart intensified and he quickly fished out an artifact that looked like a mirror and took a glance at his reflection. In an instant, he sported a dark expression. That was because he could see from the reflection that his lips were swollen, both of them incredibly plump, literally giving him a big mouth. However, he was unaware of such a drastic transformation just now. If he hadn't seen his own face through the reflection, he wouldn't have believed it. He was on the brink of breaking into tears. How was he supposed to face anyone with such a ridiculous look? The little girl obviously wanted to let him know the consequences of being big-mouthed. When he lifted his head, his eyes were already soaked in tears. "Junior sister, I'd rather die." Xianxia scoffed, "You had it coming." The next day, Yang Kai headed to the Eastern Army headquarters to look for Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu must have informed everyone in the army headquarters about Yang Kai's visit, so he wasn't probed by anyone. Soon, someone led him to the conference hall. Including Tang Qiu, there were 4 people in the conference hall, all in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Seeing Yang Kai, Tang Qiu quickly rose from his chair and introduced him to the other 3 people. They were the other army commanders of Yingyang Pass. However, Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he gazed at the Northern Army commander, Fei Yushan. Fei Yushan put on a grin, "What? Did you like my sugar-coated hawthorn fruits? I made them myself, so they must be delicious." This army commander of the Northern Army was none other than the old swindler who sold sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in the marketplace. That revelation astounded Xianxia. Besides that, he had also seen the Western Army commander, Liu Zhiping, before. In fact, he saw her practically every day the past few days. That was because she was the owner of Lin's steamed bun restaurant. No one would have believed that the army commander of the Western Army in Yingyang Pass would prepare dough and steamed stuffed buns in the marketplace while the army commander of the Northern Army would sell sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. Over the past few days, Xianxia had spent quite a lot of money to buy their wares. However, he had never seen the army commander of the Southern Army Wu Qing before. Wu Qing was burly, and he looked like a reticent man. Nevertheless, the marketplace and the army headquarters were two different places. Upon Tang Qiu's introduction, Xianxia saluted all of them. As they examined Xianxia, Wu Qing nodded gently, "You're indeed a talented young man." Xianxia replied humbly, "Many thanks for your compliment, senior." Wu Qing waved his hand, "I've heard a lot about what you've done in Blue Sky Pass. You were already able to achieve amazing things when you were in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, and now you are in the 7th Order. This Wu is no match for you, and you don't have to be overly humble. If you weren't strong enough, we wouldn't have asked you to come over." Tang Qiu nodded, "Xianxia, I'm sure you're already aware of the reason we've asked you to come here." Xianxia nodded, "I have to sneak into the Black Ink clan's territory, then locate and identify the Black Ink disciple who can refine warships." "That's right." Fei Yushan ran his fingers through his beard, "This matter has far-reaching implications, so we have to come up with a proper plan, otherwise, we wouldn't even consider having a junior like you take on such a risk. Moreover, you have the experience of pretending to be a Black Ink disciple before, and you're unmatched when it comes to escaping. After a discussion, we believe that you're the best suited to carry out this task. That was the reason we transferred you from Blue Sky Pass to this place." With a solemn expression, Liu Zhiping said, "Since time immemorial, warships have always been the greatest advantage of our human race. If the Black Ink clan manages to refine their own warships and deploy them in large-scale wars, our advantage will be gone for good. By then, the foundation passed down to us from our ancestors will be ruined. In that case, how are we going to face our ancestors when we pass away in the future?" "I understand," Xianxia replied solemnly, "that is the reason I requested to come to Yingyang Pass." "I'm glad that you understand." Tang Qiu nodded with gratification, "Let's cut to the chase. Tell us what you're thinking and what you might need to help with the plan. We'll satisfy your needs as long as we can." After giving it a thought, Xianxia asked, "How much information have you gathered so far?" The army commanders shook their heads. Tang Qiu said, "In truth, we've only gathered a tiny bit of information. It's almost negligible. We just found a pseudo-warship that was used by the Black Ink clan more than 10 years ago. As for who made it or where it was made, we have no idea." Chapter 50-57, Mr. Storyteller Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Upon hearing that, Xianxia frowned, "Is there really no useful information at all?" An embarrassed Tang Qiu shook his head, "The only thing we can give you is a list of a dozen names. As for whether one of them is really the Black Ink disciple who is able to refine warships, you'll have to find out on your own." Xianxia nodded and gently tapped the table. The information provided by those in Yingyang Pass was limited, which was what he had expected. If it was so easy to ascertain the Black Ink disciple's identity, they wouldn't have sought his help. This was only natural though, as the Black Ink clan would definitely do their best to protect such a valuable talent. Even the ordinary Black Ink clansmen wouldn't be aware of such inside information, so how could the humans gather any useful clues? Although we can't give you any concrete information, we speculate that the Black Ink disciple probably resides in their royal city. Royal city? Xianxia arched his brow. Tang Qiu nodded, "Yes, the royal city, where their royal lord is located." "In that case, this will be a difficult task." Xianxia felt his heart sinking. If the Black Ink disciple really lived in the royal city, even the old ancestor might not be able to capture him alive. Xianxia initially thought that as long as he could find out the Black Ink disciple's whereabouts, he could try to send a message back to Yingyang Pass, and they would handle the rest of the matter, with the old ancestor likely making a move at that point. However, if the Black Ink disciple really resided in the royal city, it would be useless for the old ancestor to make a move, for it wasn't easy to deal with any Black Ink clan royal lord. After pondering on it for a moment, Xianxia said, regardless of the risk, I have to find my way into the Black Ink clan's territory first. Has there been any skirmishes between Yinyang Pass and the Black Ink clan recently? Xianxia replied, yes. 10 years ago, Wu Qing and Ding Yao joined forces to dive into the Black Ink clan's territory and make a scene. The Black Ink clan retaliated in response. Even though they haven't marshaled their army to invade Yinyang Pass, there have been small-scale conflicts. They have also never stopped harassing the resource harvesting areas we occupied. Upon hearing that, Xianxia appeared puzzled. Are there no void Yinyang mirrors in Yinyang Pass? Why are there still conflicts with the Black Ink clan in resource harvesting areas? The method of refining the void Yinyang mirrors had been spread across the Great Passes. The Universe Worlds and Blue Sky Pass occupied resource harvesting areas had been moved back to Blue Sky Pass, so they could just extract resources at their doorstep. They no longer had to go to faraway places. That way, their safety and efficiency had been improved significantly. Even if the Black Ink clan discovered this, there was nothing they could do as they wouldn't dare to launch an invasion. After all, the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater suffered a big defeat more than 10 years ago, and they were still recuperating. Xianxia explained, we've made some void Yinyang mirrors, and they're indeed useful. We're still in the midst of moving those universe worlds back. However, the Black Ink clan has never stopped harassing us, so some of the void Yinyang mirrors have been damaged. That's why our progress lags behind that of Blue Sky Pass. Upon hearing his explanation, Xianxia finally understood. The void Yinyang mirrors were artifacts he made for him, so he could easily control them. Nevertheless, it was harder for others to use these artifacts, so they were unable to move the universe worlds as quickly and easily as he did. Moreover, the Black Ink clan in the Yinyang Theater were almost at full strength, which was why their harassment was more intense than in the Blue Sky Theater. As such, the conflicts were still ongoing in the resource harvesting areas in the Yinyang Theater. That was the reason I was held up when I was on my way back, Xianxia said. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Did you come across a territory lord? Only a territory lord would be able to injure Xianxia. Xianxia replied, yes, there was a territory lord. Xianxia let out a breath. This will be easy, then. Upon hearing that, the army commanders turned to look at him and a perplexed Fei Yushan asked, what do you mean by that? Xianxia explained, as you are aware, in the past, I was forced to pretend to be a Black Ink disciple in the Black Ink clan's territory so that I could survive. At that time I was only in the 6th order, and the one who tried to corrupt me with Black Ink strength was only a high-rank Black Ink clansman. Now, I'm in the 7th order open heaven realm, so if I want to pretend to be a Black Ink disciple, a feudal lord or territory lord will have to make a move. In order to gather more information, I think that I'll have a greater chance to achieve my goal by following a territory lord, hence, I need a territory lord to corrupt me with their Black Ink strength so that I will become his Black Ink disciple. Fei Yushan finally realized the younger man's intention. You want to join the battle in one of the resource harvesting areas and get captured? Yes. That will be risky. Xianxia frowned. Since the deployment of purifying Black Ink battleships, there hasn't been a single human who has been corrupted in the past 20 years. If you're suddenly corrupted by Black Ink strength, the Black Ink clan might grow suspicious. Moreover, if the territory lord is determined to kill you, how are you going to resist? Xianxia said, I have a way to make sure that they won't grow suspicious. Even though it's risky, I'll most likely succeed. On the other hand, as long as I can show them that I'm valuable, the territory lord wouldn't want to kill me. A 7th order Black Ink disciple was precious to a territory lord, especially if the 7th order human was more powerful than the others in the same order. That was the reason Zhu Feng territory lord treasured by Yi back then. The army commanders exchanged glances and nodded. Seeing that, Xianxia went on to say, since we're all on the same page, we now have to select a territory lord that I'll submit to so that it will be easier for me to carry out this task. I'll leave that decision to all of you. Additionally, we have to look for a suitable chance. Wu Qing replied, don't worry, we'll come up with a comprehensive plan so that the risk will be minimized. I shall trouble you all, then. Xianxia said, you can go back now. I'll inform you when the right time comes. Yes, I'll take my leave now. Yang Kai cupped his fist. By the way, take a stroll around the marketplace if you have some free time, Tang Qiu suddenly said. Yang Kai didn't directly agree to this request. To be honest, if not for the fact that he was forced by the little girl to head to the marketplace, he would never want to go to that damned place. He had no idea why Tang Qiu suddenly wanted him to visit the marketplace. He soon left the army headquarters, but the moment he arrived at his courtyard, he saw a petite figure sitting on the steps in front of the door. Perhaps she had been waiting for too long, so she was now sound asleep with her head resting against the door frame. Yang Kai walked up to her, but it didn't seem that she would be waking up anytime soon. Gazing at the little girl, he couldn't help but let out a sigh and pat her head. The little girl awakened slowly and rubbed her eyes. It was obvious that she was still sleepy. Where were you? I've been waiting for you. I went to the army headquarters to attend to some matters. The little girl didn't seem to hear what he had just said. Instead, she just looked up at him and said, Yang Kai, I'm hungry. Let's go. We'll get some steamed stuffed buns, Yang Kai replied. The little girl leaped to her feet and chanted joyfully, steamed stuffed buns. Steamed stuffed buns. They then headed straight to the marketplace. The moment Yang Kai stepped into the restaurant, he saw Lu Jiping, who was clad in simple homespun clothes, working hard to prepare dough. Her face and hair were covered with flour. Yang Kai's face twitched at the sight. This highly respected Western Army commander was in the army headquarters of the Eastern Army just moments ago, but here she was acting as the owner of a steamed bun shop now. Yang Kai felt awkward as he was already aware of her identity. As usual, the shop hand hospitably welcomed them into the restaurant and 10 baskets of steamed stuffed buns were soon wolfed down. Usually, Yang Kai could return to his room at this point, as even though the little girl was a big eater, she could easily be appeased with this amount of steamed stuffed buns. However, she wouldn't let Yang Kai go on this day. What else do you want to do? Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. The little girl pointed in a particular direction. There's a tea house at the other end of the street. The stories told by Mr. Storyteller are interesting. Yang Kai asked curiously, Mr. Storyteller? Why haven't I seen him before? He visited this marketplace almost every day for the past few days, so he was familiar with all the shops here already. He was also aware of the tea house's existence, but he had never seen this Mr. Storyteller there when he passed by the shop. The little girl giggled. That's because Mr. Storyteller left town to travel around some time ago. He just returned yesterday. He just returned yesterday? Yang Kai suddenly had an ominous feeling. With the little girl leading the way, they soon arrived at the tea house. The place was filled with people, and there were a lot of tables on the floor. In front of them was a curvy woman, who was clad in a fancy costume, standing on the platform. She was singing a song in a melodious voice. The performance was so excellent that she earned a round of applause from the audience. Yang Kai took a deep breath at the sight of such hustle and bustle. Despite having visited this marketplace many times, he still couldn't get used to it. It had to be noted that the spectators and the singer were all open heaven realm masters, with many of them in the 7th order and even 8th order. Did those in Yinyang Pass have nothing better to do? This way, the little girl seemed to be familiar with the place as she pulled Yang Kai towards an empty table. A shop hand promptly approached them. What would you like to order? The voice sounded familiar to Yang Kai, and the instant he turned his head, he was dumbfounded, for the shop hand was none other than Qing Kuei, though his subservient manner didn't look anything like his usual self. Qing, Yang Kai called out. Qing Luo tea, is it? Qing Kuei cut him off. Excellent, it's the best tea we have in this tea house. Yang Kai gazed at him as if the latter was a fool. Seemingly oblivious to his expression, Qing Kuei asked, what else do you need? The little girl said, snacks. Good, please give me a moment, Qing Kuei replied hospitably and turned around to leave. A moment later, a plate of fruits and some nuts were served. There was no doubt that the service here was top-notch. After the singer was done, she elegantly stepped down from the platform. The next instant, the elderly Mr. Storyteller walked up on stage. The moment Yang Kai saw this person, he couldn't help but press his face into his palm. As expected, Mr. Storyteller, who was said to have just returned from traveling around, was none other than Tang Qiu, who Yang Kai had seen in the army headquarters just a while ago. Instead of staying in his room to recuperate from his injuries, Tang Qiu had come to the marketplace to tell some stories. It was all highly improper. However, Tang Qiu ignored Yang Kai as he swept a glance over them and placed a wooden block on the table before he began telling a story. Chapter 50-58, Welcome back, Old Ancestor Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidger Keys. More than 10 days had passed since Tang Qiu's return. As usual, the little girl would bring Yang Kai to the marketplace every day and spend a long time there. One day, after she was done having steamed stuffed buns, Yang Kai bought her several skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. The little girl, who was skipping at the front, suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at Yang Kai. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was perplexed. "Close your eyes." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "What do you want to do? Why are you trying to be mysterious?" The little girl pouted, "Just close your eyes." All right. Yang Kai closed his eyes as he was told. "Stick out your hand," the little girl was heard saying. Yang Kai extended his hand, and following that, he realized that something was placed on his palm. When he opened his eyes, he saw a copper coin. He broke into laughter. "Why did you give me a copper coin?" With her head tilted, the little girl said, "You've been treating me to meals every day, and you also bought me a hairpin. There's nothing else I can give you other than this thing." Well, at least she's grateful. Yang Kai felt warmth in his heart. Even though it was just a single copper coin, it showed the little girl's sincerity. "Thank you for this, then." Yang Kai put on a smile. Just when he was ready to keep the copper coin, he realized that it was different from the ones circulating in the marketplace. It was obviously far more ancient. He asked curiously, "Where did you get this from?" There had never been any money with the little girl, so where did she find this ancient copper coin? While munching on her sugar-coated hawthorn fruits, the little girl replied in a muffled voice, "I took it from the old ancestor." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was astounded. "You took it from the old ancestor?" The little girl replied nonchalantly, "You have to keep it in a safe place. If you come across any danger, you might be able to save your life by taking this coin out." The ancient coin in Yang Kai's hand felt much heavier all of a sudden, and he quickly said, No, this thing is far too valuable, just keep it. You're an adult, don't be so uptight. And let's call it a day. I'm sleepy now, so I'll go back and get some rest." Upon finishing her words, the little girl directly skipped off. Just when Yang Kai was ready to race after her, a figure descended from the sky and stood in the way. It was none other than Su Linggong, and upon seeing Yang Kai, he hurriedly said, "The time is here. Come with me." Yang Kai took a look in the direction the little girl was heading and briefly hesitated before leaving with Su Linggong in a hurry. Meanwhile, he carefully put the ancient coin away. In the marketplace, the little girl, who was skipping along, suddenly stopped in her tracks and became unmoving. As she stood still, the entire marketplace seemed to have frozen in time. A moment later, a breeze whisked across the street and the flags on both sides started flapping in the air. In an instant, everyone in the marketplace turned to look at the little girl. The little girl, whom Yang Kai thought was an origin king, saw her aura increasing madly like a tsunami. Soon, it reached the open heaven realm, and it didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. As her cultivation increased rapidly, her body seemed to be going through a transformation as well. While engulfed in a faint light, her petite figure grew quickly. In just a cup of tea, the little girl, whose aura was originally in the origin king realm, turned into an alluring woman in her late 20s or early 30s. The dense aura swirling around her suggested that she was above the 8th order open heaven realm. "Welcome back, old ancestor. Welcome back, old ancestor. Welcome back, old ancestor." In the marketplace, congratulations were heard coming from all directions in a continuous manner. The young woman opened her eyes and said in a clear voice, "It has been difficult for all of you. Let's call it a day." "Yes, old ancestor." After they responded to her, the shop started closing rapidly. In just an instant stick, the originally bustling marketplace fell into silence, and no one was in sight. The young woman turned her head to look out of the inner sanctum with a dispassionate expression. As her clothes flapped in the wind, she disappeared abruptly from the spot the next instant. In the meantime, Yang Kai and Su Linggong were standing on the deck of a warship that was hovering in the void outside of the inner sanctum. Su Linggong was a squad leader, and including himself, there were 2 7th Order, 8 6th Order, and 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in his squad for a total of 13. This was a fairly typical configuration for a squad in the Great Passes. Dawn was an outlier that was unlike the others. On the entire Black Ink battlefield, there were only a small number of special operations squads like Dawn. Even though there were only 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this squad, such a roster, along with their warship, allowed them to exert the strength of 5 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters when dealing with enemies on the battlefield, which greatly enhanced their collective power. At this moment, Su Linggong was explaining to Yang Kai about the situation they were facing. As per your request, the army commanders in the inner sanctum have had a serious discussion and confirmed that your target will be Heiyuan Territory Lord. He's one of the most powerful territory lords working for Muguang Royal Lord, and he has gained the latter's favor as well. If you can become his Black Ink disciple, you'll have a chance to follow him to the royal city, which will make it easier for you to gather information. However, some maneuvers are needed in order to help you become his Black Ink disciple. With that said, you don't have to worry about it as the army commanders have come up with a comprehensive plan. If everything goes well, we'll be able to achieve our goal. You just have to play it by ear and act at the right time. Yang Kai nodded, got it. Su Linggong said, this opportunity was hard to come by, which is why we're in a hurry. The army commanders wanted me to ask you if you're prepared. Yang Kai replied seriously, I'm ready to carry out our plan. Good, Su Linggong nodded gently. Are we going to look for Heiyuan now? Yang Kai asked. Su Linggong shook his head, no, we're not. Heiyuan is in one of the resource harvesting areas now. Presently, Army Commander Wu Qing is dealing with him. If everything goes well, Heiyuan will be badly injured and forced to flee. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he had somewhat figured out the plan those from Yinyang Pass had come up with. Just like Su Linggong had said, Heiyuan Territory Lord and Wu Qing were in a fight in the resource harvesting area. Heiyuan was one of the 5 most powerful territory lords working for Muguang. On the other hand, Wu Qing was the Southern Army commander here, and the strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in Yinyang Pass. It was expected that their fight would be intense, with space collapsing all around them as they battled. Both of them knew each other well as it wasn't the first time they fought. Despite that, Heiyuan still felt his heart sinking as Wu Qing was acting far more ferocious than in the past. He seemed determined to kill even if he was wounded in the process. It was apparent that Wu Qing didn't care if both of them ended up in a horrible state. Furthermore, Wu Qing possessed one of the 4 universe pillars, so he wasn't afraid of Black Ink strength at all. The biggest advantage of the Black Ink clan was useless against him. Meanwhile, Heiyuan Territory Lord became increasingly discomfited. Even though he did manage to injure Wu Qing, he was unable to kill him. On the other hand, he was also badly wounded. Other than the 2 of them, human soldiers and the Black Ink clan's army were clashing with one another on the battlefield. There were also other locations where the 8th Order humans and Black Ink territory lords were locked in intense battles. Humans were the ones who launched the attack this time, which caught the Black Ink clan off guard. Heiyuan didn't understand why the humans were acting so aggressively all of a sudden. However, things had come to a point where he could only clench his teeth and keep fighting. The Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses in just half a day, but it wasn't until this moment that Heiyuan realized that the humans had secretly sent reinforcements to this battlefield. Initially, even though the humans were at an advantage in this particular resource harvesting area, they were not overwhelmingly more powerful than the other party. Now that they had helpers though, how was the Black Ink clan supposed to resist? Seeing that they were on the losing side, Heiyuan wanted to flee. However, Wu Qing seemed to have gone mad as he aimed fixedly at Heiyuan, which ensured that the latter would not be able to escape. 2 or 3 days later, the Black Ink clan had suffered near catastrophic losses while, even though some of the soldiers from Yinyang Pass were killed, the number was tolerable. Amidst the chaotic battle, a column of light suddenly shot into the sky. It was obviously a signal. The Black Ink clan, who had no idea what was going on, were astounded as they wondered what the humans were up to. Heiyuan, who was battling against Wu Qing, also sported a solemn expression. All of a sudden, Wu Qing dropped all his defenses and went all out to strike at He Yuan. A flabbergasted He Yuan instinctively counterattacked. As their powers clashed, the void around them trembled fiercely. Both of them were sent flying away as they sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Both parties ended up being horribly injured. Wu Qing had gained the upper hand as he was the one who made a move first, so his injury was less severe than that of He Yuan. Therefore, he recovered quickly and tried to follow up with his assault. Seeing the other party act so madly, He Yuan didn't dare to keep fighting. Moreover, the humans had just sent a signal, so more reinforcements might be on their way. At the thought of this, He Yuan quickly released a large black ink cloud and concealed himself in it. Wu Qing charged into the cloud, but He Yuan was already nowhere in sight. Half a day later, the battlefield fell dead silent. The humans had gained a victory while the Black Ink clan fled in embarrassment. All of a sudden, a weakened Xianxia appeared beside Wu Qing. He was already injured, to begin with, and before he could recuperate, he came all the way here to fight against a Black Ink clan territory lord, which exacerbated his wounds. As such, it would probably take him several years to recuperate. "Are you all right?" Tang Qiu asked. "His injury is more severe than mine," Wu Qing snorted. Tang Qiu was rendered speechless as he once again witnessed how much this guy hated suffering a loss. After taking a glance at the battlefield that was in a mess, he let out a sigh. The stage has been set. "I wonder if things will go to plan." Wu Qing replied impassively, "There's only so much we can do, the rest is up to the heavens." "You always tend to look on the bright side." Tang Qiu put on a smile, and then the light in his eyes went out. "We've paid a huge price here, a lot of our people have died. I hope it is worth it. Everyone who lost their life on the Black Ink battlefield did not die for nothing." Upon finishing his words, Wu Qing turned around and returned to his ship, leaving Tang Qiu with a dampened expression on his face. Chapter 50-59, So Strong Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. A warship navigated through the void like an agile fish in water. As the Open Heaven Realm Masters channeled their world force, the arrays they were powering activated. The next moment, they launched violent attacks towards their enemies. Every strike was equivalent to the attack of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The Black Ink clansmen, who were running away, were unable to fend off the attacks and a large number of them were killed instantly, with the survivors scattering randomly. This warship was commanded by none other than Su Linggong, who had his squad members assisting him. They departed from Yinyang Pass and arrived at their destination just in time. Before they could settle in though, they saw some Black Ink clansmen fleeing in their direction. Both Yang Kai and Su Linggong knew that these Black Ink clansmen must have fled from the resource harvesting area. The sight before their eyes suggested that the humans had gained the upper hand on the battlefield, and they might have even broken the main force of the Black Ink clan. That was the reason these Black Ink clansmen were fleeing. There wasn't even a single feudal lord among this group, so they could be considered insignificant. Yang Kai and the others were not even interested in fighting against them as, by relying on the warship's power, they could destroy these Black Ink clansmen with ease. Presently, they were stationed on the route the Black Ink clansmen had to pass through if they wanted to retreat to their territory. It was a plan devised by those from Yinyang Pass. Now, they were waiting for the wounded He Yuan to arrive at this place. That would be the key moment when they would execute the plan that those from Yinyang Pass had come up with. In order to make this plan a success, Yinyang Pass prematurely launched a comprehensive assault in the resource harvesting area so that Yang Kai could pretend to become a Black Ink disciple and safely reach the Black Ink clan's hinterland. The different parts of this plan were connected in a meticulous way. Those from the Black Ink clan could never have expected that the humans would go to such great lengths just to sneak Yang Kai into their territory. After the warship navigated through the void for another half a day, they managed to kill a lot of Black Ink clansmen. Eventually, they came across a group that was worthy of their attention. There were over 100 Black Ink clansmen in this group with 2 feudal lords leading them. However, both of them were wounded as they had been in a prolonged battle just now. The entire group was obviously dispirited. The instant the feudal lords saw the warship approaching, they were flabbergasted. They could not understand why a warship belonging to the humans would appear in this kind of place. It wasn't the first time the feudal lords battled against humans, so they were aware that this kind of worship was powerful. Even though there were only a dozen or so people in a human squad, there would normally be 2 7th-order open heaven realm masters with them. The squad members, coupled with this worship, were more than enough to deal with these wounded Black Ink clansmen. However, as the feudal lords thought of the fact that more of their comrades were on the way to this place, they set their minds at ease. Regardless of the reason this worship had appeared in this place, it was their best chance to earn some merits. As long as they could trap this human squad here, they could eventually subdue them when more of their clansmen arrived. They had just suffered a humiliating defeat, so if they could make a contribution here, they might be spared some punishment when they returned. At the thought of this, the feudal lords exchanged glances and nodded. They had come to a consensus without the need for a discussion. One of the feudal lords quickly waved his hand and ordered, "Encircle them here, don't let them flee." Upon finishing his words, he charged forward like a cat that had caught a whiff of fish. It was as though he was worried that he wouldn't get a reward for not being the first one to make a move. However, what he saw the next instant astonished him. He initially thought that this squad, which was alone in this place, would immediately flee upon seeing so many Black Ink clansmen, but things turned out very different from what he had anticipated. Instead of fleeing, the squad actually sailed their warship towards them. Before the warship even arrived, its arrays started flickering. The feudal lord, who was at the front, was dumbstruck as a sense of danger overwhelmed him. He quickly dodged away, and in the next instant, a powerful beam of light shot out and tore through the void. Even though the feudal lord had successfully evaded the attack, he still felt an impact from it. He was already injured to begin with, so if he had been struck just now, he would most likely have lost his life. When he turned his head, he felt his heart being cut to pieces. A gap had appeared in the middle of the group of over 100 Black Ink clansmen. More than 20 of his subordinates had lost their lives following the attack. Energy fluctuations flared again as 2 more beams of light were shot out from the warship. Even though the Black Ink clansmen tried to dodge, many of them were still killed. After 3 attacks from the warship, more than half of the Black Ink clansmen were sent on the road to the Yellow Springs. It didn't end there though, as all of a sudden, a figure dashed out of the warship with a spear in his hands. With a simple thrust, the weapon seemed to ignore the distance between them and soon reached the feudal lord. The feudal lord was horrified as he had never expected this human to be so quick and hurriedly surged his Black Ink strength to form a shield in front of him. The usually impenetrable shield was unable to withstand this attack. As soon as the spear came into contact with the shield, the solid Black Ink strength burst apart. However, this momentary delay allowed the feudal lord to shift his figure so that his vitals wouldn't be hit. As dark blood spurted out, the spear pierced the feudal lord's shoulder and stuck out the other side. The wounded feudal lord was both shocked and furious as he looked up and roared, clenching his fist tight as he punched out. The attack contained a power that could destroy heaven and shatter earth. However, the feudal lord missed his target. He had no idea how the enemy disappeared, but when he detected the other party's aura again, he felt a sense of danger coming at him from the side. When he turned his head, he saw a dispassionate-looking young man and a sharp spear rapidly enlarging before his eyes. At this life-and-death moment, the feudal lord raised his arms in an attempt to blunt the attack. At the same time, he puffed out a Black Ink cloud from his mouth to engulf the human in the hopes that the latter would back down. The spear thrust through the Black Ink cloud and slid past his arms before striking the feudal lord's head and causing it to burst. The young man dashed out of the Black Ink cloud and brushed past the headless feudal lord without pause, his entire figure engulfed in murderous intent. The battlefield fell silent. The surviving Black Ink clansmen were astonished, while at the same time, Su Linggong and his squad aboard the warship felt their brows twitching. So strong, Qing Kuei, who was in charge of one of the arrays, gulped. Even though he had been operating the array, he could clearly see what happened just now. It only took Yang Kai a couple of breaths to fly out of the warship and kill a feudal lord in less than 5 moves. A feudal lord was killed just like that. Even though he was already injured to begin with, he was still a feudal lord equivalent to a 7th-order human master. Despite that, he was still as powerless as a child in front of Yang Kai. This kind of overwhelming power was simply unheard of. Even though Qing Kuei had seen a lot of 7th-order open heaven realm masters since coming to the Black Ink battlefield, none of them was comparable to Yang Kai, not even his honored master Su Linggong. He recalled that when he first met Yang Kai, both of them were only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Due to various reasons, Yang Kai took part in the Tao Theory Assembly, which was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, and he eventually won first place. Since then, Yang Kai had become a famous figure among the cave heavens and paradises. Many years had passed, and now Yang Kai surpassed Qin Kuei by a large margin when it came to strength. After making some calculations, Qin Kuei realized that he was already a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master when the brat was just Emperor Realm Jr. He was still in the Sixth Order when this boy ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. When the brat made it to the Sixth Order, he was still a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Now that same brat was in the Seventh Order, while he was still in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. At the thought of this, Qin Kuei felt dejected, thinking that he had wasted all the years he had lived. Suing Shui, who was in charge of another array, seemed to have detected the change in his emotions, so she said gently, "There are always some people in the world who are extremely blessed with luck and talent, so there's no point feeling bothered by it, senior brother. Since you're not comparable to them, you should strive to be better. By improving yourself each day. The only person you have to surpass is yourself." Qin Kuei put on a helpless smile. "I understand, but it's the first time I realize there's such a huge gap between someone else and me." Su Linggong said in a serious tone, "Since you're aware of your shortcomings, you can improve yourself. Considering that you're not as lucky and talented as him, you have to work extra hard. On the road to the peak, nothing is more important than your own efforts." "Yes," Qin Kuei replied respectfully. The deputy squad leader, who was also a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, approached Su Linggong and asked in a hushed voice, "Do we need to give him a hand, squad leader?" Su Linggong shook his head, "There's no need for that. Just watch." Judging from the speed Yang Kai was able to kill a feudal lord, he would destroy these Black Ink clansmen in no time even without any help from them. As they spoke, the surviving Black Ink clansmen had descended into chaos. The remaining feudal lord was horrified by the fact that his companion was killed in just a couple breaths of time. His strength was on par with that of his companion who was killed, but the latter was easily dispatched by Yang Kai with just 2 or 3 moves. He reckoned that he wouldn't be a match for the young man either. Is this human really a Seventh Order Master? The feudal lord almost went mad. He reckoned that even an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master couldn't give him so much pressure. Why would there be such a horrifying Seventh Order human in this world? Therefore, the instant Yang Kai turned to look at the feudal lord and locked his senses onto him, the latter directly turned around to flee without the intention to fight. However, before he could escape any notable distance, he shuddered and became rooted to the spot. When he lowered his head, he saw that the tip of a spear had stuck out from his chest. Black blood was streaming out of the wound, and it wasn't until this moment that he was overwhelmed by a sense of excruciating pain. While feeling despondent, the feudal lord wanted to make a final retaliatory strike, but Yang Kai quickly wielded his spear and surged his world force. Following that, the feudal lord exploded into blood mist as his broken limbs scattered around the void. "What a shame," Yang Kai muttered under his breath. The first feudal lord had the guts to exchange moves with him in order to resist, however, this feudal lord just wanted to flee, which only accelerated his demise. There were initially more than 100 Black Ink clansmen in this group, but half of them were destroyed by the warship in the opening salvo. Then, the 2 feudal lords were killed by Yang Kai's spear. How were the remaining Black Ink clansmen supposed to be a match for them now? As the warship and Yang Kai acted together, all the Black Ink clansmen were soon killed. Chapter 5060, Ambush Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidger Keys. Even though a group of more than 100 Black Ink clansmen had been destroyed, the battle still hadn't ended. More and more groups of Black Ink clansmen of different numbers were fleeing from the resource harvesting area. These Black Ink clansmen, who were basically half dead from taking part in the great battle, could no longer form an effective formation. Not only were they apprehensive while running away, but they were scattered and in disarray. They just wanted to flee from this area and return to a safe place as soon as possible. Although Yang Kai was the only one who had left the warship to directly deal with the enemy, the warship led by Su Linggong would assist him. These dispirited Black Ink clansmen no longer had the courage to keep fighting, so they were easily killed the moment they clashed with Yang Kai. Coupled with the arrays on the warship, they could effortlessly wipe out most of the enemies. Of course, a small number of the Black Ink clansmen were lucky enough to successfully flee. It was a good start for the humans. The Black Ink clansmen were easily killed regardless of their numbers. First of all, these Black Ink clansmen were scattered around. Secondly, there weren't any truly powerful masters, so they were unable to resist Xianxia's spear. The few feudal lords who appeared were all executed as soon as they arrived. However, as time passed, it became increasingly difficult to deal with the enemies. An increasing number of Black Ink clansmen arrived at this place and were astonished upon seeing the intense battle taking place, thinking that the humans had arranged an ambush here. Nevertheless, when they had a clearer picture of the battle, they set their minds at ease. There was indeed an ambush, but it was just a squad-level warship. In other words, only one squad of human soldiers was trying to ambush them here. They had no idea why there was a human squad in this place, but they reckoned that these squad members wanted to earn merits by trying to take advantage of them as they were injured, which was why the other party had left the main force of the humans. There was nothing to be afraid of since there was only a squad. Following the feudal lord's orders, countless high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen charged towards the warship. Instantly, Xianxia felt immensely pressured. Given his current strength, he wasn't afraid of these high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. Even if he was unable to kill them all, his only option was to flee. However, his purpose was not to flee, and he couldn't showcase any of his space secret techniques. Therefore, when faced with the tide of Black Ink clansmen, he could only grit his teeth and fight on. Right then, two figures shot out of the warship. They were none other than Su Linggong and the other 7th Order Vice Squad leader, who decided to help. At that instant, 3 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were assisted by a warship, began a massacre. There were Black Ink clansmen who were killed with every breath. Minced meat, dark blood, and Black Ink strength soon covered the void. Some of the feudal lords would hide among the cannon fodder and secretly approach the 3 of them, waiting for a chance to launch sneak attacks. In such a chaotic battle, even a veteran 7th Order master like Su Linggong was unable to detect such hidden danger. Fortunately, Xianxia still had some energy to spare as he continuously monitored their surroundings. Every time a feudal lord approached, he could instantly identify them. After some of these reckless feudal lords were killed, the remaining feudal lords didn't dare to move forward. They watched the battle from a distance as they wanted to deplete the energy of these 7th Order humans using the cannon fodder before capturing them. On the battlefield, Xianxia sported a calm expression. His hands were steady as he wielded his spear, and every attack could deal critical damage to his enemies. He had rarely experienced a battle with such intensity, but everything was still within his control. However, Su Linggong and the vice squad leader grew increasingly apprehensive. As they were surrounded by more and more Black Ink clansmen, they couldn't help but think that they might not survive this day. A squad of a dozen members in theory shouldn't be able to resist such a large group of Black Ink clansmen, so both of them were surprised that they had persevered for such a long time. However, they knew that the reason behind it was that Xianxia had fended off most of the enemies. If not for him, their squad would have been destroyed. Rays of light were shot from the arrays on the warship into the Black Ink clansmen, with each strike dealing a heavy blow to the enemies. Nonetheless, even a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Qin Kuei was unable to sustain activating the arrays for such a long time. The defensive light around the warship was also on the brink of collapsing following the relentless attacks from the Black Ink clansmen. Once the warship's shields failed, the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the squad would lose the warship's protection. When that happened, they would be unable to ward off the Black Ink strength, thus falling into a perilous situation. Even though they had been taking turns to operate the arrays, they couldn't get enough time to really rest given the battle's intensity. It was simply impossible for them to persevere for long. All the squad members were exhausted after half a day of battle. Even Su Linggong and his 7th Order Vice Squad leader were no longer as ferocious as when they started. Only Xianxia remained as ruthless and energetic as always. The strength of an Open Heaven Realm Master's heritage was manifested in such a battle. In fact, Su Linggong was supposedly more powerful than Xianxia when it came to his heritage. After all, he was a veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master while Xianxia was a newly promoted one. Simply put, his cultivation was ahead of Xianxia's by thousands of years. However, Xianxia had the World Tree clone in his small universe, so he wasn't afraid of Black Ink's strength at all. Hence, there wasn't a need for him to divert any of his power to resist Black Ink's strength in this battle. On the other hand, Su Linggong had to continuously spend a part of his world force to fend off the Black Ink strength, thus exhausting himself more quickly. Moreover, the living beings inside Xianxia's small universe would constantly replenish and increase his heritage and world force, therefore, his stamina was much greater than that of the average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Additionally, every time the World Tree clone breathed, his world force would be purified. That was the reason he could deal a heavier blow to the enemies than most 7th Order humans. Countless Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives, including a number of feudal lords. As time passed, an increasing number of Black Ink clansmen were killed, but this epic battle didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. 1,000 kilometers away from the battlefield, there was a large ship that was navigating through the void. On the large ship were defeated Black Ink clansmen. Many of these injured people were lying on the deck and groaning in pain. It could be said that they had suffered immense losses in the battle that had just ended. For some reason, the humans had gone mad and mobilized a lot more soldiers than expected, which caught the Black Ink clan off guard. Even the territory lords in charge of the battlefield were all badly wounded. One of the territory lords was even killed by 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had joined forces. It wasn't easy fleeing from the battlefield as the humans were still relentlessly pursuing them, seizing every chance they could to kill even more. It wasn't until an hour ago that the humans finally stopped chasing after them, which allowed these Black Ink clansmen to take a breather. The pursuit also exacerbated the injuries of these territory lords. Other than He Yuan, the other territory lords had fallen into a state of deep sleep. They had to be immediately sent to Black Ink nests, otherwise, their rank might drop from their injuries. They had already lost the battle, so if several territory lords saw their rank regress at the same time, He Yuan wouldn't be able to explain himself to Mu Guang. After all, the number of territory lords that a royal lord commanded was a direct measure of their strength. Therefore, He Yuan had to get back to his territory as soon as possible in order to send these unconscious territory lords into Black Ink nests. As for He Yuan himself, he was worn out as well. He yearned to get some rest inside his Black Ink nest, but he was the only territory lord who was still conscious at this point. As such, he had to persevere to prevent any accidents from happening. Unfortunately, what he dreaded most still happened. While he was lost in his thoughts, a feudal lord came to him quickly and reported, "Sir, there's a battle going on 1,000 kilometers up ahead. There seems to be an ambush by the humans." A shocked He Yuan rose from the large chair and shouted, "An ambush? Where did those humans come from?" The feudal lord was horrified, and faced with the pressure from his superior, he replied in a trembling voice, "I have no idea." "Go find out then." He Yuan snapped. "Yes." The feudal lord left the place upon receiving the order. An absent-minded He Yuan started pacing back and forth. He wasn't even sure if he could survive since there was an ambush ahead of them. Presently, he was in a terrible state. Even though there were other territory lords on the ship, they were injured and had all basically fallen into comas. Their foundations would be damaged if they were forcefully awakened, and it was questionable how much help they would be even if they were. However, he couldn't figure out why there was an ambush ahead of him. It had to be noted that even though the Black Ink clan had suffered tremendous losses in the previous battle, the humans did not fare much better. Some of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were horribly wounded, and if not for the human deploying more reinforcements to join the battle, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have been humiliated so badly. Nevertheless, the place in front of him was very close to the Black Ink clan's base, but the humans had arranged an ambush there. Weren't they worried that the royal lord would notice and decide to kill them? When that happened, it would mean massive losses for the humans, who were known for their cunning. It was inconceivable that they would do such a reckless thing. In fact, if there was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the battle ahead of him, He Yuan would have no choice but to make a detour. Given the state he was in, he wouldn't dare to directly deal with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He certainly had to flee. Soon, the feudal lord returned and reported, "Sir, I've gathered some useful information. There's only one human squad ahead of us." Upon hearing that, He Yuan sported a dumbfounded expression. One squad? Are you sure? The feudal lord nodded. Yes, there's only a squad. I saw it with my eyes. There are only 3 7th order humans while the rest aren't worth our attention. So there's only one squad. He Yuan was startled for a moment before moving to the deck to intently observe the battlefield. As a territory lord, he was able to see what was happening 1,000 kilometers away with ease, so soon he took in what was happening on the battlefield. Just like his subordinate had reported, there was only a standard human squad with a squad-level warship in front of him. There were 3 7th order open heaven realm masters, while the rest were in the 5th order and 6th order. He Yuan's expression still darkened though as he asked, how did one human squad kill so many of our clansmen? He could see that a lot of minced meat and dark blood were scattered around the battlefield, which suggested that they had suffered immense losses. Chapter 5061, An Act Has to Be Convincing. Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidger. Keys. The sight before He Yuan's eyes made him extremely furious. To begin with, they had already suffered a setback in the previous battle. The treacherous humans suddenly mobilized a lot of soldiers to come over and help, which caught them off guard. Now, there wasn't even a single 8th order open heaven realm master in this squad, but they had managed to kill so many of the Black Ink clansmen. Certainly, He Yuan would never tolerate this. When did the Black Ink clan become so weak? He was already in a terrible mood, and now, he was practically fuming. The feudal lord said in a shaking voice, Sir, one of the 7th order humans is unbelievably strong. He Yuan remained silent. In fact, he had already noticed this. The 3 7th order humans were the core of this squad, and while 2 of them were quite normal, displaying what would be expected from 7th order humans, the spear-holding young man was distinct as he was able to easily wipe out any Black Ink clansman that came near him. The extent of his strength was inconceivable. While gazing at the spear-holding young man with narrowed eyes, He Yuan was astounded. It was no wonder that the humans had the guts to intercept them here, for they had this young man with them. However, such a young man was still too weak in front of a territory lord. He Yuan snorted, Pass on my orders. Kill them all regardless of what it takes. The feudal lord replied, Yes. Without stopping, the large ship continued to inch closer to the battlefield. Following He Yuan's order, the already intense battle became even more violent. Initially, after Yang Kai killed some reckless feudal lords, the remaining hidden feudal lords didn't dare to make a rash move again. They remained hidden and waited for better opportunities to strike. Nevertheless, following He Yuan's order, these feudal lords wouldn't dare to delay despite their fear. They all started moving at once. In an instant, Yang Kai and the others felt tremendously pressured, and Su Linggong and the 7th Order Vice Squad leader were injured by some feudal lords in a moment of carelessness. On such a battlefield, even the slightest injury could be fatal, for the Black Ink strength permeating this place was highly corrosive. As time passed, even if their injuries didn't worsen, they would still turn into Black Ink disciples as they were no longer able to resist the Black Ink strength. Presently, Yang Kai's left eye had turned golden while his right eye was completely black. In the darkness, he saw a feudal lord coming at him from the side. The feudal lord came at the worst possible moment as Yang Kai had just used a powerful attack and had yet to regain his balance. If nothing unexpected happened, this sneak attack would be successful. However, the figure that Yang Kai was seeing through his black eye contorted in a weird manner all of a sudden. As if struck by lightning, the ferocious-looking feudal lord felt like a blade had cut across his waist. An excruciating pain spread from out, which delayed his sneak attack. It was because of this momentary delay that he lost his life. The azure dragon spear bluntly jabbed into the feudal lord's head as easily as if it were tofu. As world force surged, the bulky head exploded as dark blood started spurting from the neck of the headless corpse. Right then, a golden crow was heard cawing as a great sun leapt into existence and crashed into the Black Ink clansmen. Wherever the dazzling light covered, the Black Ink clan instantly lost their lives. Several feudal lords were killed by Yang Kai in just 10 breaths of time. However, there didn't seem to be an end to this torrent as the Black Ink clan continued charging towards him. The battle didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. On this battlefield, Yang Kai was like a sheep that was surrounded by a pride of lions. Regardless of how hard he tried to resist, he was fated to be eaten alive. Su Linggong felt his heart sinking. While battling against the enemies, he caught sight of a large ship that had come to a halt not far away from them. This was a flight-type artifact that the Black Ink disciples had specifically refined for the Black Ink clan. In such an environment, only the territory lords had the right to ride such a flight-type artifact. Their target might very well be on this ship, and Su Linggong could feel that someone strong was paying attention to them with a pair of gloomy eyes. According to their plan, as long as Yang Kai came across that territory lord and got captured, their objective would be achieved. Unfortunately, the territory lord didn't seem to have the intention of showing up. Judging from the fierce reaction of these Black Ink clansmen, Su Linggong reckoned that the territory lord must have given the order to kill them ruthlessly. In that case, how were they supposed to achieve their goal? It wasn't like Yang Kai could simply go ahead and request to be a Black Ink disciple. That would be a foolish thing to do. It seemed that this territory lord had become bloodthirsty after the previous battle, hence, whenever he saw humans, he just wanted to kill them all instead of turning them into Black Ink disciples. This was giving Su Linggong a headache. However, things had come to such a point where he could only grit his teeth and soldier on. A moment later, more feudal lords were killed. On the deck, He Yuan sported an extremely gloomy expression. This couldn't be helped, as the feudal lord he had sent to pass on his order was killed right in front of him. The extent of the spear-holding young man's power was inconceivable, which made He Yuan determined to end his life. This young man was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm now. When he grew to be powerful enough one day, even He Yuan wouldn't be a match for him. At the thought of this, he turned to look to the side. There was an injured feudal lord who was just standing beside him, and the instant their eyes met, the feudal lord knew that He Yuan wanted him to join the battle as well. At that moment, he was terrified. Presently, he was badly wounded, so he wouldn't be of much help if he did join the battle. Even if he was still at the peak of his power though, he still wouldn't be a match for the spear-wielding young man. It was clear that this human could chop up a feudal lord as easily as one would chop fruits and vegetables. The feudal lord quickly racked his brain to come up with a solution, and before He Yuan could say anything, the feudal lord cupped his fist. "Sir, this 7th Order human is indeed significantly more powerful than the others in the same order. If you can capture him, he will be of great service to you." He Yuan frowned and fell silent when those words were spoken. In fact, he had thought about turning the 7th Order humans here into Black Ink disciples, however, he was horribly injured right now, so it was difficult for him to make a move. Certainly, he would be more than happy if these feudal lords were able to corrupt them with Black Ink strength. By then, he could just give an order, and these feudal lords wouldn't dare to keep the Black Ink disciples to themselves. Nevertheless, these feudal lords were too timid in front of the young man, so they wouldn't stand a chance to corrupt him. That was the reason he decided to kill the young man. Still, He Yuan became increasingly tempted as the spear-holding young man was indeed an extraordinary cultivator. After corrupting such a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master, he could start nurturing him, and by the time this Black Ink disciple ascended to the 8th Order or even the 9th Order, He Yuan would have the right to stand on equal footing with the royal lords. Having said that, it wasn't easy to corrupt a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master with Black Ink strength. Most humans didn't seem to fear death at all, and there had been countless precedents where the humans would rather commit suicide than become Black Ink disciples. If he decided to make a move, he had to achieve his goal in one swift strike, otherwise, the young man would definitely launch a desperate counterattack. If he was still at the peak of his power, dealing with a 7th Order human would be a trivial matter. However, since he was wounded now, He Yuan had to be more cautious. Therefore, if he wanted to turn this young man, he had to weaken him first in order to achieve his goal. Just then, the feudal lord exclaimed in a pleasantly surprised tone, "Sir, that human has been invaded by Black Ink strength." He Yuan looked over and saw that the young man's face was indeed covered in a thin black aura, which was obviously Black Ink strength. He Yuan was naturally familiar with this sight. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't surprising. Regardless of how powerful a 7th Order human was, he couldn't possibly resist Black Ink strength forever. If nothing unexpected happened, this young man would have to give up a portion of his small universe in order to save himself soon. This kind of situation was commonly seen on the battlefields. Whenever the humans were corrupted, they would rather damage their own foundations than degenerate into black ink disciples. He Yuan was already used to this, but he was pleased to see this moment. When the young man's foundation was damaged, it would be much easier to corrupt him. Humans could give up a small part of their small universe once or twice, but they couldn't possibly keep doing it endlessly. However, what happened next was vastly different from what He Yuan had imagined. On the battlefield, the young man fished out some kind of spirit pill and stuffed it into his mouth. After a short moment, the dark aura around the young man's face dissipated. He Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. What did he just eat? The feudal lord was unable to reply to him as he had no idea what had happened either. What the hell did he just eat? He Yuan roared. The young man had shown signs of being corrupted, but he resolved that crisis by consuming a spirit pill. In other words, the humans had developed a method to resist black ink strength. In fact, the Black Ink clan already had some speculations about this. That was because they hadn't managed to turn any humans into Black Ink disciples since more than 10 years ago. However, that remained a speculation that couldn't be verified. Now, He Yuan saw it with his own eyes. In that case, the thing that the humans relied on to deal with Black Ink strength was a kind of spirit pill. What kind of pill would have such an effect? He Yuan was deathly curious about this and was determined to get to the bottom of it. If he could figure out the secret, it would be a huge merit that would more than offset the fact that he had lost the previous battle. On the battlefield, Su Linggong seized the chance and secretly spoke to Yang Kai via divine sense. "Brat, what are you doing?" He was fully aware of Yang Kai's situation. This guy had a world spring, so he could never be corrupted by Black Ink strength. However, he pretended to be invaded by Black Ink strength and consumed a spirit pill to put on an act. Since Su Linggong was literally standing beside Yang Kai, he saw that it was just an ordinary open heaven pill, not a purifying Black Ink pill. Yang Kai swept his spear across the Black Ink clansmen in front of him and killed them all. While catching his breath, he replied, "Since we're putting on an act, it has to be convincing. This territory lord is a patient one, so we have to tempt him to show up." A speechless Su Linggong decided to stop talking and focused on killing the enemies. The territory lord hadn't shown up despite being nearby, which suggested that he was badly injured and was thus acting more cautious in every decision he made. Chapter 5062, I'll bring up the rear translator, Sullivan and John translation checker, Pew Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. Su Linggong became a bit more at ease at the thought of this. A wounded territory lord would naturally be less intimidating to them. The intense battle continued, but it wasn't long before Su Linggong appeared exhausted as he secretly spoke to Yang Kai. "I'm running out of energy." A Seventh Order master was unable to bear the intensity of such a battle over a long time. Even though half of the pressure was borne by Yang Kai, Su Linggong and his Seventh Order vice squad leader still found it difficult to deal with these enemies. It had come to a point where all three of them were wounded. Worse, as more Black Ink clansmen were killed, the Black Ink strength on the battlefield became increasingly ample. Su Linggong and his vice squad leader were no longer able to keep resisting the Black Ink strength. Black Chi had begun appearing around their faces. "Both of you, retreat to the warship. We'll have to fight our way out of here." Yang Kai shouted. "We're going to fight our way out?" Su Linggong was astounded upon hearing that. If they really did that at this point, all their efforts would go to waste. However, he soon realized Yang Kai's intention. He nodded and sent a signal to the vice squad leader, and then the two of them returned to the warship. The current situation was vastly different from their original plan. With that said, it was to be expected. Regardless of how immaculate a plan was, there would be unexpected incidents when they went to carry it out. Only by reacting accordingly would they stand a chance to succeed. It was the best idea to fight their way out of here at this point. As for how the situation would unfold, that was beyond their control. Even if they couldn't achieve their goal this time, there was nothing they could do about it. They could only come up with a new plan. The next moment, Yang Kai turned to look in a different direction and led the way for them. As he was followed by the warship, they tried to fight their way out of this battlefield that was covered with corpses. On the Black Ink clan's flight-type artifact, He Yuan narrowed his eyes and snarled, "Trying to flee? Dream on. Stop them at all costs." Yes, upon receiving the order, the feudal lord hurriedly left to pass down the order. The Black Ink clansmen did their best to stop the humans from running away, causing the battle to further intensify. He Yuan paid close attention to the battlefield. He could see that the spear-wielding young man had been invaded by Black Ink strength again, but this time, he didn't consume any spirit pills. Instead, he clenched his teeth and persevered. As time passed, the Black Ink strength around him became increasingly richer. It seemed that the spirit pills were extremely rare. The young man probably only had one with him. Finally, some good news. He Yuan relaxed slightly. If those spirit pills were easily made and widely available, every human could bring several of them with them. In that case, life would become difficult for the Black Ink clan. Seeing that the warship led by the young man was about to break through the siege, He Yuan snorted and stomped his foot on the deck. In an instant, the territory lord's immense pressure reached out, forming into an invisible force and clashed with the young man's spear. The next moment, the seemingly unstoppable young man froze for an instant. While he was in a dazed state, a nearby feudal lord seized the chance and landed a punch on his chest, which caused him to spray out a mouthful of blood. A territory lord. The young man appeared horrified as he turned to look at the large ship. As their eyes met, one of them sported a solemn expression while mockery was written all over the other one's face. The young man appeared surprised, as though he had never expected to come across a territory lord here. The next moment, he yelled, "All of you, leave now. I'll bring up the rear." Aboard the warship, Su Linggong was finally able to put down his worries. Even though the territory lord didn't show up in person when he made a move, it showed that he was no longer able to sit back and do nothing. In that case, they had partially achieved their goal, and their task ended here. It then depended on luck whether Yang Kai would succeed, therefore, without hesitation, Su Linggong sported a sorrowful expression and yelled, "Let's go." The warship started glowing up as the defensive and propulsion arrays were activated to the fullest, sending the warship charging forward. Just a moment later, the defensive array on the warship dimmed. Following that, some of the propulsion arrays stopped working as the warship slowed down. With that said, they had finally broken through the siege after paying a hefty price. Without the defensive array, the warship had become far less intimidating. After all, the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters aboard the warship were unable to resist Black Ink strength for a long time. The instant they got out of the encirclement, they launched some attacks from the warship on the Black Ink clansmen that were chasing after them. Although many of them were instantly injured or killed, it wouldn't change the overall situation. "Go!" Yang Kai roared as he wielded his spear, which turned into innumerable shadows and cut many Black Ink clansmen to pieces. On the warship, Su Linggong appeared mournful. After a short moment of hesitation, he gave the order to withdraw from the battlefield. Despite being soaked in blood, Yang Kai resolutely stood in the void with his spear in hand. With determination written all over his face, he blocked the Black Ink clansmen from pursuing the warship. Aboard the large ship, He Yuan narrowed his eyes. "I really don't understand. Are the humans foolish or courageous?" He had seen on the battlefield many times that a powerful cultivator would bring up the rear so that the weaker ones could flee, therefore, he wasn't surprised when he saw what was going on as it was within his expectations. However, regardless of how many times he witnessed it, he still didn't understand why the humans would act this way. All the humans seemed willing to sacrifice themselves, but didn't they know that a powerful master was significantly more valuable than a bunch of weaker ones? Just then, the feudal lord beside him asked, "Sir, do we pursue the enemy warship?" He Yuan took a glance at the fleeing warship, then shook his head. "There's no need for that. With this young man around, those useless dregs wouldn't be able to break through his blockade for some time. Moreover, this person is the most valuable. It would suffice as long as we can capture him." Upon hearing that, the feudal lord secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that the territory lord would tell him to keep pursuing them. Meanwhile, Su Linggong's squad soon arrived at a safe place. When they turned their heads, they realized that there wasn't even a single Black Ink clansman in sight. Presently, all the squad members were panting for breath. They had to exert themselves as the battle was truly intense. In fact, up until this moment, they still hadn't figured out how a small squad like them had managed to persevere for such a long time when facing the tide of Black Ink clansmen. They were fully aware of their squad's strength. In the past, they would have been destroyed after just an hour of such combat. Nevertheless, not only had they fought against the Black Ink clansmen for half a day this time, but they had also escaped unscathed. Even though the warship was tattered, the squad members didn't suffer from any serious injuries. As for the damage to the warship, that could be repaired by spending some military merits when they returned to the inner sanctum. All of this was made possible because of Yang Kai. Qin Kuei gazed at Su Linggong and asked in a grim voice, "Honored master, are we really leaving Yang Kai behind?" Although the squad members were directly involved in this plan, only Su Linggong was aware of the details and objectives. The 7th Order Vice Squad leader had some speculations, but he couldn't verify them. Qin Kuei had no idea what the plan was. After all, this was top secret, so it would be best to let fewer people know about it. Presently, Qin Kuei felt extremely apprehensive as the squad had escaped while Yang Kai brought up the rear for them. He had the urge to go back and stand by Yang Kai's side. Being killed on the battlefield would be much better than waiting here. "What do you intend to do?" Su Linggong sported a dark expression. Qin Kuei appeared hesitant as he had no idea what to say, but a moment later, he said resolutely, "Honored master, please allow me to go back and assist Yang Kai." Besides him, the other squad members sported the same kind of expression. "You want to go back and get killed?" Su Linggong glared at him, "You're just a 6th Order brat. What can you do even if you go back? You'll only become a burden to him." Qin Kuei clenched his teeth. Just when he was ready to speak, Su Xianxia suddenly pulled his sleeve and said in a small voice, "Senior brother, stop. Have you forgotten about a particular ability he possesses?" With a frown, Qin Kuei soon realized she was talking about the fact that Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space. Therefore, Yang Kai was extremely adept at fleeing. Even if he was unable to deal with so many Black Ink clansmen, he could easily escape. Qin Kuei supposed that was the reason Yang Kai decided to bring up the rear. All of a sudden, the 7th Order Vice Squad leader said, "Qin Kuei, do not act on a whim. Your honored master and I are unable to persevere any longer. We have to return to the inner sanctum as soon as possible." Qin Kuei was shocked upon hearing that. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the faces of his honored master and the deputy squad leader were tinged with some Black Ink strength. It was apparent that they were being corrupted by it. Despite being 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they had been contaminated by Black Ink strength from a protracted battle with the Black Ink clan. Moreover, there was only one squad here. Presently, the two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to divert most of their attention to suppress the Black Ink strength. They wouldn't fall into danger immediately, nevertheless, if this dragged on, their small universes would be completely eroded by Black Ink strength. By then, they would turn into Black Ink disciples. Su Linggong ordered in an authoritative tone, "Listen up. Head back to the inner sanctum as soon as possible. We must not delay." Despite being unresigned, these Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't dare to disobey the squad leader's order. A moment later, huge arrays started appearing beneath everyone's feet. As a light flickered, they disappeared at the same time. It was obvious that they had used the universe transference law and returned to Yinyang Pass. After all of the members were gone, the vice squad leader nodded at Su Linggong, "I'll be waiting for you in the inner sanctum, squad leader." Upon finishing his words, he activated the universe transference law as well. Su Linggong nodded and watched him leave. Then, he turned to look in the direction where they came from and let out a sigh. After transferring the tattered warship to his small universe, he too activated the universe transference law. On the battlefield, Yang Kai fell into a perilous state without the warship's support and was surrounded by a large number of Black Ink clansmen once again. Despite being terrified, the Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to charge forward following the territory lord's order. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem able to persevere any longer, otherwise, they wouldn't have the confidence to keep fighting. An incense stick after the warship left the battlefield, an asteroid that looked like a universe fragment abruptly appeared on the battlefield. The asteroid was covered with Black Ink strength, and the instant it appeared, the world force around it dissipated. At the same time, Yang Kai, whose aura was already unstable, significantly weakened. Chapter 5063, He's Going to Kill Himself. Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. The feudal lord's eyes brightened when he saw what was going on from the large ship. He said in a pleasantly surprised tone, "Sir, that guy can't hold on any longer. He's starting to give up parts of his small universe." After years of conflict, both races were fully aware of each other's patterns of behavior. On the battlefield, it wasn't rare to see an open heaven realm master giving up a part of his small universe after he was invaded by black ink strength. Therefore, after every major battle, there would be a lot of asteroids floating around the battlefield. Those were the territories that the humans had cut off from their small universes. When a human did this, it suggested that they were already on their last legs. In fact, this action wasn't really useful. Even though he could spare himself the fate of being invaded by black ink strength, his foundation would be damaged, thus causing his strength to plunge. This way, he would only get killed much quicker on the chaotic battlefield. Or, it would be easier for the Black Ink clan to corrupt him again. Xianxia had showcased an incredible power as countless Black Ink clansmen were killed by him, so it was apparent that he was no ordinary Seventh Order master. It wasn't until he gave up a part of his small universe that the Black Ink clansmen were relieved. This human wasn't invincible, he could be defeated or even killed. Back then, when Xianxia decided to give up his World Spring and Blue Sky Pass, he cut off a small part of his small universe to do so. He still clearly remembered the excruciating pain he had gone through as though the incident had happened just yesterday. At this moment, he wouldn't have done such a thing if he still had a choice. However, he had to act like a normal Seventh Order human. Regardless of how powerful a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was, he couldn't possibly resist the Black Ink strength after fighting against the Black Ink clansmen for such a long time. Therefore, he had to show them that he had to take a spirit pill, and presently, he also had to sacrifice a small part of his small universe. He was doing all this because he wanted to carry out his plan without arousing anyone's suspicion. Fortunately, he had a World Tree clone with him now. Even though he had sacrificed a small part of his small universe, the clone would help him repair the missing part over time. He wouldn't have to worry about his foundation being permanently damaged. As he cut off a part of his small universe, Xianxia was overwhelmed by a sense of excruciating pain once again. This caused him to tremble and growl like a beast. In an instant, countless attacks were directed at him. Upon impact, he almost lost his balance as blood spurted from his wounds. The missing part of his small universe caused his strength to plunge. Earlier, he had showcased a power that was much greater than that of the average Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but now, he was just like any other cultivator in the same order. Given his cultivation, could he save himself in such a hostile environment? The Black Ink clansmen around him had undoubtedly noticed this. Emboldened, they started launching violent attacks on him. At that instant, things could not have been worse for Xianxia. 1 hour later, his face was covered with Black Ink strength once again, making it seem like his small universe was eroded by Black Ink strength for the second time. However, as another asteroid was quickly released, his suffering seemed to have been alleviated. He Yuan was watching silently from the ship. At this moment, he couldn't help but praise, he's indeed a resolute person. Although he had no idea how much pain a human had to go through when sacrificing a part of their small universe, it definitely wouldn't be a pleasant experience. A human could be considered bold and determined when he cut off a part of his small universe in order to save himself on the battlefield. However, this spear-holding young man had done that twice in a short time. It must have taken him a lot of courage and grit to do so. This human was not only ruthless to the Black Ink clan, but also to himself. "Sir, why don't I go capture him?" The feudal lord, who had not dared to join the battle earlier, suddenly made such a request. This couldn't be helped, as Xianxia's aura plunged after he gave up a part of his small universe twice. He was almost unable to remain in the Seventh Order. If he did that one more time, he would probably regress to the Sixth Order. The feudal lord wouldn't dare to make a move when he saw how intimidating Xianxia was just now, but now that Xianxia was at the end of his rope, the feudal lord was certainly not afraid of him. If he could capture this human, he would make a big contribution in front of the territory lord. Nevertheless, He Yuan snorted, "Who do you think you are to do that?" The horrified feudal lord instantly fell silent. Even though he had no idea what the territory lord's intention was, he reckoned that the latter was interested in this human. The territory lord would most likely turn this human into a black ink disciple, otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped and waited here for so long. On the battlefield, Xianxia was battered as his hair hung loose over his shoulders. This wasn't an act, he really was running out of energy. Despite having the World Tree's clone, he had suffered tremendous damage after giving up a part of his small universe twice. The prolonged fight also exacerbated his wounds. Presently, the world force in his small universe was almost completely depleted. However, the Black Ink clansman he had been waiting for still hadn't shown up. Even though he had no idea who the territory lord on the large ship was, he knew that the latter was paying close attention to the battlefield. Nevertheless, the territory lord still didn't seem to have the intention of making a move. The fact that he was so cautious suggested that he was badly injured. He wouldn't rashly make a move unless he was confident that he could achieve his goal with one strike. In that case, Xianxia had no choice but to lend him a hand. Upon making up his mind, Xianxia fiercely swept his spear across the Black Ink clansman around him to drive him back. While he was holding his spear, his aura started rising rapidly. He was imposing as he glared at the enemies around him. Not knowing what was going on, these Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to move forward. Disdain was written all over Xianxia's face as he sneered, "How dare you trash violate my human race's dignity?" Then, he shouted, "Long live the humans!" Even though his aura had already reached his former peak, it continued to rise. With a resolute expression, he seemed determined to die. When the feudal lord, who was standing beside He Yuan on the large ship, saw that, his expression changed as he shouted, "Sir, he's going to kill himself." On the battlefield, it was common for human cultivators to kill themselves in order to avoid being turned into Black Ink disciples. There were always such people in every major battle, therefore, the moment the feudal lord saw what Xianxia was doing, he realized his intentions. The self-destruction of an open heaven realm master would create a terrifying explosion as all the world force in his small universe would burst forth at once. This move would be more violent than any other attack the human could muster. This was the final move that the humans would never want to resort to unless it was absolutely necessary to do so. The spear-holding young man was trapped in a dead end. He had given up a part of his small universe twice, so he was at risk of falling back into the Sixth Order. Moreover, surrounded by a sea of Black Ink clansmen, he would never be able to flee. Other than killing himself, there was nothing he could do. As soon as the feudal lord finished speaking, he turned to look at He Yuan, but the latter was already nowhere in sight. He had no idea when the territory lord disappeared. The feudal lord quickly looked back at the battlefield, where he saw the territory lord's figure. He Yuan had abruptly appeared in front of the young man as he hovered his hand above the latter's head. At this moment, Xianxia's aura had already reached an unstable state, and the illusory phantom of his small universe faintly appeared behind him. The moment he detected the territory lord's aura, a glint flashed through his eyes as he thrust out his azure dragon spear. He Yuan effortlessly slapped the spear aside and the hand he extended first firmly came into contact with Xianxia's head. Upon impact, Xianxia was overwhelmed with a sense of dizziness. He Yuan was indeed badly injured, but Xianxia was not in any better shape. The aura he had just accumulated dissipated following the blow to his head. The next instant, a torrent of Black Ink strength streamed out of He Yuan's hand as it turned into a Black Ink cloud that engulfed the two of them. The Black Ink clansmen were unable to see what was going on, but they could hear the human growling furiously, "In your dreams." Following a brief exchange of moves, the place fell into silence. When the Black Ink cloud dissipated a moment later, the figures of Xianxia and He Yuan were revealed. He Yuan's aura was slightly unstable while Xianxia was soaked in blood, looking all battered, his spear still pointing forward. Soon though, he put the spear away and cupped his fist before calling out in a respectful manner, "Master." Upon hearing that, the Black Ink clansmen around them were evidently relieved. There was no doubt that the territory lord had successfully turned this human into a Black Ink disciple. From now on, he wasn't just a human but also the territory lord's servant. He Yuan nodded gently and examined Xianxia. He was apparently pleased to be able to subdue him. "Come with me," He Yuan said, then flew towards the large ship. Xianxia coughed before following him. Upon boarding the large ship, he saw a feudal lord coming over. "Congratulations on subduing this human, sir. I'm sure he'll be a capable aid to you in the future." He Yuan ordered impassively, I'll get some rest. Take care of him and make sure that no one oppresses him. Upon hearing that, the feudal lord was surprised, thinking that the territory lord truly treasured this human, otherwise, he wouldn't have given such an order. After all, Black Ink disciples were the lowest of beings among the Black Ink clan. However, He Yuan had a good reason for valuing him, for this human had showcased incredible power. This person was no ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After He Yuan finished speaking, he strode into the cabin. Meanwhile, the feudal lord looked smilingly at Yang Kai. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai looked around. There were quite a number of feudal lords on the ship, however, they were all looking at him with hostile expressions. Just now, they had seen Yang Kai slaughtering their clansmen. Although they didn't intend to avenge their deaths, they were instinctively resentful of humans as the blood feud between the two races had been ongoing for countless years. Despite the fact that Yang Kai had turned into a Black Ink disciple, they were still displeased. Nevertheless, having just heard He Yuan's orders, none of these feudal lords would dare to make things difficult for him. Other than these feudal lords, there were also a lot of injured high-rank Black Ink clansmen who were recuperating on the deck. Yang Kai even detected the auras of other territory lords from the inner part of the ship, which made him feel flabbergasted. Fortunately, even though there had been some hitches, he had eventually achieved his goal. He had sacrificed a lot by giving up a part of his small universe twice, but he had successfully become the Black Ink disciple of a territory lord. However, there was something he had to ascertain first. Was the territory lord who had stopped him from committing suicide and corrupted him with Black Ink strength the He Yuan that those from Yinyang Pass had chosen for him? Chapter 5064, Flaw Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidger Keys. Those from Yinyang Pass had selected He Yuan because he was highly valued by Mu Guang Royal Lord, and he was also one of the most powerful territory lords. More importantly, he would frequently visit the royal city, so it would be easier for Yang Kai to gather information. However, Yang Kai had no idea what He Yuan looked like, nor was he aware of what those from Yinyang Pass would do to make sure that it would be He Yuan who would turn him. To find out about it, he had no choice but to ask around. At the thought of this, he turned to look at the feudal lord beside him and cupped his fist. How should I address you, sir? The feudal lord was injured when he was in the resource harvesting area previously, but upon hearing that, he replied with a smile, my name is Jia Gu. Just call me Jia Gu. Yang Kai nodded gently, so, it is Sir Jia Gu. Jia Gu was evidently pleased with the honorary title as he put on a brighter smile. He patted Yang Kai's shoulder with his big hand in a passionate manner, don't be overly polite with me. Since both of us are working for Sir, you can just tell me if you need help in the future. Many thanks. Yang Kai expressed his gratitude, then brought up the main topic, what is our Sir's name? With a solemn expression, Jia Gu replied, Sir is named He Yuan in the clan. He's one of the top 5 territory lords working for the royal lord. So, consider yourself lucky that you've submitted to Sir. It's really He Yuan. Yang Kai set his mind at ease. It seemed that everything was going to plan. Jia Gu let out a sigh and turned to look at the cabin. Other than Sir He Yuan, the other Sirs who are in charge of this region have been knocked out by the humans. When we return, Sir He Yuan will most likely be reprimanded by the royal lord. Then, he placated Yang Kai by saying, having said that, our Sir has always been valued by the royal lord, so the punishment wouldn't be severe. He will be stripped of some of his territories at most. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. It seems that you can't hold on any longer. Find yourself a place and get some rest. Yang Kai thanked him again and sat down with his legs crossed on the deck. Then, he stuffed some spirit pills into his mouth and adjusted his breathing. He managed to figure out many things through his brief conversation with Jia Gu. At the very least, he finally realized how those from Yinyang Pass made sure that it would be He Yuan who would corrupt him. Other than He Yuan, the other territory lords were all knocked out by the human cultivators, hence, only He Yuan was able to make a move. However, the humans must have paid a hefty price in order to achieve this result. To severely injure so many territory lords, the 8th Order Division commanders must have suffered serious injuries themselves. To the Black Ink clan, the best way to recuperate was to fall into a state of deep sleep, and they would recover quicker if they were able to rest inside a black ink nest. Presently, there were several territory lords on this large ship, and apart from the wounded He Yuan, the other territory lords were sound asleep. Xianxia couldn't help but have the urge to secretly kill those territory lords. If he could destroy these territory lords here, the pressure they faced in the Yinyang theater would lessen. Having said that, he had a more important task at hand, so he suppressed this urge. With He Yuan's large ship leading the way, the battered Black Ink clansmen headed to the Black Ink clan's territory. About 1 day later, a figure suddenly appeared in the previous battlefield as he scanned the surroundings. This place was left with the traces of the epic war, and there were countless Black Ink clan corpses hovering in the void. The outcome showed that the war was truly bloody. After wandering around the battlefield for a while, this person stopped in his tracks and looked towards the depths of the void. A moment later, a ray of light approached him from a distance and landed beside him. Wu Qing, who had arrived at this place first to investigate, asked, "How is it? Is there any news from the inner sanctum?" Tang Qiu, who came later, replied, "I've just received some news. Xianxia didn't return to the inner sanctum. Have you found anything here?" The situation is just like what Su Linggong and his squad reported, but there's a notable discrepancy. What do you mean? Tang Qiu asked with a frown. Look over there. Wu Qing suddenly pointed in a particular direction. Tang Qiu looked intently in the same direction, then his expression changed. Those look like universe fragments. That brat gave up parts of his small universe? Wu Qing nodded. Su Linggong and his squad told us that Xianxia fell into a perilous situation, but they had no idea what happened next. Apparently, Xianxia sacrificed some parts of his small universe after they were gone, which was why they didn't see it. With a solemn expression, Tang Qiu said, his foundation must have been damaged after he gave up some parts of his small universe. However, those from Blue Sky Pass told us that he has obtained a World Tree clone which replaced the World Spring he owned. With the clone's presence, not only is he immune to the corruption of Black Ink strength, but it can also apparently repair the missing parts of his small universe. Obviously, he did that in order to fool the Black Ink clan, so it could be considered a clever move. Now, it seems that everything was well under his control. If he were in danger, he wouldn't have sacrificed parts of his small universe to weaken himself. Wu Qing nodded. We can only hope that he has been subdued by He Yuan and become his Black Ink disciple. I was initially worried about this part of the plan as it had the most uncertainty, but his actions seemed to have made up for it. Even though Wu Qing didn't point out what was the cause of the uncertainty, Tang Qiu was fully aware of it. In fact, the cause was glaring when they were devising the plan. However, there was nothing they could do about it, so they could only hope that Xianxia would be lucky enough. Yes, I was worried about it as well. Even if he has successfully pretended to be corrupted, his secret will be exposed if He Yuan decides to examine his small universe. Xianxia was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm when he pretended to be a Black Ink disciple previously, and the person who corrupted him was just a high-rank Black Ink clansman, so it never crossed the latter's mind that Xianxia had retained his sanity, so he never thought to examine his small universe. Moreover, the Black Ink clansmen had always believed that the small universe of a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master hadn't materialized, so there was no need to inspect it. Nevertheless, things were different now as Xianxia was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If He Yuan suddenly had the urge to ask Xianxia to open up his small universe to him, would the latter agree to it or would he be forced to flee? As soon as the small universe was opened, his secret would be exposed. With that said, there was only a slim chance that this might happen. After all, a territory lord had personally made a move on a 7th Order human, so he probably wouldn't doubt whether he had succeeded. However, accidents happened when one least expected them to. Now though, during the intense battle, Xianxia had even given up some parts of his small universe, which could effectively fool the Black Ink clan. After all, no human would want to go through the pain of cutting off parts of their small universe if there was any other choice. It could be said that Xianxia's action had landed him in a safer situation. Moreover, as far as the Black Ink clan was concerned, the 4 universe pillars had always been in the possession of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters. 7th Order humans didn't have the right to own these treasures that could ward off Black Ink strength. If nothing unexpected happened, He Yuan most likely wouldn't try to examine Xianxia's small universe. Given his capabilities, even if something had gone wrong, he could have fled from He Yuan. Since he never returned to the inner sanctum, it means that he must have followed He Yuan to the Black Ink clan's territory. Tang Qiu let out a sigh. The only thing we can do now is go back and recuperate. As soon as he finds some useful information, there will be an epic battle to fight. Wu Qing nodded. Let's go. The next moment, they activated the universe transference law and 2 grand arrays appeared beneath their feet. As a light flickered, they disappeared from the spots and returned to Yinyang Pass. The Black Ink clan had successfully retreated. Along the way, some teams left the larger group and returned to their own places, but the large ship led by He Yuan was still heading towards the depths of the void. It wasn't certain where the ship was going. On the deck, Yang Kai silently adjusted his breathing and recuperated. He had exerted himself and even given up parts of his small universe in the previous battle. These losses couldn't be made up for in short order. It could be said that the heritage he had accumulated over the years was almost wiped out due to his actions. If he hadn't consumed a high-rank world fruit picked from the World Tree clone, his heritage would have plunged to when he just ascended to the 7th order. Even so, he had lost a few hundred years' worth of cultivation by giving up a part of his small universe twice. Black Ink clansmen were seen recuperating on the deck. The ones who had the right to stay here were all feudal lords, so it was expected that they were not friendly to Yang Kai. However, considering the fact that He Yuan truly treasured Yang Kai, they wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him despite feeling displeased. Moreover, Zhao Gu was also seated beside Yang Kai as he was treating his wounds. A few days later, all of Yang Kai's flesh wounds had almost completely healed. However, the losses to his small universe couldn't be made up in a short time, especially the missing pieces. Even though he had the World Tree clone to help repair it, it would take him several years to fully recover. When Yang Kai was meditating one day, he suddenly heard He Yuan calling out to him. He quickly got to his feet and headed to the 3rd floor of the large ship. As he followed the voice, he soon found He Yuan in a luxurious room. Although He Yuan still appeared pale, he had clearly restored some of his power. At that moment, he was seated on a large chair with his chin resting on his palm. He seemed to be lost in thought. "Master!" Yang Kai called out in a subservient manner. He Yuan didn't respond to him as he was still thinking about something. A while later, he took a deep breath and straightened up. "What's your name?" Yang Kai reported. "His name." He Yuan nodded gently. "Human names are so strange. In any case, I've asked you to come here because I have some questions for you." "Please go ahead, Master." Yang Kai remained respectful, which was expected of a Black Ink disciple. "You must be an important figure on the human side, right?" "I was just the squad leader of a squad." "You're just a squad leader?" He Yuan was surprised. "Given your strength, you could have held a more important position. According to the classification of the humans, you should be good enough to be the battalion commander." With a proud expression, Yang Kai replied, "There are no other 7th order masters who are a match for me. However, I'm not well versed in commanding soldiers. In previous battles, my conduct was somewhat reckless, so they only let me become a squad leader." Upon hearing his explanation, He Yuan said, "I see. It's no wonder that you had the guts to ambush so many Black Ink clansmen when you only had one squad with you. You were eager to earn merits, weren't you?" Yang Kai immediately played along by saying, "Please forgive me, Master." Chapter 5065, Territory Lords Territory Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Yang Kai was just replying to He Yuan's questions in a perfunctory manner, but it happened to cause the latter to have some misunderstandings. Certainly, he wouldn't try to correct him. "I saw you consuming a spirit pill in the previous battle to dispel the Black Ink strength." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. He Yuan leaned forward. "What kind of spirit pill is that?" "Show me." Yang Kai appeared to be in a dilemma. "Master, the pill is called the Purifying Black Ink Pill, which was newly invented by the humans. Due to the difficulty in producing them though, I was only given one pill. I consumed it on the battlefield, so there are none left." Purifying Black Ink Pill. He Yuan felt his brow twitching. "When was it invented?" After appearing to give it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "About 20 years ago." He Yuan gritted his teeth. It must be thanks to these purifying black ink pills that the humans have repeatedly fended off black ink strength. Is that why there have not been any new black ink disciples recently? Yes. Damn. He Yuan was furious as he finally realized why there were no new black ink disciples over the past 20 years. They had speculated that the humans must have invented a way to defend against black ink strength, but they had no idea what it was. If he hadn't subdued this human named Xianxia by chance, they still wouldn't have found out about it. After blowing his top for a moment, he asked, "How difficult is it to make these purifying black ink pills?" Since this was an important matter, He Yuan had to find out all the details possible and report them to the royal lord at a later time. Xianxia replied respectfully, "I know nothing about alchemy, but I've heard some rumors that it is difficult to refine purifying black ink pills. Even the alchemy grandmasters wouldn't always succeed in producing them, so the success rate is fairly low. Usually, a squad would only be given one pill." He Yuan's expression turned milder. Xianxia's statement verified what he had seen on the battlefield. There were a total of 3 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in that squad. However, other than Xianxia, who consumed a purifying black ink pill to dispel the black ink strength, the other 7th Order humans didn't take such pills even though they had been affected by black ink strength as well. After, they fled from the battlefield and disappeared. This was good news for the Black Ink clan as every squad was only given a single purifying black ink pill. He Yuan was most worried that it would be easy to refine these pills and that all humans would be given several of them. If that were to happen, the Black Ink clan would suffer a huge setback if they were caught unprepared. As he set his mind at ease, he went on to ask, "Has the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass recovered from her injuries?" Xianxia was startled for a moment. He wouldn't have known that the old ancestor in Yinyang Pass was injured if He Yuan hadn't asked, so how was he supposed to know the old ancestor's condition? He thus tried to recollect the situation in Blue Sky Pass. Even though he had no idea what had happened, Xianxia reckoned that the old ancestor in Yinyang Pass must have exchanged moves with Mu Guang before, so her injuries must have something to do with the latter. Since the old ancestor was wounded, there was no way Mu Guang was in a better state. Xianxia wondered when the two of them had fought against each other. After pondering on it for a moment, he replied, "My cultivation is weak, so I haven't gained the old ancestor's favor. Moreover, her place is heavily guarded, so I was unable to go anywhere near it. However, she has been recuperating for quite some time now, so I would guess she has almost recovered." He Yuan nodded. "It has been about 100 years since the last Great War. Regardless of how badly wounded she was, she must have recovered by now. I'm worried that another large battle will break out again soon." It wasn't until this moment that Xianxia found out it had been 100 years since the old ancestor of Yinyang Pass was wounded. In other words, there was a grand battle in the Yinyang Theater 100 years ago. Even the old ancestor and the royal lord had exchanged moves at that time. 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and both races had had enough time to recuperate, so war was now imminent. However, the big battle in the resource harvesting area just recently would probably delay the all-out war by several years. After all, several powerhouses from both the humans and Black Ink clan were injured. It would take them some time to restore their strength. Just then, a feudal lord entered the room. It was none other than Jia Gu who cupped his fist and said, "Sir Territory Lord, we're about to arrive." He Yuan nodded and waved his hand at Xianxia, "You can go back now." Xianxia responded respectfully and left the cabin. Upon returning to the deck, he looked into the distance and saw a huge universe fragment. It was so large that it was comparable to a whole universe world. The universe fragment was covered with a layer of darkness, which went to show that Black Ink strength was abundant. By living in such an environment, the Black Ink clansmen would see their powers rising quickly. Xianxia had lived in the Black Ink clan's domain for 2 years and followed the high-rank Black Ink clansmen he belonged to into many different areas. However, none of those places was comparable to this universe fragment. Xianxia soon realized that this universe fragment was directly owned by He Yuan, and the areas occupied by his subordinate feudal lords would form the territory lord's territory. The large ship continued heading towards the universe fragment. As the ship passed through the clouds of Black Ink strength, it soon hovered above a large city. The city was so vast that there was no end in sight. In the center of the city was a gigantic Black Ink nest that looked like a flower bud that was about to blossom. The black ink nest seemed to be a living creature, and every time it breathed, a lot of black ink strength would be released. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Although he had seen a lot of black ink nests before, the one before his eyes was undoubtedly the largest. Given enough resources, such a black ink nest would be able to produce many black ink clan soldiers in no time. Black ink nests had always been the foundation that the black ink clan relied on to survive. Black ink clansmen were born from the black ink nests, and they also had to achieve breakthroughs inside the black ink nests. If the black ink nests were gone for good, the black ink clan would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source. For this reason, the humans always tried to destroy black ink nests so that they could cut the enemy off at its source. Nevertheless, it wasn't easy to carry out such plans. There was basically a black ink nest in every black ink clansman's territory. Zhu Feng even had a small black ink nest in his temporary hiding place. There wouldn't be enough humans to destroy all of these black ink nests, and it wouldn't be useful if they only destroyed a few of them, for the black ink clan could easily create new black ink nests. So far, the humans still hadn't figured out how the black ink nests were born. Some people speculated that they were built by the black ink clan, but this speculation was not logical because everyone who had seen a black ink nest knew that this thing seemed to have a life of its own. Nothing the humans had ever built was comparable to these black ink nests. There were also some people who speculated that the birth of black ink nests was just like growing flowers. With a seed planted in the ground, it would grow into a new black ink nest when it was well taken care of. If this speculation was right though, what kind of seed was that? Where did it come from? In the past, in order to study these black ink nests, an old ancestor barged into the black ink clan's territory and stormed a feudal lord's estate. After killing all the black ink clansmen in that area, he snatched the black ink nest. However, not long after the black ink nest was taken away by the old ancestor, it started withering just like a plucked flower. Obviously, no study could be conducted. Even the old ancestors were unable to figure out the secrets behind the black ink nests, therefore, the humans cast this idea away. Whenever they came across any black ink nests, they would just destroy them. Regardless, demolishing black ink nests would mean immense losses for the black ink clan. The large ship directly landed in front of the gigantic black ink nest. Some black ink clansmen were already waiting for them. It was apparent that they had learned about He Yuan's return just now. Following Zhao Gu's lead, Xianxia leaped off the deck and stood to the side. The unfamiliar human attracted the attention of many black ink clansmen. However, there were already some black ink disciples who resided in this place. Although many black ink clansmen were curious, they soon looked away. He Yuan's figure appeared on the deck, but instead of leaving the ship, he waved his hand. As black ink strength undulated, he shouted, "Wake up!" Following his shout, powerful beings inside the large ship's cabin started awakening. Xianxia's expression changed as he realized that they were the territory lords who had been sound asleep in the large ship. Even though these auras were powerful, Xianxia could feel that they were somewhat frail. It was obvious that they were all severely wounded. These territory lords hadn't recovered one bit following a long time of deep sleep, therefore, He Yuan directly brought them to the black ink nest so that they could make use of its power to recuperate. A moment later, some burly figures stepped out of the cabin and stood on the deck. The black ink clansmen below saluted them respectfully. Xianxia stole a glance and realized that these territory lords were all injured as they were soaked in blood. The most severely wounded one had half of his neck cut. Xianxia wondered who the army commander was that had made such a ruthless move. Black blood was still leaking out of the wound on his neck, and there was a mysterious force around the wound that was stopping it from healing. This territory lord was especially unstable and seemed to be muddle-headed. It was as though he would soon lose his life if he wasn't given immediate treatment. Including He Yuan, there were a total of 6 territory lords on the large ship. The 5 territory lords who had just awakened nodded at He Yuan and silently dashed towards the black ink nest, soon disappearing. After they were gone, He Yuan swept a glance over the rest. "While I am recuperating, all the affairs in the territory will be handled by Gue Liao." One of the feudal lords, who had been waiting for He Yuan's return just now, bowed, yes. There was no doubt that this feudal lord was Gue Liao. He Yuan then shuffled towards the black ink nest, but he soon stopped in his tracks and turned his head to speak to Gue Liao. "He's the new black ink disciple I've taken on." Get him a profounding spirit fruit later. A hint of surprise flashed through Gui Liao's eyes as he turned to look at Yang Kai. In fact, he had caught sight of Yang Kai the moment the latter leaped off the deck, but he didn't pay much attention to him. After all, it wasn't rare for them to capture black ink disciples on the battlefields. However, what the territory lord had said suggested that he valued this black ink disciple highly. That was why Gui Liao was surprised. It had to be noted that most of the black ink disciples had suffered some damage in their small universes, so profounding spirit fruits were needed in order to repair them. Even though the Black Ink clan had some reserves of profounding spirit fruits, they were not rewards that could be given out easily. Chapter 5066, He's Very Strong Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. Only the Black Ink disciples who had made immense contributions on the battlefield and proved their worth had a chance to be rewarded with a profounding spirit fruit by the Black Ink clan to repair their damaged small universes. However, Yang Kai had received this kind of treatment when he was just a newcomer, which was why feudal lords like Gui Liao were surprised. With that said, since He Yuan had given the order, Gui Liao naturally wouldn't dare to object to it and bowed respectfully. He Yuan then stepped into the black ink nest. As he disappeared, the black ink nest automatically closed. Since the territory lords had to recuperate here, the black ink nest wouldn't reopen for a few years. In fact, the Black Ink clansmen previously cultivating in the Black Ink nest were all chased out in advance to make way for the territory lords so that they could derive enough energy to recuperate. After the territory lords entered the Black Ink nest, the feudal lords, who had returned alongside the large ship, dispersed. Soon, only Gui Liao, Zhao Gu, and Yang Kai were left standing in front of the Black Ink nest. Gui Liao shot a meaningful glance at Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" Yang Kai kept his fist. Yang Kai greets Sir Gui Liao. Gui Liao nodded gently, "Come with me." He then turned to Zhao Gu, "You too." Upon finishing his words, he led the way for them. Yang Kai followed him closely. Despite not knowing what was going on, Zhao Gu had no choice but to follow them as it was Gui Liao's order. Soon, they arrived at an exotic-looking castle that was in a prime location. It should be He Yuan's castle. There were many Black Ink clansmen who resided in this castle. Following Gui Liao, Yang Kai stepped inside and looked around curiously. Gui Liao called out to a Black Ink clansman and ordered, "He's the new Black Ink disciple that Sir Territory Lord has taken on. Help him settle in." The person was just a high-rank Black Ink clansman, and his weak aura suggested that he was only equivalent to a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. This kind of Black Ink clansman only served as the cannon fodder to exhaust the human cultivators on the battlefield, and they were not in a prestigious position within the Black Ink clan. Having said that, they were good enough to be servants in such a castle. Upon hearing that, the high-rank Black Ink clansman bent his back, "Yes." He then turned to look at Yang Kai, "Come with me." Yang Kai kept his fist at Gui Liao, then left the place with the high-rank Black Ink clansman. Gui Liao watched him leave in silence. It wasn't until Yang Kai was out of sight that he continued moving forward. A moment later, Gui Liao sat down on a large chair in a side hall. Then, he fished out a world sphere, which was full of world force, from his space ring and sniffed at it. In an instant, he felt rejuvenated. Zhao Gu simply stood in front of him. Even though both of them were feudal lords, one was obviously had higher status than the other. This couldn't be helped though, as Gui Liao was He Yuan's confidant. Otherwise, He Yuan wouldn't have said that Gui Liao would manage all the affairs while he was recuperating. In fact, whenever He Yuan went to war, Gui Liao would be the one handling the affairs in his territory. Every territory lord had their own confidant. Moreover, Gui Liao would most likely ascend to become a territory lord within 100 years. By then, he would no longer be in the same caliber as Zhao Gu. Therefore, even though Zhao Gu was standing in front of him while he was still wounded, he wouldn't dare to appear displeased. Gui Liao breathed in the world force from the world sphere before asking slowly, "Tell me, what's so special about that Yang Kai that Sir Territory Lord regards him so highly?" I knew he was going to ask about it. In fact, Zhao Gu already had a speculation when Gui Liao told him to tag along, and it seemed that his speculation was right. After giving it a thought, he replied with a solemn expression, "He's very strong." Gui Liao narrowed his eyes, "Very strong?" how strong? Zhao Gu went on to say, after the Sirs were ambushed by the human army in the resource harvesting area, they were defeated and forced to retreat. That Yang Kai led a single human squad around the battlefield to ambush our clansmen as they were escaping. He single-handedly killed several thousand of our clansmen, including more than 10 feudal lords. Gui Liao initially appeared nonchalant, but his expression turned solemn when he heard that he killed several thousand, including more than 10 feudal lords. Are you sure? Zhao Gu put on a helpless smile. Sir Territory Lord was standing beside me as we watched it happen. It's because that person was so powerful that Sir Territory Lord wanted to subdue him despite the fact that he was badly injured. Gui Liao fell into a dazed state for a moment before saying, tell me everything you know in detail. Certainly, Zhao Gu wouldn't dare to hide anything as he vividly narrated the battle on that day. Gui Liao could instantly imagine an epic fight unfolding before his eyes. That guy gave up a part of his small universe twice. In order to let his companions escape, he took the initiative to stay behind and halt our forces. In the end, when he realized that he was unable to escape, so he decided to kill himself. Sir Territory Lord promptly made a move and captured him. Zhao Gu felt the emotions in his heart undulating when he recalled what happened that day. He had a feeling that if Yang Kai hadn't intended to protect his allies, he could have easily fled, and the wounded He Yuan wouldn't have been able to turn him. At that time, the He Yuan was worried that the human masters were still pursuing him, so he wouldn't have taken the risk of chasing after Yang Kai if the latter was determined to flee. The humans are still as foolish as ever. Gui Liao couldn't help but snort upon hearing that. Then, he asked, who do you think will be the winner if he and I fight? Zhao Gu hurriedly replied, Sir Gui Liao, you'll soon ascend to become a territory lord. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai is, he wouldn't be a match for you. Gui Liao snorted as he was somewhat displeased at Zhao Gu's prompt reply. Even though Zhao Gu replied to him without hesitation, he didn't seem sincere. Nevertheless, Gui Liao didn't intend to harp on this issue. He tossed the world sphere, which was only left with half the original world force, at him and said, good, I can see that you're badly wounded. Go back and recuperate. After taking the world sphere, Zhao Gu replied joyfully, many thanks, sir. Since the black ink nest was closed due to the territory lords having to recuperate there, it would be hard for Zhao Gu to treat his wounds as he was unable to make use of this territory's power. It would probably take him a longer time to recover. However, with the world force inside the world sphere, it would significantly reduce his recovery time. Although he could afford a world sphere as well, this thing was still expensive. After Zhao Gu was gone, Gui Liao narrowed his eyes and tapped on the armrest. Following a moment of silence, he called out, Lu Ziyan. A figure emerged from the darkness and replied, Master. Gui Liao lifted his head, there's a newcomer in the castle. He's the black ink disciple that Sir Territory Lord has taken in. Since both of you are of the same race, you should approach him when there's a chance. Upon receiving the order, Lu Ziyan replied, yes. After bringing Yang Kai to a side hall in the castle and helping him settle in, the high-rank black ink clansman left. This side hall was built according to the black ink clan's average size, so the ceiling was pretty high. This place appeared too spacious when a human lived here. In any case, Yang Kai didn't really mind. After looking around, he was satisfied. He then sat down with his legs crossed, though he wasn't in a rush to cultivate. Now that his small universe had been damaged, it was less efficient for him to cultivate. Even though the World Tree clone would help him repair the damage done, it would take several years to fully recover. Fortunately, before He Yuan entered the black ink nest, he told Gui Liao to get Yang Kai a profounding spirit fruit, which solved the pressing issue for him. He had planned on obtaining a profounding spirit fruit upon arriving at the black ink clan's domain so that the secret in his small universe wouldn't be exposed. If his small universe fully recovered without a profounding spirit fruit several years later, it would undoubtedly arouse He Yuan's suspicion. Moreover, there was one thing that concerned Yang Kai. After He Yuan and the other territory lords entered the black ink nest, the entire territory was closed off. Yang Kai had no idea how long it would take He Yuan to recover, but the latter obviously wouldn't come out of the black ink nest in short order. In other words, he probably wouldn't see He Yuan for the next few years. There was both a good and bad to this situation. The good was that Yang Kai could gather information on his own without any restraints. The bad thing was that he wouldn't be able to head to the royal city without He Yuan. He might not even be able to leave this universe fragment. There was a black ink disciple, who was approaching the great grandmaster level in artifact refining, developing warships in the depths of the Black Ink clan's domain. Yang Kai had to ascertain this individual's identity and location, so if he was unable to leave this universe fragment, his means of gathering information would be limited. The difficulty of the task made him feel anxious. While this was giving him a headache, Yang Kai suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura approaching him. After becoming startled for a brief moment, he quickly tried to examine it. He realized that it was a human who was coming over. Soon, Yang Kai heard someone knocking on the door. He hurriedly got to his feet and opened the door, only to see a burly man standing outside his room. There was no doubt that the humans residing in this place were all Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai had seen some Black Ink disciples when he followed Gui Liao back to the castle though, so he wasn't surprised. However, the Black Ink disciple in front of his eyes was overly towering as a human. Standing in front of this man, Yang Kai only came up to his chest. It had to be noted that even though Yang Kai wasn't a particularly tall man, he wasn't short by any means. This went to show how burly the man before his eyes was. What bothered Yang Kai wasn't this man's height though, but his aura. The energy fluctuations around this man suggested that he was in the seventh order open heaven realm, but his aura was tinged with a conspicuous sense of ferocity. Black ink strength could be seen wafting from his body, which made it look like he was covered in a layer of dark fog. What concerned Yang Kai even further was the anomalies on his figure. There was a sarcoma on this person's neck, and his hunched back really had a large hump in it. The moment Yang Kai saw this person, he felt a sense of danger. This kind of danger didn't come from the threat this person might pose, but rather the other party's own condition. In other words, this person was constantly in a perilous state. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall what Luan Baifeng, who was corrupted by Black Ink strength at that time, had shown him in the Black Prison. Back then, Yang Kai witnessed several people with similar conditions to this man. One of the primary reasons the cave heavens and paradises had been hiding the existence of Black Ink strength from the general public was that this strength was too dangerous, so a panic might be caused if this news was spread. Moreover, they were worried that some people couldn't resist the allure of Black Ink strength and would proactively seek to become corrupted by it. Chapter 5067, Lu Ziyan Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkey's human growth was limited, especially in the open heaven realm. How high a cultivator could eventually push their martial Dao was decided the moment they ascended to the open heaven realm. Usually, after a person ascended to the open heaven realm, they could only increase their order by 2 regardless of how hard they cultivated. This was the reason the cave heavens and paradises spent lots of time and resources nurturing the brightest disciples from a young age. Only the disciples who directly ascended to the 5th order and above had the right to become high-rank open heaven realm masters one day. If a person directly ascended to the 4th order, the limit in their lifetime would be the 6th order. However, after an open heaven realm master was corrupted by Black Ink strength, they could break through this limitation and keep ascending to higher orders. This was an allure that many open heaven realm masters could not resist. That was certainly the case for the vice sect master of Xianxia Paradise, Yuan Du. Despite his lofty status, he was still unable to resist this temptation, so he proactively sought to become corrupted and turn into a Black Ink disciple. Ever since then, he became the source of disturbance in Xianxia Paradise. It was imaginable that once this news was spread, it would send a shockwave across the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, Yuan Du wasn't the only one who was unable to keep moving forward in the martial Dao due to their innate limits. However, most were not aware of the hidden dangers that came with this method. While Black Ink strength could help an open heaven realm master achieve a breakthrough beyond their initial limitations, there was a price to pay, one that most people wouldn't be able to bear. Back then in the Black Prison, Yang Kai had seen several open heaven realm masters who achieved a breakthrough with the help of Black Ink strength. Nevertheless, they all ended up in a horrible state. The breakthrough beyond their limits and the sharp increase in their power could cause them to explode then and there, and those that did survive had their figures radically transformed, developing misshapen features and horrible tumors. In addition, their mental state deteriorated significantly, becoming far more aggressive and irrational. The black ink disciple in front of Yang Kai undoubtedly suffered such side effects. The sarcoma on his neck, the hump on his back, and his unusually large build were all the result of the black ink strength's corruption. In other words, this person wasn't supposed to have ascended to the 7th order open heaven realm. He broke through the limit by leveraging the black ink strength. Even though he had successfully reached the next order, his figure had also been transformed. Yang Kai could clearly feel that even though the aura of the 7th order open heaven realm master was dangerous, his foundation was unstable. Like an insect-infected building, it would fall apart when someone gently pushed it. If this person kept cultivating to increase his strength, he would most likely explode as his body was no longer able to bear a power that was too great for him. Someone like him could never be saved even if his black ink strength was dispelled with purifying light. The limit of his small universe was the 6th order, so the 7th order open heaven realm power had far exceeded what he could sustain. Once he lost the black ink strength support, he would undoubtedly lose his life. Countless thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he secretly sighed. He then asked, "You are?" The person cupped his fist and grinned, "I'm Lu Ziyan, a black ink disciple under Sir Gui Liao." "So, it is Brother Lu," Yang Kai nodded gently. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Lu Ziyan put on a big smile. "I heard that Sir Territory Lord personally took on a black ink disciple, so I came here to have a look out of curiosity. Sir Territory Lord is powerful, so he's usually not interested in ordinary black ink disciples. I've not seen him taking one over the years. You're the first one, Brother Yang." "I'm truly honored," then, Yang Kai replied humbly. He reckoned that Lu Ziyan must have a reason for visiting him, so he stepped aside. "Please come in, Brother Lu." Without being overly polite, Lu Ziyan stepped into the room. Yang Kai then closed the door. This side hall was basically empty, so it must have been vacant for quite a long time. He hadn't prepared anything since he had just gotten here, therefore, he fished out a table and some chairs from his small universe and invited the other party to have a seat. Lu Ziyan directly sat down on a chair. After Yang Kai was seated as well, he asked, "Brother Lu, you said you're a black ink disciple under Sir Gui Liao?" "Yes." Lu Ziyan nodded. "How long have you been living here?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Ziyan smacked his lips and sighed. "It's been 1,000 years. Not a short time, is it?" "It's indeed a very long time." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm new to this place, so I know nothing about the Black Ink clan. You'll have to give me some guidance in the future, Brother Lu." Lu Ziyan guffawed. Of course. Since we're both working for Sir Territory Lord, you can just tell me if you need any help. Although we're Black Ink disciples, we're of the same race, after all. Let's meet up more often whenever there's a chance." "You're right." Yang Kai agreed with him. "Which cave, heaven or paradise did you come from?" Lu Ziyan waved his hand. "Since we're Black Ink disciples now, the past no longer has anything to do with us. There's no need to talk about where we came from. Since you're now within the Black Ink clan's territory, you should quickly try to understand your place." "Understood," Yang Kai replied humbly. Lu Ziyan went on to say, "To be honest, I wasn't used to it when I first came here. However, after coming into contact with more people, I've realized that the Black Ink clan aren't any different from humans. You just have to get along with everyone else. If you want anyone to help you with something, or if you want to be regarded highly, you have to be on good terms with others. If you do that, you'll be fine." A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes when he heard that. "You have a point, Brother Lu." Since this guy had made it clear, Yang Kai was naturally aware of his intentions. He then rummaged through his clothes and fished out a space ring before pushing it towards him. "Since we're friends now, I'd like to give you a small gift. I'll definitely need your guidance in the future." Lu Ziyan arched his brow and guffawed. "Well, you shouldn't have. There's actually no need for that." Despite saying that, he directly picked up the space ring and scanned it with his divine sense. The next moment, his smile froze. There were only a few 100,000 open heaven pills in the space ring. This number of open heaven pills could only last him for half a month. Even though he was a Black Ink disciple, he was still a human, hence, the cultivation resources he needed were the same as what humans would use. He directly shot Yang Kai a glance and made it clear that he was displeased. "That's not very generous of you, Brother Yang. An unfazed Yang Kai explained, "This is already half of all my current assets, Brother Liu. You should know that when human soldiers go to war, they don't bring a lot of resources with them." The same rule applied at all the great passes, as they were worried that once a cultivator lost his or her life on the battlefield, their resources would be lost as well. Therefore, the cultivators who went out to fight would leave almost all their assets in their residences. That way, even if they were killed, their fellow clansmen could still take the resources and make use of them. Yang Kai was aware of this rule, but those from Blue Sky Pass had never restrained him with it, therefore, all his wealth was still in his small universe. Lu Ziyan frowned upon hearing that, as he was unable to refute Yang Kai since what he said was indeed the truth. The Black Ink clan had obtained a lot of space rings from the humans on the battlefields in the past, but there weren't really any valuable items in those rings. After giving it a thought, he said, "Forget it. It's the thought that counts." "Many thanks for your understanding, Brother Liu." Yang Kai kept his fist, then said, "Since you're Sir Gui Liao's Black Ink disciple, can you help me with something?" Even though Lu Ziyan had accepted the gift, he didn't seem ready to lend him a hand. Instead, he asked vigilantly, "What help do you need?" Yang Kai replied, "Before Sir He Yuan entered the Black Ink nest, he had told Sir Gui Liao to obtain a profounding spirit fruit for me. Since you are Sir Gui Liao's Black Ink disciple, can you help me ask him when he'll give me the profounding spirit fruit?" Upon hearing that, Lu Ziyan was startled. "Sir Territory Lord ordered a profounding spirit fruit be given to you?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, then asked curiously, "What's wrong with that?" Lu Ziyan sized him up and shook his head, "Nothing." Then, he rose from the chair, "I can help you ask Sir Gui Liao about it, but it's not up to me to influence his decision. Regardless, I thank you for helping me." Lu Ziyan nodded impassively, "I'll inform you when there's any news." Yang Kai got up and saw him off. "See you around, Brother Liu." Lu Ziyan left the place and waved his hand without turning his head. Yang Kai sported a dispassionate expression as he watched him leave. Even though both of them were humans, he didn't think Lu Ziyan genuinely wanted to get closer to him after their conversation. This was different from his previous experience. When he pretended to be a Black Ink disciple and worked for Nuyen back then, Yang Kai had been on good terms with B2, D4, and E5. Even though they had different temperaments, they sincerely wanted to get along with him. Perhaps it was because they were all humans. However, Lu Ziyan was different, as he didn't even seem to regard Yang Kai as someone from the same race. Perhaps the Black Ink strength had fully warped his temperament. Even though all Black Ink disciples would have their thinking changed so they were completely loyal to the Black Ink clan, the impact of Black Ink strength was obviously more severe on Lu Ziyan. This must have something to do with the fact that Black Ink strength had helped him achieve a breakthrough. Yang Kai had no idea whether it was Lu Ziyan's own intention to visit him or if it was Gui Liao's order. It would be interesting if it was the latter. Why did Gui Liao want to probe him? He was He Yuan's Black Ink disciple on paper, while Gui Liao was the designated person to handle the affairs in He Yuan's territory. They basically had nothing to do with each other, as they had never met prior to this, nor were there any grudges between them. Since he was unable to figure it out, Yang Kai decided to put the matter aside. He then returned to his room and refined some open heaven pills. He wouldn't dare to refine any resources to cultivate. After all, he had just told Lu Ziyan that he was broke. It wouldn't be sensible if he was suddenly able to fish out a set of 7th-order resources. Moreover, there wasn't any restriction around his room that could block divine senses. Any energy fluctuations in this place could easily be detected by anyone else. At the same time, in a grand hall that was in the deepest part of the castle, Lu Ziyan was standing in front of Gui Liao and reporting to him about his conversation with Yang Kai. Gui Liao listened to it with an unenthusiastic expression. After Lu Ziyan was done with the report, he stole a glance at Gui Liao. Upon seeing that the latter was expressionless, he summoned his courage and asked, "Master, Yang Kai said that Sir Territory Lord had promised to give him a profounding spirit fruit." Gui Liao grunted, "Yes, that's true." Lu Ziyan frowned. Why does Sir Territory Lord treasure him so much? He's a newcomer who hasn't made any contributions. If he's given such a reward right away, he'll most likely become arrogant. Chapter 5068, Gui Liao's Hobby Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys Gui Liao shot him a glance. What's wrong? Are you not happy with it? Lu Ziyan quickly said he wouldn't dare to, but he was evidently unresigned. In the past, he had done everything he could to defend the humans. After he was corrupted by black ink strength on the battlefield, he sacrificed a part of his small universe. Therefore, when he became a black ink disciple, his small universe was incomplete. Then, it took him 300 years to gain enough contributions on the battlefield before Gui Liao gave him a profounding spirit fruit to repair his small universe. The treatment he had received was totally not comparable to what Yang Kai could enjoy now, which was why he was unresigned. However, he wouldn't dare to express his true feelings in front of Gui Liao now. Upon seeing his expression, Gui Liao snorted, "You heard what Xiaogu said earlier. That guy is strong. That's why Sir Territory Lord regards him highly. How are you comparable to him?" A sense of haughtiness flashed across Lu Ziyan's face. "We'll only find out about it after he and I fight." Gui Liao said impassively, "He's Sir Territory Lord's black ink disciple. If you really dare to do anything to him, Sir Territory Lord will not let you off when he's done recuperating." Lu Ziyan grinned, "Don't worry, Master. I'll only teach him a lesson when there's a chance. It's not like I'll kill him. I won't make things difficult for you." Gui Liao nodded, "Good, just don't go too far." After giving it a thought, he shook his head, "Actually, you'd better not complicate the matter. Even though Sir Territory Lord is recuperating in the black ink nest, he'll come out one day." Lu Ziyan frowned, "Do we give him a profounding spirit fruit just like this?" Gui Liao sneered, "Sir Territory Lord only ordered me to get him a profounding spirit fruit. As for when I'll find one, that's up to me. I'll also see if he's tactful enough before I'll decide whether I'll give it to him." He tapped on the table, "I guess I'll look for you again. I'm sure you know what to then." "I get it, Master. Don't worry about it," Lu Ziyan replied respectfully. "You may leave now." Gui Liao waved his hand, then Lu Ziyan left the place. Yang Kai cultivated in silence in his room. More than 10 days later, the profounding spirit fruit was still nowhere in sight. Logically, there should be all sorts of resources in the Territory Lord's territory. When he came to this place with He Yuan, he witnessed the prosperity in this place. Even though profounding spirit fruits were rare, the demand for them among the Black Ink clan should be far smaller than that among the humans, so there should be a reserve of them in the castle. Moreover, He Yuan had given the order in public, and Yang Kai had asked Lu Ziyan to help him ask Gui Liao about it, hence, Gui Liao should have sent a profounding spirit fruit to him by now. Yang Kai felt that something was off as he still hadn't got his hands on a profounding spirit fruit up until now. Furthermore, it was truly inefficient to cultivate by refining open heaven pills as it was much slower than what he could achieve in the past. Given his situation, he couldn't possibly fish out a set of 7th order materials and refine them though. He also couldn't set up a restriction around this room. After giving it a thought, he decided to look for Gui Liao and ask about it. The moment he left the side hall, he saw a Black Ink clansman who appeared to be in a hurry. This Black Ink clansman was weak as he was only equivalent to a 5th order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai directly stopped him and asked, "Excuse me, where is Sir Gui Liao?" The Black Ink clansman was startled for a moment as he swept a glance over Yang Kai with surprise. It had to be noted that Black Ink disciples were lowly slaves in the Black Ink clan's territory and had to be subservient whenever they saw any Black Ink clansman. It was the first time this Black Ink clansman came across a Black Ink disciple who dared to stop him like this. However, he soon recalled that this Black Ink disciple was personally corrupted by Sir Territory Lord, so he was unlike the other Black Ink disciples. He supposed that was the reason this Black Ink disciple was this audacious. While suppressing his fury, he shook his head, "I have no idea." Upon finishing his words, he stopped responding to Yang Kai and left. With no other choice, Yang Kai went on to ask several Black Ink clansmen about it, but none of them knew where Gui Liao was. Perhaps they were aware of Gui Liao's whereabouts, but they just were not willing to tell him. This made Yang Kai furrow his brow. Since he was unable to find Gui Liao, how was he supposed to ask about the profounding spirit fruit? After giving it a thought, he decided to release his divine sense to scan the entire castle. The powerful divine sense swept across the castle like a tide, which prompted everyone in the place to react. There were many feudal lords in the castle, so it was only natural that they were furious at Yang Kai, who had the gall to scan the place with his divine sense. Nevertheless, Yang Kai retracted his divine sense a brief moment later. Before the feudal lords could counterattack, his divine sense had returned to him. During the momentary inspection, he was unable to detect Gui Liao's aura. It seemed that those Black Ink clansmen were not lying when they said they didn't know where Gui Liao was. After pondering on it for a moment, he headed in a particular direction. A moment later, he arrived at a courtyard where there was a restriction set up. He directly flicked at the restriction and caused a layer of ripples to spread. Soon, the restriction was turned off. After the door was opened, Lu Ziyan's furious-looking face came into Yang Kai's sight. It wasn't because of luck that he found Lu Ziyan's residence. When he scanned the castle with his divine sense just now, the restriction in this place was triggered. For a brief moment, Lu Ziyan revealed his aura to ascertain what was going on. That was how Yang Kai found out his whereabouts. "Brother Lu." Yang Kai took a step back and cupped his fist. Fury was written all over Lu Ziyan's face. Upon seeing Yang Kai, he snapped, "It's you. I was wondering who had the gall to do such a thing." Yang Kai chuckled, "I'm sorry, but I had no other choice." "What's wrong?" Lu Ziyan asked in a grim voice. Yang Kai nodded, "There's something I need to ask you about." Lu Ziyan frowned and stepped aside, "Come in first." After thanking him, Yang Kai entered the courtyard with him. As he looked around, he arched his brow. This courtyard was definitely much better than the room assigned to him by Gui Liao, as it was more suitable for humans to live in. It was apparently because Gui Liao regarded Lu Ziyan highly. On the other hand, even though Yang Kai was He Yuan's Black Ink disciple, he wasn't close to Gui Liao. That was the reason Gui Liao didn't give him the same treatment and settled him down in a random room. Even if He Yuan found out about it, he wouldn't be displeased. However, it showed how little Gui Liao cared about Yang Kai. There was only a table and a chair in the courtyard. Lu Ziyan directly took a seat. Yang Kai stood in front of him and looked around. He felt as if he was here to report to him regarding work-related matters. "Whatever you have to say, just say it," Lu Ziyan said impatiently. With a smile, Yang Kai fished out a chair from his small universe and took a seat across from Lu Ziyan before replying, "Brother Lu, I'm here to ask you about the matter I had mentioned previously. Is there any update?" Lu Ziyan shot him a glance. "What matter are you talking about?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Are you playing dumb, Brother Lu? I had only mentioned one thing." He felt frustrated in his heart. The last time they met, he already realized that Lu Ziyan was haughty and aggressive, but there wasn't much hostility between them. However, this time, he could feel that Lu Ziyan was hostile towards him. He wondered what had happened as Lu Ziyan also spoke in a weird tone. In any case, both of them were Black Ink disciples, so what was the point of him acting standoffish? Moreover, he had previously asked him to inquire about the profounding spirit fruit, but the latter played dumb now. Although he didn't need the profounding spirit fruit, Yang Kai had to get his hands on it to cover up the secrets in his small universe, hence, he was determined to obtain the fruit. An unfazed Lu Ziyan remained seated and said impassively, "Are you talking about the profounding spirit fruit?" Yang Kai nodded, "You finally recalled it." Lu Ziyan replied, "I asked Sir Gui Liao about it on your behalf, but he didn't say anything. It's not up to me to influence Sir's decision." Yang Kai knitted his brows together. "Where is Sir Gui Liao, then?" Lu Ziyan snorted, "This Lu is a Black Ink disciple under Sir Gui Liao. Since he's the master, it's not like he has to tell me where he'd go whenever he heads out. How am I supposed to know where he is?" Yang Kai was rendered speechless as he had the urge to summon Azure Dragon Spear and kill him. Upon noticing the gloomy expression on the other man's face, Lu Ziyan changed the topic by saying, "Brother Yang, do you remember what I told you previously?" Yang Kai replied, "You told me many things at that time. Which one do you mean exactly?" Lu Ziyan grinned, "Since you've forgotten about it, this Lu will tell you one more time. The Black Ink clan and the human race are not so different. You just have to get along with everyone. If you need someone's help, you can obtain it by being on good terms with them." Instantly, Yang Kai appeared to be in a dilemma. "Brother Lu, I only have a small number of open heaven pills. I gave you half of them, so I'm left with very few now." Lu Ziyan snorted, no one is coveting your pathetic number of open heaven pills. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, what do you want then, Brother Lu? Lu Ziyan replied impassively, it's not what I want. I have no say when it comes to the profounding spirit fruit. Upon realizing his meaning, Yang Kai leaned closer and asked in a small voice, what does Sir Gui Liao want, then? This guy had been beating around the bush in order to make Yang Kai understand that he had to gain Gui Liao's favor. It was up to Gui Liao to make a decision regarding the profounding spirit fruit, and Lu Ziyan was Gui Liao's black ink disciple. Yang Kai was certain that Lu Ziyan must have gotten Gui Liao's permission to do all this. So, he's waiting for me to take the initiative to contact him. Yang Kai finally understood why Gui Liao didn't immediately give him the profounding spirit fruit even though it was He Yuan's order. He hadn't expected that there was such a practice in Black Ink Clan. He thought that it was a terrible inconvenience. Then, he went on to say, Brother Lu, I'm sure you're aware that I have nothing valuable with me. I'm worried that I can't give Sir Gui Liao anything he would want. Lu Ziyan put on a meaningful grin, don't worry, you have plenty of what Sir Gui Liao likes the most. Upon finishing his words, he started sizing Yang Kai up. Yang Kai's expression slowly turned cold as he narrowed his eyes, please make it clear to me, Brother Lu. It had come to a point where there was no longer a need to beat around the bush. Lu Ziyan said, I'm sure you know that Black Ink clansmen are able to consume world force. This doesn't just help increase their power, but it's also a kind of hobby for them. Sir Gui Liao's hobby is slightly different from others, though I suppose it's not accurate to say that. Perhaps many Black Ink clansmen have this hobby. They love consuming fresh world force. Chapter 5069, Spit Them Back Out Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ligerkeys. Yang Kai was startled upon hearing that. It was the first time he heard someone describe world force as fresh. World force was the foundation of an open heaven realm master's power, not a living creature. Was there such a thing as stale world force, then? Feeling puzzled, he asked, what do you mean by fresh world force? Lu Ziyan replied with a smile, have you heard of the world sphere before, Brother Yang? Yang Kai nodded, yes. Lu Ziyan explained, strictly speaking, world spheres are a kind of artifact invented by the Black Ink clan. It's used to absorb the world force that leaks out after open heaven realm masters are killed on the battlefield. World spheres are sold in every Black Ink clan's territory, and they're quite expensive. By buying a world sphere, a Black Ink clansman can consume the world force inside it to cultivate. The world force in sealed worlds could be consumed by the Black Ink clan as well, however, that kind of world force is like a tree without roots or a river without a source. It's dead. To the Black Ink clan, this kind of world force is not fresh enough. It's like stale food for humans. He paused for a moment and went on to say, on the other hand, open heaven realm masters like us have very fresh world force in our small universes. Sir Gui Liao is pretty picky, so he prefers to consume this kind of world force. Then, he looked fervently at Yang Kai, so, it's easy for you to gain Sir Gui Liao's favor. You just have to open your small universe and let him consume your world force to his heart's content. After that, he'll grant your wish. Yang Kai lowered his gaze and said impassively, is this how you please Sir Gui Liao? Lu Ziyan directly nodded, yes. However, according to Sir Gui Liao, the world force of every open heaven realm master tastes different. This Lu has been Sir Gui Liao's servant for a long time. In the past, he loved to consume my world force, but he hasn't done so for a long time now. I suppose he's already sick of it. Since you're a newcomer, you can let Sir Gui Liao have a taste of a different kind of world force. He said that the more powerful a human is, the more delicious his world force will be, and you're a powerful cultivator. If you're willing to do this, I'm sure Sir Gui Liao will see you in a different light. It'll be much easier for you to get things done as well. Is this the condition? Yang Kai lifted his head and asked. Lu Ziyan shook his head, it's not a condition. It's just my suggestion. Brother Yang, a wise man will adapt to the circumstances. This is the Black Ink clan's territory, and we're Black Ink disciples. I'm Sir Territory Lord's Black Ink disciple, not Gui Liao's. Lu Ziyan's expression changed, stop being obstinate, Brother Yang. You'll only lose a bit of your world force. If you can get a profounding spirit fruit, you'll be able to repair the damaged part of your small universe. By then, you can slowly cultivate and make up for the losses. Yang Kai shot him a piercing glance. Before Sir Territory Lord entered the black ink nest, he ordered Gui Liao to get me a profounding spirit fruit. Is he going to disobey Sir Territory Lord? Lu Ziyan chuckled. No one has the guts to disobey Sir Territory Lord's orders. In fact, Sir Gui Liao has left the place to look for a profounding spirit fruit for you. However, I'm sure you know that it's a very rare item. As for when he'll find it, or whether he'll be able to find it at all, that is up to the heavens. Up to the heavens? Yang Kai secretly cursed. It was apparent that Gui Liao wanted to force him to make a concession in such a way. He had never expected that Gui Liao had a hobby of consuming fresh world force from humans. Even though the one whose world force was getting absorbed would suffer some losses, they would be fine as long as not too much of their world force was sucked and their foundation was undamaged. The lost world force could be replenished easily enough. However, there was no way Yang Kai would agree to such a demand. First of all, there wasn't a reason for him to agree to Gui Liao's request. Secondly, if he really opened up his small universe in front of Gui Liao, his secret would be exposed. Previously, he gave up a part of his small universe twice on the battlefield because he had no other choice. Additionally, he was doing that to fool the Black Ink clansmen so that they wouldn't examine his small universe. Fortunately, everything had gone well. Why would he expose his secret at this point? Lu Ziyan leaned against the seat and said calmly, "Why don't you go back and sleep on it? Everything I've said to you is sincere. There's no need to sleep on it." Yang Kai shook his head. Lu Ziyan stared fixedly at him. "You mean," Yang Kai snorted, "this Yang is Sir Territory Lord's Black Ink disciple, not Gui Liao's. Regardless of what Sir Territory Lord tells me to do, I'll not hesitate to do it for him. As for Gui Liao's ridiculous demand, I'll tell Sir Territory Lord about it when he comes out of the black ink nest." Lu Ziyan's expression changed drastically as he landed a slap on the table. "Don't go too far, you little bastard. It'll take Sir Territory Lord several years to recuperate. During this period of time, you'll have to work for Sir Gui Liao." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai shot him a glance. "Is he going to kill me? You're just a black ink disciple. If you make a mistake, why wouldn't Sir Gui Liao kill you?" Lu Ziyan appeared ferocious. Yang Kai sneered. "Let's see if he has the guts to do so." Lu Ziyan fell into a dazed state. After staring at him for a long time, he shook his head. "You're insane." Insane? He couldn't sense any respect for Gui Liao from Yang Kai, which was inconceivable. As a black ink disciple, how did Yang Kai have the guts to dismiss a feudal lord like Gui Liao? It seemed that he didn't know his place. Was he confident because he was the Territory Lord's black ink disciple? Lu Ziyan couldn't help but feel bitter. All of a sudden, Yang Kai extended his hand. "Give them back." "What?" Lu Ziyan was startled. "The open heaven pills I gave you the other day." Yang Kai pulled a long face. Initially, even though Lu Ziyan was deplorable, Yang Kai didn't intend to be on bad terms with him. After all, he was new to this place, so he didn't want to complicate things. However, what had happened totally disappointed him. Gui Liao wanted to consume his world force, and he even told Lu Ziyan to con him into accepting. Yang Kai would never agree to such a demand. However, he needed a profounding spirit fruit to cover up the secrets in his small universe. After taking everything into consideration, he decided to make a huge fuss so that Gui Liao had to take notice. In this castle, Lu Ziyan was the best breakthrough he could make use of to achieve his goal. Lu Ziyan couldn't believe his ears. A person must be extremely thick-skinned to have the nerve to take back what he had given out. Honestly speaking, several 100,000 open heaven pills didn't matter to Lu Ziyan. However, he could never give them back to Yang Kai given the latter's attitude. If he really did so, it would be the same as admitting he was afraid of Yang Kai. After a moment of silence, Lu Ziyan sneered. "What open heaven pills? I've consumed them all." Yang Kai balled up his fists as cracking sounds were heard. His aura was rising rapidly. "Since you've consumed my open heaven pills, I just have to make you spit them back out." Lu Ziyan was astonished as he gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief. "You want to fight with me?" He couldn't help but have the urge to laugh. Previously, he had suggested giving Yang Kai a lesson in front of Gui Liao. At that time, he was just displeased with the different treatments he and Yang Kai received. This brat surnamed Yang could immediately get a profounding spirit fruit upon arrival, while it wasn't until 300 years after he became a black ink disciple that he got the fruit. Moreover, he only obtained it because he had made many contributions. Nevertheless, Gui Liao told him not to complicate things, so he cast the idea aside. Now that he was provoked by Yang Kai though, he could seize the chance to teach him a lesson. Certainly, he wouldn't dare to disobey Gui Liao's order. However, there was nothing to worry about now since it was Yang Kai who made the first move. This way, he could explain himself to Gui Liao. When Zha Gu reported to Gui Liao about the battle that Yang Kai had taken part in, Lu Ziyan, who was hiding in the darkness, could hear it clearly as well. He knew that this new black ink disciple that the territory lord had taken on was powerful, as Yang Kai was able to lead a squad to kill several thousand black ink clansmen, including more than 10 feudal lords. Lu Ziyan didn't think he was capable of doing that. However, that was what Yang Kai could achieve when he was at his peak. During that battle, Yang Kai sacrificed pieces of his small universe twice. Now, his small universe was incomplete, and his foundation had been damaged. There was no doubt that his power had plunged. In that case, why would Lu Ziyan need to fear him? He was instantly infuriated by Yang Kai's provocation, and his seventh order aura flared sharply. His entire figure was engulfed in a dark fog as he pushed his power, his figure seemingly expanding as well. The sarcoma on his neck throbbed against his skin like a beating heart. He slowly rose from the chair and looked condescendingly at Yang Kai. With a grin, he snickered, "Brat, do you know the consequences of provoking me?" Even though he appeared to be giving Yang Kai a warning, he was actually eager to see him make a move. Yang Kai scoffed, "Anyone ever tell you, you talk too much?" Upon finishing his words, he threw out his fist. Lu Ziyan almost had the urge to cheer for Yang Kai. He had never expected this person surnamed Yang to be so impetuous that he would make a move on a whim. It was unlike how polite Yang Kai had appeared to be up until now. This was exactly the outcome Lu Ziyan wanted. The moment he saw Yang Kai making a move, he also pushed out his fist without hesitation. He was a burly man, so his fist was also significantly larger than that of Yang Kai. When their fists came into contact, it was as though two universe worlds had clashed. As the world force surged, Lu Ziyan abruptly stopped appearing haughty as his huge figure was sent flying away like an arrow. He directly crashed into a wall and formed a pit in the ground. On the other hand, Yang Kai was forced to back several steps before he managed to stabilize himself. His surging aura made his clothes flap in the wind. Shaking his head, Yang Kai stepped forward. He wasn't used to the condition he was in. If he were still at the peak of his power, he could have severely wounded someone like Lu Ziyan with one punch and killed him in 3. However, his strength really had plunged as a result of the damage to his small universe, leaving him far weaker than before. Fortunately, his opponent was Lu Ziyan. Even though Lu Ziyan was also a 7th order master, he reached this order by using the black ink strength to break through his natural limit, the 6th order open heaven realm. Lu Ziyan's foundation was unstable, so he was unable to fully utilize the power of the 7th order open heaven realm. Chapter 5070, I'd like to file a complaint. Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidger keys. After an exchange of moves, Yang Kai had a better judgment of Lu Ziyan's true power. He was indeed a 7th order master, as manifested by his ample world force. However, he was unable to fully utilize that power. His cultivation was nothing more than a castle built from sand. On the other hand, even though Yang Kai had sacrificed a part of his small universe twice, which caused his foundation to be damaged, he still had the world tree clone to continuously purify his world force. Therefore, while he was no match for the other party when it came to strength output, the quality of his power allowed him to overpower his opponent. That was the reason he gained the upper hand following the exchange of moves. An increasingly ferocious aura billowed from the ruins. A burly figure stepped out of the demolished building. For every step Lu Ziyan took, the entire ground seemed to be shaking. Black ink strength was seen swirling around him, and even his eyes had turned completely black. He glared at Yang Kai and said through clenched teeth, "Boy, you court death." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Yang Kai at the speed of lightning. While in midair, He turned his fists into innumerable phantoms and engulfed Yang Kai with them. Yang Kai had already intended to make a fuss, so he naturally wouldn't back down at this point. He charged right at Lu Ziyan and engaged him in a brutal melee. The noise of the battle soon alerted everyone in the castle. The feudal lords, who resided in different places, subsequently appeared and watched them from a distance. When they realized it was a battle between Gui Liao's Black Ink disciple and the Territory Lord's Black Ink disciple, they were astounded. They had no idea what had happened that caused these two humans to get into a life-and-death fight. Nevertheless, these feudal lords didn't have the intention of interfering or stopping them. To them, even though these humans had been corrupted by Black Ink strength, they were not the same as Black Ink clansmen like them, who had a noble bloodline. Naturally, they wouldn't care whether one of them was injured or even killed. In fact, they had fun watching the battle and chatted among themselves. The battle in the courtyard between Yang Kai and Lu Ziyan was intense. As time passed, Yang Kai realized that this guy indeed had a problem mobilizing his strength. Sometimes, his attacks would be so forceful that even Yang Kai found it hard to fend off, but sometimes, his strikes would be so powerless that Yang Kai could easily find openings and land direct hits on his figure, which caused him to groan in pain. It meant that Lu Ziyan was unable to use his power flexibly. Instead, his utilization of his world force was unstable. Sometimes, he could showcase his real power, but sometimes, he would be strong in will while weak in strength. Any open heaven realm master with a solid foundation wouldn't face such a problem. One must be fully at ease with using their power in order to ascend to the open heaven realm, so they wouldn't have to deal with such a situation. The reason Lu Ziyan was unable to effortlessly use his strength was that he didn't deserve to be in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm in the first place. Given his condition, he would be killed soon after he stepped onto the battlefield. Once his weaknesses were detected by the opponent, he would lose his life. In fact, it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to kill him now, but he didn't have the intention of doing so. It was no longer possible to save Lu Ziyan. Even if the Black Ink strength inside his body was dispelled using purifying light, his small universe would shatter as it was unable to bear 7th Order Open Heaven realm power. Nevertheless, he was Gui Liao's Black Ink disciple, so if he was killed here, Gui Liao would definitely avenge his death. Lu Ziyan was right to say that it would take He Yuan several years to recuperate, and Gui Liao was tasked with handling the affairs in the territory until then. Yang Kai would have a hard time here if he offended him too seriously. It wasn't long before Lu Ziyan fell into a complete disadvantage. This made him increasingly infuriated. He initially thought that Yang Kai wouldn't be a match for him as the latter's foundation had been damaged, but after the battle started, he realized that things were different from what he had imagined. Yang Kai was still powerful even though his small universe was incomplete. It was no wonder that when he was at the peak of his power, he was able to kill so many feudal lords and Black Ink clansmen. At this moment, Lu Ziyan found himself in a dilemma. He could only madly push his power in an attempt to suppress Yang Kai while at the same time, he prayed that the latter wouldn't be able to persevere due to his weakened foundation. The more he exerted his strength, the thicker the Black Ink strength around him became while the aura wafting from his body became increasingly unstable. However, Lu Ziyan seemed oblivious to all of that while Yang Kai had faintly detected it. By activating the power he was unable to control, Lu Ziyan would soon suffer a backlash. When that happened, he would be crippled even if he didn't lose his life. Just then, Yang Kai detected something as he slowed down his attack. Lu Ziyan was elated upon seeing that, but just as he was preparing to push his advantage, a voice was heard snapping, "Both of you, stop right there." The next instant, a figure descended from the sky and landed between Yang Kai and Lu Ziyan. An agile Yang Kai promptly leaped backward. On the other hand, Lu Ziyan, who was blinded by wrath, forcefully pushed out his fist and attacked the person in front of him. However, the instant he made out the person's face, he was flabbergasted as he quickly retracted his fist. Forcefully withdrawing his strike caused Lu Ziyan's small universe to shake and his world force to descend into chaos. The next moment, he was heard spraying out a mouthful of blood. His aura had withered as he was unable to bear the consequences of this impact. While trying to support his own weight, he cupped his fists. "Master." Gui Liao shot him an impassive glance, which caused his back to be covered with cold sweat and his legs to tremble. A black ink disciple could never go against his master, and this time, he seemed to have screwed things up. That was why he was apprehensive. Sir Gui Liao. Yang Kai kept his fist while secretly scoffing at the fact that Gui Liao was finally alerted. Judging from the direction he came from, he was indeed not in the castle moments ago. However, the repercussions of the battle between two Seventh Order masters could spread across half this universe fragment. As long as he wasn't too far away, Gui Liao could definitely sense it. Upon hearing that, Gui Liao turned around and glared at Yang Kai. While the territory lord was still recuperating, two black ink disciples got into a fight and caused a large part of the castle to be damaged. Regardless of the cause of the fight, Gui Liao would be held responsible for not managing the situation properly. When the territory lord returned from the black ink nest and asked about it, Gui Liao would probably be reprimanded. Although it wasn't a big issue, he was still displeased. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Gui Liao asked in a grim voice. Lu Ziyan wouldn't dare to say anything. It wasn't like he could say Yang Kai had turned him down and wanted to get back the open heaven pills given to him, which was why they got into a fight. While Lu Ziyan was timid, Yang Kai was confident as he cupped his fist. Sir Gui Liao, I'd like to file a complaint against Lu Ziyan for oppressing a newcomer like me who doesn't know the customs in the Black Ink clan's base. He has demanded a lot of benefits from me using your name. Right after Yang Kai finished speaking, Gui Liao felt his heart sinking as he regretted asking such a foolish question. He didn't give it any serious consideration as he was furious earlier, but now that he thought about it, he should have brought these two humans to a quiet place so that there wouldn't be so many feudal lords watching them. Is that true? Gui Liao narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lu Ziyan. Lu Ziyan's face was covered with cold sweat. No. Yang Kai glowered at him. Do you have the gall to say that you didn't take my open heaven pills on the first day of my arrival? Lu Ziyan snapped. I didn't make such a demand. You gave them to me. Yang Kai snorted. If you hadn't asked for them, why would I give anything to you? Indeed, you didn't make it clear, but you implied that I should give you some benefits if I wanted to live a better life here. I'm not a fool, so it's expected that I would be able to read between the lines. I'm a newcomer, so I wouldn't dare to say no. I could only make a sacrifice. He then turned to Gui Liao and cupped his fist. Please stand up for me, Sir Gui Liao. I only had a small number of open heaven pills, but I still gave him half of everything I had, thinking that I could befriend him. To my surprise, this guy was greedy as he thought that my gift was not valuable enough. He even used your name and tried to demand more from me today. Stop spouting nonsense. Lu Ziyan roared as he was worried that Yang Kai would break the secret to everyone. The Black Ink clansmen in the castle were aware of Gui Liao's hobby. In fact, many of them enjoyed doing it as well. However, knowing was one thing, but making it public was another. It would be fine to do some things in private, but it would be ugly when they were talked about publicly. It was especially true as Yang Kai's identity was special. He was the Black Ink disciple personally corrupted by He Yuan territory lord. It would have been fine if Yang Kai wasn't He Yuan's Black Ink disciple. However, this relationship was truly significant. Since Gui Liao had his eyes on his Black Ink disciple, it would suggest that he had no regard for He Yuan at all. This issue could be small or big. It might not be worth mentioning as Yang Kai's life was not at stake. Nevertheless, if He Yuan felt insulted, it would mean that Gui Liao had crossed the line by offending his superior. Gui Liao wouldn't be able to bear the wrath if the territory lord blamed him. It would have been alright if Gui Liao could secretly settle the matter. From his standpoint, he believed that a newcomer like Yang Kai wouldn't dare to resist as it wouldn't matter to lose a bit of world force. However, he hadn't expected the other party to be so obstinate and defiant. While remaining silent, Gui Liao felt his brow twitching. Yang Kai asked, Sir, don't you want to know how he tarnishes your reputation? It had come to a point where Gui Liao had to get to the bottom of it in front of everyone, otherwise, he would only appear guilty, so he replied with a nod, Speak. Despite his casual look, Gui Liao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Seemingly oblivious to this, Yang Kai proclaimed loudly, Before Sir Territory Lord entered the Black Ink nest, he had told you to get a profounding spirit fruit for me. I've been waiting for days, but there hasn't been any news about it. I initially wanted to ask you about this, however, since you were not around, I could only look for Lu Ziyan. By leveraging his position as your Black Ink disciple, this guy demanded a lot of resources from me. He said that as long as I could satisfy his demands, he would put in a good word for me in front of you so that I could get the profounding spirit fruit sooner. He even said that, at this point, he seemed hesitant to continue. What else did he say? Gui Liao gritted his teeth. Yang Kai went on to say, he even said that those demands were not for himself but for you, Sir Gui Liao. It was Sir Territory Lord who told you to get me a profounding spirit fruit, so I'm sure that you wouldn't be negligent about it. Why would I need his help to begin with? Moreover, it's not like a black ink disciple like him can affect what you do. After I exposed his lies, he became furious out of shame and started a fight with me. Please stand up for me, sir. A dumbfounded Lu Ziyan gazed at Yang Kai with widened eyes. Chapter 5071, You're Quite Good Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Lu Ziyan hadn't expected Yang Kai to spout such nonsense, and his upright attitude made it look like it was really what had happened, so he quickly refuted, that's not true. A calm Yang Kai turned to look at him, it's not true? Why don't you tell everyone why we fought then, Brother Lu? It's not like a newcomer like me would ask for trouble by offending you for no reason. Lu Ziyan snapped, it's because, Yang Kai stared fixedly at him, go on. Lu Ziyan was rendered speechless. The demand he had mentioned to Yang Kai on this day couldn't be exposed in public, after all, this was just a speculation of Gui Liao's intention. If it was exposed, Gui Liao would be humiliated. As his black ink disciple, Lu Ziyan wouldn't dare to bring trouble to his master. Yang Kai promptly said, see? He can't say anything. Sir Gui Liao, the truth is right before our eyes. It's not that I wanted to get into a conflict with him, instead, he was the one who went too far. Please stand up for me, sir. Gui Liao stared fixedly at him for a moment, then turned to glare at Lu Ziyan, waste. Lu Ziyan was unable to say anything despite feeling aggrieved. He felt apprehensive and terrified as Gui Liao reprimanded him. It all happened because of Yang Kai, but he could only keep the resentment in his heart for the time being and try to get his revenge in the future. Regardless of the cause of the conflict, you two, as black ink disciples, shouldn't have gotten into a fight in Sir Territory Lord's castle and caused so much damage. Both of you have to be punished. Lu Ziyan. Lu Ziyan replied in a shaking voice, yes. That will be 3 world spheres from you. Lu Ziyan's face instantly turned pale as he pleaded with Gui Liao, sir, if you dare to say anything more, it will be 5 world spheres. Gui Liao snorted. Lu Ziyan instantly kept his mouth shut, but his expression was evidently furious and aggrieved. As for you, Gui Liao gave Yang Kai a dispassionate look, it will be 1 world sphere. Even though Yang Kai had no idea what the punishment was, he knew that it was definitely terrible. That was the reason Lu Ziyan turned pale upon hearing it. Yang Kai then cupped his fist, Sir Gui Liao, I'm the victim. You're the victim? Gui Liao sneered, there's a saying you humans like to use, it takes 2 hands to clap. Both of you are in the wrong for what has happened today. I'm sure Sir Territory Lord will be fine with how I handle this matter. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Of course I'm unwilling. Yang Kai gritted his teeth for a moment before saying, I'll accept this punishment, then. Gui Liao stared at him for a while before nodding, you're quite good. Many thanks for the compliment, sir, Yang Kai replied unenthusiastically. Enough, go back to your own places. Gui Liao waved his hand and chastised the feudal lords around him. It was then that the feudal lords left. Seeing that Gui Liao was about to leave, Yang Kai called out to him, sir, when will you give me the profounding spirit fruit as promised by Sir Territory Lord? Without turning his head, Gui Liao replied, just wait. I'll give it to you when I find one. He soon disappeared, but he never said when he would find the fruit. Yang Kai reckoned that after he kicked up a fuss this time, he wouldn't be able to get a profounding spirit fruit in short order. Nevertheless, he didn't regret his decision. There was no way he would agree to opening up his small universe and letting Gui Liao feed on his world force. With that said, he had to get his hands on a profounding spirit fruit quickly, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when his small universe was fully repaired by the World Tree clone. When he felt a resentful glare on him, Yang Kai turned around and saw Lu Ziyan glowering at him. He sneered before striding off. Lu Ziyan was so enraged that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After the battle, not only was he defeated by his opponent, but he was also punished by Gui Liao. Besides that, his residence was also destroyed. It could be said that he had suffered immense losses. On the other hand, Yang Kai had received a much lighter punishment. There was no way Lu Ziyan could tolerate this. Nevertheless, Yang Kai wasn't interested in responding to him. This black ink disciple could never be saved, but he didn't feel like killing him either, so he could only let him perish on his own. Not long after Yang Kai returned to his room, a high-ranked black ink clansman came over and passed him a world sphere. After saying that it was Gui Liao's order, he left. Certainly, Yang Kai had seen world spheres before. When he was Nu Yan's subordinate in the past, that guy would bring him to different territories to fight against other black ink disciples. The black ink coins he earned would be used to buy world spheres so that he could cultivate. Nu Yan had a dream, which was to earn enough black ink coins and head to Black Ink Nest to ascend to become a feudal lord. However, before he could realize his dream, he was killed by Feng Ying. To black ink clansmen, world spheres were cultivation resources, and every piece was costly. The average clansman couldn't afford one. If not for the fact that Yang Kai was powerful enough to win every life and death gambling match he entered, Nu Yan wouldn't have earned enough black ink coins to keep buying world spheres. Another black ink disciple of Nu Yan's, D4, once told Yang Kai that the world force in the world spheres was basically collected from the battlefield. After Open Heaven Realm Masters passed away, their small universes would collapse, and their world force would dissipate. World spheres could be used to capture that leaking world force. However, Yang Kai had felt that explanation was unreasonable. Even though a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed on the battlefield, there shouldn't be enough world force that could fill world spheres to be sold to so many black ink clansmen. After asking about this, D4 told him that black ink disciples could also infuse their world force into the world spheres, which was actually the most common way for the black ink clansmen to create world spheres. Therefore, every black ink disciple was a valuable asset to their master. Black ink disciples were loyal and would never betray their master, and they could tag along when the master went to war. During their free time, black ink disciples could even make world spheres for the masters to cultivate with. As long as the black ink disciples were not killed, the masters would have an unlimited supply of world spheres. Back then, Nu Yan had bought several empty world spheres and told D4 and the others to infuse their world force into them. However, Yang Kai was Nu Yan's money tree, so he was spared from this task. He just had to continuously win battles in different arenas. When Yang Kai heard the punishment announced by Gui Liao, he didn't understand what that meant. However, when he saw this empty world sphere, he finally comprehended Gui Liao's intention. It was apparent that he was required to fill this world sphere with his world force. It took a long time to completely fill a world sphere, at least a few months given Yang Kai's 7th order Open Heaven Realm strength. Not only was this time-consuming, but it would also exhaust his heritage. Certainly, Yang Kai wasn't willing to do such a thing. Why would he make a world sphere for Gui Liao when the latter wasn't even willing to give him a profounding spirit fruit? Nevertheless, since he had offended Gui Liao, life would be hard for him in the future. At the very least, before He Yuan left the Black Ink Nest years later, he had to be cautious so that Gui Liao wouldn't have a reason to punish him. Moreover, he had to come up with a way to complete his true objective, which was to find out the artifact refining Grandmaster's identity and whereabouts. Having said that, the most pressing issue for him was to obtain a profounding spirit fruit. Since he couldn't pin his hopes on Gui Liao, he had to look for a different way to achieve his goal. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai rose from the chair and left his room. It was business as usual inside the castle. The passing black ink clansmen would look curiously at him. After all, they had never seen a new black ink disciple who had the guts to get into a fight in the castle. Yang Kai randomly caught a black ink clansman and asked, "Do you know where Zha Gu lives?" The black ink clansman was puzzled. Who is that? Even though Zha Gu was a feudal lord, there were many feudal lords in He Yuan's territory. Naturally, the black ink clansman in the castle couldn't possibly know all the feudal lords. Yang Kai didn't give up though and kept asking around. After asking more than a dozen black ink clansmen the same question, he finally got some clues. He found a black ink clansman who knew a little about Zha Gu. He had no idea where he lived exactly, but he told Yang Kai to look for him in a particular area in the territory. A feudal lord like Zhao Gu would generally look for a place outside of the city to establish their own home. This was permitted by He Yuan and the other territory lords. However, if one was incapable of acquiring a black ink nest, he wouldn't really have a territory to his name. After thanking him, Yang Kai shuffled in that direction. No one stopped him along the way. It seemed that after the incident earlier, Gui Liao wasn't ready to complicate the matter. The universe fragment that was as large as a universe world was directly owned by He Yuan, and the surrounding region occupied by his subordinate feudal lords was also considered his territory. The location of the black ink nest and the castle were the center of the universe fragment. It could be considered the most prosperous place in the universe fragment. Flying was not prohibited in the city, so after leaving the castle, Yang Kai directly shot into the sky where he met a lot of passing black ink clansmen. When the black ink clansmen detected his human, they looked curiously at him, however, no one made things difficult for him or had their eyes on him. After all, he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so not just any black ink clansman could capture him. Soon, Yang Kai left this big city. After flying a few hundred kilometers, he saw a manor below him. He speculated that it was a feudal lord's territory. Without hesitation, he descended towards the manor, not hiding his aura. Before he even landed, a burly figure shot out from somewhere of the manor and came to him. He soon stopped in front of Yang Kai and examined him. With a surprised expression, he asked, "A 7th Order Black Ink disciple?" There were only a small number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples on this universe fragment, and he had met most of them before, but he wasn't aware of Yang Kai's existence, which made him feel curious. "I'm sorry for disturbing you," Yang Kai kept his fist. "Sir, do you know where Sir Zhao Gu lives?" Instead of answering his question, the feudal lord asked, "Whose black ink disciple are you? Why are you here?" Yang Kai replied politely, "I'm Sir Territory Lord's black ink disciple. Sir Gui Liao told me to look for Zhao Gu as there's a matter he has to discuss with him." Upon learning about his identity, the feudal lord said, "So, you're the new black ink disciple that Sir Territory Lord has taken on. It's no wonder I had never seen you before." Chapter 5072, A Way to Make Money. Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai asked curiously, "Does everyone know about it now?" The feudal lord chuckled, "It's only natural to pay attention to Sir Territory Lord's affairs." Upon hearing the reason behind it, Yang Kai nodded, "I see." The feudal lord's expression turned milder after he found out that Yang Kai was He Yuan's black ink disciple, and he replied, "If you're looking for Zhao Gu, just head in that direction. According to human measurements, he lives in a place that is 3,000 kilometers away from here." After looking in the same direction, Yang Kai kept his fist, "Many thanks." He then bid the feudal lord farewell and shot in that direction. It took him a short moment to move across 3,000 kilometers. From afar, Yang Kai could see a castle that was similar to He Yuan's that was built on an island. There were no traces of other black ink clan estates within a 100 kilometers radius. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be Zhao Gu's residence. Yang Kai landed in front of the castle and activated his divine sense. There were a lot of black ink clansmen inside, but they were all insignificant low-rank black ink clansmen, with high-rank black ink clansmen being quite rare. There was an aura that Yang Kai was familiar with in the deepest part of the castle, Zhao Gu. Upon confirming that the other party really resided here, Yang Kai called out, "Brother Zhao Gu." In an instant, all the black ink clansmen in the castle were shocked as they looked in the same direction. Zhao Gu, who was recuperating, was alerted as he opened his eyes and stared out. A moment later, the gates were opened as Zhao Gu stepped out of the castle and looked at Yang Kai with surprise. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai kept his fist and smiled, "I've come all the way here to visit you, Brother Zhao Gu. I hope I haven't bothered you." Zhao Gu nodded, "Come in first." After entering the castle, they arrived at a room and took seats. "Has Sir Territory Lord issued any orders?" Zhao Gu asked. He reckoned that a black ink disciple usually wouldn't dare to come all the way here on his own. Yang Kai probably had received a secret order from the Territory Lord. However, Yang Kai shook his head. "Sir Territory Lord has not shown up since he entered the black ink nest. I heard that it would take him several years to recuperate." Xiaogu was evidently relieved upon learning that it wasn't He Yuan who told Yang Kai to look for him. The reason I've come here to visit you is that I need your help. Yang Kai expressed his purpose for the visit. Xiaogu frowned. What can I help you with? Although Yang Kai was a black ink disciple treasured by He Yuan, he was still a black ink disciple. Xiaogu was willing to be on good terms with him, but he wouldn't fawn over him, so he would of course find out what help Yang Kai needed before he would make a decision. Yang Kai let out a sigh and went on to say, I'd like to ask you if there is a way I can earn money in Black Ink Clan's territory. Earn money? Xiaogu was surprised. Indeed, Yang Kai coughed, you know, when human soldiers go to war, we don't bring a lot of resources with us. I was enlightened by Sir Territory Lord not long ago, so I only have a few resources with me. Now that my small universe is damaged, I need a profounding spirit fruit to repair it, and I need resources to cultivate as well. However, since Sir Territory Lord is recuperating in the Black Ink Nest, I have no means to purchase anything. I can neither repair my small universe nor cultivate in this state. A puzzled Xiaogu asked, profounding spirit fruit? Before Sir Territory Lord started recuperating, he told Sir Gui Liao to get one for you. Given Sir Gui Liao's status, it shouldn't be hard for him to get a profounding spirit fruit. Perhaps, Yang Kai nodded, however, I've offended Sir Gui Liao, so he doesn't seem willing to give it to me now. Xiaogu was shocked upon hearing that. You offended Sir Gui Liao? What happened? A helpless Yang Kai told Xiaogu about what had happened between Lu Ziyan and him. Xiaogu gazed at him with a weird expression. You offended Sir Gui Liao just because of that? He seemed to think that it was fine to agree to Gui Liao's demand, so he didn't understand why Yang Kai turned him down. Yang Kai spread his palms. You're also aware that I sacrificed a part of my small universe twice in the recent battle. My strength has plunged because of the damage to my foundation, so if I still let Sir Gui Liao feed on my small universe, my order might drop. When that happens, I will become useless to Sir Territory Lord. By then, I will most likely be discarded. You have a point. Xiaogu nodded. So, I had no choice but to disappoint Sir Gui Liao. However, since that is the case, I can't hope to get a profounding spirit fruit from him. Xiaogu frowned. I don't think so. He wouldn't dare to disobey Sir Territory Lord's order, but you might need to wait a little longer. Yang Kai internally cried that he couldn't possibly wait. The World Tree clone was continuously repairing his small universe, so if he couldn't obtain a profounding spirit fruit to cover up this process, he would be exposed. Xiaogu placated him by saying, Don't worry. Before Sir Territory Lord leaves the Black Ink Nest, Sir Gui Liao will get you a profounding spirit fruit. Yang Kai shook his head. I'd rather come up with a way to get a profounding spirit fruit myself. I suppose the fruits are for sale in the city. Xiaogu replied, Yes, but they've always been expensive. They cost a lot of black ink coins. That's why I've come here to ask for a way to make money. Can you enlighten me, brother Xiaogu? Yang Kai looked humbly at him. Xiaogu fell into a dilemma. Since such an incident had happened, he would offend Gui Liao by lending Yang Kai a hand, and this was obviously not worth it just to help a mere black ink disciple. Moreover, he didn't know any way that could make money. Even if he did, he wouldn't want to share it with Yang Kai. As Yang Kai observed his expression, he said, Don't worry, brother Xiaogu. If there's a proper way that allows me to earn black ink coins, I'll not forget your assistance and properly compensate you. Xiaogu appeared tempted at the prospect of making a profit, so after giving it a thought, he said, Given your situation, there's indeed a way. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Oh? What is it? Xiaogu said, Do you know world spheres? I can give you some money to buy some empty world spheres, then you can infuse your world force into them and sell them. Each world sphere will earn you a lot of black ink coins. Just by selling 10 world spheres, you'll have enough money to buy a profounding spirit fruit. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he hadn't expected Xiaogu to mention this method, so he shook his head. Please stop pulling my leg, brother Xiaogu. I can't even cultivate now, so how am I supposed to infuse my world force into the world spheres? If I do that, I'll definitely see my order regress. You have a point. I suppose this is what your humans call killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Yang Kai thought that this guy had misused the idiom, but he didn't bother to correct him and simply said, I heard that there's a blood arena in the city. You want to engage in a life-or-death fight with others? Xiaogu instantly realized his intention. Yongkai nodded. However, I'll need a black ink clansman to bring me there. Taking everything into consideration, I think that you're the most suitable person to help me with it. If you can go there and bet against the others, I'll not disappoint you. When the time comes, I'll share half the profit with you. Xiaogu shook his head. That's indeed a good way, but it won't work for you. Why not? Yongkai was perplexed. Xiaogu explained, since it's a life-or-death fight, both parties have to be equally matched. You are a 7th Order master, so there are no suitable opponents for you in the blood arena. The Black Ink disciples there are all below the 7th Order. After giving it a thought, Yongkai realized that he really hadn't seen any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters fighting in the blood arenas when he followed Nuyen around. He soon realized the reasons behind this. First of all, the battle between two 7th Order masters would be too destructive. Secondly, there were only a small number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples. Since they were rare, the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't let them go to the blood arena and put their lives at risk. Even though Yongkai's idea was not feasible, he was well prepared. He then let out a sigh. It seems that I have no choice but to make use of my hobby. Xiaogu asked curiously, hobby? What do you mean? Yongkai explained, I realized this some time ago on the battlefield. It seems that Black Ink clansmen rarely use artifacts to fight. Even feudal lords don't use artifacts, let alone the high-rank and low-rank clansmen. It seems that you all are used to fighting with humans using only Black Ink strength and secret techniques. Xiaogu nodded. To us, Black Ink strength is the source of our powers, just like world force is to humans. Although we're physically stronger than humans, we know nothing about the Tao of artifact refining. The artifacts we have were all snatched from humans or refined by Black Ink disciples, so they're quite rare. However, most artifacts we snatch from the humans are not suitable for us to use. Yongkai asked, do you have your own artifact, brother Xiaogu? Xiaogu shook his head. I once used a sword I obtained from a human, but that thing's grade was too low, and it didn't suit me. I threw it away after using it a couple times. After pondering on it for a moment, Yongkai reckoned that given Xiaogu's size, it would be akin to holding a knife for him when he grabbed a human sword. The weapon wouldn't be useful for him on the battlefield. With his brow arched, Yongkai asked, what if I refined an artifact that was tailored to you? Xiaogu was startled for a moment. You know how to make artifacts? I know a thing or two. You really know how to refine artifacts? Xiaogu was astounded. Are you what the humans call an artifact refiner? Yongkai put on a faint smile. I supposed I could be considered an artifact refiner. Xiaogu sized him up while feeling doubtful. Is that what you mean when you said you wanted to monetize your hobby? Yes. Yongkai frowned. Don't you believe me, brother Xiaogu? Xiaogu shook his head. It's not that I don't believe you. I'm just surprised that you're an artifact refiner. Humans are always highly protective of their artifact refiners. Why did you appear on the battlefield? Yongkai explained, artifact refining really is just a hobby for me, so I haven't spent a lot of time practicing it. In fact, not many humans are aware that I'm an artifact refiner as I haven't made anything since I ascended to the open heaven realm. However, I should still be able to make some simple artifacts. He then leaned forward and spoke in a tempting voice. Do you want to give it a try, brother Xiaogu? With a suitable artifact, you'll be more powerful on the battlefield. Certainly, Xiaogu couldn't resist such a temptation, so he rose from the chair and declared, come with me. Chapter 5073, Enhancing a Giant Halberd Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Yongkai followed Xiaogu to the deepest part of the castle. After they descended nearly 3 kilometers, they arrived at a huge cave where hot air blew right at their faces. As Yongkai lifted his head and was surprised by what he saw. That was because there was natural earth fire in his underground cave. The omnipresent hot air billowed from that earth fire. In this cave, there were some traces of restrictions set up by humans, and the entire cave was covered with a grand array. The center of the grand array was where the earth fire gathered. There were also some miscellaneous materials strewn around the cave. It seemed that many of the materials had been used here before. Yongkai frowned with a puzzled expression. Xiaogu shuffled towards the center of the grand array. His aura seemed to have triggered the grand array's power and the earth fire, which was hot enough to melt metal, came right at him. Ignoring it, Xiaogu covered his hand with black ink strength and extended it into the earth fire. When he retracted his hand from the earth fire, he was holding something. He walked away from the center of the grand array and passed the thing to Yang Kai. "Look at this." Yang Kai took it with both hands and instantly felt a hefty weight. Even with his strength, his arms still sank slightly, which went to show how heavy this thing was. It was a giant halberd that was about 15 meters in length and as thick as a human leg. This giant halberd looked awkward in Yang Kai's hands, but it did suit Xiaogu's size quite well. Yang Kai examined the giant halberd in shock. As he scanned it with his divine sense, he soon realized something. Was this created by a human artifact refiner? He then turned to look at Xiaogu in astonishment. "Where did you get it?" Given his eyesight, he could see that even though this giant halberd was made by a human artifact refiner, it wasn't fully refined. It was more like a half-finished prototype. This kind of weapon wouldn't be useful on the battlefield as any open heaven realm master could easily destroy it. I used to have a black ink disciple who knew a little about artifact refining. He spent a lot of time and resources creating this thing for me. Yang Kai was stunned as he hadn't expected that to be the story behind it. It was because of his suggestion that I decided to build my estate here. This place has an earth fire he needed for artifact refining so that he could make full use of his skills. Unfortunately, before he could finish refining this thing, Before that, he left behind a setup and told me to nurture this thing in the earth fire. He said that perhaps it would be usable after 100 years or so. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai shook his head. "It's useless. Since the foundation isn't solid, it's pointless to keep nourishing it." Xiaogu arched his brow. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai explained, "I have no idea what kind of achievements your former black ink disciple had in the Tao of artifact refining, but this thing looks mediocre to me. The foundation of this artifact has been set, so even if it is nurtured for 100 years, you will only obtain a low-rank artifact." Xiaogu's eyes brightened. "Are you saying that you're more skillful than he was in artifact refining?" Yang Kai put on a proud smile. "Indeed." An agitated Xiaogu asked, "If you were to refine it, what do you think you can make out of it?" After a moment of deliberation, Yang Kai replied, "The artifacts used by humans are categorized into low, mid, and high rank, which correspond to the ranks of the open heaven realm. People who can make high-rank artifacts are called artifact refining grandmasters. My artifact refining skills are average, so I'm far from being a grandmaster. Nevertheless, it won't be hard for me to make mid-rank artifacts." Yang Kai had spent 10 years learning artifact refining, and the one who taught him was Chai Hao, who came from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. Chai Gao was the 6th disciple of Dong Guanping, and even though he wasn't as skillful as a great grandmaster like Dong Guanping, he was still a grandmaster. With such a person as a teacher, anyone would grow a lot regardless of how terrible their aptitude was. Moreover, there were many similarities between artifact refining and the alchemic Tao. Additionally, Yang Kai was a 7th-order open heaven realm master with outstanding strength and aptitude. During the 10 years he had spent learning artifact refining from Chai Hao, his skills improved greatly. Now, his Tao of artifact refining had reached the 3rd level of comprehension, taking the initial steps. However, due to the limit of his aptitude in this Tao, it was destined that Yang Kai wouldn't achieve great things in artifact refining. Perhaps he would be able to refine high-rank artifacts one day if he kept improving his skills, which would make him a grandmaster. Nevertheless, that would be the limit he could never break through in his lifetime. He could never become a great grandmaster like Dong Guanping. As Yang Kai had learned from a grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven, regardless of his level of artifact refining now, his vision was much sharper than that of the average artifact refiner. He could clearly see the weaknesses in this giant halberd. He hadn't expected that Xiaogu had a subordinate who was an artifact refiner in the past. Nevertheless, judging from the way this giant halberd was made, it was safe to assume that the artifact refiner who refined it was not very accomplished in this Tao, and since he wasn't around, he had probably lost his life on the battlefield. Fortunately, the artifact refiner had at least built a setup to allow the giant halberd to be nourished in the earth fire, so it was possible that Xiaogu could obtain a low-rank artifact in 100 years. Nonetheless, as a feudal lord, it would be of no help to him to use a low-rank artifact in combat. Meanwhile, Xiaogu became increasingly excited. "You must not lie to me. Yang Kai tilted his head and asked, "Why would I lie to you? Prove it to me, then. Make me an artifact based on this one here. I'll provide all the materials you need. If you succeed, I'll give you a reward." Fair enough. Yang Kai directly agreed to it. This was the reason he had come all the way here in the first place, but he hadn't expected that things would go so smoothly. Moreover, there was already an environment that an artifact refiner needed. It could be said that Yang Kai had acquired the inheritance left behind by Xiaogu's former black ink disciple. As he felt the giant halberd with his hands and examined it, Yang Kai commented, "It would be wasteful to create an entirely new weapon. Although this thing is a bit shoddy, and its form has been finalized, the materials used are precious. I just need to enhance it." "What do you need?" "I'll prepare them for you," Xiaogu asked, high-spirited. Yang Kai replied, "Just get me some cultivation materials." "You only need those things?" Xiaogu was surprised. Yang Kai nodded. This wasn't difficult. Xiaogu fished out a space ring and passed it to Yang Kai. "Do you think these are enough?" After taking it, Yang Kai realized that there were a lot of open heaven pills and several sets of 5th order and 6th order materials. The origins of these 5th order and 6th order materials were untraceable. However, only humans could refine open heaven pills, and they were only useful to humans. It was apparent that Xiaogu had acquired these pills from the battlefield. Judging from the number of open heaven pills in this ring, Yang Kai reckoned that Xiaogu had killed quite a lot of human soldiers. While forcing himself to remain calm, Yang Kai put away the space ring and examined the grand array in this cave. He then turned to Xiaogu. "Where's the array plate that's used to control this grand array?" Xiaogu landed a slap on his own forehead, "Right." Upon finishing his words, he tossed an array plate at Yang Kai, who took it and started refining it. It wasn't difficult to refine this thing, so it only took Yang Kai a dozen breaths to finish. With this token in possession, he had full control over the grand array in this place. With the help of the earth fire in this place, he would achieve twice the results with only half the effort. When everything was prepared, Yang Kai extended his hand and summoned out a glittering silver hammer. This nameless hammer was given to him by Chai Hao. It was used by Chai Hao when he was younger, but it fell into disuse after his skills improved and he acquired a better one. If not for the fact that Yang Kai was somewhat talented in the Tao of artifact refining, and that he was eager to learn, Chai Hao wouldn't have given this sentimental hammer to him. Although this thing was no longer useful to Chai Hao, it was a symbol of his growth that carried special meaning with it. While it was useless to Chai Hao, it was precious to Yang Kai, and given his level of artifact refining, he could only utilize a small part of its full potential. It was also pointless for him to use better tools as he couldn't bring out their strength with his low comprehension. Yang Kai gently jabbed the hefty giant halberd into the ground so that it stood straight. Xiaogu could see that Yang Kai raised the hammer in his hands and forcefully struck the giant halberd. The moment the hammer was lifted, the earth fire in the cave madly streamed into the hammer, making the tool glow red. A deafening clang was then heard. A strike of such intensity should have destroyed the entire cave, but what was strange was that all the force stayed within the giant halberd without any of it escaping from the weapon. This was apparently because Yang Kai had full control over his strength, allowing him to put all of it to use. Xiaogu arched his brow at the sight. For all intents and purposes, a feudal lord was equivalent to a 7th-order human master. However, Xiaogu reckoned that he didn't have such precise control over his strength. This went to show the vast difference in power between Yang Kai and himself, and he reckoned that it was no wonder Yang Kai was able to kill so many Black Ink clansmen on his own. However, what he saw made him feel puzzled. In the past, he had observed from the side when his Black Ink disciple created some artifacts. Although he knew nothing about the Tao of artifact refining, he could see that the way his Black Ink disciple refined artifacts had a certain beauty and abstrusity to it. On the other hand, Yang Kai's approach was brutal and blunt. It was as though he was just striking with all his might. While Xiaogu was perplexed, he heard another clang the next instant. A series of clangs were continuously heard, and each time Yang Kai wielded the hammer, he seemed to be using all of his strength. The intervals between the strikes were precise, and every time he lifted the hammer, the earth fire in the grand array would be drawn into it, causing it to burn. There were 81 strikes in total as Yang Kai hammered the giant halberd from the tip of its blade to the butt of his shaft. Initially, Xiaogu hadn't noticed anything, but as time passed, he could feel that the prototypical giant halberd was going through a kind of transformation. However, the transformation was so vague that he wasn't even sure if he was seeing an illusion. After 81 strikes, Yang Kai's aura had become a bit unstable. He then stored the hammer and sat down with his legs crossed before stuffing a handful of open heaven pills into his mouth. Xiaogu knew that Yang Kai's strength had plummeted as a result of the damage to his small universe, so he didn't dare to disturb him as the latter must be exhausted from all the hammering. Chapter 5074, Thousand Tempering Art Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. It wasn't until a few days later that Yang Kai's aura stabilized and he opened his eyes. Xiaogu took a step forward and imitated the humans by cupping his fist. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Yang Kai put on a smile. Don't mention it, Brother Xiaogu. Since you trusted me, I naturally wouldn't disappoint you. A puzzled Xiaogu asked. I watched my black ink disciple refine artifacts before, but the way he did so was different from you. Why is that? Yang Kai replied with a smile. There are many methods of artifact refining in the human world, and each sect has their own distinct artifact refining techniques. I have no idea which sect your black ink disciple belonged to, but my method is named Thousand Tempering Art. It's from a very ancient sect in the human world and it's a time-tested method. Upon hearing his explanation, Xiaogu nodded. I see. Yang Kai wasn't just talking nonsense. The method he used to enhance the giant halberd was indeed named Thousand Tempering Art. This kind of technique was especially suitable for refining offensive and defensive artifacts. Even in Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven, only people who held important positions had the right to cultivate it. Yang Kai learned artifact refining from Chai Hao, and with Dongguo and Ping and Zhong Liang giving the order, Chai Hao naturally wouldn't hide anything from him. Yang Kai followed up by saying, Don't worry about it, Brother Xiaogu. You'll understand the result when the weapon is fully refined. Xiaogu nodded repeatedly. I certainly trust you, Brother Yang. I'll continue, then, Yang Kai said, then got to his feet and lifted the hammer. As he activated his power to draw on the earth fire, he repeatedly struck the giant halberd with all his might. What Xiaogu saw was only the surface. Every time Yang Kai struck the giant halberd, he not only activated his power to draw on the earth fire, but also refined the weapon's internal structure. Yang Kai was imbuing the giant halberd with his own strength each time his hammer struck, purifying and tempering it from the inside out. Day after day, deafening clangs were continuously heard coming from the cave. Yang Kai's movements alternated between fast and slow. Sometimes, he would be gentle with the strikes, as though he was just tapping on the weapon, but sometimes, he would strike it rapidly and loudly as a series of clangs were heard in quick succession. He also had to rest from time to time. Initially, Xiaogu watched from the side with excitement, but he soon lost patience as time passed. Furthermore, he was injured in the previous battle and hadn't recovered, so he needed time to recuperate. Hence, he would only come over and have a look at the giant halberd every half a month. Each time he did so, he would realize that the weapon had gone through a conspicuous transformation. 3 months later, when Xiaogu came over again, he saw that Yang Kai was seated on the ground with his legs crossed, a shiny giant halberd standing straight in front of him. This giant halberd was already much thinner than the original one, though the length remained the same. However, Xiaogu could feel that this weapon radiated an imposing aura. If the initial giant halberd was like a pearl that was covered in dust, then this one radiated a dazzling glow after the dust was removed. Xiaogu's breathing became rapid. As he stepped forward, he grabbed the giant halberd and lifted it off the ground. After holding it in his grip, he realized that the weight, length, and thickness of the weapon perfectly matched his build and strength. It was as though the weapon was custom-made for him. There were some abstruse patterns on the shaft of the weapon, and as he infused black ink strength into it, the giant halberd started humming and growling like an awakened beast. The complicated patterns were able to amplify the power of his black ink strength. He couldn't help but put on a bright smile. Even though the Black Ink clan had black ink strength to rely on, and they were physically more robust than the humans, they were incapable of studying artifact refining. They had suffered immense losses during the battles because of the artifacts used by the humans. Humans had all sorts of artifacts that could strike them in the most unexpected ways. As the two races clashed, a lot of Black Ink clansmen were killed by the artifacts that the humans used. If the Black Ink clan were able to make artifacts, the humans would have been destroyed by now. However, even a feudal lord like him found it hard to get an artifact that was useful to him. This couldn't be helped, as the artifacts snatched from the humans were not suitable for him. Although he had a Black Ink disciple who knew a thing or two about artifact refining in the past, that disciple's skills were mediocre. It never crossed his mind that he would obtain such a weapon on this day. With this artifact in his hands, Zhao Gu could feel that his combat power had increased by 20%. The increase might not be much, but it might save his life and turn a battle around at a critical moment. Furthermore, with such a giant halberd in his possession, he could easily deal a heavy blow to his enemies even without activating his power. He could already imagine how imposing he would be when he next went to war. "It seems that you're pleased with this artifact, Brother Zhao Gu," Yang Kai was suddenly heard saying. When Zhao Gu turned his head, he saw that Yang Kai had opened his eyes and was smiling at him. "Yes, I couldn't be happier with it," Zhao Gu guffawed. "Is this thing fully refined?" Yang Kai replied, "It was your Black Ink disciple who created this thing, all I did was enhance it. This is already the best I can do with my skills." "Is this considered a mid-rank artifact?" Zhao Gu asked. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Given his eyesight, he reckoned that this giant halberd could be considered a mid-rank artifact. It was still far from being a high-rank artifact, however, it was already a wonderful weapon for Zhao Gu, which was why he was elated. "You have some incredible skills in artifact refining, Brother Yang," Zhao Gu praised him liberally. The outcome of the artifact refining sessions suggested that Yang Kai was significantly more skillful than his former Black Ink disciple. After all, his Black Ink disciple had spent many years and resources, but he only managed to create a rough prototype. "Many thanks for your compliment," Yang Kai replied humbly. After examining the giant halberd in his hands, Zhao Gu carefully stored it and glanced at Yang Kai. "I said that if you're able to fulfill my demand, I would give you a reward. Why don't you tell me what you want? I'll get it for you as long as I'm able to." Yang Kai broke into laughter. "Don't you know what I want, Brother Zhao Gu?" Zhao Gu was startled upon hearing that, but he soon realized what the other man meant. "Got it. However, a profounding spirit fruit is quite costly. Even if I sell all of my assets, I might not be able to afford one." Yang Kai said, "If you can help me buy a profounding spirit fruit, I'll refine an artifact armor for you. The quality will be just as good as this giant halberd." Zhao Gu fell silent for a moment. He couldn't help feeling tempted when he envisioned himself wearing an artifact armor and holding the giant halberd on the battlefield, so he soon nodded. "Deal." Yang Kai added, "You'll have to provide all the materials for making the artifact armor, though." "Of course. When will I get the profounding spirit fruit?" "I'll get it for you within 3 days." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Gu turned around and left. It was apparent that he was trying to come up with a way to buy a profounding spirit fruit. Even though he was just a feudal lord, he had accumulated some funds over the years, so in truth it wouldn't be hard for him to purchase a profounding spirit fruit. After he was gone, Yang Kai let out a breath. His most pressing problem had been solved as he had secured a profounding spirit fruit. After he was done making artifacts for Zhao Gu, he hoped to spread the news that he was skillful in artifact refining. That way, he would be able to move on to the next stage of his plan when He Yuan was done recuperating. Zhao Gu was indeed a man of his word, and just 3 days later, he returned to the cave and passed a wooden box to Yang Kai. After taking the box, Yang Kai opened it and saw a profounding spirit fruit inside. "Many thanks, Brother Zhao Gu." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Zhao Gu waved his hand. "There's no need to thank me for fulfilling a deal. You should quickly refine this profounding spirit fruit and repair your small universe." "That's what I thought as well. I'll not disturb you for now. Just notify me when you're ready." Yang Kai nodded. Zhao Gu then turned around and left the place. It wasn't until Zhao Gu was out of sight that Yang Kai fished out the profounding spirit fruit. Even though the World Tree clone was continuously repairing his small universe, and there were already some results, the progress was quite slow. He didn't have so much time to spare, and with the help of this profounding spirit fruit, he reckoned that his small universe would recover much more quickly. Without hesitation, he stuffed the profounding spirit fruit into his mouth and started refining it. Soon, a warm stream of energy rose from his stomach and penetrated his small universe. As the medicinal efficacies of the profoundine spirit fruit circulated, the damaged part in his small universe was being repaired at an incredible pace. The average cultivator wouldn't experience such a rapid result after ingesting the spirit fruit. The reason Xianxia's small universe could heal quickly was that he also had the help of the World Tree's clone. Even so, it still took him 3 months to finish. The moment his small universe became complete again, Xianxia felt his aura surging. He was overwhelmed with a sense of ecstasy. The damage to his small universe made him feel as if something was missing. Be it activating his power or cultivating, he had been greatly affected. Now that his small universe was complete again, the sense of discomfort had faded away. In the battle against Lu Ziyan previously, even though he managed to gain the upper hand, it took him quite some time and effort to defeat the other party. If he were to fight against Lu Ziyan now, Xianxia had the confidence to subdue him in just a few moves. Although the damage to his small universe had been repaired, the loss of heritage from sacrificing pieces of his small universe had to be made up slowly. There was no rush to do so though, as the cultivation of an open heaven realm master was all about accumulation over the long term. Xianxia's speed of refining materials was already much greater than that of an average 7th order open heaven realm master, and the living beings in his small universe continuously strengthened his heritage, so he would still be able to ascend to the 8th order at an unimaginable speed. Only by ascending to the 8th order would he be considered an important piece on the Black Ink battlefield. Meanwhile, the 9th order open heaven realm masters were the pillars of strength in their respective great passes. After examining himself and confirming that there was no problem, Xianxia activated his divine sense. Soon, Zha Gu's burly figure came into sight as he gazed at him in shock. "You've recovered?" He could feel that Xianxia was different now. In the past, he always had a feeling that Xianxia was somehow incomplete, but that feeling was now gone. It suggested his small universe had been fully repaired. Chapter 5075, Viable Business Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. Many thanks for your assistance, Brother Zha Gu. Xianxia cupped his fist. Zha Gu waved his hand. "Don't mention it, Brother Yang. You deserved that spirit fruit." Xianxia said, "Now that my small universe is fully repaired, I can start refining an artifact armor for you. Are you ready?" Zha Gu replied, "I prepared some materials, but I'm not sure if they're enough." "Have a look." Upon finishing his words, he fished out a space ring. After taking it, Xianxia looked into it with his divine sense and realized that there were many precious items inside, mainly rare resources and ores. "Is it enough?" "I can get more materials if you want," Zha Gu asked fervently. "It's enough." Xianxia put away the space ring. "I'll start refining the artifact armor for you immediately. While I'm working, I would prefer not to be disturbed. I'll inform you when it's complete." After agreeing, Zha Gu left. When Xianxia was learning the Tao of artifact refining in Blue Sky Pass, he had made some artifact armors. However, they were subpar items in Chai Hao's opinion. After all, they were not refined well enough for combat use. They would be putting the human soldiers' lives at risk by letting them wear such artifact armors and going to war. Although such artifacts were not good enough for humans, they would be invaluable to the Black Ink clan. Therefore, Xianxia didn't have to produce a high-quality artifact, he just had to make sure that the artifact armor was as good as the giant halberd. Given his mastery in artifact refining now, he had the confidence to achieve this. It took him 3 months to enhance the giant halberd, however, it only took him 2 months to create an artifact armor from scratch. There were 2 reasons why it took him a shorter time. First of all, his small universe had been fully repaired, so he had a better control over his own power. Secondly, during the process of artifact refining, his skills had also improved significantly. Although he had spent 10 years studying artifact refining in Blue Sky Pass, it wasn't enough time for Xianxia to really hone his skills. It required a much longer period of work and experience for anyone to become a master in artifact refining. During the 10 years training, Chai Hao had taught Xianxia everything he knew about the Tao of artifact refining until there was nothing else he could teach him. Of course, this did not mean that Xianxia was already on par with Chai Hao when it came to his mastery of artifact refining. It would take a person hundreds, if not thousands of years of studying and practicing artifact refining in order to become a grandmaster like Chai Hao. However, Chai Hao was no longer able to teach him anything else, for Yang Kai had already grasped all the theoretical knowledge that was passed down to him. As for how far he would go in the Tao of artifact refining, that would depend on his own efforts and opportunities. Growth could only be achieved by continuously practicing artifact refining. Therefore, when Yang Kai got around to refining this artifact armor, his mastery of artifact refining was already much better than before, and after he was done, his skills improved again. The quality of the artifact armor he had made was obviously higher than that of the giant halberd, and the glow radiating from the armor suggested that the artifact was quite extraordinary. He then released his divine sense to inform Zha Gu about it. Upon his arrival, Zha Gu eagerly put on the artifact armor and realized that it perfectly fit him. The artifact armor covered his vital parts like the chest, abdomen, and back very well. More importantly, it made him look even more imposing than normal. He was evidently elated. With the artifact armor and the giant halberd in possession, Zha Gu felt that his combat capabilities had increased by 30 to 40%. When he was in a one-on-one fight against a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the past, he wouldn't be a match for them. However, with these two artifacts in possession, he believed that he could easily defeat any average 7th Order human now. It was the first time he realized that the artifacts made by humans could increase a person's strength so tremendously, and his emotions undulated. On the battlefield, the humans were able to activate the powers of artifacts while the Black Ink clan could only fight with their fists. It was no wonder that the Black Ink clan would always suffer huge losses in each battle, even those that they eventually won. It was because they didn't have any artifacts with them while practically all humans had 1 or 2 artifacts on them. If the Black Ink clan could be equipped with these artifacts, they would be able to destroy the human race with ease. Are you satisfied with it, Brother Zha Gu? Yang Kai suddenly asked. I couldn't be happier. Zha Gu nodded repeatedly, grinning from ear to ear. I'm glad that I haven't disappointed you. Yang Kai got to his feet. Since I have finished it, I'll take my leave. Zha Gu was astounded. Where are you going? Yang Kai replied, well, I'm going back to Sir Territory Lord's castle. It's been quite some time since I left the castle. I came all the way here to get a profounding spirit fruit, and since my goal has been achieved, and I've helped you make 2 artifacts, it's time I went back. There's no hurry to leave. Zha Gu quickly stopped him. A puzzled Yang Kai gazed at him and asked, is there anything else, Brother Zha Gu? After hesitating for a moment, Zha Gu replied, Brother Yang, just some time ago, you asked me how you could make money. I've given it a thought, and I think there's a good opportunity now. Yang Kai broke into laughter. Are you going to tell me that I can earn money by helping other Black Ink clansmen refine artifacts? Yes. Zha Gu nodded with a solemn expression. There's no doubt that you're skilled in artifact refining, and if you refine artifacts for other Black Ink clansmen, you'll be able to earn a lot of Black Ink coins. Wasn't that your initial intention? Yang Kai waved his hand. The reason I helped you make artifacts was that I wanted to get a profounding spirit fruit. Now that my small universe is complete, there's no reason for me to keep doing it. It takes a lot of time and energy to refine artifacts, and I would prefer to focus on the martial Tao so that I'll be useful to Sir Territory Lord when I go to battle with him. Zha Gu shook his head. That's not right, Brother Yang. By cultivating, you're just increasing your own power. However, if you can make artifacts for the Black Ink clan, you'll help lots of people grow stronger, and that will help Sir Territory Lord as well. I'm sure he'd be more than willing to see you refine artifacts for the Black Ink clan. You have a point, but, Brother Yang, you need resources to cultivate, right? However, do you have any of such resources with you now? Yang Kai parted his lips as he seemed to be lost for words. A moment later, he replied dejectedly, I don't. See? Zha Gu appeared sincere. Humans always say that one must sharpen their tools before they get to work. In order to cultivate, you need to buy a lot of resources, but what can you do without any Black Ink coins? By refining artifacts for others, you'll be rewarded handsomely. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. You're indeed knowledgeable, Brother Zha Gu. You seem familiar with many sayings humans use. Zha Gu replied with a smile, I learned those sayings from my previous Black Ink disciple. In any case, I've been sincere with you, and I don't intend to harm you in any way. I know, Yang Kai scowled and fell into his thoughts. Zhao Gu said, what's there to consider? If you're willing to refine artifacts for others, I'll do all the heavy lifting for you. I'm friends with a lot of feudal lords, so I'm sure they're interested in getting their own artifacts. Yang Kai replied hesitantly, it's been a long time since I left the castle. If I don't go back, I'm worried that Sir Gui Liao will punish me. Zhao Gu said, you're Sir Territory Lord's black ink disciple. Since he's not around, no one else can boss you around, including Sir Gui Liao. Well, Yang Kai appeared tempted, if I listen to you and help those feudal lords make artifacts while they provide all the materials, how much should I charge them? Zhao Gu instantly replied, you'll be able to charge 10,000 black ink coins for each artifact. His prompt reply suggested that he had been pondering on this issue for quite some time. Yang Kai was secretly shocked by Zhao Gu's greed. Zhao Gu might think that he didn't know the purchasing power of black ink coins, but when he stayed by Nu Yan's side in the past, he already gained some understanding of the value of black ink coins. According to his estimation, if there was a conversion rate between black ink coins and open heaven pills, one black ink coin would be worth 10,000 open heaven pills. In other words, 10,000 black ink coins would be worth 100 million open heaven pills, which was about enough to purchase a full set of sixth-order materials. Of course, this was only a rough estimate as no one had ever used black ink coins to trade for open heaven pills before, but the conversion rate should be around there. A set of sixth-order materials obviously didn't matter to Yang Kai, but it was a lot of money for a feudal lord who didn't own his own estate. Despite knowing this full well, Yang Kai pretended to know nothing and asked, what can I buy with 10,000 black ink coins? Zhao Gu replied in a serious tone, a set of sixth-order materials. Yang Kai gasped as he appeared astonished. Zhao Gu persuaded him by saying, it's a great business idea. You just have to make a few artifacts for others, and you won't have to worry about getting resources anymore. Yang Kai instantly made a decision, it's indeed a viable business. Upon successfully persuading the other man, Zhao Gu guffawed, have you agreed to it, then? Yang Kai nodded, why wouldn't I agree to such a great business idea? However, in order to refine artifacts, I'll need to use the earth fire here. Also, Brother Zhao Gu will have to help me contact those feudal lords. It wouldn't be appropriate for a black ink disciple like me to directly contact them. Don't worry. I'll handle everything for you. Zhao Gu appeared ready to make this business a success. Yang Kai was certainly aware of the other man's intentions, so he nodded, good, we can split the profits evenly from selling the artifacts. Zhao Gu was shocked upon hearing that, no, that's too much. You're the one doing all the hard work, and the earth fire is practically inexhaustible. I don't deserve 50% of the profit. I'll just take 30% of it. Yang Kai was startled as it was the first time he saw someone not wanting to earn more when it was offered to them. Nevertheless, he wouldn't waste time persuading him, so he nodded and said, in that case, do we have an agreement? We do, Zhao Gu nodded firmly. They smiled at each other as they were ready to make a lot of money. Since an agreement had been reached, Zhao Gu immediately got to work. After telling Yang Kai to get some rest in the castle, he ordered his subordinates to spread out in various different directions. 3 days later, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he felt the aura of a feudal lord approaching. The person soon arrived and landed in front of Zhao Gu's castle. Then, Zhao Gu's subordinate led him inside. The arrival of this feudal lord was just the beginning. In the following half a month, more and more feudal lords came over. Yang Kai did some calculations and realized there were more than 10 feudal lords present now. It seemed that Zhao Gu was on good terms with quite a number of feudal lords. Chapter 5076, Why don't you just rob us instead? Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidger Keys. More than 10 feudal lords were led to the reception hall in the castle and were seated. Zhao Gu took the head seat and had some small talk with all of them. The feudal lords here were all familiar with each other. After all, they lived in He Yuan's territory, so they had come into contact with one another before. They were naturally curious about why Zhao Gu suddenly invited them to this place, and even after a brief chat, no one knew of the reason. When Zhao Gu was asked about it, he just acted mysterious by smiling in silence. It wasn't until the last feudal lord arrived and took his seat in the grand hall that Zhao Gu gently clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Then, he rose from the chair and said with a smile, I'm sure you're all curious about why I've invited you over. It's simple. I want to show you 2 items. A feudal lord, whose figure was especially burly, asked impatiently, what items are you talking about? Another feudal lord, who had wings on his back, said, Xiaogu, stop stalling and get on with it. We have no time to waste. Upon hearing that, Xiaogu put on a smile, see for yourselves. As he spoke, he stepped forward. By the time he finished speaking, he was already standing in the center of the grand hall. In front of everyone's eyes, he extended his hand into the void and pulled out a giant halberd that was 15 meters long. At the same time, he took off his shirt and revealed an artifact armor that covered the upper half of his body. The artifact armor and the giant halberd radiated a dazzling glow, which went to show that they were no ordinary artifacts. More importantly, the artifact armor and the giant halberd seemed to be custom-made for Xiaogu as they fit him perfectly. Clad in a piece of armor and holding a halberd, Xiaogu looked quite imposing. He appeared especially outstanding among these feudal lords. They were all instantly attracted to him with shocked expressions. Given these feudal lords' eyesight, they could see that both the giant halberd and the artifact armor were no ordinary artifacts. They were undoubtedly made by a skilled human artifact refiner. While remaining on the spot, Xiaogu looked around and was pleased with their reactions. In fact, if he hadn't known the background of these 2 artifacts, he would have sported the same expression if he saw a feudal lord who possessed them. The burly feudal lord, who spoke earlier, was so shocked that he stood straight up and walked up to Xiaogu. After examining the artifacts, he knocked on the artifact armor and nodded lightly, astounding. This thing can withstand an all-out attack from me. Xiaogu flashed a smile at him, this is truly a life-saving treasure if it can take an all-out strike from someone whose power is equivalent to a feudal lord. Since it could bear an all-out strike from a feudal lord, it could also save the wearer from a 7th-order human's all-out attack. The feudal lord said in a bitter tone, you're so lucky to acquire these things. It seemed that you got quite some benefits from following Sir Territory Lord to the battlefield previously. Xiaogu said, do you think I obtained these things from the battlefield? The feudal lord asked with surprise, didn't you? Xiaogu put on a faint smile, you're fully aware of the average size of humans, aren't you? How could I have possibly gotten these things from them? The burly feudal lord was startled for a moment, but after giving it a thought, he realized that Xiaogu was right. Even though there were some slight differences between the humans when it came to their sizes, they were all petite in the Black Ink clan's eyes. Both the giant halberd and the artifact armor obviously didn't belong to humans. They must have been custom-made for Xiaogu. Even if another Black Ink clansman got his hands on these 2 artifacts, he would have a hard time using them if his size was too different from Xiaogu's. Another feudal lord thought of something as he asked excitedly, Xiaogu, where did you get these artifacts from? He had hit the nail on the head. Xiaogu turned to look at the feudal lord and decided to stop keeping them on tenterhooks. He said with a smile, I asked someone to specifically refine these artifacts for me. What? You asked someone to make these artifacts for you? A human artifact refiner? All of them were flabbergasted. The feudal lord with wings gave it a thought and said, previously, the royal lord gave an order that all Black Ink disciples who were proficient in artifact refining were to be brought to the royal city. Where did you find a human artifact refiner to help you make these artifacts? That's right. Moreover, these artifacts appear quite extraordinary. The human artifact refiner who is able to make these things must be a great master. Such a Black Ink disciple should have headed to the royal city long ago. Did you visit the royal city? Xiaogu shook his head, I certainly didn't go to the royal city, and even if I did, I couldn't possibly interfere with the royal lord's plan. The royal lord had indeed summoned all the Black Ink disciples who were skillful in artifact refining, but what if this human artifact refiner arrived at a later time? What do you mean? Xiaogu went on to say, the Black Ink disciple that Sir Territory Lord recently brought back is an artifact refiner. Him? I heard that this Black Ink disciple was pretty bold. Just because he's a Black Ink disciple serving Sir Territory Lord, he offended Sir Gui Liao back at the main castle. He left after that, and no one knows where he went. Xiaogu said with a smile, I was beside Sir Territory Lord when he corrupted that human. On our way back, I had a chat with that Black Ink disciple, so it could be said that we're on good terms. That human came to my place after leaving the castle. As for his grudges with Sir Guiliao, I'm sure all of you are aware of Sir Guiliao's hobby. That human's small universe was damaged seriously in the last battle, so if he gave in to Sir Guiliao's demand, his order would have regressed. That was why he left in fury and came to my place. The feudal lords nodded. They were aware of Guiliao's hobby. In fact, some of them had this hobby as well, so they could relate to Guiliao. A feudal lord asked, "He's an artifact refiner?" "The halberd I hold and the artifact armor I wear were refined by him." "He's indeed an artifact refiner, and a good one at that." "Where is he?" Another feudal lord asked agitatedly. The giant halberd and artifact armor in Jia Gu's possession were indeed extraordinary. They certainly wanted something similar. Jia Gu replied with a smile, "He's still in my place. Tell him to see us. I want him to make artifacts for me." The other feudal lords agreed with him. Jia Gu grinned, "The reason I've invited all of you to come here is to help you get the artifacts you want. Be it a weapon or an artifact armor, you can place any order, however, go on." Jia Gu went on to say, "That black ink disciple is a newcomer with no valuable items or resources on him. He certainly doesn't have black ink coins to purchase resources either. Therefore, he can help you refine artifacts, but you have to pay him a reasonable fee." The feudal lord with wings snapped, "He should be honored that we're here to tell him to make artifacts for us. How dare he demand a fee from us?" A glint flashed through the burly feudal lord's eyes. "Jia Gu, I guess it's you who wants the fee, not that human." Jia Gu replied solemnly, "He'll be the one making the artifacts, while I'm just acting as a middleman. The money will be given to him, however, since he's promised to share a part of the profit with me, I naturally wouldn't turn him down." A feudal lord snorted, "I knew that a black ink disciple wouldn't be so audacious." Jia Gu refuted impassively, "That black ink disciple was personally corrupted by Sir Territory Lord, so he's different from the other black ink disciples. He doesn't even have any regard for Sir Guiliao. Does any one of you think you're more powerful than Sir Guiliao?" They had heard about what happened in the castle. After all, the battle between Yang Kai and Lu Ziyan raised such a fuss that it couldn't be hidden. Upon hearing Jia Gu's words, these feudal lords were unable to refute him. In fact, he was right to say that since the black ink disciple didn't even have any regard for Guiliao, it would be useless for them to try to force him to refine artifacts for them. After all, he was the Territory Lord's black ink disciple, so they wouldn't dare to cross the line. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when He Yuan was done recuperating. "Brothers, with such artifacts in your possession, your attack and defense capabilities would be greatly enhanced. They could potentially save your life on the battlefield. Such treasures are hard to come by, so what's there to hesitate over when you're able to get them now? What are a few black ink coins compared to your life? Many feudal lords die on the battlefield, and once they do, their black ink coins become useless. To be honest with you, I spent my entire fortune in order to refine these artifacts." He wasn't lying, for he had indeed spent all of his money. Nevertheless, the cost included the black ink coins he had spent to get Yang Kai a profounding spirit fruit. A feudal lord suddenly said, "It's no wonder that you borrowed some money from me recently." Jia Gu turned to look at that feudal lord, "If you want an artifact, I'll give you a 20% discount, and your order will be prioritized." The feudal lord nodded lightly. Jia Gu's sales tactics were effective. Just like he had said, it was hard for them to get their hands on useful artifacts. Now that there was a chance, they wouldn't want to miss it. The reason they were furious was that a black ink disciple had the guts to charge them a fee for his services. However, any fee would be worth it if they could earn greater merits and preserve their life on the battlefield. Another feudal lord asked, "How much will that black ink disciple charge?" Jia Gu directly replied, "You have to provide all the materials, and each artifact costs 20,000 black ink coins." "What? 20,000 black ink coins? Why don't you just rob us instead? Are you messing with us, Jia Gu?" These feudal lords were infuriated. It had to be noted that 20,000 black ink coins was a huge sum to them. Even though most of them were able to fork out 20,000 black ink coins, that could only buy them one artifact. If they wanted two, that would cost 40,000. These feudal lords served He Yuan Territory Lord, which meant they were not powerful enough to have their own independent territories and were thus not very wealthy. By forking out 40,000 black ink coins and paying for all the materials, all their savings would be gone. Faced with their wrath, Xiaogu just smiled in silence. He knew that regardless of how furious these feudal lords were, they would ultimately agree, for there were no black ink disciples who could help them refine artifacts. Even if there were such black ink disciples in the past, these feudal lords didn't have the right to get artifacts from those human artifact refiners. Chapter 5077, He's an artifact refiner translator, Sullivan and John translation checker, Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ligerkeys. Xiaogu told Yang Kai that they would charge 10,000 black ink coins for every artifact, which was a hefty price in the latter's opinion. However, Xiaogu directly doubled the price in front of these feudal lords. His intentions were obvious, otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to make it happen. He naturally wasn't willing to do anything that wouldn't bring him any benefits. This way, for every artifact that was crafted, he only had to give Yang Kai 7,000 black ink coins according to their agreement. On the other hand, he would be able to pocket 13,000 black ink coins. He would earn more than Yang Kai, who was the one actually making the artifacts. He already realized that it was a great business opportunity when Yang Kai made the artifacts for him. As a feudal lord, he naturally yearned for his own territory, however, that would require a lot of black ink coins. Although he had taken part in countless life and death fights on the battlefield before, he still hadn't accumulated enough wealth. If he could make good use of this opportunity, his dream would come true. A feudal lord with his own territory was totally different from those that had no territories. The boisterous feudal lords in the Grand Hall were furious at the fact that Xiaogu demanded such an unbearably high price, but an unfazed Xiaogu shuffled towards his own seat and said calmly, "Each of you is only allowed to get one artifact." Upon hearing that, all of them fell silent. A feudal lord frowned. "What do you mean by that, Xiaogu?" Xiaogu replied with a smile, "Just as I said." The feudal lords exchanged glances as they had no idea why Xiaogu came up with such a restriction. Every artifact would earn him 20,000 black ink coins, so he should be more than happy to get more orders for making more artifacts. Why would he limit how much he could earn? Xiaogu swept a glance over them with a solemn expression. "Do all of you think he can keep on making artifacts for you forever?" The feudal lord with wings on his back thought of something as his expression changed. "You mean," he then pointed towards the ceiling. Xiaogu nodded gently. "More than 10 years ago, the royal lord suddenly summoned all the human artifact refiners to the royal city. All the black ink disciples who know anything about artifact refining have been gathered up. I'm sure you're aware that I used to have a black ink disciple who was an artifact refiner, though he was not very skillful. Despite his lack of aptitude, even he was summoned. We have all heard rumors about what is going on in the royal city, that it is a project that will secure the Black Ink clan's future, so not even the slightest negligence is allowed. Black Ink disciples who know a little about artifact refining have all been summoned, so how could Yang Kai, who is an expert in artifact refining, be exempted? The reason he's still free now is that the news hasn't spread. Moreover, Sir Territory Lord is still recuperating. If my speculation is correct, when Sir Territory Lord is done recovering and finds out that Yang Kai is an artifact refiner, he will send him to the royal city to take part in that project. When that time comes, no one will be able to help you make artifacts no matter how many black ink coins you have." Everything he had said was reasonable and well known, so the feudal lords nodded in agreement. Upon realizing the situation they were faced with, those who were not willing to pay 20,000 black ink coins were caught in a dilemma. If Yang Kai was sent to the royal city, there would no longer be an artifact refiner who could make artifacts for them. Just then, a feudal lord asked, "Xiaogu, how long does it take for him to make an artifact?" "About 2 to 3 months, Xiaogu replied and swept a glance over them. "There are more than 10 of you here. In other words, we can ensure that every one of you will get an artifact before Sir Territory Lord is done recuperating. That's why I've come up with this restriction. Certainly, no one knows for sure when Sir Territory Lord will leave the Black Ink nest. If he comes out sooner than expected, some of you might not get your artifacts." Upon hearing that, an impetuous feudal lord shouted, "I'll pay 20,000 then. I want an artifact." Following that, another feudal lord said, "I'll buy one as well." In an instant, the feudal lords in the Grand Hall scrambled to place an order. Zhao Gu slowly dealt with them with a smile. After everything was settled, he told these feudal lords to start preparing materials and black ink coins, then, he personally saw them off. He was pleased to see them leaving in a hurry. Barely 2 hours later, a feudal lord returned and brought with him sufficient materials and 20,000 black ink coins. After taking the materials and black ink coins, Zhao Gu headed to the cave and told Yang Kai about the feudal lord's size and requests. Yang Kai memorized them, and after Zhao Gu left, he started making the artifact. Over the following days, Yang Kai stayed in the cave and focused on refining artifacts. He didn't have to worry about cultivation resources as Zhao Gu would prepare everything for him. He just had to craft the artifacts according to the feudal lord's demands. For every artifact made, Zhao Gu would give him 7,000 black ink coins. As Yang Kai refined artifacts day after day, his skills in artifact refining improved rapidly. At first, it took him 2 months to make an artifact armor for Zhao Gu, but 2 years later, it would only take him 45 days to create such an artifact, and its quality would be higher as well. However, he had only been making huge offensive artifacts. No one ordered an artifact armor. It seemed that Black Ink clansmen were fond of offensive artifacts but not interested in artifact armors that could potentially save their lives. Over the past 2 years, Yang Kai managed to craft about 20 artifacts. As time passed, more and more feudal lords found out about Yang Kai's ability to refine artifacts through word of mouth. An increasing number of feudal lords came over to place an order, and the fee for refining an artifact rose to 30,000 black ink coins per piece. It wasn't until this moment that the first batch of feudal lords invited to Zhao Gu's castle got over the bitter feeling. They even thought that they had picked up a bargain for their own artifact. As for the actual fee, Yang Kai knew nothing as he focused on refining artifacts in the cave. Even if he found out about it, he wouldn't be bothered. Everything he was doing was to better position himself to carry out his mission. Since more and more feudal lords asked him to create artifacts for them, it suggested that more people were becoming aware of his ability. That would allow him to have a higher chance of achieving his goal. His skills in artifact refining had improved significantly compared to 2 years ago, and even though he was far from being a grandmaster, he could be considered a great master. Great Master, Grandmaster, and Great Grandmaster were the different ranks of artifact refining. Although there wasn't a systematic classification, such ranks were universally acknowledged. Only those who were able to make high-rank artifacts could be regarded as grandmasters. Now, Yang Kai could only create mid-rank artifacts, so he was just a great master. He was now just waiting for He Yuan to leave the Black Ink nest. After making some calculations, he reckoned that this would probably happen in a few years. Inside He Yuan's castle, a feudal lord respectfully left the main hall while Gui Liao sported a solemn expression. He summoned this feudal lord because he had some routine business with him, but he was surprised to learn a piece of shocking news. The Black Ink disciple named Yang Kai was actually an artifact refiner, and a skillful one at that. Gui Liao was truly astonished. After the battle between Yang Kai and Lu Ziyan, he respectively punished them. He thought that by using the Profoundine spirit fruit as a threat, Yang Kai would soon make a concession. However, that guy simply went missing for the past 2 years. This matter didn't really bother Gui Liao. As the territory lord's Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai couldn't possibly have gone far and must be hiding somewhere on the universe fragment and recuperating. Perhaps he was waiting for the territory lord to come out of the Black Ink nest to stand up for him. That was what Gui Liao originally thought, so he never expected that Yang Kai had gone to Zhao Gu's place and started refining artifacts for the feudal lords. He was shocked when he learned this. The other feudal lords might not be aware of how valuable a human artifact refiner was, however, as He Yuan's confidant, Gui Liao was. The royal lord was carrying out a grand plan that would affect the entire Black Ink clan's future, and it had something to do with human artifact refiners. It could be said that every artifact refiner was an invaluable asset to the royal lord and were thus regarded quite highly. A human artifact refiner was no longer just any ordinary Black Ink disciple. In that case, despite Gui Liao's noble identity, he couldn't possibly oppress Yang Kai, otherwise, He Yuan would punish him when he exited the Black Ink nest. However, it was impossible for Gui Liao to apologize. As a noble feudal lord, he wouldn't give in to a Black Ink disciple no matter what. After giving it a thought, he called out, Lu Ziyan. Lu Ziyan stepped out from the darkness. Master. Go to Zha Gu's place and tell him to come over. Yes, Lu Ziyan replied. Barely 4 hours later, Zha Gu appeared before Gui Liao and saluted him. Then, he asked respectfully, Is there something you want me to do for you, Sir Gui Liao? Gui Liao stared fixedly at him. Zha Gu, I heard that you've earned quite a lot of black ink coins recently. Zha Gu was startled for a moment, but he soon pulled himself together and put on a fawning smile. You found out about it, Sir Gui Liao? He knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from Gui Liao, and he had already expected it to get out at some point. Gui Liao snorted. Before Sir Territory Lord entered the black ink nest, he told me to manage the affairs in his territory. Since such an incident has happened, how could I possibly not be aware of it? How dare you, Zha Gu? Since that black ink disciple is an artifact refiner, why didn't you inform me immediately and instead hid him away in your place to make artifacts for others? Zha Gu slightly bent his back. Sir Gui Liao, that human is Sir Territory Lord's black ink disciple after all. Since he wants to stay in my place, I can't possibly chase him away. Gui Liao sneered. You just aren't willing to let him go, are you? You're charging 30,000 black ink coins for an artifact. It would take you dozens, if not hundreds of years to earn that much money. Zha Gu forced a smile. Please understand my situation, Sir Gui Liao. How much do you give that human? Gui Liao asked. After hesitating for a while, Zha Gu replied, I told him that we'll charge 10,000 black ink coins per artifact, and I would get 30%. You're really something, Gui Liao mocked. He's the one doing all the work, but he only gets 7,000 black ink coins for each piece while you get 20 to 30,000. You've been treating him well, haven't you? Aren't you worried that when he finds out about it, he'll file a complaint against you in front of Sir Territory Lord? Zha Gu turned pale. I suppose Sir Territory Lord won't bother dealing with such a small matter. Gui Liao replied calmly, who knows? After all, Sir Territory Lord regards him quite highly. Chapter 5078, Gui Liao's Plan Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Zha Gu instantly became apprehensive upon hearing Gui Liao's words. Over the past 2 years, the amount of black ink coins he had earned off of Yang Kai was significantly more than what he could possibly make in his lifetime. With so much wealth in his possession now, he naturally wouldn't want to give it up. However, just like what Gui Liao had said, if Yang Kai found out about it and filed a complaint with the Territory Lord after the latter left the black ink nest, Zha Gu would be doomed. Although he believed that the Territory Lord wouldn't care about such a trivial matter, Yang Kai's identity was special after all. Not only was he a human artifact refiner, he had also gained the Territory Lord's favor. What if the Territory Lord was willing to stand up for him? An anxious Zha Gu gazed at Gui Liao. Sir Gui Liao, do you think I should give all the money back to him? Gui Liao sneered. Without directly answering his question, he asked, Zha Gu, how long have you been a feudal lord? Even though Zha Gu had no idea why the other man suddenly asked about it, he still replied honestly, I've been a feudal lord for 3,000 years. You've been stuck as a feudal lord for 3,000. Have you ever thought about ascending to become a territory lord? Zha Gu said solemnly, it is every feudal lord's dream to become a territory lord one day, however, there's never been an opportunity for me. Just like Open Heaven Realm Masters, accumulation was key to a black ink clansman's cultivation. However, humans could refine all sorts of cultivation materials while that wasn't possible for the black ink clan. There were 2 ways black ink clansmen could grow their strength. First, they could absorb world force and convert it into their own black ink strength. Secondly, they could directly absorb black ink strength produced in black ink nests to enhance their powers. The omnipresent black ink strength in He Yuan's territory was born from the black ink nest, and every black ink clansman could absorb it freely. Black ink strength in this place was like world energy in the 3,000 worlds. However, there were innumerable black ink clansmen living in this territory, and everyone was absorbing and refining the ambient black ink strength. With so many people sharing the black ink strength, Zha Gu wouldn't be able to absorb a lot of it to strengthen himself regardless of how hard he tried. An opportunity, huh? Gui Liao smiled. Sir Territory Lord once said that we shouldn't wait for opportunities to come to us, we have to create them for ourselves. Suddenly realizing something, Zhao Gu looked fervently at him. Sir Gui Liao, you mean? Gui Liao stared fixedly at him and changed the topic by saying, do you want your own fief? Upon hearing that, Zhao Gu felt his breathing becoming hurried. He instantly nodded, of course I do. The reason I've been trying so hard to earn black ink coins is that I want to buy a subnest from Sir Territory Lord. However, he's recuperating now, and the black ink nest has been shut. Moreover, I don't have enough black ink coins. Although he had earned a lot of money by relying on Yang Kai to make artifacts, he had only amassed 300,000 black ink coins. This was a considerable sum of wealth for a feudal lord, as 300,000 black ink coins were worth about 3 billion open heaven pills. A feudal lord was equivalent to a 7th order open heaven realm master, and there were rarely any 7th order humans who possessed so much wealth. It was the same case for the Black Ink clan. In order to own a fief, not only did a Black Ink clansman have to become a feudal lord, but they also had to possess a Black Ink nest of their own. Only then would he have a right to apply for a fief from the territory lord. Nevertheless, the lowest rank Black Ink nest cost 500,000 Black Ink coins. The average Black Ink clansman would never be able to amass so much wealth in his lifetime. This was the reason there were so many feudal lords, but only a small number of them had their own fiefs. Although they were powerful enough, they didn't have sufficient finances to purchase a Black Ink nest. Once a feudal lord possessed his own Black Ink nest, it would be far more convenient for him to cultivate or recuperate when he was injured. For example, after Zhao Gu returned from the battlefield, even though he was wounded, he was unable to enter the Black Ink nest to recuperate as the territory lord had shut it. He could only go back to his own castle and wait for his wounds to heal slowly. However, if he had his own Black Ink nest, he would recover far more quickly. By owning his own Black Ink nest, he could also cultivate inside it and increase his strength rapidly so that he would stand a much better chance of becoming a territory lord. There were many benefits to owning a Black Ink nest. One such benefit was that he would have his own fief, which could attract a lot of lower-rank Black Ink clansmen to settle in his territory. If high-rank Black Ink clansmen wanted to ascend to become feudal lords, they would have to get the help of his Black Ink nest's power. By doing so, they would have to pay him a fee. That would bring him a steady source of income. Besides that, he would also have the right to conscript the Black Ink clansmen living in his fief when war broke out. By then, he could establish his own army to fight against the humans. If he made a contribution on the battlefield, he would be rewarded handsomely. Feudal lords with their own fiefs were very different from those who didn't have their own fiefs. It was Zhao Gu's dream to have his own Black Ink nest and fief, and he had been working hard to achieve it. When Gui Liao asked him such a question, all of a sudden, he couldn't help but fall into his wild thoughts as he secretly anticipated what the other man would say next. As expected, Gui Liao said with a smile, "It's not hard for you to get your own fief. In fact, I can help you with that." Zhao Gu felt his throat tightening as he asked agitatedly, "How are you going to help me, Sir Gui Liao?" Gui Liao replied, "You're strong enough, but you'll need 500,000 Black Ink coins to buy a subnest. How much money do you have now?" After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Gu said meekly, 300,000. Gui Liao nodded gently, "You need another 200,000, then." "It's fine. I can lend that much to you and you can pay me back when you have the money in the future." Zhao Gu said, "Even if there's enough Black Ink coins, the Black Ink nest is shut now. How am I supposed to get a subnest? I'll have to wait for the territory lords to come out." The Black Ink nests owned by the feudal lords were bred from the territory lord's Black Ink nest. The relationship between them was like that of a mother and her children. That was why the Black Ink nests owned by the feudal lords were called subnests. On the other hand, the Black Ink nests owned by the territory lords were bred from the royal lord's Black Ink nest. Similarly, they were the subnests of the royal lord's Black Ink nest. It required a lot of energy to breed a subnest from a Black Ink nest, so every subnest cost a substantial amount of Black Ink coins. It wouldn't be given to a feudal lord for free, with the exception of if he had made a massive contribution. Therefore, even though Gui Liao was willing to lend Zhao Gu some money, even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. Right then, Gui Liao said, "I happen to have a subnest with me. I prepared it for myself back then, however, Sir Territory Lord has ordered me to help manage his territory and never lets me go. That's why the subnest is still unused." Now that I'm about to ascend to become a territory lord, the subnest is useless to me. I can sell it to you. What a coincidence. Xiaogu was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Over the past 2 years, he had been exploiting Yang Kai just to get enough money to purchase a subnest, but he hadn't managed to earn enough black ink coins even now. It never crossed his mind that not only was Gui Liao willing to lend him some money, but he would also sell his subnest to him. Given his understanding of Gui Liao, Xiaogu knew that the other man wasn't a kind-hearted person, hence, while he was excited, he asked cautiously, "Is there a condition attached to this deal, Sir Gui Liao?" Gui Liao started chuckling, "I've always known that you're clever, Xiaogu. It seems that I was right about you. There's indeed a condition, but it won't harm you in any way. Please make it clear to me, Sir Gui Liao." With a solemn expression, Gui Liao said, "When you have your own fief, I want you to bring Yang Kai to that place and make him continue refining artifacts. I can introduce some wealthy feudal lords to you who are much richer than your friends. Also, I will take half of the profit from the sale of these artifacts. Additionally, I want him to refine 2 artifacts for me first. 1 offensive artifact and 1 defensive artifact." Xiaogu thought that the other man was indeed greedy by demanding half of the profit. With that said, they could command a higher price from wealthier feudal lords. After all, just like him, the customers he introduced to Yang Kai were feudal lords who didn't have their own fiefs. Feudal lords who relied on the territory lord to survive naturally were not affluent. As for making 2 artifacts for Gui Liao first, that wasn't really an issue. After giving it a thought, Xiaogu asked, "Sir Gui Liao, how much do you think we should charge our new customers for artifacts?" Instead of answering his question, Gui Liao asked, "What do you think?" Xiaogu thought that the other man was a bit ridiculous for just throwing the question back at him, but despite what he thought, he still replied, "I'm currently charging my existing customers 30,000 black ink coins per piece. As for the feudal lords that you know, why don't we charge them 50,000 per artifact?" If they charged 50,000 per artifact, other than the 7,000 black ink coins that had to be given to Yang Kai, the remaining money would be equally split between Gui Liao and him. That way, he would still get 21,500 black ink coins. It was only slightly less than 23,000 he was receiving now, which was the amount of money he could get by exploiting Yang Kai on his own. Furthermore, the deal would be worth it since he was able to get a fief and a black ink nest. 50,000 was a huge sum in his eyes. After all, when he demanded 30,000, many feudal lords were unwilling to pay for it. They would cross the line by asking for a higher price. 100,000, Gui Liao said coldly. What? Xiaogu thought that he had misheard him as he gazed at him in shock. 100,000, it's decided. Sir Gui Liao. Xiaogu couldn't help but call out, "Isn't this price somewhat exorbitant? Will those feudal lords be willing to pay such a price to get an artifact?" Gui Liao sneered, "Do not compare the feudal lords you know to my associates. They are all feudal lords who have their own fiefs. Do you think feudal lords who can afford to buy subnests are not wealthy enough? They're all eager to obtain artifacts made by human artifact refiners. However, since all the artifact refiners have been sent to the royal city, they aren't able to get their hands on them even if they want to. If there's someone who can refine artifacts for them, they'll even agree to paying more than 100,000. After all, they only have one life, and they can always earn more black ink coins." After a pause, he went on to say, "Moreover, when Sir Territory Lord leaves the black ink nest, this business will naturally have to stop. He'll definitely send Yang Kai to the royal city, so if we don't seize this opportunity to earn more money now, there won't be such a chance again in the future. Don't worry. You just have to bring Yang Kai to your fief, and I'll introduce some customers to you. You just have to serve them." Chapter 5079, The Ranks of Black Ink Nests. Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. Since Gui Liao had said so, there was nothing Xiaogu could do about it other than nod in agreement. Gui Liao then asked, "Do you have any specific demands when it comes to your fief?" After giving it a thought, Xiaogu replied, "I don't have any specific demands really, but it seems that Yang Kai needs to rely on an external aid like earth fire to refine artifacts. Do you have a recommendation for that, Sir Gui Liao?" Upon hearing that, Gui Liao started going through his universe chart, and a moment later, he left a mark somewhere and passed it to Xiaogu. there was originally a great sun in this area. Although the sun is dead now, it still has a great amount of residual power. Let's just make this place your fief. The power of the great sun is still much greater than an earth fire. In the meantime, Xiaogu was glancing at the universe chart. Upon locating the dead great sun, he nodded, good. Gui Liao then waved his hand, after which Lu Ziyan stepped out of the darkness with a unique-looking box in his hands. It wasn't certain what the box was made from as it didn't look like metal nor jade. It also wasn't certain what was inside the box. However, the moment Xiaogu saw the box, he became agitated and could not peel his eyes away. Gui Liao said with a smile, you have to keep this subnest in a safe place. I only have one subnest, so if you lose it, it will be gone for good. An excited Xiaogu took the box and thanked him repeatedly. This was the key to becoming a feudal lord with a fief, and it was also the thing he had always dreamed of getting. It never crossed his mind that he could easily obtain it on this day. Do you need me to teach you how to hatch it? Gui Liao asked. There's no need for that, Xiaogu shook his head. Suddenly recalling something, he said hesitantly, Sir, it requires a lot of resources or world force to hatch a black ink nest. A generous Gui Liao waved his hand, just by the resources with the 300,000 black ink coins you have. It should be enough to hatch a black ink nest. As for the 500,000 black ink coins required to buy this black ink nest, you can pay me back later. Many thanks, Sir Gui Liao. Xiaogu was grateful. Although he now owed Gui Liao 500,000 black ink coins, it was worth it for a feudal lord like him. He secretly made some calculations and realized that if what Gui Liao said could be achieved, he would get 46,500 black ink coins for every artifact. After making Yang Kai craft more than 11 artifacts, he would be able to pay off his debt. He couldn't help but think that it was easy to make money with a human artifact refiner with him. He also felt fortunate that Yang Kai and Gui Liao were on bad terms, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to earn so much cash. Gui Liao would have taken full control over this matter. Now, Gui Liao only assisted him in secret instead of taking matters into his own hands. He must be worried that the territory lord would investigate certain matters when he was done recuperating, therefore, even though Xiaogu would earn even more money, he would also have to take some risks. Despite knowing all of that, Xiaogu still happily obliged. After leaving the castle, Xiaogu was still in a dazed state. He still couldn't believe that his dream had finally come true. The box that contained the subnest couldn't be kept inside a space ring. To the Black Ink clan, a black ink nest was also a living creature, therefore, Xiaogu returned to his castle and carefully put the box in a safe place before touring around Heiyuan's territory. He then spent his wealth by buying a lot of world spheres and materials of different orders. 300,000 black ink coins were soon used up. Despite that, the substantial amount of resources in his space ring made him feel at ease. While Xiaogu had gotten everything ready, Yang Kai was completing another artifact. After telling Yang Kai to get some rest, Xiaogu started dealing with the feudal lords who were there to have their artifacts crafted. Since he had come to an agreement with Gui Liao, he wasn't willing to keep wasting time here. After all, he could only charge these feudal lords 30,000 for one artifact while Gui Liao promised that they would be able to charge 100,000 per artifact. Since there was a huge difference between the prices, Xiaogu naturally knew which one to choose. Certainly, the feudal lords were not pleased with this. However, Xiaogu said that Gui Liao had summoned Yang Kai back to the castle. With this being the case, there was nothing these feudal lords could do about it. After all, Yang Kai was the territory lord's black ink disciple, so it wasn't appropriate for him to keep staying in Xiaogu's abode. When everything was prepared, Xiaogu gathered all his subordinates together and led Yang Kai to navigate across the void. On the way to their destination, Yang Kai said worriedly, Brother Xiaogu, it's inappropriate that I'm suddenly leaving without informing Sir Gui Liao about it. Xiaogu replied with a smile, Don't worry about it, Brother Yang. I've informed Sir Gui Liao already, and he's aware that you've been staying in my place in the past 2 years. Did he say anything? Xiaogu shook his head. Sir Gui Liao is busy dealing with the affairs in the territory. He can't be bothered to handle such a trivial matter. Yang Kai nodded gently, That's good. Then, he asked in puzzlement, Where are we going? An energetic Xiaogu replied, We're going to my fief. Yang Kai nodded. Upon seeing the other man's lukewarm reaction, Xiaogu said with a smile, "Brother Yang, since you're a human, I suppose you have no idea how important a fief is to a Black Ink clansman." Yang Kai really had no idea about it. Although he had been staying by Nu Yan's side for 2 years in the Black Ink clan's hinterland in the past, the latter was just a high-rank clansman who was equivalent to a 6th-order human. Moreover, Nu Tan simply went from one blood arena to the next to earn Black Ink coins. Basically, Yang Kai knew little about the internal affairs of the Black Ink clan. In fact, even though the two races had been fighting against each other for millennia, the humans still didn't know much about the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai played along by saying, "Please enlighten me." There was a sense of pride on Xiaogu's face as he spoke. "Let me put it this way, Brother Yang. Only with a fief in possession will a feudal lord be considered a real feudal lord. The feudal lords who don't have a fief are like tigers without teeth." A puzzled Yang Kai said, "I don't get it." Xiaogu chuckled, "Since you're a human, it's expected that you don't get it. Do you know why there are so many feudal lords but only a small number of them have their own fiefs? Is it because there isn't enough land?" Yang Kai gave a random answer. In fact, he had pondered on this issue before, but he couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Since Xiaogu mentioned it all of a sudden, he reckoned that his doubt would be solved on this day. Upon hearing that, Xiaogu was startled for a moment before breaking into laughter. "That's indeed one of the reasons. Sir Territory Lord has dozens of feudal lords working for him. If every feudal lord had their own fief, there wouldn't be enough land. Nevertheless, the main reason is the limited number of Black Ink nests." Black Ink nests? Yang Kai arched his brow with surprise. "What does it have to do with the Black Ink nests?" Xiaogu explained, "Although the humans have fought against the Black Ink clan for countless years, I guess you all still don't know that there are different ranks of Black Ink nests. You've seen Sir Territory Lord's Black Ink nest. Don't you think it's enormous and imposing?" "Yes." Yang Kai bowed his head. The Black Ink nests are the foundation of the Black Ink clan, and there are 3 ranks in total, which the Royal Lord's Black Ink nests, the Territory Lord's Black Ink nests, and the Feudal Lord's Black Ink nests. In the humans' terms, these Black Ink nests could be categorized into high rank, mid-rank, and low rank. Sir Territory Lord's Black Ink nest is mid-rank. You might think that it's splendid, but if you have the chance to see a Royal Lord's Black Ink nest, you'll realize that the one owned by Sir Territory Lord is quite petite. Yang Kai's expression changed as it was the first time he heard about this. He reckoned that the humans had no idea about such a categorization as well. With his brow raised, he asked, "So, a feudal lord's Black Ink nest would be considered low rank?" "Yes." Xiaogu nodded. "Every Black Ink nest is dependent on the higher rank one." "What do you mean by that?" Yang Kai frowned. Xiaogu explained with a smile, "A Territory Lord's Black Ink nest must be bred from the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest, while a Feudal Lord's Black Ink nest is always bred from a Territory Lord's Black Ink nest. Therefore, the Feudal Lord's Black Ink nest is a subnest of the Territory Lord's Black Ink nest, while a Territory Lord's Black Ink nest is a subnest of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest." "There's such a relationship between the Black Ink nests?" Yang Kai was astonished, thinking that he had learned a great secret of the Black Ink clan today. In the past, the humans had some speculations about how the Black Ink nests were born, but they were never able to discern the truth. It wasn't until Yang Kai heard about it from Xiaogu that he realized a lower-rank Black Ink nest was separated from a higher-rank Black Ink nest. With a solemn expression, Xiaogu went on to say, "It requires a lot of energy for a subnest to be born, so each one is extremely precious. We won't be able to get it with ease." As he spoke, he patted the box in his arms. "I bought this subnest with 500,000 Black Ink coins." Yang Kai was flabbergasted. "That's a subnest?" Xiaogu had been carrying this box while on their way to their destination. Yang Kai could certainly see it. Although he was curious, he never asked what was inside the box. It wasn't until this moment that he realized it was a subnest. "Yes, it's a subnest." Xiaogu nodded seriously. "However, it hasn't been hatched. After it's hatched, it will be a real Black Ink nest. With that said, it will naturally be much smaller than Sir Territory Lord's Black Ink nest. After all, it's just a Feudal Lord Black Ink nest. With this Black Ink nest though, I'll become a real Feudal Lord." As he spoke, he started envisioning the bright future ahead of him. "With my own Black Ink nest, I'll be able to attract more Black Ink clansmen to settle down in my fief. If those high-rank Black Ink clansmen want to ascend to become feudal lords, they'll have to rely on my Black Ink nest's power, and I can charge them a fee just to use it. When there are enough residents in the fief, I can form my own army and follow Sir Territory Lord to fight against the humans. Xianxia was practically beside himself as it was the first time he found out that a Black Ink nest had to be hatched. Was it really a living creature? How was it hatched? He had seen a lot of feudal lord Black Ink nests, but they were all gigantic. Although a feudal lord Black Ink nest was not comparable to the one owned by a territory lord, it couldn't possibly be stuffed into a box. While feeling doubtful, he asked cautiously, "Brother Xiaogu, you said that if those high-rank Black Ink clansmen want to ascend to become a feudal lord, they would have to rely on your Black Ink nest. What if you want to ascend to become a territory lord?" Xiaogu replied, "I'll have to rely on the territory lord's Black Ink nest, which is the one owned by Sir Territory Lord. This Black Ink nest is not powerful enough to support my ascension." Xianxia nodded upon hearing his explanation. In other words, a low-rank Black Ink nest could help a Black Ink clansman ascend to become a feudal lord, while a mid-rank Black Ink nest could help a feudal lord become a territory lord. However, only the high-rank Black Ink nest could help a territory lord ascend to become a royal lord. Chapter 5080. Hatching a Black Ink nest. Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. The different ranks of Black Ink nests were owned by Black Ink clansmen of varying statuses. It was a clear and simple system. After giving it a thought, Xianxia asked, "Can a subnest be born from a feudal lord Black Ink nest?" Xiaogu shook his head with a smile. "The feudal lord Black Ink nest is the lowest rank. How can a subnest be separated from it? Then, whose subnest is the royal lord Black Ink nest from?" The question startled Xiaogu. "The royal lord Black Ink nest is already the highest rank." Xianxia frowned. "However, according to you, every Black Ink nest is separated from a higher rank Black Ink nest. In that case, there should be a source where all the Black Ink nests come from. What is this source?" A dazed Xiaogu gazed at Xianxia for a moment before putting on a smile. "It beats me, Brother Yang. I have no idea what or where the source is. However, as far as I know, the royal lord Black Ink nest is indeed the highest rank. There isn't a higher rank Black Ink nest. Perhaps the royal lord's Black Ink nest is the source." Xianxia nodded as he could only acknowledge this statement to be true for now. He decided not to delve into this topic further. Instead, he grew curious about the box in Xiaogu's hands. "Brother Xiaogu, how are you going to hatch it so that it'll become a real Black Ink nest?" Xiaogu chuckled. "You'll find out soon." As they spoke, they kept moving forward. A few days later, Xiaogu suddenly stopped and fished out a universe chart. Universe charts were initially invented by humans. However, as the two races fought against one another for countless years, many of the humans' inventions had been acquired by the Black Ink clan. Some of the examples were flight-type artifacts and universe charts. "It's here." Upon determining their exact location, Xiaogu became energetic. "With this place as the center, a half-day's journey radius will now be considered my fief." Xianxia was stunned. "Your fief is pretty vast, then." It had to be noted that Xiaogu was a feudal lord, so he could cross quite a distance by flying for half a day. In other words, his fief would be massive. Xiaogu chuckled. "It's just luck." Then, he looked around the area. Initially, the entire Black Ink battlefield was supposed to be a flourishing place. However, due to the Black Ink clan's characteristics, the Black Ink battlefield was only filled with dead universe worlds now. Now, all they could see nearby were universe worlds and universe fragments that were full of death chi. Xiaogu soon found a suitable place and flew towards a universe world that was neither small nor big, landing soon after. The entire world was filled with death chi and there wasn't even a tinge of vitality. Xianxia couldn't even feel a bit of world force around here. With that said, he wasn't surprised as this was only to be expected. "I'll choose this place, then." Xiaogu looked around, evidently pleased with this area. As he spoke, he carefully put down the box that he had been carrying in his arms. Although this square box was small, it seemed to be weighty. Xianxia didn't realize it when the box was in Xiaogu's arms, but the moment he put it down, the entire ground shook a little. Even the area around the box sunk somewhat. With a solemn expression, Xiaogu gazed at the box and said in an equally solemn tone, "Brother Yang, don't you want to know how a black ink nest is hatched? You should watch attentively, then." Yang Kai nodded gently and stared fixedly at the box. Just then, black ink strength started billowing from Xiaogu's hand as he placed his palm on the box. It wasn't certain what he had done, but the box cracked and split. In an instant, a flower bud that was yet to blossom came into Yang Kai's sight. This thing was similar to the black ink nests he had seen before, only far, far smaller. However, he could feel extremely rich black ink strength streaming around this immature black ink nest. Just like all the black ink nests he had seen before, this thing was like a living creature. Every time it breathed, black ink strength would billow from it. At this moment, Xiaogu's subordinates stepped forward. Although no order was given, they all fell on their knees and pressed their heads against the ground in the black ink nest's direction in a sincere manner. They started chanting something as though they were performing a ritual. Xiaogu was evidently agitated, then, all of a sudden, he stabbed a finger into his chest. Yang Kai was stunned at the sight, thinking that Xiaogu was trying to kill himself. Nevertheless, he soon realized that it wasn't the case. Although Xiaogu had stabbed a finger into his chest, he wasn't trying to end his own life. When he pulled out his hand, there was a drop of black blood on his finger. Black ink clansmen were born in black ink nests, so they had no need for sexual reproduction like humans. With that said, they were not different from the humans when it came to their anatomy. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai saw the black blood, he knew that it was a drop of blood from Xiaogu's heart. It was probably the equivalent of a human's blood essence. If it was lost, it would destabilize the black ink clansmen's aura and even cause their strength to plunge. As expected, after Xiaogu extracted a drop of blood from his heart, his aura became noticeably weaker. Then, he dropped the blood onto the black ink nest, which quickly absorbed it. The next moment, a connection was formed between the black ink nest and Xiaogu. Yang Kai watched from the side as he thought that this was similar to how some humans claimed the ownership of some artifacts by dropping their blood onto them. After absorbing Xiaogu's blood, the black ink nest was left with his brand. From now on, this black ink nest was Xiaogu's property, and other black ink clansmen could never snatch it from him, though it wasn't clear how the black ink nest would be impacted upon Xiaogu's death. Yang Kai reckoned that nothing would change though. After all, he had never heard of any incidents where the artifacts would shatter after their owners passed away. There would simply be a new owner after the original owner lost his life. Although Xiaogu's aura had weakened after he finished this, he was clearly high-spirited. He then fished out something from his space ring. Yang Kai could see that it was a world sphere that was filled with world force. He wondered where Xiaogu got it from. Without hesitation, Xiaogu threw the world sphere into the middle of the flower bud. The next instant, the black ink nest started shaking and throbbing like a heart. The world force inside the world sphere was soon swallowed by the black ink nest. As this happened, the entire black ink nest started squirming violently as something that looked like flesh grew out of it. The initially petite black ink nest started expanding rapidly. Just moments later, the originally small black ink nest had expanded by several times, and its growth didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Xiaogu continuously threw more world spheres, which were filled with world force, into the black ink nest, which never stopped growing. A few days later, a 1,000-meter-tall feudal lord's black ink nest that occupied a large area was born. Yang Kai was shaken to the core as he watched the entire process. It wasn't until this moment that he figured out how the black ink nests came about. In fact, he was probably the first human to ever witness how a black ink nest was hatched. Perhaps some black ink disciples had seen it in the past, but such information had never been collected by the humans. "It's almost done," Xiaogu was pleased as he gazed at the huge black ink nest. His subordinates had been repeatedly performing the same ritual in a sincere manner, and they didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. "Is this its final form?" Yang Kai asked. He had seen a lot of black ink nests owned by the feudal lords before, but they were all much larger than this. That was why he was curious. Xiaogu shook his head. "This black ink nest can still keep growing, but I don't have a lot of resources with me now. I need to use them for other matters. I'll only be able to keep growing this black ink nest when I have some spare money." "I see," Yang Kai bowed his head. Let's take a look inside. Xiaogu was in a jolly mood and he couldn't wait to share his joy with others. Nevertheless, other than his subordinates, Yang Kai was the only black ink disciple there, hence, he could only invite Yang Kai to go in. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't turn him down. In fact, he was curious about what the inside of a black ink nest looked like. Although he had entered Zhu Feng's mid-rank black ink nest before, that one was specifically used for recuperating. Moreover, all his focus was on killing Zhu Feng back then, so he didn't pay attention to anything else at that time. After the black ink nest took shape, it looked like a huge flower bud sitting on the ground. Over the past few days when the black ink nest was growing, Yang Kai could clearly feel that a profound force seemed to have expanded from beneath the black ink nest and turned into roots, which connected the black ink nest to this universe world. Xiaogu didn't seem to have made a move, but the moment he stood in front of the black ink nest, a gap appeared at the bottom and revealed a dark passageway. He had used a drop of blood from his heart to refine this black ink nest, so as he was now connected to it, he could easily control it. After Xiaogu stepped inside, Yang Kai followed him closely. They walked across the long passageway and arrived at an empty room. Yang Kai could see that the walls of this room seemed to be made from flesh. The entire black ink nest was filled with black ink strength and an indescribably evil aura. Xiaogu said, "With this black ink nest, it will be easier for me to cultivate. There's even a chance for me to ascend to become a territory lord. I'll congratulate you in advance then, brother Xiaogu." Yang Kai cupped his fist, then asked curiously, "I saw you using up a lot of world spheres earlier. So, it requires the world force to hatch a black ink nest?" Xiaogu replied with a smile, "Yes, it requires the world force to hatch a black ink nest. Of course, cultivation resources used by humans would work as well. Let me put it this way, a black ink nest can absorb anything that contains energy and transform it into black ink strength." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai thought that it was no wonder wherever the black ink clansmen went, the universe worlds would be filled with death chi. The black ink clan was the natural enemy of the 3,000 worlds. If they were allowed to invade the 3,000 worlds, all life would be purged. Since time immemorial, the masters of every generation from the cave heavens and paradises had been trying to destroy the black ink clan on the black ink battlefield to stop them from threatening the 3,000 worlds. For this reason, countless people lost their lives. However, other than the cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises, there was barely anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds who was aware of what was going on. It was a tragedy for all these sacrifices to be made yet never recognized. Chapter 5081, Information Network Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkey. Since it was a new black ink nest, there was nothing interesting inside it. However, Yang Kai was shocked upon hearing Xiaogu's explanation. This black ink nest would swallow just about anything that contained energy and use it as food. This characteristic reminded him of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wu Kuang. That guy cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, and he claimed to be able to swallow anything in the world. Moreover, he possessed the flawless purifying golden lotus, which perfectly complemented the heaven-devouring battle law. Yang Kai couldn't help but think about what would happen if Wu Kuang came to the black ink battlefield. Would he be corrupted by black ink strength? Would he be able to use heaven-devouring battle law and turn black ink strength into something he could utilize? However, that guy couldn't really show up in public now. He went missing after Yang Kai sent him to the Shattered Heaven previously, and it wasn't certain whether he was dead or alive now. Having said that, Yang Kai reckoned that Wu Kuang must be alive and kicking. It was said that good people didn't live long while a scourge would never die. After casting this strange idea away, Yang Kai slightly opened the portal of his small universe, whereupon his world force streamed out of his body. The next moment, an anomaly took place. Like a cat that had caught a whiff of a fishy smell, the flesh walls in the black ink nest started drawing the world force towards them and absorbing it. An astounded Yang Kai instinctually wanted to close the portal of his small universe. After all, he would suffer a loss by letting the black ink nest devour his world force. However, before he could close the portal, he came into contact with a strange will. The reason this will felt strange was that it gave off a stiff feeling, as though it didn't have sentience of its own, or wasn't fully conscious. This revelation astonished Yang Kai as he gazed at Xiaogu. Xiaogu only looked smilingly at him, as though he had already expected this. Seeing that the other man didn't have the intention of stopping him, Xianxia set his mind at ease and started exploring this will. Just like what he initially felt, the will wasn't an illusion, it was just that it didn't have a consciousness of its own. After some exploration, a surprised Xianxia asked, "Brother Xiaogu, does this black ink nest have its own consciousness?" He came to realize that the source of the will was the black ink nest itself. Xiaogu replied with a smile, "Of course, this black ink nest has its own consciousness. In fact, all black ink nests have their own consciousnesses, but this consciousness is just a medium. It won't express any of its feelings." "A medium?" Xianxia was puzzled, "What do you mean?" Xiaogu said, "Since you're able to connect to this black ink nest's consciousness, why don't you just explore it to find the answers yourself?" "Find the answers myself?" There seemed to be an insinuation in Xiaogu's words. He seemed to suggest that there was a secret behind the black ink nest's consciousness, so a curious Xianxia began probing around. This was the best chance for him to explore some of the black ink clan's secrets, so he didn't want to miss it. Furthermore, Xiaogu needed him to refine more artifacts, so he probably wouldn't harm him. At the thought of this, Xianxia became at ease. Initially, when he detected the will's presence, he wanted to ward it off as he was worried that it would harm him in some way. Upon making sure that the will didn't have a consciousness or mind of its own, he was able to relax. As he opened his portal, the power of his small universe was continuously swallowed by the black ink nest. As his world force left his body, Xianxia realized that his mind was slowly connected to the black ink nest's consciousness. This was a special experience. Xianxia couldn't help but think that he and the black ink nest were going to merge. Nevertheless, he knew that it was just an illusion. He was being influenced by the fact that his mind and the black ink nest's consciousness were mingling. Just a moment later, Xianxia's mind fully merged with the black ink nest's consciousness. This startled him as the merging process was incredibly smooth, as though the consciousness had been waiting to accept him. Certainly, he knew this wasn't the truth. The black ink nest didn't have any sentience, so he reckoned that as long as certain conditions were met, anyone's mind could perfectly merge with the consciousness. The moment he and the black ink nest's consciousness became one, Xianxia seemed to have plunged into a different world. There was no light or substance in this world, in fact, there wasn't even any physical presence here. In this world, there were only consciousnesses that moved around and communicated with each other. Xianxia was flabbergasted. He could feel that there were two consciousnesses in a similar state as his that were communicating with one another. They seemed to be talking about a business deal that involved a lot of rare resources and black ink clan servants. Then, he realized that he could also detect the communication between some other consciousnesses. However, some consciousnesses had blocked out the others as any eavesdropper would be met with hostility. Xianxia's consciousness navigated through this amazing world and saw the existence of different consciousnesses. Some of these consciousnesses were wandering about just like him. Some of them remained on the same spot as they absorbed as much information as they could. There were also some that were communicating others. Soon, Xianxia realized something that concerned him. All these consciousnesses seemed to be moving around in a huge medium, which itself was a consciousness that didn't have a mind of its own. This mindless consciousness was much larger than the consciousness of Xiaogu's black ink nest. "Oh, there's a new aura here." While Xianxia was in his thoughts, a wandering consciousness detected his presence and approached him to ask, "Who are you? Why have I never met you before?" Xianxia was startled, not knowing how to respond to him. It wasn't like he could tell him he was a black ink disciple. The disturbance soon attracted the attention of the nearby consciousnesses. Xianxia realized that the black ink nest's consciousness that carried his mind was now being gazed upon by countless pairs of eyes. He quickly retracted himself from this strange world and cut off his connection with the black ink nest's will. Xiaogu was just standing beside him and watching in silence. Upon seeing that Xianxia started moving again, he asked with a smile, "Was it fun?" With a solemn expression, Xianxia asked, "Brother Xiaogu, the consciousnesses I came across," knowing what the other man was trying to ask, Xiaogu cut him off by saying, "Just like me, they're the feudal lords with their own fiefs. Just like what you did earlier, they merged their minds with their black ink nest's consciousnesses and entered the domain of the territory lord's black ink nest." "The domain of the territory lord's black ink nest?" Yang Kai was stunned as he recalled the much larger consciousness that he came across earlier. N. Xiaogu nodded. The black ink nests of the feudal lords are separated from Sir Territory Lord's black ink nest, so they're the subnests of Sir Territory Lord's black ink nest. Regardless of the distance, as long as these subnests are not separated across worlds, they can communicate with each other. Of course, this requires the support of the domain of the Territory Lord's black ink nest, so you can regard this domain as a platform for communication. Despite Xiaogu's convoluted explanation, Yang Kai understood the absurdity of it following his experience earlier. To put it simply, the Territory Lord's black ink nest had its own consciousness that was without a mind. This consciousness could turn into a domain and allow the consciousnesses of the subnests to enter. The feudal lords who had their own fiefs could merge their minds with the consciousnesses of the subnests in order to enter this domain. Yang Kai soon understood the crux of the matter. With a serious expression, he said, "In that case, a territory lord can find out what's going on with the feudal lords who are working for him immediately. Similarly, the feudal lords can promptly inform the territory lord about anomalies taking place in their fiefs." Indeed. It's one of the basic uses of the black ink nests. Yang Kai fell silent. It wasn't until this moment that he obtained an answer to a question he had pondered for a long time. When he pretended to be a black ink disciple and stayed by Nu Yan's side in the past, the old ancestor from Blue Sky Pass had led his subordinates to launch a raid on the black ink clan's territory. However, the royal lord reacted very swiftly to it, limiting the amount of damage that could be done. Yang Kai had always been curious how the royal lord received the news and made a move so quickly given the vast distances between the royal city and the outer borders of the Black Ink clan's territory. Moreover, all the Black Ink clansmen in the entire Blue Sky Theater were mobilized alongside him. In fact, the humans had never been able to figure it out. They speculated that the Black Ink clan had a special method of communicating with each other. Perhaps something similar to a space array. Now, it seemed that the method of communication between the Black Ink clan was far more profound than mere space arrays. The Black Ink nests that were scattered around the void formed into a huge information network for the Black Ink clan. Whenever anything happened in the areas occupied by these Black Ink nests, the Black Ink clan would instantly find out about it and spread it to others. When the humans invaded the Black Ink clan's territory back then, the news must have been spread around through the Black Ink nests instantaneously. That was the reason that the royal lord could counterattack so swiftly by gathering all Black Ink clansmen under his command together. It was no wonder that the Black Ink nests were touted as the foundation of the Black Ink clan. This communication function alone was invaluable. So, the Black Ink nest's consciousness can carry a human's mind as well, Xiaogu suddenly tutored. Apparently, he had no idea that Yang Kai could successfully enter the domain of the Territory Lord's Black Ink nest prior to that. I was just giving it a try. I hope I haven't caused any damage to your Black Ink nest, Brother Xiaogu. Yang Kai came to his senses and apologized to him. He just wanted to find out whether the world force coming from his small universe would be absorbed by the Black Ink nest. He hadn't expected that he would easily come into contact with the Black Ink nest's mindless will, which led to the discovery later. This was all just a coincidence. Xiaogu replied with a smile, "It's fine. The consciousness of any Black Ink nest is just a medium, so no damage would be caused to it. In fact, most feudal lords have a lot of things to deal with, so they wouldn't stay inside the domain of the Territory Lord's Black Ink nest all the time. The consciousnesses you came across are likely the trusted aides of those feudal lords. I'll also get one of my subordinates to stay here to gather information eventually." "I see," Yang Kai nodded lightly. By pretending to be a Black Ink disciple this time, Yang Kai managed to find out a lot of secrets about the Black Ink nests. These secrets alone were worth his efforts. After all, these were the secrets that the humans had been trying to uncover forever, but to no avail. Chapter 5082, Black Ink Pool Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. As for who would be appointed by Xiaogu to stay in this Black Ink nest and gather information, Yang Kai couldn't care less. Xiaogu had several dozen Black Ink clansmen working for him, but they were generally weak. There were only a small number of high-rank Black Ink clansmen who were equivalent to sixth-order humans. The person responsible for gathering information would be one of those high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Let's continue, Zhao Gu said, then led the way for Yang Kai. Soon, they went further inside and arrived at a room that was so large that it occupied half of the black ink nest's internal space. Flesh walls were seen squirming around the room, and in the center was something that looked like a pool. The diameter of the pool was several dozen meters across and it was filled with black ink strength. Zhao Gu approached the pool as he stared at it while speaking solemnly. The black ink pool can be said to be the origin of life to all black ink clansmen. Black ink pool. Yang Kai arched his brow as he gazed at the pool and fell into a state of contemplation. He couldn't figure out the abstrusity of this thing, nor could he understand what Zhao Gu meant when the latter said it was the origin of life. However, he soon realized what he meant. Zhao Gu suddenly fished out a lot of resources from his space ring and dumped them into the black ink pool without hesitation. The resources were of varying orders and were the same ones human cultivators could use to increase the heritage of their small universes. The moment the resources came into contact with the black ink pool, the black ink strength, which was originally as calm as a still lake, started roiling. It was like water being dropped into boiling oil. Besides that, the entire black ink pool seemed to have turned into a hideous beast as a series of chattering sounds were heard, like were invisible teeth that were crunching on those resources. The various resources were crushed as their powers were absorbed. Following that, beneath the ground around the black ink pool, energies could be seen moving in all directions. Yang Kai stared at those moving energies in shock. As they streamed into the flesh walls around the room, bulges started forming on those rough walls. They looked just like tumors. Life auras were being nurtured in those tumors. Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. More and more tumors were formed, and within an hour, by the time Zhao Gu finished throwing all the resources into the black ink pool, there were several hundred tumors on the walls. Every tumor contained a new life aura. Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp, but he forced himself to calm down and asked, "Brother Zhao Gu, these," Zhao Gu replied with a smile, "in 1 or 2 months, they'll become residents of my territory." I knew it. Despite knowing that black ink clansmen were born in black ink nests, Yang Kai was still shaken to the core when he saw it happen before his eyes. That was how black ink clansmen were born. The auras in those tumors were all new black ink clansmen. Zhao Gu's words suggested that it would only take 1 or 2 months for these black ink clansmen to be born. The speed was truly horrifying. Moreover, Zhao Gu's black ink nest hadn't fully grown yet. He said that he didn't have enough resources with him now, for the resources were needed for other matters. When he had more resources in the future, he would continue growing the black ink nest. Although the black ink nest wasn't fully grown, it could still nurture several hundred black ink clansmen at once. According to Yang Kai's estimation, if the feudal lord's black ink nest was fully grown, and given enough resources, it could nurture more than 1,000 black ink clansmen at a given time. More than 1,000 black ink clansmen being born every month or 2 would translate to 7,000 to 8,000 a year. Further down the road, there would be 70,000 to 80,000 new black ink clansmen in 10 years and several 100,000 in 100 years. Certainly, a feudal lord wouldn't have an infinite supply of resources to squander on such things, but despite that, it was still a terrifying figure. It was no wonder that they were unable to kill all of the black ink clansmen. The humans from different great passes would always defeat the black ink clan and kill many of them in every major battle. However, after resting for at most 100 years, the black ink clan would strike again without any discernible decrease in number. The way black ink nests nurtured new black ink clansmen was the fundamental reason behind this. Upon that realization, Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. He asked solemnly, "Brother Zhao Gu, how powerful will these black ink clansmen be after they're born?" Zhao Gu replied, "New black ink clansmen are naturally weak and useless. It will take them several dozen years to grow to be low-rank black ink clansmen. 200 to 300 years after that, a small number of them will grow to be high-rank clansmen. As for how far they can go following that, it will depend on their own fates." Yang Kai nodded gently. It seemed that even though it would take a shorter time for the black ink clansmen to grow up than the humans, it wasn't intolerable. It would take them several dozen years to grow to be low-rank clansmen, which were equivalent to low-rank open heaven masters. Such black ink clansmen were essentially useless on the battlefield and would only serve as cannon fodder to deplete the humans' energy. A competent feudal lord should be able to enlist 3,000 Black Ink clansmen who are able to fight when Sir Territory Lord goes to war. It's still in the early phase for me, so it will be several hundred to 1,000 years before I can do that. Out of the 3,000 Black Ink clansmen who were able to fight, at least half of them had to be high-rank Black Ink clansmen who were equivalent to the 4th, 5th, and 6th order humans, otherwise, they would only be giving the humans free military merits. According to the life cycle of the Black Ink clansmen, it would indeed take Xiaogu several hundred to 1,000 years to meet this requirement, otherwise, there wouldn't be enough time for his subordinates to grow. Yang Kai made some calculations in silence. A feudal lord with a fief could conscript 3,000 Black Ink clansmen when war broke out. There were dozens of feudal lords working for He Yuan, but only a small number of them had their own fiefs. In other words, He Yuan alone would be able to mobilize about 30,000 to 40,000 Black Ink clansmen. That was the number of Black Ink clansmen that a territory lord could use. On the other hand, every royal lord had several dozen territory lords. Once a royal lord called for war, several 100,000 to 1,000,000 soldiers could be brought together in every theater before they would storm the great passes controlled by the humans. The humans from different great passes had spent countless years fending off such a large number of Black Ink clansmen. The Black Ink clan were at an advantage because of their larger numbers. On the other hand, the humans heavily relied on warships, which were their unique advantage. If this advantage was taken away by the Black Ink clan, the humans wouldn't be able to defend the great passes. At that instant, Yang Kai felt a hefty weight on his shoulders. Upon learning the absurdity of the Black Ink nest's consciousness and witnessing the process of breeding Black Ink clansmen through the Black Ink pool, Yang Kai finally understood the secrets behind the Black Ink nests. Next, Xiaogu led him to explore other places in the Black Ink nest. Half a day later, they left the together. Xiaogu was still evidently excited. After all, his dream had finally come true, so it was expected that he was in a joyful mood. That was the reason he led Yang Kai to take a stroll around the Black Ink nest. He wanted to share his joy with others, but Yang Kai was the only outsider by his side. By the way, you can continue refining artifacts over there, Brother Yang. Xiaogu finally recalled what he was supposed to do. After all, the reason he was able to get this fief had something to do with Yang Kai's skills in artifact refining. Upon finishing his words, he pointed in a particular direction. Yang Kai looked in the same direction and saw a huge star in the void. It was originally a giant sun star, but it's dead now. However, there still should be a great amount of heat beneath the surface, which will be useful to you when you make artifacts, Xiaogu explained. The reason he decided to hatch his Black Ink nest in this universe world was that this place was not far from the sun star, so he could move back and forth between the two places with ease. A sun star? Yang Kai arched his brow. There was no doubt that a sun star, even a dead one, would contain the power of the great sun N. Xiaogu nodded. I know nothing about artifact refining, so you can go over and look for a place that is suitable. I'll not keep you company as the Black Ink nest in this fief has just been hatched, so I need to take care of it. It's fine. I'll be fine on my own, Yang Kai nodded. Take this. These are the materials for making artifacts provided by a customer. There's also a list of demands he has come up with. You just have to follow the specifications. When I settle things here, I'll look for you. As Xiaogu spoke, he passed him a space ring. After taking the ring, Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and realized that there were indeed materials for making artifacts inside it. The number of materials suggested that he would have to make more than one artifact, and there was also a jade slip that supposedly contained the customer's demands. After bidding Xiaogu farewell, he directly flew towards the great sun star. In just 2 hours, Yang Kai arrived at his destination. When he arrived in the 3,000 worlds for the first time, Yang Kai came across a dying sun star where he obtained the golden crow's true fire that would be used to condense his fire element in his Dao seal. For that reason, he became tangled up with the proprietress. All of those memories flashed through his head. Many years had passed in the blink of an eye. At that time, the sun star he saw was dying, but the one before his eyes now died a long time ago. Although the great sun had lost all its vitality, some heat could still be felt coming from the surface. The entire star was filled with solidified magma, and a pungent smell permeated the place. There was no doubt that this environment was hostile and the average person wouldn't be able to survive here for long. With that said, Xianxia was now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he was able to put up with this kind of environment. In fact, with the power of the Golden Crow's true fire in possession, he didn't need to rely on any external forces when making artifacts. It was just that by using an external aid he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, a lot of artifact refiners loved using great sources of fire when making artifacts. It was the same case for alchemists. After circling around the Great Sun for a bit, Xianxia soon found a suitable location that looked like the caldera of a volcano that led to the depths beneath the ground. He directly plunged inside, but he was soon blocked by some solidified magma. He summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and began digging deeper into the ground. The further he went, the more scorching the air felt. Soon, he directly plunged into an ocean of burning magma. It went to show that even though the Great Sun died a long time ago, its power still hadn't fully dissipated. This kind of power was suitable for refining artifacts. After breaking through the magma, Xianxia arrived at the sun's core. It was then he activated his power and formed an empty space. This was the deepest part of the Great Sun where he could use its power with ease. Looking around, he was pleased with this place. Chapter 5083, He Yuan leaves the Black Ink Nest Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidger Keys. Over the following half a month, Xianxia spent a fair amount of time setting up a simple array so that he could make use of the Great Sun's power to craft artifacts. Additionally, the array stabilized the space he had opened up at the center of the sun. After he was done with all of that, he got some rest for a few days to restore his energy. It was only then that he started refining artifacts. He fished out the jade slip given to him by Zha Gu and realized that he had to make 2 artifacts this time. One of them was offensive while the other one was defensive. He wondered who this Black Ink clansman was. Regardless, it was none of his business, he just had to craft the artifacts according to the demands. With the help of the Great Sun's power, he had indeed become more efficient in refining artifacts. Furthermore, his skills in artifact refining had been improving day by day. In just 3 months, he was done crafting these 2 artifacts. There was already a Black Ink clansman waiting for him outside of the array he set up. In fact, this Black Ink clansman had been there for half a month. Xianxia was aware of this, but his focus was on refining the artifacts, so he decided to ignore him. Now that he was done, Xianxia opened up the restrictions and let this person in. The Black Ink clansman, who had never dared to disturb Xianxia, instantly noticed and dashed forward before cupping his fist. Sir Yang. Perhaps the only Black Ink disciples who could be addressed as sirs by the Black Ink clansman were artifact refiners. Xianxia glanced at him and realized that this Black Ink clansman was a high-rank Black Ink clansman who worked for Zha Gu. He had also followed Zha Gu to come all the way here to this fief. After a nod, Xianxia asked, "Has Brother Zha Gu sent you here to tell me something?" The high-rank Black Ink clansman stepped forward and held out a space ring. "Sir Zha Gu said this is the next artifact you have to make. The materials, demands, and payment are all inside. Additionally, he wants me to retrieve the artifacts you've refined." Xianxia took the space ring and realized that just like what the Black Ink clansman had said, there were a lot of materials for artifact refining, a jade slip with the specifications recorded in it, and 7,000 Black Ink coins inside the ring. Upon confirmation, Xianxia passed him the 2 artifacts he had recently made and put on a bitter smile. "Your sir doesn't even give me some rest time." The high-rank Black Ink clansman put on a fawning smile. "Sir Zha Gu said that your skills in artifact refining are exceptional. Many feudal lords have heard about you, so they want you to make artifacts for them." "It's fine. I'm earning Black Ink coins to buy some cultivation resources anyway. Just tell your sir that he can accept all the orders." "I'm fine with it." "Yes," the high-rank Black Ink clansman replied, then asked, "When should I come again?" After giving it a thought, Xianxia said, "For each artifact, you can come again after 2 months." He then watched the high-rank Black Ink clansman leave and reactivated the restriction. Instead of starting right away, Xianxia fished out a set of 7th Order materials from his small universe and began refining them. During this period of time, he had been busy refining artifacts for the feudal lords. In Jia Gu's previous territory, it wasn't convenient for him to refine 7th-order materials. After all, Jia Gu might come over at any moment. It would be hard for Yang Kai to explain himself if Jia Gu saw him refining such expensive materials. Now that he was inside a great sun though, and with the arrays he had set up, he didn't have to worry about privacy. On the other hand, since he had helped so many feudal lords craft artifacts, his skill in the Tao of artifact refining must be well known by now. That was exactly what he had hoped to see, and the high-rank Black Ink clansman's statement just now proved this point. Everything was going according to plan, and Yang Kai just had to wait for He Yuan to leave the Black Ink nest. The days went by slowly. Jia Gu would send someone to pass Yang Kai materials for artifact refining and payment for his services every 2 months. Most of the time, it would be the same high-rank Black Ink clansman who looked for Yang Kai. Jia Gu had just obtained his own fief, so he seemed to be swamped with work and would only visit Yang Kai sporadically. Nevertheless, the high-rank clansman wouldn't stay for a long time. After passing Yang Kai the space ring that contained the materials and money, he would take the artifact that had been made and leave. 5 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Including the amount of time Yang Kai had spent in Jia Gu's previous castle, he had now been refining artifacts for the Black Ink feudal lords for 7 or 8 years. During this period of time, he had produced dozens of artifacts that were all high quality. Given his near-complete focus on artifact refining, Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of artifact refining had improved significantly. However, he didn't feel one bit pleased about it. That was because he knew that every artifact he refined would be of great help to the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. Those artifacts might injure or even kill human soldiers. He had thought about pulling some tricks by designing the artifacts in a way that they would collapse when the Black Ink clansmen clashed with the humans. However, even though he could be considered a great master when it came to his mastery of artifact refining, he was not able to do such a thing without anyone discovering it. If he really tried, the feudal lords would realize it very quickly, and that would only destroy the reputation he had built up and derail his following plan. Hence, he decided to give up on the idea. Although Yang Kai had spent most of his time refining artifacts over the past few years, he would still take some time off to cultivate after crafting each item. As time passed, he managed to make up for some of the losses in his heritage due to the fact that he had sacrificed a part of his small universe in the past. He had been waiting for He Yuan to summon him, but his wish was still not granted. Supposedly, He Yuan should have left the Black Ink nest by now. Although he was badly injured, his speed of recovery shouldn't be so slow with the help of the Black Ink nest. Yang Kai wondered what was going on. One day, Jia Gu came over as usual. After getting the artifact from Yang Kai and passing him the next set of materials, Jia Gu thanked him and was preparing to leave. "Wait a moment, brother Jia Gu," Yang Kai said. Jia Gu turned around and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, brother Yang?" Over the years, he had earned a huge fortune through Yang Kai's skills in artifact refining. Gui Liao did indeed have wealthy friends who willingly paid 100,000 Black Ink coins for a single artifact without blinking an eye. Besides that, those feudal lords were eager to get their hands on the artifacts made by Yang Kai. According to Gui Liao, there were still more than 10 feudal lords who were waiting to order their artifacts. They would charge 100,000 coins for an artifact, and other than the 7,000 given to Yang Kai, Jia Gu and Gui Liao would respectively split the rest. Hence, Jia Gu gained 46,500 Black Ink coins for every artifact. 100,000 was just the amount that Gui Liao told him though, and Jia Gu even suspected that Gui Liao would charge his customers a higher fee. Nevertheless, he wasn't in any place to demand more. Over the past 5 years, Yang Kai had produced more than 30 artifacts, so not only had Jia Gu paid back the Black Ink coins he owed Gui Liao, but there was a lot of surplus. Now, he focused on managing his own fief, so all the Black Ink coins he earned would be used to build up his territory. Now, his fief was really beginning to take shape. Not only had Jia Gu nurtured several tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen through the Black Ink nest, but he had also attracted many Black Ink clansmen from other places to settle down in his territory. It could be said that he owed his success to Yang Kai, so he was naturally quite friendly with him. Without beating around the bush, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know what's going on with Sir Territory Lord? Has he left the Black Ink nest?" Upon hearing that, Jia Gu shook his head, I don't think Sir Territory Lord has left the Black Ink Nest. I suppose he's still recuperating. Yang Kai frowned. Why is it taking Sir so long to recover? It's been nearly 8 years since he returned. Supposedly, he should have left the Black Ink Nest a long time ago. Zhao Gu nodded. Usually, it wouldn't take Sir such a long time, 3 to 4 years at most. However, you're also aware that Sir Territory Lord wasn't the only one who entered the Black Ink Nest to recuperate. There were several other Territory Lords as well, and their injuries were even more severe than Sir Territory Lord's. Although the Black Ink Nest can help Sir recuperate, there are several Territory Lords who need to share that power, hence, it's not as effective as when he's on his own. That's the reason it's taking him a longer time to recuperate. This was the information Zhao Gu obtained from Gui Liao. After all, he and Gui Liao knew that once He Yuan left the Black Ink Nest, Yang Kai, as his Black Ink disciple, would be summoned no matter what. By then, their business of selling artifacts would come to a halt. Certainly, Zhao Gu wanted this business to last as long as possible. Therefore, he asked Gui Liao about He Yuan's condition. What he told Yang Kai just now was the information he had obtained from Gui Liao. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai replied, I see. Do you know when Sir Territory Lord will leave the Black Ink Nest, then? It will happen within a year or two. As Zhao Gu spoke, he patted the other man's shoulder. Don't worry about it. Sir Territory Lord is powerful, so he'll be fine. However, after he leaves the Black Ink Nest, you, as his Black Ink disciple, will have to go back to him. You won't stay here and keep making artifacts, so during this period of time, you have to work harder in order to earn more money to purchase cultivation resources. He thought that Yang Kai was worried about He Yuan, so he decided to placate him. Nevertheless, he still reminded Yang Kai to work harder to create more artifacts. Yang Kai nodded gently. You have a point, brother Zhao Gu. Upon learning that the reason He Yuan hadn't left the Black Ink Nest after such a long time was that he was sharing its power with other Territory Lords, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. He was most worried that an accident might have happened to He Yuan. If He Yuan lost his life due to his severe injuries, things would become complicated. Yang Kai definitely didn't want to see that happen. After seeing Zhao Gu off, he continued refining artifacts. Several months later, on the universe fragment belonging to He Yuan, the Black Ink Nest, which had remained shut since the return of He Yuan and the other Territory Lords, shook a little. Following that, a portal opened up at the bottom of the Black Ink Nest. Several burly figures stepped out from the portal, all of their auras thick and intimidating. The moment the Black Ink clansmen, who were guarding the Black Ink Nest, saw these figures, they saluted them in a solemn manner. This couldn't be helped, as they were all Territory Lords. The person at the front was none other than the owner of this place, He Yuan. Of these Territory Lords, He Yuan looked perfectly healthy while the auras of the other Territory Lords were still a little unstable. It seemed that they hadn't fully recovered. That was indeed the case. After about 8 years of recuperation, their injuries had mostly healed, but they were still some distance away from full recovery. The only one who had fully recovered was He Yuan. Even though he was indeed a little stronger than the others, that had nothing to do with the speed of recovery. The main reason was that he was the owner of this Black Ink Nest. By having full control over the Black Ink Nest, he could direct most of its power to heal his injuries while the rest would be shared among the other Territory Lords. Chapter 5084, Territory Lord Summons Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ligerkeys. He Yuan would naturally recover much quicker than the other Territory Lords under such circumstances. It wasn't that he wanted to suppress the other Territory Lords, just that anyone would have done the same thing if they were in his position. In fact, if possible, He Yuan would rather have sent these Territory Lords back to their respective territories upon their return from the battlefield so that he wouldn't have to share the power of his Black Ink Nest. However, those Territory Lords were horribly injured at that time as they had all fallen into a state of deep sleep, so he couldn't possibly toss them out. Left with no other choice, he brought them back to his own Black Ink Nest and they recuperated together. That way, they could take care of each other. Despite all this, the Territory Lords were still grateful to He Yuan and not dissatisfied one bit. It was true that they hadn't fully recovered, but they were now able to protect themselves at the very least. They just had to return to their territories and get some more rest in their own black ink nests so that they would recover as time passed. The entire process would only take them a few more years. After stepping out of the black ink nest, the territory lords thanked He Yuan before shooting into the sky to leave in a hurry. This was He Yuan's territory after all, so it wasn't appropriate for them to linger here. They naturally had to go back to their territories. He Yuan watched them leave. Not long after the territory lords left, Gui Liao, who had received the news, led a group of black ink clansmen and arrived at this place in a rush to welcome He Yuan. Soon, they returned to the castle. After He Yuan was seated on his throne, Gui Liao stood in front of him and reported to him about what had happened in the territory over the years in a respectful manner. He Yuan listened to him in silence. No major events had taken place over the past few years. The humans were recuperating, and there hadn't been any serious conflicts between the two races, hence, Gui Liao was done with his report soon. He Yuan nodded and praised him by saying, "You've done a great job." Gui Liao replied humbly, "It is all thanks to Sir's excellent management of the territory. I am just taking care of it on your behalf, so I wouldn't dare to take the credit." He Yuan didn't comment on it. Suddenly, he asked, "The new black ink disciple named Yang Kai that I've taken on is an artifact refiner?" There wasn't a hint of surprise on Gui Liao's face as he replied respectfully, "Yes, he has refined a lot of artifacts for the feudal lords over the years." He Yuan had been recuperating in the black ink nest since his return, and he had never come into contact with anyone else. Despite that, he was still aware of all this information thanks to the black ink nest. The realm built on the black ink nest's consciousness was where the feudal lords would communicate with each other. Certainly, these exchanges couldn't be hidden from the primary black ink nest's owner. In other words, as long as He Yuan wanted to, he could monitor all the conversations that took place within that domain while he was recuperating inside his black ink nest. Many feudal lords were aware that Yang Kai was an artifact refiner, so they would certainly talk about it. It was expected that He Yuan would become aware of this fact. Furthermore, Gui Liao knew that this fact couldn't be hidden from He Yuan, so he never attempted to do so. The feudal lords seemed to be pleased with the artifacts he's made. "What do you think about his skills in artifact refining?" He Yuan asked. Gui Liao replied, "I have no idea how the humans classify the skills of an artifact refiner, but I think that he's fairly talented in artifact refining. The artifacts made by him are just as good as the ones owned by the humans. With those artifacts in possession, the feudal lords have enjoyed varying degrees of increase in their strengths. This will help them tremendously when they go to war." He Yuan nodded lightly, "Since you've said as much, it must mean he's truly skillful in artifact refining." He couldn't help but be surprised. It never crossed his mind that the black ink disciple he had taken on was a valuable artifact refiner. The reason he decided to personally corrupt Yang Kai was that the latter had showcased exceptional combat strength back then. Other than being powerful, Yang Kai was also an expert in artifact refining. It seemed that He Yuan had accidentally picked up a treasure. A few years ago, he lost the resource harvesting area to the enemy, and many of his soldiers were killed during the war, so the royal lord would definitely punish him. As a territory lord, He Yuan wouldn't be slapped with a serious punishment, a part of his territory would be taken from him at most. However, he wouldn't want to see that happen. Nevertheless, he could probably make up for the losses by presenting a skilled artifact refiner to the royal lord. Certainly, he would feel heartbroken letting such a talented person go, but since Yang Kai was an artifact refiner, he would have to take part in that plan. Regardless of whether He Yuan wanted to make up for his losses or not, he couldn't keep Yang Kai by his side, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the royal lord's wrath. "Where is he now?" He Yuan asked all of a sudden. Gui Liao replied honestly, "He's in Jiagu's place. There's a dead great sun star that is useful for him to refine artifacts with. Tell him to come over and see me now." "Yes." 4 hours later, Yang Kai, who was refining an artifact, realized that the restriction was touched, which caused him to frown. Over the years, Jiagu's subordinate would always wait outside of the restriction instead of triggering it, so this behavior was a little unusual. Moreover, he could sense that the person triggering the restriction was none other than Jiagu himself. Yang Kai initially decided to ignore him, after all, He was in the final stage of refining the artifact he was working on, and it would be completed in just 3 to 5 days. Xiaogu waited for a bit, but upon seeing that the restriction was not open, he directly broke it and entered. The restriction Yang Kai had set up was a simple one, not something powerful, so it was easy for a feudal lord like Xiaogu to break it. This caused Yang Kai to be disturbed, and the artifact in his hands that was about to take shape became contorted. After taking a glance at it, Xiaogu knew that the artifact must have been ruined because of what he had done. However, that was the least of his concerns now, as he promptly said, "Sir Territory Lord has left the Black Ink Nest, Brother Yang. He wants to see you now." "Sir has left the Black Ink Nest?" Yang Kai was surprised. Previously, Xiaogu told him that it would only happen after a year or two, but only half a year had passed since then. However, since He Yuan wanted to see him, there was no way Yang Kai could tarry. After all, he was technically He Yuan's Black Ink disciple. "I'll set off immediately then." "What about this artifact?" Yang Kai turned to look at the warped artifact. Xiaogu replied, "It's fine. I'll pay for the loss. Don't worry about it." "Sorry for the trouble then, Brother Xiaogu." Yang Kai kept his fist. "Since I'm going back to Sir Territory Lord's side, I guess I won't have a chance to work with you and refine artifacts again. Please take care of yourself. We'll definitely meet again if there's a chance. Farewell." "I'll see you off," Xiaogu said. A moment later, they dashed out of the Great Sun Star together. After flying alongside Yang Kai for a while, Xiaogu stopped in his tracks and fished out a space ring. "Many thanks for your hard work, Brother Yang. It's been a pleasure cooperating with you over the years. Please take this little gift that I've prepared." "There's no need for this." Yang Kai was ready to turn him down. Nevertheless, Xiaogu directly stuffed the ring into his hands. "I've earned quite a few black ink coins over the years thanks to your skills. You're the one who has been working hard, and there's nothing much I can help you with. This is what you deserve, so don't turn me down. Since you've said so much, I'll accept it. Many thanks. Farewell." Xiaogu waved his hand. It seemed that he wasn't willing to part with him. Yang Kai kept his fist and left the place. As Xiaogu watched him leave, he let out a long sigh. Over the years, he had earned about 1.5 million black ink coins thanks to Yang Kai. That was the amount of money he made in less than 10 years. A human artifact refiner like Yang Kai was simply a money tree to him. Certainly, he wasn't willing to let him go. However, he wouldn't dare to disobey the Territory Lord's order. He probably would never have a chance to make easy money like this again. It was expected that he was heartbroken and disappointed. A long time after Yang Kai's figure was out of sight, Xiaogu forced himself to turn around and return to his territory. Fortunately, his fief was on the right track now, and the Black Ink Nest was fully hatched. He had the capital to gain a footing, which was unlike in the past when he had the title and power of a feudal lord, but not the wealth and influence to match it. After leaving Xiaogu's place, Yang Kai looked into the space ring given to him and realized that there were only 10,000 black ink coins in it. He couldn't help but break into laughter, thinking that Xiaogu was truly stingy. Although he wasn't aware of the exact amount Xiaogu charged the other feudal lords, as he had been focused on refining artifacts over the years, he at least knew that Xiaogu wasn't being honest with him. When he started refining artifacts for Xiaogu back then, the latter was broke, so how did Xiaogu get 500,000 black ink coins to buy a subnest in just 3 years and even purchase a lot of resources to hatch it? Yang Kai was clearly the one who helped him earn that money. In other words, the price Xiaogu told him was a bald-faced lie. He must have been charging far more than 10,000 black ink coins per artifact. Despite knowing all of that, Yang Kai didn't intend to settle accounts with him. Black ink coins were useless to him. He just wanted to make himself known as a competent artifact refiner. Fortunately, everything was going according to plan. Yang Kai was glad that after accepting this task in Blue Sky Pass back then, he spent the next 10 years studying the Tao of artifact refining. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where to start after arriving in the Black Ink clan's domain. Since He Yuan had left the Black Ink Nest, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling apprehensive, as it was now the most critical moment. One day later, Yang Kai arrived at the castle on the universe fragment, and soon, he was granted an audience with He Yuan. Inside the grand hall, Yang Kai finally saw He Yuan again after 8 years. After saluting him, Yang Kai stood respectfully in front of him. He could feel that He Yuan was examining him. On the other hand, Gui Liao was just standing beside He Yuan in a subservient manner, no longer displaying any haughtiness. "Your small universe has fully healed?" He Yuan suddenly asked. Gui Liao, who had been standing there in silence, suddenly lifted his gaze and glanced at Yang Kai. He had never expected this to be the first question He Yuan asked Yang Kai. In fact, this matter had something to do with him. He could do whatever he wanted when He Yuan wasn't around. However, since He Yuan was here, he was worried that Yang Kai would say something that would put him in an unfavorable position. Yang Kai happened to look at him as well, and as their eyes met, Gui Liao felt his chest tightening. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Just as expected, Yang Kai grinned at him and cupped his fist. "Master, I asked Zha Gu to help me buy a profounding spirit fruit previously. After acquiring it, I managed to heal my small universe." Upon hearing that, He Yuan frowned. "Why did you ask Zha Gu to help you buy a profounding spirit fruit? Didn't I tell Gui Liao to get you one before entering the black ink nest?" Yang Kai replied impassively, "You'll have to ask Sir Gui Liao about that." He Yuan instantly turned to look at Gui Liao. Chapter 5085, Progressing Smoothly. Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Gui Liao turned around and saluted He Yuan before explaining, "Sir, as you know, it is difficult to acquire profounding spirit fruits. After you started recuperating, I did my best to look for one, but was regretfully unsuccessful in short order. Because of that, Yang Kai might have misunderstood my intentions. After asking for the spirit fruit several times but to no avail, he got into a conflict with my black ink disciple, Lu Zian. I punished them respectively. After that, Yang Kai became furious and left the castle. It wasn't until you summoned him that he returned." "Is that the case?" He Yuan frowned. Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "I'm not sure if Sir Gui Liao had done his best to look for the spirit fruit. However, after I went to Zha Gu's place and promised that I would refine 2 artifacts for him, he obtained a profounding spirit fruit for me within 3 days. Gui Liao explained, "That was when the profounding spirit fruits became available in the territory. I seized the chance and bought one, thinking that I'd give it to you when you came back, but you didn't seem to have the intention of returning." Upon finishing his words, he fished out a box from his space ring and opened it. There was a profounding spirit fruit sitting inside it. Yang Kai widened his eyes and secretly cursed at him, thinking that Gui Liao must have prepared it beforehand. Gui Liao sighed, "You never showed up, and I didn't know where you were. It wasn't until a long time later that I found out you had been refining artifacts in Zha Gu's place, and your small universe had fully recovered." At that instant, Yang Kai was lost for words despite feeling aggrieved. He initially wanted to expose Gui Liao to He Yuan, but he hadn't expected that this guy had already come up with an immaculate explanation. Now, he was in a dilemma. After pulling himself together, Yang Kai adjusted and said, "In that case, I must have misunderstood you, Sir Gui Liao. Please accept my apology." "It's fine. You are Sir Territory Lord's black ink disciple. Since it was his order, I would definitely do my best to execute it." Gui Liao emphasized his loyalty to He Yuan. He Yuan wasn't willing to waste his time dealing with such a minor issue, so he waved his hand and said, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's end this matter here. Now that your small universe is complete, you won't face any issues when cultivating." Gazing at Yang Kai, he changed the topic by saying, "You're an expert in artifact refining?" Yang Kai replied respectfully, "I wouldn't dare to say that I'm an expert in artifact refining, I simply know a thing or two about it." He Yuan nodded lightly and extended his hand towards Gui Liao, who got the hint and hurriedly fished out a lance from his space ring before shuffling towards Yang. "Did you make this artifact?" He Yuan asked. After taking the lance, Yang Kai examined it and recognized that it was an artifact he made. Furthermore, if he wasn't mistaken, it was the first artifact he crafted after he followed Zha Gu to his new fief. Although he had crafted quite a number of artifacts over the years, there wasn't an overwhelming number of them, therefore, he could remember every piece distinctly. This lance was one of the artifacts he was tasked to refine at that time, together with an artifact armor that could cover the upper half of the body. As he recalled the customer's demands and the specifications of the artifact armor, Yang Kai instantly realized that Gui Liao was the patron who wanted him to make the lance and artifact armor. It seemed that Gui Liao had already come into contact with Zha Gu at that point in time. The reason Zha Gu could obtain his new fief might even have something to do with Gui Liao. Yang Kai stopped pondering on it and nodded. I was the one who made it. Upon hearing that, He Yuan became energized. How long did it take you to make it? Yang Kai replied, about 2 months. He Yuan's eyes brightened. It only took you 2 months to make such an artifact. It seems that you really are skillful in artifact refining. Many thanks for your praise, master. According to human standards, I am barely qualified to be called a great master when it comes to my skills in artifact refining. This is already the best I can make. It's already incredible that you're able to refine such artifacts. I'm sure you're aware that due to the Black Ink clan's unique powers, we're not proficient in artifact refining. Therefore, it's difficult for us to get artifacts that suit us. That's why human artifact refiners are valued highly among the Black Ink clan. To the side, Gui Liao smiled and nodded. You're right, sir. Great master artifact refiners like Yang Kai are even rarer. Given enough time to grow, he'll be able to create even better artifacts. He Yuan looked fervently at Yang Kai. If I want you to focus on crafting artifacts, how much do you think you can improve on your artifact refining skills? Focus on crafting artifacts? Yang Kai appeared bewildered. Master, please understand that the Tao of artifact refining is just a hobby of mine. I hope that I can focus on martial Tao so that I will be able to assist you out on the battlefield. A gratified He Yuan nodded. That's very thoughtful of you. However, what if I insist that you focus on the Tao of artifact refining? Without hesitation, Yang Kai replied, since it is your order, master, I will definitely obey it. However, go on, He Yuan said. I do not have an exceptional aptitude in the Tao of artifact refining. Regardless of how hard I try, at best I will become a grandmaster in the future. There is no possibility I can become a great grandmaster. You have a chance to become a grandmaster? He Yuan's eyes lit up as he laughed. Wonderful. A hesitant Yang Kai asked, do you need me to make any artifacts for you, master? If that is the case, I shall do my best not to disappoint you. I do need you to refine an artifact for me, but, He Yuan caught himself and paused for a moment. Go back and get some rest first. You will accompany me somewhere in a few days. Despite appearing puzzled, Yang Kai saluted him and left the hall. After he was gone, Gui Liao asked, are you bringing him to the royal city, sir? An excited He Yuan nodded, yes. The royal lord has already given the order that whenever we find human artifact refiners in our territories, we have to send them to the royal city. I've told you the reason behind it, so I'm sure you still remember it. Yes, Gui Liao replied respectfully. How is the royal lord's plan progressing, sir? At the mention of this, He Yuan appeared worried. It's not going well. Although some prototypes have been made, they're weak and unreliable, totally incomparable to the warships owned by the humans. That's why they desperately need skilled artifact refiners. Yang Kai is a great master now, and he might grow to become a grandmaster one day. Perhaps he won't be able to take charge of the plan, but he can surely help out in some important parts. Someone like him is exactly what the royal lord needs. He Yuan then let out a sigh. It's a shame. He was quite strong after all. The reason he personally corrupted Yang Kai back then was that the latter had showcased exceptional combat power. However, compared to Yang Kai's strength, the royal lord's plan was definitely more important. He Yuan had no choice but to let him go. Yang Kai was told to wait for a few days before leaving with He Yuan. Although he pretended to be perplexed, he knew that his plans were progressing smoothly. He reckoned that He Yuan was bringing him to see the royal lord. This made him feel both excited and anxious. He was excited because everything was going according to plan. If nothing unexpected happened, he would soon figure out who were the human artifact refiners that made artifacts for the Black Ink clan as well as their whereabouts. On the other hand, he was anxious because it wasn't easy to deal with a royal lord, who was as powerful as a ninth-order old ancestor. Faced with such a being, he wouldn't dare to say that he wouldn't be exposed. When he was in the royal city on his own, once his identity was exposed, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Instead of idling in the castle, Yang Kai headed to the city. Over the years, the main reason he worked with Zhao Gu to refine artifacts was that he wanted to make himself known as an expert in artifact refining and attract He Yuan's attention. At the same time, he had also accumulated quite a lot of black ink coins. For every artifact he made, he received 7,000 black ink coins. Over the past 7 to 8 years, he had made about 50 artifacts and had thus earned more than 300,000 black ink coins. In fact, the purchasing power of black ink coins was incredible. Based on the conversion rate, 300,000 black ink coins would be equivalent to 3 billion open heaven pills. Although black ink coins were useless to Yang Kai, he could use them to purchase cultivation resources. This was the first time he brought so much money with him and bought things in the city, so he was curious about everything. There were quite a number of black ink disciples in the city, but they all followed behind their masters. He was the only black ink disciple who was on his own, which was why he caught the attention of many black ink clansmen. Although they were curious, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him upon detecting his 7th order open heaven realm cultivation. The person who could corrupt a 7th order open heaven realm master had to be a territory lord at the very least. Furthermore, they heard that the ruling territory lord here had taken on a 7th order black ink disciple recently. Perhaps this human was that black ink disciple. Certainly, no one would dare to have their eyes on the territory lord's black ink disciple. There were a lot of shops in the city, and after visiting several of them, Yang Kai realized that the black ink clan possessed a truly massive amount of cultivation resources. After giving it a thought though, he realized that this wasn't surprising. The black ink battlefield was vast, and the black ink clan occupied most of it. There were countless universe worlds in those territories that could be mined, hence, they were not lacking cultivation resources. This was starkly different from the situation that the humans were in. They would only be able to snatch some resource harvesting areas and extract the resources there for a short period of time after defeating the Black Ink clan's army. After the Black Ink clan was done recuperating, the humans would have to give up those resource harvesting areas. This kind of cycle never ended. With that said, the Black Ink clan were unable to directly refine these resources to cultivate. Instead, they had to throw them into the black ink nests, which would produce black ink strength. It was only then that the black ink clansmen could make use of black ink strength. The resources that the human cultivators yearned for couldn't be directly used by the black ink clansmen, therefore, these resources were surprisingly affordable in this black ink clan city. The 300,000 black ink coins that Yang Kai had were worth 3 billion open heaven pills. If he were in a city run by the humans, he would use up all the money purchasing 2 or 3 sets of 7th order materials. Nevertheless, in this city, he managed to buy more than 10 sets of 7th order materials with his black ink coins. The difference between the purchasing powers of these two currencies was astonishing. Yang Kai suddenly felt regretful, thinking that he should have gotten some black ink coins from Zhong Liang and the others when he was in Blue Sky Pass back then. The humans from the various Great Passes had amassed a staggering amount of black ink coins over the years, all of which were collected from the battlefield after they defeated the Black Ink clan over the years. They would pick up black ink coins from the dead Black Ink clansmen, but the money was useless to them, so they would just pile them up. Over the years, Blue Sky Pass had probably amassed trillions of black ink coins. If Yang Kai had brought those black ink coins with him, he could have snapped up all the resources in He Yuan's territory. Chapter 5086, Black Ink Clan's Plan Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ligerkey. Certainly, it would cause a commotion if Yang Kai really did so. He just regretted that he hadn't brought a few million black ink coins with him, otherwise, he could have purchased a fair amount of resources without being noticed. More than 10 sets of 7th order material were nothing compared to his total wealth, but he could refine them without worrying about getting caught. This was the reason he left the castle to purchase resources, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when He Yuan saw him refining resources. Without staying for a long time, he used up his black ink coins and returned to the castle to start cultivating. A few days later, He Yuan finally summoned him. Above an empty square in the middle of the castle, a large ship was hovering in midair. More than 100 black ink clansmen were ready to board the ship with He Yuan, including Yang Kai. This large ship wasn't a warship, it was just a flight-type artifact. Given Yang Kai's mastery of artifact refining, it would only take him some time to craft a similar ship. However, it would take him a longer time and more energy to build one than make an ordinary artifact. Over the years, none of the feudal lords that were his customers had asked him to make a flight-type artifact. To the feudal lords, artifacts that could save their lives or kill the enemies were far more important than flight-type artifacts. Furthermore, the materials used to build a flight-type artifact were more expensive than the ones used for making an ordinary artifact. I will return from the royal city soon. After I'm gone, you will manage the affairs in the territory, He Yuan said to Gui Liao. Don't worry, sir. I'll handle everything well, Gui Liao replied respectfully. He Yuan went on to say, when I come back, I'll let you enter the black ink nest so that you can become a territory lord. You've accumulated enough over the years to do so. In an instant, Gui Liao became agitated. Many thanks, Sir Territory Lord. I'll not disappoint you. He Yuan nodded lightly, then said to the black ink clansman who was responsible for controlling the large ship, let's go. Following his order, the ship hummed and rose into the sky. After turning in a different direction, it transformed into a ray of light and left the place at the speed of lightning. On the deck, He Yuan stared out at the void and fell into his thoughts. Yang Kai just stood silently behind him in a subservient manner. I rarely turn humans. The last time I did so was 2,000 years ago. The black ink disciple I corrupted at that time was just like you. He was strong, He Yuan suddenly said. Yang Kai had no idea what the other man was trying to say. Although it seemed like a small talk, he didn't think a territory lord would waste his time in such a way. Hence, he decided to remain silent so that he wouldn't say anything wrong. He had followed me for 1,000 years and made a lot of contributions. Unfortunately, he was killed on the battlefield in the end. He Yuan sighed. Theoretically, a 7th-order open heaven realm master is equivalent to a feudal lord. However, a 7th-order human will always be stronger than ordinary feudal lords. The strongest ones are even able to wound newly promoted territory lords. Yang Kai explained, the cultivation of humans is all about accumulation. Even if two people are both in the 7th-order open heaven realm, there might be a difference of several thousand years of cultivation between them, hence, there is a huge gap in power between them. He Yuan nodded, it's all about accumulation for the humans, and it's the same case for the Black Ink clan. However, in general, it takes a shorter time for the Black Ink clan to mature than the humans. Moreover, all our ascensions rely on the Black Ink nests. Perhaps that is the reason the individual power of the Black Ink clan is weaker than that of the humans. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was startled. I've never thought about it before. Without turning his head, He Yuan said with a smile, the humans rely on themselves to break through while the Black Ink clan have to make use of external aids to do so. That's the difference between us. However, humans are not comparable to us when it comes to population. We have an infinite supply of soldiers while there's only a limited number of human cultivators in each great pass. Despite that, rarely has any great pass been conquered over the years. Sometimes, I can't help but admire the humans' determination and perseverance. Yang Kai sensitively caught a piece of important information in He Yuan's words. Sir, you said rarely any great pass has been conquered before. Does that mean it has happened before? He Yuan turned to look at him and asked curiously, don't you know about it? It really happened before? Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. While remaining calm, he shook his head, I've never heard about it. In fact, it's only been a short time since I arrived at this battlefield. He Yuan nodded gently, it indeed happened a long time ago. The humans must be ashamed of this incident, so they naturally wouldn't spread it. Perhaps they've erased all records of it. Which of the great passes had been conquered before? Yang Kai knew that as a Black Ink disciple, he shouldn't have asked so many questions. Nevertheless, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. It happened so long ago that I can no longer remember it. Let me think. I believe it was called the Great Evolution Pass. Yes, it was the Great Evolution Pass. Great Evolution Pass. Great Evolution Paradise. Yang Kai was shaken to the core. The Great Passes were basically named after the cave heavens and paradises. At the mention of the Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai could only think of Great Evolution Paradise. That was the paradise where Grandmaster Ma Fan came from. The good fortune divine furnace that could be used to derive higher-order materials from lower-order ones was one of Great Evolution Paradise's core inheritances. Back then, in order to fight for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace, the cave heavens and paradises haggled with Xianxia for quite some time. Great Evolution Paradise was removed from the 72 paradises, and Grandmaster Ma Fan was just a remnant of Great Evolution Paradise. Xianxia had always been curious about what kind of crisis such a paradise faced to cause its downfall. Now, it seemed that it had something to do with the fact that the Great Evolution Pass was conquered on the Black Ink battlefield. However, other than the old ancestors, no one else seemed aware of what had happened in the past. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan himself seemed unaware of the details. After all, he had never come to the Black Ink battlefield as he had always been living in the 3000 worlds. That is the only great pass we managed to conquer. There was a hint of displeasure in He Yuan's tone. Although we had many chances of conquering other great passes in the past, we'd always fail in our attempts in the end. The resilience and persistence of the humans is inconceivable. You are a human as well as a Black Ink disciple, so you surely understand humans and the Black Ink clan better than most. Do you know the strengths and weaknesses of the two races? Xianxia was caught off guard as he was suddenly asked such a question, but after giving it a thought, he replied, just like what Master has said, the Black Ink clan have an unlimited supply of soldiers while there is a limited number of human cultivators. That's the advantage of the Black Ink clan. Also, Black Ink strength is a tricky problem for the humans. In the past, once they were invaded by Black Ink strength, they either had to sacrifice a part of their small universes or kill themselves on the spot, otherwise, they would be turned into Black Ink disciples. However, since the humans invented purifying Black Ink pills, the threat of Black Ink strength has greatly diminished. Indeed. He Yuan snorted, purifying Black Ink pills are being used by the humans to suppress Black Ink strength now. If we lose this advantage, it will be useless regardless of how many soldiers we have. The humans also have warships. That is their biggest advantage. A warship is the greatest weapon for both offense and defense. With only a small number of humans controlling the vessel, it can cause severe casualties on the battlefield. If the humans never had warships, they would have been destroyed by now. Xianxia played along by saying, if the Black Ink clan also had warships, the humans wouldn't be a match for us. Unfortunately, it's extremely difficult to refine a warship. Only great grandmasters are able to do that. Although I know a thing or two about artifact refining, I'll never be able to make a warship in my lifetime regardless of how hard I try. He Yuan turned to look at him and smiled, while you can't do it, that doesn't mean no one else can make it. Xianxia said curiously, Master, you mean, He Yuan went on to say, you're not the only one who has thought of this idea. In fact, the Royal Lord has been working towards this goal for a long time now. The Black Ink clan has been trying to create a warship, and we've achieved some success so far. Xianxia instantly appeared shocked, there's a great Grandmaster artifact refiner in the Black Ink clan? He Yuan shook his head, I have no idea whether he's a great Grandmaster. Perhaps he's still some distance away from that rank, but he's certainly approaching it. As time passes, he'll be able to refine a warship. That's the reason I'm bringing you to the royal city. Upon learning his intentions, Xianxia said, Master, you want me to help create a warship? He Yuan nodded, you're a great master in artifact refining, so you should be able to help out. After all, there are not a lot of artifact refiners as capable as you in the Black Ink clan. Upon hearing that, Xianxia said, since it is your order, this servant will do his utmost to comply. He Yuan was apparently pleased with his response, just do your best when you're there, and don't cause trouble. If other territory lords have their eyes on you, just tell them you're my Black Ink disciple. When you manage to make a name for yourself, you'll be a great contributor to the Black Ink clan. I'll reward you handsomely when the time comes. You flatter me, Master. I will do my best to help. While facing away from him, He Yuan waved his hand, we'll reach the royal city in a few days. You don't have to stay here. Go get some rest. Then I will retire to my room. Xianxia cupped his fist and stepped backwards before turning around to leave. After he entered the room assigned to him, Xianxia sat down with his legs crossed and fished out a set of 7th-order materials to cultivate. Although he already had a speculation about He Yuan's intentions, he hadn't expected the latter to make them so clear to him while they were on their way to the destination. After giving it a thought though, he realized that He Yuan must have decided to inform him about it in advance so that he wouldn't be perplexed when they arrived at the royal city. Nevertheless, it never crossed He Yuan's mind that it was exactly Yang Kai's intention to sneak into the core of the Black Ink clan's territory. Everything was going well, and if nothing unexpected happened, after they arrived at the royal city, He Yuan would recommend Yang Kai to take part in the warship refining project. By then, it would be easy for Yang Kai to gather information. Having said that, there was one thing that troubled him. How was he going to relay the information he had gathered back to Yinyang Pass? It wasn't that those from Yinyang Pass had neglected this issue per se, but while he could pretend to be a Black Ink disciple and sneak into this place, sending information back remained a difficult problem. Those from Yinyang Pass were simply unable to solve this problem. They only told Yang Kai to come up with a way to send the information to them. Yang Kai had been racking his brain for a long time, but he still couldn't come up with a solution, and it was now giving him a headache. Chapter 5087, The Royal City Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. A few days later, Yang Kai was cultivating when he felt the large ship shaking a little and decelerating. Following that, a Black Ink clansman was heard shouting from the deck, "Get ready! We're about to reach the royal city." Yang Kai put away his resources and dashed towards the deck. As he looked in the direction where the large ship was headed, a gigantic universe fragment came into his sight. He Yuan's territory was also a large universe fragment, but it paled compared to the one before his eyes. The universe fragment where the royal city was located was 10 times larger than He Yuan's territory. At the sight of it, Yang Kai was astonished. It had to be noted that a universe fragment was basically the result of a universe world breaking apart. Just by looking at the size of this universe fragment, Yang Kai could imagine how colossal the universe world must have been when it was whole. This must have originally been a flourishing world, but now, there was only a universe fragment left, and it was engulfed in thick Black Ink strength all year long. As the large ship drew nearer, a massive Black Ink nest came into view. Despite the fact that the universe fragment was covered in dense Black Ink strength, it still couldn't conceal the magnificent nest. Looking at the unimaginably large object, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Jia Gu had told him about the different ranks of Black Ink nests, so he was aware that this was supposed to be the royal lord's Black Ink nest, which was a high-rank nest. On the other hand, Jia Gu's was just a low-rank Black Ink nest. Despite being the lowest-rank Black Ink nest, it could produce more than 1,000 Black Ink clansmen at any given time as long as enough resources were provided to it. The royal lord's Black Ink nest in front of them was several dozen times larger than Jia Gu's Black Ink nest. Sitting on the universe fragment, the Black Ink nest looked like an insurmountable mountain. Given enough resources, such a Black Ink nest would undoubtedly be able to produce several tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen at once. Black Ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan, and this one was also the center of the entire royal city. With the Black Ink nest as the center, the vast area surrounding it made up the royal city. Before the large ship even got closer to the universe fragment where the royal city was located, Yang Kai detected a powerful aura that examined them. The person was obviously a territory lord who was responsible for keeping the royal city safe. He Yuan was just standing on the bow as he revealed a bit of his aura. Soon, the other aura retracted as the person verified He Yuan's identity. Without the need for any instructions, the large ship flew in a particular direction towards the royal city. They soon arrived at a square where more than 100 ships of different sizes were anchored. All of them were much larger than the ships owned by the humans. Nevertheless, these large ships were apparently made by human artifact refiners. Yang Kai was a fairly skilled artifact refiner now, so he could easily figure this out. These large ships were specifically made for the Black Ink clan by the human artifact refiners. "All of you, stay here. I'll see the royal lord now," He Yuan said to his subordinates and left the ship. While standing on the deck, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. He initially thought that He Yuan would bring him to see the royal lord, so he had been apprehensive all along. After all, he wasn't sure if the royal lord had any special skills that would allow him to see through his deception. If that was the case, he would lose his life before achieving his goal. However, He Yuan apparently didn't have the intention of bringing him to see the royal lord. This allowed Yang Kai to feel relieved. After giving it a thought, he realized that even though he could be considered a treasure as he was a great master artifact refiner, he still wasn't important enough to see the royal lord directly. It was expected that He Yuan wouldn't bring him along. Since Yang Kai didn't have to face the royal lord just yet, he set his mind at ease. He Yuan headed towards the giant black ink nest, and he was soon out of sight. Yang Kai looked around and realized that the black ink clansmen who had tagged along all sported solemn expressions. While standing upright, they stared at the black ink nest in a respectful manner. Besides them, the black ink clansmen staying on the other large ships were in a similar state. It seemed that the black ink clansmen especially revered the royal lord's black ink nest. According to Zhao Gu, the black ink nest in the royal city was the source of all black ink nests in the Yinyang theater. All the territory lords' black ink nests were bred from this one, and the many low-rank black ink nests were then bred from those territory lord black ink nests. Innumerable black ink clansmen were born from the black ink nests of different ranks. Basically, the black ink nest in the royal city was the source of their lives. That was why they revered this particular black ink nest while they were here. Yang Kai couldn't help but fall into his thoughts. Where is the source of the royal lord black ink nests? It is not likely for them to have appeared out of thin air. I asked Zhao Gu about it, but he was unable to answer my question. All Zhao Gu knew was that a royal lord's black ink nest was the highest rank one. However, Yang Kai didn't think that was true. Perhaps there were some secrets that even many of the black ink clansmen were unaware of. It wasn't certain how long the meeting between He Yuan and the royal lord would last, and since Yang Kai was bored, he thought about taking a stroll around the royal city. However, he wasn't familiar with this place, so he was worried that he might invite some trouble. After all, his identity as a human was conspicuous. Furthermore, he had used up all his black ink coins. Even if he came across any good things, he wouldn't have the money to buy them, therefore, he decided to give up on the idea. He thus shuffled into the cabin and fished out his resources to continue cultivating. This went on for a few days. Finally, there came a moment when he felt He Yuan's aura descending on the deck, so he hurriedly left the cabin. He Yuan was indeed standing on the deck, however, though he was on his own when he left the ship, when he returned, he had another black ink clansman with him. The black ink clansman was a feudal lord, but his aura was more ample than any feudal lord Yang Kai had seen before. Yang Kai saluted He Yuan respectfully. "Master." "Him?" The unfamiliar black ink clansman looked down at Yang Kai and examined him. He Yuan replied, "Yes, it's him." The black ink clansman nodded. "I'll take him from here, then. I hope he's as skillful in artifact refining as you've described him to be, Sir He Yuan." He Yuan said, "Why would I lie to the royal lord?" Then, he beckoned to Yang Kai. "Yang Kai." "Master." Yang Kai stepped forward. Like a senior to him, He Yuan instructed, "You will follow him. Remember what I told you before? Don't tarnish my reputation while you are here." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Don't worry, master. I will do my utmost to serve you." A satisfied He Yuan nodded and turned to look at the feudal lord. "You can take him away now." The black ink clansman then activated his black ink strength and engulfed Yang Kai with it. After turning into a cloud of black fog, he shot into the sky. He didn't even bid He Yuan farewell before he left. Nevertheless, He Yuan didn't mind it. Although he was a territory lord, the other person was a personal guard of the royal lord. There was no doubt that he was weaker than He Yuan now, but he would be on an equal footing in the future. Everything was going well. Initially, after he was defeated in the previous battle and lost the resource harvesting area to the humans a few years ago, He Yuan was supposed to be punished. However, after he recommended Yang Kai to the royal lord, the latter didn't even reprimand him, just like he had expected. The royal lord only gave him a warning and told the personal guard to come to this place with He Yuan and take Yang Kai away. Since the matter had been settled, He Yuan decided to leave. He then told the person controlling the large ship to set off and return to his territory. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was engulfed in thick black ink strength and dragged along by the black ink clansmen at the speed of lightning. As he was covered in the black ink strength, it was hard for him to identify the exact direction they were traveling, though he had a general idea. As time passed, Yang Kai realized that they were actually moving further away from the universe fragment where the royal city was located. This astounded him. They were trying to build a warship, and this task couldn't be carried out by only one person, so there must be a lot of human artifact refiners that had been gathered together. Since this was an important matter, the Black Ink clan must have set up a secure place to conduct research and experiments. Yang Kai initially thought that such a place must be in the royal city. That was the speculation of those from Enyang Pass as well. That was why they decided to let him become He Yuan's Black Ink disciple so that he could move around the royal city and gather information freely. Now, it seemed that the place where the warship was being developed wasn't in the royal city. The revelation made Yang Kai feel elated. Since the research center wasn't in the royal city, it meant that he didn't have to directly face the royal lord. This was good news to him. After all, the royal lord was too powerful. While they were on the way to their destination, Yang Kai asked probingly, "Where are we going, sir?" The Black Ink clansman apparently didn't have the intention of answering his question and simply ordered impassively, "Shut up." Yang Kai directly kept his mouth shut. It seemed that it was difficult to deal with this feudal lord, for even He Yuan had to be polite to him. It was apparent that his identity was special. If Yang Kai was oppressed by him, he wouldn't have a way to get his revenge. Just 1 hour later, the feudal lord suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked around, as though he was trying to find something. Yang Kai scanned the surroundings and soon detected an anomaly somewhere in the void. Although that place didn't look different from the area around it, there was a weak fluctuation of space principles. Yang Kai arched his brow. If he wasn't mistaken, there was a portal over there. He soon realized what was going on. The place where the warship was being developed wasn't in the royal city. Instead, it was in a sealed world that would take a person an hour to reach from the royal city. This was indeed a good arrangement. As expected, after looking around for a while, the feudal lord stared fixedly at the hidden portal. Following that, he fished out a token and infused his power into it before casting a light at that place. A ripple spread across the void as the light penetrated a barrier and disappeared into another world. Yang Kai felt his brow twitching. It was apparent to him that this was a human's creation. The people who set up a restriction around here and made this access token were definitely human cultivators. After the feudal lord was done with all that, he waited patiently. A moment later, a ripple spread across the void as the portal to the sealed world opened up. Supposedly, someone from the inside had opened it. When the portal was large enough, the feudal lord grasped Yang Kai's collar and dashed inside. The view around Yang Kai changed and he realized that he was now inside a sealed world. Just like the sealed worlds that had been explored before, this one was full of greenery. It was beautiful and refreshing like a spring day. The portal that led to the outside world was just behind him, however, he felt his skin tightening at that instant. This couldn't be helped, as he realized that several dozen auras had locked onto him, one of them being particularly fierce. Chapter 5088, Wu Xinghe Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidger Keys. Looking up, Yang Kai saw that there was a place that looked like a camp in front of him where several dozen Black Ink clansmen were looking in their direction. The one standing at the front had 2 horns on his forehead and his burly figure made him look like some kind of 2-legged ox demon. Those several dozen auras apparently came from this group. Surprisingly, they were mostly feudal lords while the Black Ink clansman who looked like an ox demon was a territory lord. There were many powerful Black Ink clansmen guarding the portal of this sealed world, and their leader was a territory lord. It went to show how important the Black Ink clan considered this place. The feudal lord, who led Yang Kai to this place, gazed at the territory lord and cupped his fist. "Sir Mei Qiong." The territory lord named Mei Qiong nodded lightly. Just by taking a glance at Yang Kai, he figured out the latter's identity. "Found a new artifact refiner?" The feudal lord replied, "It was Sir He Yuan who found him." He Yuan, Mei Qiong snorted. Perhaps he had some grudges against He Yuan. Yang Kai could see a hint of disdain flashing through his face at the mention of He Yuan. "What's his rank?" The feudal lord replied, "According to Sir He Yuan, he's a great master artifact refiner." "A great master? He Yuan is pretty lucky." Mei Qiong was surprised. After all, since this plan had been started years ago, all the black ink disciples who knew even a thing or two about artifact refining had been gathered here. It was hard to find a great master artifact refiner in the outside world. Even in this place, there were only a small number of great masters. I'll leave him to you, Sir Mei Qiong. I still have to go back and report the matter to the royal lord. Mei Qiong nodded. Good. Just leave him here. You can go back now. The feudal lord went on to say, the royal lord wants me to tell you and Sir Qinglei to work harder and complete this task as soon as possible. In an instant, Mei Qiong appeared annoyed. It's not like Qinglei and I can accelerate the process in any way. The human artifact refiners are the ones developing it. The feudal lord asked impassively, do you want me to pass on your words to the royal lord, sir? Mei Qiong felt his brow twitching. Feeling vexed, he uttered, Qinglei and I will work harder to supervise them. Tell the royal lord to rest assured. It was only then that the feudal lord bowed his head and flew towards the portal. After the portal closed, Mei Qiong turned to look at Yang Kai and sneered, you're pretty bold. I hope your skills in artifact refining are just as great as your audacity. Yang Kai put on a fawning smile as he wouldn't dare to say anything in front of this overbearing man. Mei Qiong beckoned to a subordinate and ordered, bring him to see Qinglei. Yes, upon receiving the order, the feudal lord directly pushed his black ink strength and engulfed Yang Kai with it before flying further into the sealed world. Just a moment later, they arrived at a huge valley where there was a grand hall in the middle of the mountain wall. There were a lot of black ink clansmen moving around the grand hall. The feudal lord turned his head and ordered, come with me. He then shuffled into the grand hall. Naturally, no one stopped him. Yang Kai followed him closely. Soon, they moved across the grand hall and arrived at an open-air platform on the other end. There was a well-built figure standing on the platform. Looking down from this position, one could watch over the entire valley. The feudal lord, who led Yang Kai to this place, saluted the well-built figure, Sir Qinglei. Without turning his head, Qinglei asked in a deep voice, the portal of the sealed world was open just now? Although he was responsible for guarding this place, he was a territory lord after all. He certainly could detect that the portal was opened earlier. The feudal lord replied respectfully, an artifact refiner has been sent over from the royal city. Qinglei turned around and examined Yang Kai before nodding, what's his rank? It's said that he's a great master artifact refiner. Qinglei said impassively, not bad. Leave him to me. Yes, the feudal lord replied, then left the place respectfully. Yang Kai stood there silently and waited for Qinglei to speak to him. However, Qinglei didn't seem to have the intention of saying anything to Yang Kai as he remained unmoving. Yang Kai had no idea what the other man was waiting for. Despite that, he had figured out some important information not long after he arrived in this sealed world. There was no doubt that Muguang royal lord treasured this sealed world highly. Not only did it require a special token to open the portal, but there were also two territory lords guarding this place. One of them was Mei Qiong, who was responsible for guarding the portal, and the other was Qinglei. Yang Kai had no idea how many feudal lords there were in this place, but he was certain there were a lot of them. The number of powerful black ink clansmen here showed how cautious Muguang was. Although Yang Kai always knew this would be a difficult task, he still felt frustrated at this moment. He could ignore the feudal lords, but it wasn't easy to do anything without alerting the territory lords. As Yang Kai followed Qinglei's gaze, he saw a huge warship hovering in the middle of the mountain valley. The size of this warship was similar to the one he saw in Blue Sky Pass in the past. It was much larger than a typical warship owned by a human squad, similar to the size of a warship used by a battalion. The appearance of the warship was imposing. Since Yang Kai was unable to get closer, he couldn't ascertain the capabilities of this warship. However, it had been 20 years since those from Inyang Pass discovered the first prototype Black Ink Clan warship, so the newer one must have been improved at least a little. At this moment, there were a lot of human artifact refiners that had gathered together in this mountain valley. Nevertheless, not every artifact refiner had the right to refine this kind of warship. Most of the artifact refiners could be ignored. The most pressing issue for Yang Kai was to find out who was the artifact refiner that was in charge of developing the warship. Only by doing so could he come up with a solution. All of a sudden, a figure shot into the sky, which caught Yang Kai's attention. As he looked intently, he realized that the person was a human, not a Black Ink clansman. The person was an elderly man who was in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, he appeared exhausted, as though he hadn't taken a break from work for a long time. The elderly man walked up to Qing Lei and saluted him. "What's wrong, Sir Qing Lei?" Qing Lei shot him a dispassionate glance. "Here's a new artifact refiner. Help him settle in." It was then that the elderly man noticed Yang Kai, who was behind Qing Lei. Elated, and replied, "Understood." Upon finishing his words, he beckoned to Yang Kai, "Come with me." Yang Kai nodded and flew towards the mountain valley alongside the elderly man. Before they landed, the elderly man turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Yang Kai." The elderly man nodded. "So it is little brother Yang. You're already so strong at such a young age. You do have a promising future. By the way, I'm Wu Xinghe." Wu Xinghe. Yang Kai turned serious the moment he heard this name. Before he left Yinyang Pass, Tang Qiu had given him a list of a dozen people who had gone missing on the battlefield. Those from Yinyang Pass speculated that they had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan and turned into Black Ink disciples. These dozen people had studied artifact refining before and shown some talent for it. Of course, when they went missing, they could only be considered novices in artifact refining. However, if they fell into the hands of the Black Ink clan and started focusing on studying the Tao of artifact refining, they would have a chance to grow. Those from Yinyang Pass speculated that the person in charge of developing the warship was one of those people. Tang Qiu told Yang Kai to pay more attention to the information regarding the people on the list when the latter arrived in the Black Ink clan's domain. Yang Kai had never expected that not long after he entered this sealed world, he would meet one of the people on the list. Could this person be the one who was in charge of developing the warship? Yang Kai was uncertain about it. From the looks of it, even if Wu Xinghe wasn't the most important figure in this project, he wouldn't be insignificant. Otherwise, Qing Lei wouldn't have told him to help Yang Kai settle in. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "So, it is Senior Wu." Wu Xinghe glanced at him and chuckled. "We're both in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, so you don't have to call me a senior. Moreover, we're in the Black Ink clan now, so we don't have to comply with the etiquette of the humans." Yang Kai was already used to human etiquette, and although he was a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master, he could only be considered a rising star compared to the other much older veteran Seventh Order masters. Upon hearing Wu Xinghe's words though, Yang Kai stopped being overly polite and addressed the older man in a different way, saying, "Senior brother Wu." Wu Xinghe replied with a smile, "What's your rank in artifact refining?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "Great master." "What field are you particularly well versed in?" "Personally, I'm good at refining offensive and defensive artifacts. I can build flight-type artifacts as well, but that will take a longer time." Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe nodded. "In that case, you shall work with me. I happen to need more people on my side. I shall trouble you from now on then, Senior brother Wu." "No worries." By the time they finished speaking, they arrived at the bottom of the mountain valley. Yang Kai looked down and saw many artifact refiners working on the warship. There were also some feudal lords walking around that seemed to be supervising them. Wu Xinghe directly led Yang Kai to the edge of the mountain valley where there were a lot of houses. Wu Xinghe pointed at those houses and said, "This is where we can get some rest and cultivate. The 3 houses on the left are empty, so you can choose one of them." Although Black Ink disciples are considered lowly in the Black Ink clan, artifact refiners like us are treated fairly well. If you need resources to cultivate, you can go over there and get some. Then, he pointed at the hall on the side. Not only are there materials of different orders, but there are also a lot of spirit pills. They're for us to use. Yang Kai was astounded. "It seems that everything is provided for us." Wu Xinghe replied with a smile, "They've prepared everything for us so that we can work harder. It requires a lot of energy to refine artifacts. If we can restore ourselves quickly, we can put more effort into making artifacts. The Black Ink clan is aware of that." Yang Kai nodded to show that he understood what the other man was saying. The Black Ink clan has a lot of resources that are hard to come by on the human side. In this place, you can get a set of 7th Order materials from the Black Ink clan to cultivate with ease. Of course, you can only get one set at a time, and you can only get another set after refining the ones you have. Chapter 5089, Solution Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidger Keys. Since you're a newcomer, you can get used to the environment first. Look for me tomorrow, Wu Xinghe said, then turned around to leave. Yang Kai then watched him leave. After the older man was gone, he shuffled towards the 3 houses on the left. Wu Xinghe said that these 3 houses were vacant, so Yang Kai could choose one of them at random. He didn't have any specific demands, so he just chose the one furthest away from him. Upon pushing the door open, he realized that the facilities were quite simple. There was only a table, chair, and bed. There was also a token on the table. After picking it up, he realized that this was the token that could control the restriction around this house. He spent some time refining. The token then activated the barrier. This restriction couldn't be considered powerful as it could only prevent others from eavesdropping or disturbing the one getting some rest in the house. It should be the same for the other houses. Nonetheless, this was enough for the artifact refiners here. Just like Wu Xinghe had said, it required a lot of energy to refine artifacts. When they were exhausted, they needed such a place to restore their energy with peace of mind. After Yang Kai was done with all that, he took a stroll around the mountain valley. Then, he found the hall where he could get some resources and entered. The Black Ink clansman responsible for managing the resources was a feudal lord. Faced with Yang Kai's request, he didn't even question him. He directly fished out a set of 7th order materials and passed them to him. This made Yang Kai feel rueful. It had to be noted that in the Great Passes, it was rare for anyone to refine 7th order materials to cultivate, for there was an acute shortage of resources on the Black Ink battlefield. Most of the time, even the 8th Order Division commanders couldn't refine 7th Order materials to cultivate. Of course, the shortage had been alleviated since the introduction of the Void Yin-Yang mirrors. Yang Kai had no idea about the circumstances in other Great Passes, but in Blue Sky Pass at least, the human cultivators could use the best possible resources to cultivate now, provided that they had enough military merits. The structures around the mountain valley were so simple that one could see everything clearly at a glance. Apart from the warship in the middle of the mountain valley, Yang Kai didn't find anything that was worth his attention. After getting what he requested, he returned to his house and cultivated in silence. He didn't forget to keep track of the time, of course, and the next day, he headed to the warship following Wu Xinghe's order. From afar, he could see many people working on the warship. Fluctuations of energy were seen coming from every corner. At least 100 people were trying to build this warship, all of them artifact refiners. Yang Kai had seen artifact refiners repairing warships in Blue Sky Pass, and it was equally bustling at those times, therefore, he wasn't surprised one bit. However, that was in the inner sanctum, after all. It must have been difficult for the Black Ink clan to have found so many artifact refiners. Furthermore, there must be more artifact refiners who were currently not working on the warship and were resting. Upon Yang Kai's arrival, some artifact refiners shot him curious glances, but they soon stopped paying attention to him. He soon found Wu Xinghe, who was busy working on the warship somewhere. Wu Xinghe was apparently refining an offensive artifact with full attention. A flame was seen flickering from his hands. The flame was scorching hot, and Yang Kai couldn't immediately identify what it was. All the artifacts on the warship had to be custom-made and were quite different from the artifacts used by cultivators. After all, the warship was huge, so the artifacts that had to be installed on the vessel wouldn't be small. That way, when the artifact, as an array node of an offensive array, was activated, it would be powerful and lethal to the enemies on the battlefield. Yang Kai appeared beside Wu Xinghe and greeted him. Wu Xinghe was swamped with work as his forehead was beaded with sweat, so he just nodded and glanced to the side. You came at the right time. Help me refine these materials. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask junior brother Sunjiu over there. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a lot of materials that had been piled up beside Wu Xinghe. All of them were precious as they were the materials needed for refining the artifact. It wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to refine these materials, therefore, he could be considered Wu Xinghe's assistant now. He knew that he still wasn't skillful enough to be directly involved in developing the warship despite being a great master, so it was appropriate that he became Wu Xinghe's assistant. This kind of task was not simple, but it wasn't critical either. It suited his current rank in the Tao of artifact refining. In fact, he wasn't the only assistant of Wu Xinghe. Before his arrival, there was already a young man who was doing this task. He should be the person named Sun Jiu that Wu Xinghe had mentioned. Certainly, Yang Kai already noticed him. The fluctuations of energy coming from Sun Jiu suggested that he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. It wasn't certain which cave heaven or paradise he was from. Yang Kai kept his fist at him, junior brother Sunday. Sun Jiu flashed a smile at him, you must be senior brother Yang. Apparently, he had heard about Yang Kai from Wu Xinghe. Yang Kai nodded. While Sun Jiu never stopped working, he asked, have you ever taken part in developing a warship before? Yang Kai shook his head, no. In fact, artifact refining was just a hobby of mine and I rarely made any artifacts when I was on the human's side. Upon hearing that, Sun Jiu nodded, I see. Why don't you refine this 7th order metal element material first? This task is suitable for you given your cultivation. We'll need it at a later time. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't disagree. He then sat down with his legs crossed and picked up the 7th order metal element material. Following that, he fished out his hammer and circulated his power before striking the material with his own technique. Sun Jiu arched his brow with surprise, Thousand Tempering Art. Are you from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven? Yang Kai shook his head, I'm from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. I learned this artifact refining technique from a senior brother from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. Sun Jiu commented, you've fully mastered this technique. That's why I thought that you're from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. Many thanks for your compliment, but compared to you, I'm still not skillful enough, Yang Kai replied humbly. Sun Jiu shook his head with a smile, I have simply practiced a lot. I started focusing on refining artifacts since I came to the Black Ink clan. It's been several hundred years since then. Yang Kai was surprised. Sun Jiu's words suggested that he started focusing on refining artifacts after he became a Black Ink disciple, probably on the Black Ink clan's orders. Therefore, it seemed that the Black Ink clan had already started preparing to build a warship several hundred years ago, or perhaps even longer. Otherwise, these Black Ink disciples couldn't have achieved so much. Although Sun Jiu was one order below Yang Kai, he was also a great master artifact refiner. Furthermore, he was more skillful than him when it came to his mastery of artifact refining. This was proven from his way of refining these materials. According to Yang Kai's observation, Wu Xinghe, who was focused on refining the offensive artifact now, was a grandmaster artifact refiner. An artifact refiner like Wu Xinghe was already able to refine high-rank artifacts. In fact, the one he was crafting was a kind of high-rank artifact, though it wasn't certain if he could successfully complete it. After all, it was more difficult to refine an artifact specifically for a warship than an average high-rank artifact. It took a talented and experienced artifact refiner to achieve this. Therefore, even a grandmaster artifact refiner might fail in his attempt to craft such an artifact. Over the following days, Yang Kai continued to assist Wu Xinghe, and nothing major happened. Sun Jiu, who worked with him, was a talkative person, so Yang Kai managed to gather a lot of useful information through his conversations with him. According to Sun Jiu, there were about 300 artifact refiners that had gathered together in this mountain valley, with the 3 of them being grandmasters. There were 2 more grandmasters apart from Wu Xinghe, Wang Xibo and Guan Ning. Below them, there were 30 great master artifact refiners. Although the rest of the artifact refiners were not talented in artifact refining, they were good enough to handle some miscellaneous tasks. It was this large team that was building a warship for the Black Ink clan. Just like Wu Xinghe, Wang Xibo and Guan Ning were on the list which was given to Yang Kai by Tang Qiu. They were the targets he had to investigate. During this period of time, Yang Kai came to know more about the capabilities of this warship. Compared to the one he saw in Blue Sky Pass, the one before his eyes was indeed a significantly better version. It seemed that the artifact refiners here were working hard to improve their skills. This was terrible news for the humans. Fortunately, even though the capabilities of this warship had been enhanced, it still couldn't meet the Black Ink clan's needs on the battlefield. In other words, this warship was not good enough, and certainly not comparable to the warships used by the humans. Even if it was deployed on the battlefield, its usefulness would be quite limited. The warship had been greatly improved in just 20 years though, so if their progress went unhindered, a lot of warships owned by the Black Ink clan would appear on the battlefield in the near future. By then, the humans would be doomed. Now, Xianxia had successfully snuck into this place, so he had to come up with a solution to settle the issue here. In fact, it wasn't hard to deal with this issue. He could simply kill all 3 Grandmaster artifact refiners like Wu Xinghe. Without these Grandmasters, the development of the warship would come to a halt. Although the other artifact refiners still had room for growth, they couldn't possibly become Grandmasters. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had filtered a lot of Black Ink disciples and only found 300 artifact refiners. Most of the artifact refiners were not gifted in this Dao, so even if they were allowed to grow, they wouldn't become Grandmasters. Killing Wu Xinghe and the others could be said to be the simplest way to destroy their plan once and for all. By then, no one could be in charge of developing the warship, and the threat facing the humans would be resolved. However, if Xianxia did so, his identity would instantly be exposed. There were also 2 territory lords who were monitoring this place, so once he was exposed, he didn't have the confidence to escape. Furthermore, Grandmaster artifact refiners like Wu Xinghe were extremely valuable assets to the humans too. They only worked for the Black Ink clan because they had been corrupted by Black Ink strength. It would be much better to purify them and bring them back rather than kill them. For the time being, Xianxia couldn't think of a perfect solution, nor did he have any idea how he could flee from this place once his identity was exposed, therefore, he could only wait patiently and play it by ear. Fortunately, the warship in this place was still not usable, so he had time to come up with a plan. Chapter 5090, Purifying Wu Xinghe Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed since Xianxia arrived at this sealed world. During this period of time, the warship was continuously improved. On the other hand, Xianxia's skills in artifact refining also grew day by day. When he was a newcomer back then, his skills in artifact refining were inferior to those of Sun Jiao. However, 3 years later, he was now a much better artifact refiner than the latter. Although he still wasn't a Grandmaster, he had grown to be a more accomplished artifact refiner than before. Even though it had something to do with his aptitude and hard work, his conversations with the other artifact refiners had helped him grow rapidly as well. Wu Xinghe's attentive guidance was especially important in this regard. It should be noted that before Xianxia left Blue Sky Pass, he had spent 10 years studying artifact refining, and his teacher was an artifact refining grandmaster like Chai Hao. During that period of time, Chai Hao selflessly taught Xianxia all of the Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven's secret techniques in artifact refining. Xianxia's knowledge of artifact refining was just as great as that of any grandmaster. What he lacked were practice and experience. After he arrived at the Black Ink clan's domain, he spent 8 years refining artifacts for feudal lords. As a result, his skills in artifact refining improved tremendously. Now, he was sent to this sealed world as he spent his days with a grandmaster like Wu Xinghe and a great master like Sun Jiao. It was expected that he would reach greater heights in the Tao of artifact refining. Over the years, Wu Xinghe realized Xianxia's talent in artifact refining and witnessed his growth, so he spent even more time giving him guidance. Even Wang Xibo and Guan Ning now saw Xianxia in a different light after observing his performance. Whenever Xianxia had any questions regarding artifact refining, these 2 grandmasters would teach him everything they knew. As Xianxia intentionally got closer to them, he formed a strong bond with these 3 grandmasters over the past 3 years. After 3 years of observation and planning, Xianxia already had a vague plan in mind. If this plan could be carried out successfully, not only would he be able to crush the Black Ink clan's dream of building warships, he could also escape unscathed. However, it was difficult to execute this plan, for there were a lot of factors that were beyond his control. A slight problem could completely derail his plan, therefore, even though he already had a plan, he was still waiting for a suitable opportunity. One day, Xianxia, who was swamped with work, suddenly looked up and saw a figure flashing across the sky above the mountain valley. The figure was heading towards the sealed world's portal. That figure was none other than Qing Lei, who was responsible for guarding this place. There were a total of 2 territory lords and about 100 feudal lords here, with a large number of high-ranked Black Ink clansmen accompanying them. One of the territory lords, Mei Qiong, was responsible for guarding the portal while Qing Lei was tasked with monitoring the artifact refiners who were developing the warship in the mountain valley. Basically, Mei Qiong would never leave the portal. On the other hand, even though Qing Lei stayed in the palace above the mountain valley most of the time, he would leave this sealed world every 6 months. Yang Kai had asked Wu Xinghe about it, and according to the latter, Mu Guan regarded the development of the warship extremely highly, so the royal lord wanted Qing Lei to head to the royal city to make a progress report to her every 6 months. Every time Qing Lei returned from the royal city, he would take Wu Xinghe and the other grandmasters to task and urge them to finish perfecting the warship as quickly as possible. He had probably been reprimanded by the royal lord, which led to him venting his anger on these human artifact refiners. Nevertheless, perfecting a warship was highly dependent on their skills in artifact refining. Although Wu Xinghe and the others were artifact refining grandmasters, they were unable to create something as great as the warships owned by the humans, therefore, the same scene would repeat itself every 6 months. The reason Qing Lei suddenly left his grand hall must be that he had to head to the royal city to report on the progress as usual. As expected, a moment later, Yang Kai felt a faint fluctuation of space principles coming from the portal which soon disappeared. It must be the movement from opening and closing the portal. The duration was short, so the average 7th order open heaven realm masters might not be able to detect it. However, to a master in the Tao of space like Yang Kai, he could easily sense such a fluctuation. Yang Kai waited for a bit to make sure that Qing Lei was gone before he put down what was in his hands and said to Sun Jiao, "Junior brother Sun, I'm exhausted. I'm going to rest for a bit." Looking up, Sun Jiao saw that Yang Kai's face was pale, and his aura was weak, therefore, he nodded and replied, "Sure thing, senior brother Yang. Just leave it to me." Artifact refiners were treated well in this place, nevertheless, it required a lot of energy to refine artifacts, so the artifact refiners would frequently use up their energy and need to rest. Yang Kai's request wasn't unusual, so Sun Jiao wasn't surprised one bit. "Many thanks, junior brother," Yang Kai said, then leaped off the warship and flew towards the place where the artifact refiners resided. Instead of returning to his place though, he headed straight to a certain 3-story building. This was where Wu Xinghe resided. As one of the 3 artifact refining grandmasters, the treatment he received was naturally better than the other artifact refiners. Yang Kai visited this place frequently because he would ask Wu Xinghe questions about artifact refining from time to time. Half a day ago, Wu Xinghe had returned to his home to get some rest as he was exhausted. Now, he should be inside this building. Despite seeing all this from afar, the Black Ink clansmen, who were patrolling around the area, didn't come over and question Yang Kai, instead, they just walked on by. Yang Kai knocked on the restriction and called out, "Senior brother Wu." Moments later, the restriction around the building was deactivated and Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. When he reached the 2nd floor, he saw that Wu Xinghe was seated with his legs crossed on his bed. There was a set of 7th order materials around him and the energy fluctuations around him suggested that he was refining those resources. "Senior brother Wu." Yang Kai kept his fist at him. Despite being disturbed while getting some rest, Wu Xinghe was not annoyed. Instead, he looked curiously at Yang Kai and asked, "What's wrong, junior brother Yang?" Yang Kai replied, "I faced a problem when I was refining a certain material earlier. I wanted to ask you about it." Wu Xinghe asked, "What kind of problem did you face?" "The thing is, when I was refining an 8th order firestone, I used the landslide technique that you taught me, however, I realized that it slightly damaged the integrity of the firestone." "Why is that?" As he spoke, he shuffled towards Wu Xinghe. Seeing that the older man was deep in thought, Yang Kai swiftly manipulated the local space principles. In an instant, space was frozen solid. Wu Xinghe was pondering on Yang Kai's question when the turn of events took place, so he hadn't been able to react at all. When he looked up, he saw that Yang Kai had clapped his hands together as a dazzling light came right at him. A dumbstruck Wu Xinghe had never expected that Yang Kai would launch a sneak attack on him and instinctually wanted to resist. However, he had been resting here because he was exhausted from artifact refining, so he didn't have much energy to begin with. Furthermore, since he became a Black Ink disciple, He had been focusing on improving his artifact refining skills following the Black Ink clan's orders and had not fought with anyone for the past 1,000 years. Therefore, despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was unable to fully utilize his power. On the other hand, Xianxia was an experienced fighter whose strength significantly surpassed the other cultivators in the same order, hence, it was expected that Wu Xinghe was unable to counterattack or even resist. Before Wu Xinghe could even condense his world force, his forehead was slapped by Xianxia. A horrifying power penetrated his small universe and caused him to fall into a dazed state. Following that, the dazzling and pure light completely engulfed him. A strange sound was then heard. While Wu Xinghe was engulfed in the white light, something like a dark fog began leaking from his body and was purified into nothingness. He appeared to be in pain, but his expression soon became tranquil. A moment later, Xianxia retracted his hands and vigilantly paid attention to the surroundings. After letting Xianxia in earlier, Wu Xinghe reactivated the restriction to prevent anyone from disturbing them. However, Xianxia was still worried that his actions would attract the Black Ink clan's attention. That was the reason he had to wait for Qinglei to leave before making a move. Qinglei was a territory lord after all, so if he noticed the anomaly, Xianxia wouldn't be a match for him. Fortunately, Xianxia acted swiftly and decisively. Only a few breaths of time had passed since he activated purifying light. Furthermore, he deliberately sealed the surrounding space and made sure that Wu Xinghe was unable to resist. Hence, the restriction around the building was not triggered. Everything is going well. Upon making sure that the Black Ink clan were not alerted, Xianxia let out a breath. Forgive my disrespect, senior brother Wu. Xianxia apologized to him and sat down cross-legged in front of him. Presently, Wu Xinghe's face was pale. After all, Xianxia's palms did not only contain the purifying light, but also his own power, which penetrated Wu Xinghe's small universe and caused it to shake. That was how he suppressed Wu Xinghe and made sure the latter couldn't resist. When Wu Xinghe heard the other man's voice, his vision refocused. While staring fixedly at his face, he said doubtfully, "You." With a solemn expression, Xianxia said, "Senior brother Wu, what I'm about to tell you might sound inconceivable, but you have to believe that what I'm going to say is true. We don't have much time left, so I'll be blunt. First of all, you should know that I was never corrupted by Black Ink strength, nor am I a Black Ink disciple. I'm simply pretending to be one." I knew it. Although Wu Xinghe appeared shocked, he was also relieved. The Black Ink strength in his small universe had been rapidly purified, so the moment he regained his senses as a human, he suspected that Xianxia had never been corrupted by Black Ink strength. After all, Xianxia was able to dispel the Black Ink strength in his body, so there was no way he would be corrupted. Now, it indeed seemed to be the case. Xianxia had been pretending to be a Black Ink disciple, and he had managed to fool the Black Ink clan. What kind of technique was that? Wu Xinghe asked curiously. It's called purifying light, Xianxia explained. It could be said to be the nemesis of Black Ink strength. It's something that the humans mastered a few dozen years ago. Upon hearing his explanation, Wu Xinghe muttered, "It's no wonder the Black Ink clan have been talking about there being no new Black Ink disciples recently. So, that's the reason." He paused for a moment and asked, "Can the purifying light prevent me from being corrupted again?" Xianxia shook his head, "No. If you come into contact with Black Ink strength again, you'll still be corrupted. Fortunately, there's no Black Ink nest in this sealed world, nor is it filled with Black Ink strength, so as long as you're careful enough, you won't be corrupted by Black Ink strength." Chapter 5091, There's a Big Problem. Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion. Mountain and Dale Ligerke's Xianxia was relieved at the fact that the Black Ink clan had set up their warship development site in this sealed world. This gave him room to carry out his plan. Just like he had said, there was no Black Ink nest in this sealed world, nor was it flooded with Black Ink strength. Therefore, as long as Wu Xinghe was careful enough, he wouldn't risk getting corrupted again. It wouldn't have been possible in any other Black Ink clan territory as they were all practically filled with Black Ink strength. Even if Xianxia helped dispel the Black Ink strength in Wu Xinghe's body using purifying light, the latter would soon be corrupted again. When that happened, Xianxia's identity would be exposed. How could he carry out his plans in such an environment? "Senior brother Wu, I'm from Yinyang Pass. On the army commander's orders, I've come here to look for artifact refiners like you all who are developing the warship for the Black Ink clan and make sure that this project fails. On the other hand, you're the first breakthrough point I've selected. I'll need you to work with me for the following plan. Qinglei has just left the sealed world. Based on past experiences, I believe he'll return in half a day. That's the amount of time we have. There was a solemn expression on Wu Xingyi's face as he asked, "What's your plan? What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai replied, "First of all, I need you to lure senior brother Wang and senior brother Guan to this place. I'll make a move and purify the black ink strength in their bodies so that they will regain their senses as humans. Although they're 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they've been completely focused on artifact refining for centuries now, so their fighting instincts have grown dull. If we work together and launch a sneak attack on them, there shouldn't be a problem. Then, I want the 3 of you to gather all the artifact refiners together. I'll dispel the black ink strength in their bodies at once so that they can recover their true selves." Of all the artifact refiners, Wu Xingyi and the other 2 were not only artifact refining grandmasters but also 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The other artifact refiners were much weaker. Other than the fact that they were less competent than the 3 of them when it came to artifact refining, they were mostly in the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Therefore, as long as Yang Kai could settle Wu Xingyi and the other 2, the rest of the artifact refiners wouldn't be an issue. Wu Xingyi nodded gently, and then? "Assuming that everything goes to plan and the Black Ink clan are not alerted, how are you going to leave the sealed world?" Although Qinglei is not around, Mei Qiong would never leave the portal. If you can't defeat him, you'll never be able to leave the sealed world. Moreover, you have to bring so many of us with you. Yang Kai replied, "Other than the 3 of you, I can keep the rest of the artifact refiners inside my small universe. It's not a problem to bring them with me. However, the 3 of you are in the same order as me, so I can't keep you inside my small universe. Therefore, I need you 3 to sacrifice a part of your small universes so you regress to the 6th Order." Upon hearing that, Wu Xingyi was astounded. "You want to escape this place on your own?" With a serious expression, Yang Kai replied, "Other than me, all of you are not able to resist black ink strength. Only by staying inside my small universe would you be safe." Wu Xingyi frowned, "But that will be a huge burden on you." These 300 artifact refiners were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they all entered his small universe, it would be a tremendous burden on Yang Kai. As a result, his strength would undoubtedly be affected. Yang Kai was already less powerful than Mei Qiong to begin with, so if his abilities were further weakened, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping from Mei Qiong. Yang Kai said, "I can deal with 300 people staying inside my small universe. There will be some negative impact, but it won't be an issue. On the other hand, it's indeed difficult to deal with Mei Qiong as he would never leave the portal. There are no other ways apart from trying to force my way out of this sealed world. Certainly, it would be wonderful if I can fool him into opening the portal for me. However, as soon as I make a move here, the Black Ink clansmen around us will notice. There's no way we can do it secretly." Wu Xingyi nodded. "So, your plan is to bring us all away so that the Black Ink clan will never be able to finish this warship. It's indeed a simple plan, but it's also the best way to crush their ambitions once and for all." Yang Kai let out a breath. "Is there a problem with this plan?" Wu Xingyi stared fixedly at him and replied, "There's a big problem with this plan." Certainly, Yang Kai knew that there were all sorts of problems with his plan. Nevertheless, he was on his own in this sealed world where he was surrounded by enemies. Even the artifact refiners could be considered the Black Ink clan's allies, so any negligence would cause his plan to be exposed earlier than he had hoped. Unfortunately, he didn't have a better solution. Therefore, he wasn't surprised when Wu Xingyi said there was a problem with his plan, and he simply asked humbly, "What is it?" Wu Xingyi replied, "Even if you successfully bring all of us away, you still can't stop the Black Ink clan from developing a warship." Yang Kai furrowed his brow and asked, "Why is that?" Wu Xingyi explained, "That's because we're not the ones leading the development of the warship. Although Wang Xibo, Guan Ning, and I are contributing to this project, we're just assistants. There's someone else who is in charge of this project." Yang Kai was flabbergasted. "Really? Who is it? I thought the 3 of you are the only artifact refining grandmasters here." Wu Xingyi let out a sigh. "A person named Nian." He's more talented than Wang Xibo, Guan Ning, and me when it comes to artifact refining, and he's just one step away from becoming a great grandmaster. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Nian. Why have you all never mentioned him before? It had been 3 years since he arrived at this sealed world. Although Yang Kai had tried to gather information through his conversations with other Black Ink disciples, he had never heard of this Nian before. That led him to believe that Wu Xinghe and the other 2 grandmasters were the ones who were in charge of this project. If the person in charge of developing the warship was someone else, Yang Kai's plan naturally wouldn't work. Just like Wu Xinghe had said, even if he managed to bring all of the artifact refiners here away, he still couldn't stop the Black Ink clan from developing a warship. That was because the key person behind this project was someone he had never met before. In fact, if Yang Kai hadn't prepared to carry out his plan on this day, he would never have found out about it. He's not in this sealed world, so no one would talk about him in front of you. Yang Kai's plan was thoroughly derailed now, but he soon composed himself. That was because he knew that there would always be factors that were beyond his control, so he had to play it by ear. It was just that a variable like Nian had appeared now. What's his background? Yang Kai asked curiously. Wu Xinghe, Wang Xibo, and Guan Ning were on the list given to him by Tang Qiu, but Nian was not. Where did he come from? I know little about his background. Wu Xinghe shook his head. Although we've spent many years together, we don't really talk to each other. Other than the discussions on artifact refining, we rarely come into contact with one another. Moreover, he's an arrogant person because of his talent in artifact refining. He doesn't even have any regard for me. More importantly, it's said that he's the one who initiated the plan to build a warship for the Black Ink clan. He was? Yang Kai said through clenched teeth. However, as a Black Ink disciple, Nian was loyal to the Black Ink clan. Since they were on different sides, it couldn't be said that Nian had betrayed the humans. Rumor has it that he doesn't have an outstanding aptitude. When he was corrupted by Black Ink strength and became a Black Ink disciple, he was not valued by the Black Ink clan at all. He almost lost his life on several occasions when he was brought to the battlefield. Before he became a Black Ink disciple, he had never come into contact with the Tao of artifact refining. When he saw that the artifact refiners were valued by the Black Ink clan, he decided to study the Tao of artifact refining. That was when his life changed. Although his aptitude in cultivation is average, he's extremely gifted in the Tao of artifact refining. In a short time, he significantly improved his skills in artifact refining and became a grandmaster. Then, he launched the project of building a warship, which gained the support of the Black Ink clan. However, despite being a grandmaster, he's still struggling to build a warship. As you can see, the warship in the mountain valley is not comparable to true warships. Yang Kai nodded. Since he's the one who has proposed building a warship, where is he? Why have I not seen him over the past 3 years? Wu Xinghe replied, he's trying to achieve a breakthrough right now. Given his aptitude in artifact refining, he could grow to be a great grandmaster. However, you're also aware that it requires both skill in artifact refining and powerful cultivation to become a great grandmaster. A person has to be in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm to become a great grandmaster. He's trying to break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm? Yang Kai was astonished. Wu Xinghe nodded solemnly, indeed. I don't know whether he'll succeed. In fact, 1 year before your arrival, he was already taken away by the Black Ink clan to prepare to break through to the 8th Order. Although the environment in this sealed world was terrific, it was still a sealed world after all. As Nian wanted to ascend to the 8th Order, this place was naturally not suitable. That was the reason he had left this place many years ago. This led Yang Kai to believe that Wu Xinghe and the other 2 grandmasters were the ones in charge of this project. This kind of misunderstanding could have led to severe consequences had he acted rashly. It couldn't be helped though, as no one had mentioned Nian to Yang Kai before, so how was he supposed to know that this guy was the key person behind this project? Senior brother Wu, you said that Nian's aptitude in cultivation wasn't high? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Yes. He was already a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master when he left, however, even that was because he had the help of Black Ink strength. His original limit was the 6th Order, Wu Xinghe replied. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Nian's original limit was the 6th Order. In other words, he had originally broken through to the fourth order open heaven realm. This kind of aptitude was indeed average among the cave heavens and paradises. However, black ink strength could help an open heaven realm master break through their limits. Nian, whose limit was the sixth order, was already a seventh order open heaven realm master when he left this sealed world, and he was now going to attempt breaking through to the eighth order. It was no wonder Wu Xinghe said that this guy was an arrogant person. As far as Yang Kai knew, open heaven realm masters who managed to break through their natural limits with the help of black ink strength would have their temperaments changed drastically, just like Lu Zian, who was Gui Liao's black ink disciple. Moreover, when black ink disciples tried breaking through their limits, they had to face a huge risk, and any negligence would cause them to self-destruct. Yang Kai had witnessed such an incident in the Black Prison many years ago. Nian was already lucky enough to have ascended to the seventh order, and he was now trying to make it to the eighth order. This was no different from committing suicide. Chapter 5092, To Act or Not Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. The Royal Lord takes this matter extremely seriously. Since Nian is trying to achieve a breakthrough, I believe the Royal Lord will give him all the support he needs. The Royal Lord might even personally assist him. If the Royal Lord makes a move, Nian might be able to succeed. The success of Nian's breakthrough was related to the Black Ink clan's future, so it was expected that Mu Guang wouldn't sit on the sidelines. Yang Kai initially thought that Nian wouldn't succeed in ascending to the eighth order, however, he wasn't so sure now if Mu Guang decided to help. No one knew what methods the Royal Lord had. Regardless, this matter had to be dealt with accordingly, otherwise, even if Yang Kai managed to take all of the artifact refiners away from this sealed world, he still couldn't stop the Black Ink clan from carrying out their plan. This made him fall into a dilemma. He initially intended to execute his plan today, but a variable like Nian came out of nowhere all of a sudden. Fortunately, there was still room for maneuver. At this moment, Yang Kai was relieved that this sealed world was not filled with black ink strength, otherwise, his plan would have come to a halt at this point. Presently, he had to make some changes. After giving it a thought, he said, "Senior Brother Wu, we have to confirm whether Nian is dead or alive. It would be great if he lost his life during his breakthrough, however, if he returns safely, that'll mean he's successfully become a great grandmaster. By then, the warship will be perfected. What do you want to do?" Wu Xinghe asked. Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't have a solution right now, we can only wait. After all, it's not like we can ask the Black Ink clan about it. During this period of time, you have to be cautious to avoid coming into direct contact with the Black Ink clan. There's no ambient Black Ink strength in this sealed world, so as long as you don't get too close to the Black Ink clansmen, you won't be corrupted. If you happen to be invaded by Black Ink strength, you have to immediately inform me and I will purify it for you." "Got it." Wu Xinghe nodded, then said, "As for Wang Xibo and Guan Ning, do you want to dispel their Black Ink strength only when you're in the final stages of the plan, or do you want to act in advance?" Yang Kai asked, "What do you think?" After pondering on it for a moment, Wu Xinghe replied, "The risk will be increased if we act now. After all, even if they regain their human nature, they'll still be at risk of getting corrupted again. However, they're 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Artifact Refining Grandmasters. What's more, they frequently come into contact with me. Guan Ning is especially sensitive, so I'm worried that I'll accidentally expose myself. We'll act in advance, then." Yang Kai directly made a decision, "I'll need you to work closely with me." "Got it. I'll inform you when everything is prepared," Wu Xinghe nodded. "Also, I want to take control of this sealed world's portal. That way, it'll be easier for us to flee when executing the plan." Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe shook his head, "That won't be easy. Mei Qiong has never left the portal over the years. How are you going to take control of it?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I have my own methods, however, I'll have to pass through the portal." "Does that mean you have to leave the sealed world once?" Wu Xinghe asked. Yang Kai nodded, "N. Do you have any idea how we can do it?" After a moment of deliberation, Wu Xinghe replied, "I can have you head to the royal city to buy some materials for me. I believe the Black Ink clan won't turn me down." "That sounds good. However, there will be a Black Ink clansman who will follow you. The two territory lords will never leave this sealed world, so the person who will go with you will most likely be a feudal lord. That's fine. I'll make sure that the feudal lord won't notice whatever I do. Since the other man was so confident, Wu Xinghe stopped trying to dissuade him. After they discussed the matter for a while longer, Yang Kai left and returned to his own house to get some rest. A few days later, Qing Lei was seated on the platform that was above the mountain valley. As he looked down, he was able to monitor everything that was going on in the mountain valley from his position. No anomalies could be hidden from him. With that said, nothing major had happened since the day he started guarding this place, and the human artifact refiners had always been working hard to perfect the warship. Unfortunately, many years had passed, but the thing they created was still not usable. Just then, a figure shot up from the valley and landed in front of him. Qing Lei lifted his gaze and realized that this person was one of the artifact refining grandmasters, Wu Xinghe. Wu Xinghe saluted him respectfully. "Sir Qing Lei." "What's wrong?" Qing Lei asked impassively. Wu Xinghe replied, "I need some materials that we are running low on in this sealed world. Will you please allow me to go to the royal city to buy them?" Upon hearing that, Qing Lei furrowed his brows. "What materials do you need that have to be purchased in the royal city?" Wu Xinghe randomly mentioned some materials, which were all quite precious. Qing Lei replied, "Got it. I'll tell someone to send them to you." Although those materials were valuable, there was never a lack of resources in the Black Ink clan. Moreover, this project was related to the Black Ink clan's future, so the royal lord was fully supportive of it. Regardless of what materials they needed, they just had to make a request, and someone from the royal city would send them over. Wu Xinghe seemed to have expected this kind of response, so he said, "Sir, the quality of these materials is critical. Someone who is not proficient in artifact refining might not be able to fight the appropriate ones. As such, I have to personally head to the royal city." "You want to personally go there?" Qing Lei was surprised. In the past, Wu Xinghe had asked for more materials on several occasions, but he only came over and told him what he needed, and the materials would be sent to him. He had never requested to personally head to the royal city. Wu Xinghe nodded. "I have to go there to make sure that all the materials are up to standard so that the progress won't be held up. Some of the materials they sent us previously were substandard and could not be used." Qing Lei became fidgety. "You and the other two grandmasters are in charge of this project now. If you're gone, who will continue developing the warship?" After giving it a thought, Wu Xinghe suggested by saying, "Why don't I tell someone to go over there on my behalf?" Qing Lei asked, "Who is it?" Wu Xinghe replied, "The newcomer, Yang Kai. His aptitude in artifact refining is just as good as mine, so he'll definitely grow to be a grandmaster one day." Qing Lei didn't understand what aptitude in artifact refining had to do with the purchase of materials. However, since Wu Xinghe had recommended this person, he decided to stop questioning him. He thus nodded. "He'll be the one, then. I'll tell someone to accompany him." Saying so, he waved his hand. The next moment, a feudal lord behind him stepped forward. Qing Lei ordered, "Bring that human to the royal city and come back quickly." Then, he passed a token to the feudal lord. After taking the token, the feudal lord flew towards the mountain valley alongside Wu Xinghe. A moment later, Wu Xinghe called out to Yang Kai, who was getting some rest in his place. As Yang Kai was told what to do, he nodded. "You have to come back quickly," Wu Xinghe ordered with a solemn expression. Yang Kai stared fixedly at him and nodded. "Don't worry, senior brother Wu. I'll come back as soon as possible." He then said to the feudal lord on the side, "Please." Without saying anything, the feudal lord led Yang Kai to fly towards the portal. When they arrived at the portal, the feudal lord passed the token to Mei Qiong, who was guarding this place. Since the token was authentic, they were allowed to leave. The moment the portal was opened, Yang Kai and the feudal lord subsequently dashed out of it. In the blink of an eye, the feudal lord passed through the portal and arrived in the outside void. When he turned his head though, he realized that Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. This startled him for a moment, for it had never happened before. Supposedly, since they entered the portal at the same time, they should reappear together. Nevertheless, he was the only one there at the moment while Yang Kai was missing. While he was puzzled, the portal before his eyes contorted slightly. Following that, Yang Kai's figure came into his sight. Although he found the incident strange, he didn't read too much into it and just beckoned to Yang Kai, "Let's go." He then flew towards the royal city. The sealed world wasn't far away from the royal city. When Yang Kai was led to the sealed world from the royal city back then, it only took them an hour to arrive. Therefore, 1 hour later, Yang Kai and the feudal lord came to the royal city. With the feudal lord leading the way, they soon reached a street where all sorts of resources were sold. It took Yang Kai another hour to purchase all the materials that Wu Xing he wanted. Yang Kai didn't intend to stay in the royal city for long, and the feudal lord apparently wanted to go back as soon as possible, hence, they soon left the royal city. 1 hour later, before they arrived at the sealed world's portal, Yang Kai felt that something was coming from behind. When he turned his head, he saw a large ship charging forward in their direction. In the blink of an eye, the large ship got very close to them. Yang Kai and the feudal lord certainly noticed it. Seeing that the large ship wasn't going to stop, they quickly moved to the side. Even so, Yang Kai was almost hit by the large ship. Upon stabilizing himself, he lifted his gaze and saw that the large ship had moved across several hundred kilometers ahead. He frowned at the sight. Although the large ship had brushed past him quickly, he clearly detected two powerful auras from the vessel. One of them was a territory lord while the other was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Putting the territory lord aside, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master gave off a violent and dangerous aura, as though he would explode at any moment. Yang Kai was astonished. He had pretended to be a Black Ink disciple and snuck into the Black Ink clan's territory twice, but he had never come across an 8th Order Black Ink disciple before. Usually, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be corrupted by Black Ink strength unless a royal lord personally made a move. However, in every major battle, the royal lord would have to deal with an old ancestor from the human side, so they wouldn't have any spare energy to use their secret technique to corrupt 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they did so, they would be giving the old ancestor a chance to injure them. Hence, there were some 7th Order Black Ink disciples, but 8th Order Black Ink disciples were extremely rare. The direction the large ship was heading suggested that it was going to the sealed world. A strange idea suddenly sprang into Yang Kai's mind. Would it be so coincidental? The feudal lord turned to look at Yang Kai, and upon making sure that the latter was fine, he continued moving forward without saying a word. Yang Kai quickly followed him. A short while later, they arrived at the sealed world's portal. At this moment, a large ship was parked in the void as it was waiting for the portal to open. The large ship was the one that Yang Kai had seen earlier. Chapter 5093, Return of Nian Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys. By the time Yang Kai and the feudal lord reached this place, the sealed world's portal was slowly opening. The two figures on the deck noticed them and turned their heads. One of them was a territory lord while the other was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that Yang Kai had detected. Upon closer look, he realized that the 8th Order Master had a bloated figure, which made him look like a ball. His head was right above his figure, as though his neck didn't exist. Sarcomas could be seen all over his skin, looking like horrible abscesses. Just by standing there, this bloated person exuded a violent and dangerous aura. Even the territory lord beside him wasn't willing to stand close to him. The moment Yang Kai saw this person's appearance, he realized his identity. This person was none other than the Nian that Wu Xing he had mentioned. Although Yang Kai had never seen him before, this person's appearance suggested that he had broken through his limit with the help of Black Ink strength and achieved something that couldn't be achieved through ordinary means. However, his life was also at risk now due to the hidden dangers in his small universe. Nian only made it to the 4th Order when he ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, so the 6th Order was his natural limit. He was already lucky enough to have ascended to the 7th Order with the help of the Black Ink strength. Now, he even managed to make it to the 8th Order, which was simply inconceivable. The royal lord must have taken action personally, otherwise, Nian couldn't have achieved this. It could be said that Nian was in a perilous situation, for he gave off a feeling that he might explode at any moment. However, he was still safe and sound. Perhaps Mu Guang had used an incredible technique to ensure his safety when he ascended to the 8th Order. In that case, he would most likely become a great grandmaster. A great grandmaster would definitely be able to refine a warship. Perhaps the Black Ink clan would have their own warships in no time and sail them across the battlefield. It wouldn't be like in the past when their warships were practically useless. At that instant, Xianxia felt a sense of urgency. Back then, when he heard about the existence of Nian from Wu Xinghe, he had no choice but to change his plans. Still, it never crossed his mind that Nian could break through his limit and ascend to the Eighth Order so soon. Fortunately, he was certain that Nian was alive at the very least, and he could act accordingly. While Xianxia was in his thoughts, Nian suddenly asked, "Are you a newcomer?" Xianxia promptly cupped his fist. "Greetings, sir. I've been here for 3 years." Upon hearing that, Nian asked, "Are you the one who was sent here by He Yuan?" Yes, Xianxia had no idea how the other man found out he was He Yuan's Black Ink disciple. Nevertheless, it went to show that Nian was able to get his hands on the sensitive information that only the most important Black Ink clansmen knew. In other words, the royal lord truly treasured him. "Where were you?" Nian asked. Xianxia honestly reported to him. Fortunately, the materials that Wu Xinghe asked him to buy were indeed precious. Qing Lei could be easily fooled because he knew nothing about artifact refining, but the same trick couldn't be used on Nian. Luckily, Nian didn't intend to probe him further and just nodded gently before he stopped talking. As the portal was opened, the territory lord and Nian dashed inside while the ship remained anchored outside. After they entered, Xianxia and the feudal lord also flew into the sealed world. Presently, Meiqiong was busy handling the territory lord and Nian, so he couldn't pay a lot of attention to Xianxia. After asking some questions, he simply let Xianxia pass. After leading Xianxia to the mountain valley, the feudal lord left, for he had to report to Qing Lei on the completion of this mission. Xianxia sauntered towards Wu Xinghe's residence and gently triggered the restriction. A moment later, a gap appeared in the middle of the restriction, then Xianxia walked inside. On the second floor, Wu Xinghe was seated with his legs crossed. There was some faint Black Ink strength lingering around his figure. Presently, he was continuously circulating the power of his small universe to resist the Black Ink strength. Xianxia wasn't surprised at the sight. He walked up to Wu Xinghe and clapped his hands. The next instant, a pure and dazzling light engulfed Wu Xinghe. A sizzling noise was heard as the Black Ink strength inside Wu Xinghe's body soon disintegrated. Wu Xinghe's clothes were already soaked in sweat as he let out a breath. "You came back pretty quick, junior brother." Xianxia replied, "I wouldn't let you be at risk." Before he left the place some time ago, he already realized that Wu Xinghe had been invaded by Black Ink strength. That was the reason he had to come back in a hurry. If he returned any later, Wu Xinghe would have been corrupted and become a Black Ink disciple. When that happened, Xianxia's identity would have been exposed. Of course, Xianxia reckoned that Wu Xinghe would kill himself at the most critical moment to ensure that the secret remained safe. On the Black Ink battlefield, human soldiers had always been willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the greater good. Wu Xinghe was corrupted by Black Ink strength when he came into contact with Qing Lei. This sealed world was not filled with Black Ink strength, so he didn't have to worry about anything as long as he was cautious enough. However, Wu Xinghe was standing too close to Qing Lei at that time. As a territory lord, Qing Lei naturally released Black Ink strength around him. On the other hand, Wu Xinghe wouldn't dare to resist lest his secret was exposed. That was how he was corrupted. Fortunately, he was only stained with a small amount of Black Ink strength, otherwise, he would have become a Black Ink disciple again before Xianxia returned. "Is everything prepared?" Wu Xinghe asked with concern. Xianxia nodded, "Yes." Wu Xinghe had no idea what move Xianxia had used to fool the feudal lord that had tagged along with him. However, since he had said as much, it meant that the matter was indeed settled. "Nian has returned, senior brother Wu," Xianxia said. "He's back?" Wu Xinghe was startled. With a solemn expression, Xianxia nodded, "I came across him on my way back. He's now an Eighth Order master." Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe sported an anxious expression. "That's terrible news for us." What he and Xianxia hoped was for Nian to explode and pass away when trying to achieve an ascension so that no one would be able to help the Black Ink clan finish their warship. Now that Nian had returned safely though, it was bad news for them. After giving it a thought, Wu Xinghe asked, "Can Nian be saved?" Xianxia shook his head, "No. His limit is the Sixth Order, so his small universe can only bear the power of the Sixth Order. The reason he's alive right now is because of the black ink strength. The moment I dispel the black ink strength in his body, his small universe will explode. The light in Wu Xinghe's eyes went out. What a shame. If Nian could be saved, it would be good news for the humans. After all, artifact refining great grandmasters were rare. However, Yang Kai made it clear that Nian could not be saved, which was why Wu Xinghe found it to be a shame. Yes, it is indeed a shame, but Nian has to die. Yang Kai said grimly. As long as Nian was killed, the Black Ink clan's plan to build a warship would come to a halt. Perhaps they would still be able to nurture some artifact refiners in the distant future, but those Black Ink disciples would never grow to be great grandmasters. Now, humans from different great passes had purifying light, and purifying Black Ink pills had been successfully developed. In other words, no human soldiers would be corrupted by Black Ink strength again. How was the Black Ink clan supposed to nurture artifact refiners without any new Black Ink disciples? The moment they broke through their limits with Black Ink strength, people like Nian and Lu Ziyan lost all hope to be saved. It's not easy to kill an Eighth Order master. Moreover, there are 2 territory lords in this sealed world. What's your plan? Yang Kai replied, I'm certainly no match for a normal Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm master, however, Nian is different. He won't be able to fully utilize his Eighth Order might. Furthermore, I don't have to fight with him directly. I just have to get a chance to dispel the Black Ink strength in his body. By then, his small universe will come apart, and he'll detonate. As for the 2 territory lords, Mei Qiong has never left the portal over the years, so I don't have a good solution for him. Nevertheless, Qing Lei will leave this sealed world every 6 months. We can make use of that. Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe nodded. Qing Lei only left this sealed world some time ago, so it will be another 6 months before he leaves again. We'll make a move in 6 months, then. Yang Kai was determined. I hope that everything will go well by then. However, before that, I will need you to deal with Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Guan. Wu Xinghe nodded. I'll inform you at an opportune time. As they spoke, the restriction around the building was triggered. A thought flashed through Wu Xinghe's mind as the restriction was deactivated. A moment later, a Black Ink disciple walked up the stairs and cupped his fist at them. Senior Brother Niao wants to see you, Senior Brothers. A puzzled Wu Xinghe asked, what happened? The Black Ink disciple shook his head. I have no idea, but Senior Brother Niao wants everybody to gather together. Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. After exchanging glances, Yang Kai and Wu Xinghe frowned. They had no idea why Nian wanted them to come together not long after he returned. Let's see what he's up to, Wu Xinghe said, then left the place with the other man. A moment later, several hundred artifact refiners gathered together in front of the warship in the mountain valley. Standing in front of them was the bloated Nian. Many people were whispering among themselves as they had no idea why Nian gathered everyone. When all of the artifact refiners were present, Nian gazed at the huge warship with narrowed eyes and waved his hand, dismantle it. Upon hearing that, all of them were astounded. Guan Ning, who was at the front, stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Nia, this warship is about to be completed. Why do you want to dismantle it? Nian replied dispassionately, what's the point of keeping this rubbish? Dismantle it. But, just when Guan Ning wanted to continue speaking, Nian suddenly turned his head and glared at him, what else do you want to say? As he spoke, his Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm pressure swept across the place. Guan Ning gulped and spoke no further. Wu Xinghe, who was standing beside Yang Kai, frowned. Although Nian was haughty back then, he had never been so overbearing. It seemed that his temperament had changed after he forcefully ascended to the Eighth Order. Chapter 5094, The Time Has Come. Translator, Sullivan and John. Translation checker, Pew Pew laser gun editor and proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. The artifact refiners worked together to dismantle the warship, which was yet to be completed. Then, Nian directly gave the order and divided the hundreds of artifact refiners into a dozen groups. Each group was given specific tasks according to the fields they were proficient in. A massive amount of resources were sent to this place by the Black Ink clan, after which the artifact refiners started building a new warship. While working hard, Yang Kai secretly observed Nian and realized that the latter was indeed an artifact refining great grandmaster now. He had no idea how skillful Nian was in artifact refining before his recent ascension, but from the looks of it, the latter was indeed a more accomplished artifact refiner than Wu Xinghe and the others. Perhaps he was still not comparable to Dong Wenping, who was a great grandmaster in Blue Sky Pass. However, Dong Wenping had been a great grandmaster for thousands of years. As a new great grandmaster, Nian was naturally less experienced. However, as time passed, his achievements might be just as great as those of Dong Wenping. This person was indeed gifted when it came to artifact refining. It was no wonder he could transform into an influential figure from a little-known person. Although he still wasn't skillful enough, he was already capable of refining a functional warship. As Yang Kai observed with concern as the warship in the mountain valley started taking shape after just 3 months. It was not different from the previously dismantled warship when it came to its appearance, but all the artifact refiners in the mountain valley clearly felt that its capabilities were much greater than those of the previous version. Once it was completed, it would be good enough to be deployed on the battlefield. The artifact refiners were elated at the imminent success of the project, so they spent longer hours taking part in the development of the warship, which further accelerated the refinement process. Yang Kai remained as Wu Xinghe's assistant. During this period of time, with Wu Xinghe's cooperation, Yang Kai managed to dispel the black ink strength within Wang Xibo and Guan Ning. Although these 3 grandmasters were doing their best to delay the process of perfecting the warship, they had to be cautious to prevent exposing themselves. Day after day, with the enormous amount of resources pouring in and hundreds of artifact refiners working diligently, the warship was nearing perfection. It was also closer to the deadline Yang Kai had set almost 6 months ago. One day, Yang Kai was helping Wu Xinghe as usual to refine an offensive artifact to be installed on the warship. It had only been 6 months since Nian returned, but under his leadership, the hundreds of artifact refiners here worked together to perfect the warship. The warship was almost complete, but there were still some defects that had to be rectified. As for the capabilities of this warship, these artifact refiners had their own judgments. However, those could only be verified by deploying the warship on the battlefield. Somewhere near the warship, Nian was having a chat with Qing Lei, who was responsible for guarding this place. Qing Lei had always acted aloof and arrogant in front of Wu Xinghe and the others, but he was polite to Nian. He totally regarded him as an equal, which just went to show how important Nian was to the Black Ink clan. This was to be expected though, as Nian was an 8th Order master as well as an artifact refining great grandmaster. Regardless of whose Black Ink disciple he previously was, he was now working directly under Mu Guang. Naturally, the treatment that the Royal Lord's Black Ink disciple received was different. They didn't seem to have the intention of keeping their conversation secret, so Yang Kai could hear them clearly. Qing Lei asked, "Brother Nya, is this warship usable now?" With his hands behind his back, Nian replied proudly, "Yes. After a bit of troubleshooting, it can be deployed on the battlefield." Upon hearing that, Qing Lei was ecstatic. "You're indeed incredible." Nian replied impassively, "This Nya certainly wouldn't disappoint the Royal Lord." Qing Lei went on to ask, "How capable is this thing compared to those owned by the humans?" Nian said, "It's likely slightly inferior, however, this is a prototype. As we refine more warships, everyone will become familiar with the process. In time, the capabilities of our warships will improve. Soon, we'll be able to make ones that are on par with the ones owned by the humans." With that said, even though this warship is less capable, it's also much larger than the ones owned by the humans as it's specifically made for the Black Ink clan. With enough people on board, this warship will be able to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Qing Lei nodded gently. "I'll report what you've said to the Royal Lord. Please tell the Royal Lord that one warship will not be useful on the battlefield. It would be better to make a number of them first so that we can catch the humans off guard." Qing Lei grinned, "With you working for the Royal Lord, it's as great as owning an entire army." "Many thanks for your compliment, Brother Qing Lei." Qing Lei decided to end their conversation here. "I'll head to the royal city now and tell the Royal Lord about this piece of good news. I'm sure the Royal Lord will be pleased. I'll leave affairs here to you." "It's my duty," Nian nodded lightly. The next instant, Qing Lei shot into the sky and headed towards the portal. As Yang Kai and Wu Xinghe exchanged glances, a glint flashed through their eyes. A moment later, a faint fluctuation of space principles was felt coming from the portal. Apparently, Qinglei had left this sealed world. Upon that confirmation, Yang Kai nodded at Wu Xinghe and got up before shuffling forward in a different direction. When he passed by Wang Xibo, he secretly said, "The time has come." Wang Xibo halted what he was doing and nodded almost imperceptibly. Then, Yang Kai brushed past Guan Ning and told him the same thing. A moment later, Wu Xinghe suddenly got up and called out, "Senior brother Nya." Nyan was in a nearby place. Upon hearing that, he turned his head and frowned. "What's wrong?" Wu Xinghe said, "There's a slight problem here. I need you to have a look at it." Despite being bloated, the unsuspecting Nyan appeared in front of him the next instant. "What's the problem?" Wu Xinghe pointed at the offensive artifact he was refining. "There seems to be a problem with this artifact. Should I refine a new one?" Nyan turned to look at the artifact and picked it up before examining it. A moment later, he snapped with a dark expression, "Waste. You've basically ruined this artifact. How do you have the nerve to call yourself an artifact refining grandmaster?" To the side, Wu Xinghe didn't dare to say anything, but in the next instant he caught a glimpse of Yang Kai appearing behind Nyan like a phantom. Yellow and blue light appeared on his palms as energy fluctuated. The moment he clapped his hands, those lights turned into a pure white light and engulfed Nyan, and seeing that, Wu Xinghe did not hesitate to execute the original plan as he dashed towards the defensive array and infused his power into it. In the meantime, in two different places around the warship, Wang Xibo and Guan Ning acted according to Yang Kai's instructions. The instant they detected the surge of energy, they promptly infused their powers into the defensive arrays. 3 defensive arrays were simultaneously activated by 3 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and a huge light barrier instantly covered the entire warship. The sudden change happening on the warship instantly caught the attention of the Black Ink clansmen nearby. As they turned their heads to look, however, they realized they were unable to see anything clearly as the warship was engulfed in a solid light barrier which looked like a membrane that prevented anyone from peering through it. This made all the Black Ink clansmen feel shocked and doubtful. Having no idea what was going on with the warship, they began to gather around. None of them could have expected that a plan that was a long time in the making was unfolding right before their eyes. While the Black Ink clansmen were caught off guard, Nyan also hadn't expected that someone would launch a sneak attack on him. The moment Yang Kai engulfed him with the purifying light, Nyan turned around and felt an instinctive disgust towards the white light. He quickly snapped, "You court death." As his 8th-order Open Heaven Realm power burst forth, he threw out his fist. A grunt was heard as someone was sent flying away. However, the white light had already covered Nyan completely. In an instant, he wailed in pain as the Black Ink strength in his body gushed out of his body, as though it was facing its nemesis. The Black Ink strength was soon dispersed and purified. Nyan's expression was transformed by fear and horror. The violent aura around him became even more dangerous, and the sarcomas on his skin started bulging as black pus spewed out of them. Just moments later, all the Black Ink strength in his small universe was dispelled by the purifying light, and without its support, he was unable to bear his own 8th-order cultivation. He widened his eyes as the veins on his forehead throbbed. While he looked horrible, his already bloated figure started expanding rapidly like a balloon. He shook a little as he extended his hands in an attempt to grab something, but he was unable to do anything in the end. Following a loud boom, he exploded and turned into hashed meat and blood. Just like Yang Kai had said to Wu Xinghe before, he didn't need to directly deal with Nyan in order to kill him. Nyan acquired his 8th-order cultivation through the help of Black Ink strength, hence, without the Black Ink strength support, his own cultivation would kill him. Yang Kai didn't even need to fight with him. Just by activating purifying light to dispel the Black Ink strength in his body, he could easily dispatch Nyan. Having said that, Nyan was still an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they really got into a fight, Yang Kai might not be a match for him. The moment the 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master detonated, a violent force spread across the warship and caused the people on the deck to fall to the ground. The artifact refiners closest to Nyan had all collapsed while the bow of the warship was destroyed upon impact. Even the light barrier around the warship bulged. As Yang Kai coughed, he struggled out of the wreckage with a flushing face. Nian's last desperate strike managed to hurt him, but that was inevitable, for they were basically at arm's length from each other at that time. Despite being a master in the Tao of space, Yang Kai couldn't dodge the final strike of an 8th Order master before his death. Fortunately, everything was going according to plan. Since Nian was dead, the Black Ink clan's plan would come to a halt. Other than this new Great Grandmaster, no one else could help them build warships that would be used against the humans. It could be said that Yang Kai had completed half of his task just by killing Nian. Even if he was unable to escape now, he would die with no regrets. Chapter 5095, Please cut your cultivations, Senior Brothers Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidger Keys. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's plan was a crude one with many factors that were beyond his control. For example, he wasn't certain whether Qing Lei would leave at the appropriate time. And, how was he going to escape from the sealed world when a territory lord was guarding the portal? Even if he managed to flee from the sealed world, how would he shake off the Black Ink clan's pursuit? He didn't have time to ponder on all these issues though, nor was it useful for him to do so. Since the plan was crude, it meant that there were too many variables he could not account for. The only thing he could do was to launch a sneak attack and kill Nian. Under Nian's leadership, the warship was about to be completed, and Qing Lei had left at this point. Regardless of how crude the plan was, it had to be executed immediately. Since Nian was dead, the Black Ink clan's plan would come to a halt. As for whether Yang Kai could bring the other artifact refiners to flee from this sealed world, and how he would get rid of the Black Ink clan's pursuit after that, he could only leave it up to the heavens. Upon confirming that Nian was dead, Yang Kai was relieved. Then, he madly absorbed the powers of yellow and blue crystals in his small universe and activated purifying light. There were several hundred artifact refiners on the warship now. Over the past 6 months, under Nian's leadership, everyone was constantly building the warship, so no one had time to rest. All of them had gathered together, which gave Yang Kai a chance to deal with them all at once. Other than Wu Xinghe and the other 2 grandmasters, whose Black Ink strength had been dispelled some time ago, these hundreds of artifact refiners were still Black Ink disciples. In order to make these Black Ink disciples work with him, Yang Kai had to restore their true natures first. With Yang Kai as the center, purifying light exploded outwards and soon engulfed the entire warship as well as all the artifact refiners. Sizzling noises were heard coming from everywhere as Black Ink strength leaked from these artifact refiners before fading into nothingness under the intense white light. Just a moment later, all the artifact refiners regained their senses as humans. The turn of events startled them as they had no idea what was going on. With that said, they still remembered what had happened over the years and instantly felt ashamed and vexed that they had actually built a warship for the Black Ink clan. With no time to waste, Wang Xibo and Guan Ning quickly told them what was going on in loud voices and calmed them down. Following a temporary commotion and puzzlement, these artifact refiners followed the instructions of Wang Xibo and Guan Ning as they took charge of the arrays and infused their powers into them. Outside of the warship, the Black Ink clansmen were perplexed as they had no idea what was going on within the light barrier. They reckoned that something had gone wrong and many of the feudal lords were now shouting. Some of them even started attacking the light barrier in order to find out what was going on inside. Right then, a humming sound was heard as the warship rose into the air. Following that, violent attacks were shot from its weapons. Many of the unprepared Black Ink clansmen suffered injuries or were killed in this initial bombardment. Even some of the feudal lords were badly injured. Although Nian's return was terrible news to Yang Kai, the warship built under his leadership was of great help now. The capabilities of this warship were not comparable to those of the warships owned by the humans, but it was already good enough to be deployed in battle. Moreover, with hundreds of artifact refiners present, they were able to unleash the warship's full power. After all, they were the ones who built it, so they were the ones most familiar with its capabilities. Nothing was more enjoyable in the world than using the warship they had crafted to deal with the Black Ink clan. These artifact refiners madly channeled their world force to vent out their grievances of becoming the Black Ink clan's lackeys. As the warship roared to life, all the offensive arrays were fully activated. The consumption of energy did not bother the people on the vessel. Faced with this barrage of attacks, the surrounding Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to flee. The Black Ink clansmen would counterattack from time to time, but they wouldn't dare to use all of their powers, and the light barrier around the warship could easily fend off such tepid attacks. Before the Black Ink clansmen were certain what was going on with the warship, they wouldn't dare to destroy it. They had been staying in this sealed world for a long time, so they knew that these artifact refiners were valuable assets as well as talented people that the royal lord had high hopes for. Hence, no one would dare to deal a lethal blow to them. If they accidentally killed some of these precious artifact refiners, they would surely be executed as well. Since they were concerned about accidentally killing the artifact refiners, the warship only became more unstoppable. One of the feudal lords came to his senses soon and shouted, "Inform Sir Meiqiong about this, now." In fact, Meiqiong was already gazing in their direction while feeling shocked and doubtful, a solemn expression on his face. The energy fluctuations coming from the warship were violent, and as a territory lord, he had certainly detected them. However, he was tasked with guarding the portal, so he couldn't leave as he pleased. Therefore, despite realizing the anomaly, he didn't immediately go over and look into the matter right away. After all, he had felt energy fluctuations coming from the warship in the past when the artifact refiners were experimenting with its offensive and defensive artifacts. Nevertheless, this time seemed to be different. After hesitating for a bit, Meiqiong said to one of his subordinates, "Go over there and find out what's going on." Upon receiving the order, the feudal lord quickly left to investigate. At this moment, Xianxia was moving around the warship. Although the humans managed to gain the upper hand by leveraging the warship's power and making a move first, the Black Ink clansmen would soon react accordingly. Although Qinglei was not around, it was not easy to deal with Meiqiong. Once the territory lord arrived, the humans wouldn't be able to fight against him despite having the warship. After all, this vessel was not complete to begin with, and many of the arrays were damaged after Nian exploded. Xianxia had to transfer these artifact refiners inside his small universe before Meiqiong realized what was going on so that they would stand a better chance of fleeing. Otherwise, with so many people around, they couldn't possibly flee. Other than Wu Xinghe and the two grandmasters, the rest of the 300 or so artifact refiners were below the 7th order, therefore, Xianxia could easily keep them inside his small universe. Wherever he went, the artifact refiners would disappear as they were stuffed into his small universe. Without these artifact refiners powering it, the warship was weakening rapidly. After just 10 breaths of time, only Xianxia and the 3 grandmasters were left on the warship. The warship instantly became powerless, which startled the Black Ink clansmen around it. Xianxia quickly shouted, "Please cut your cultivations, senior brothers." Wu Xinghe and the others were in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, which was the same order as Xianxia. Usually, Xianxia wouldn't be able to keep them inside his small universe. However, if they were willing to give up a part of their small universes and force their order to regress, there wouldn't be a problem. This was part of Xianxia's plan, so Wu Xinghe and the others were aware of it. Therefore, at this moment, they did not hesitate to sacrifice parts of their small universes. In order to save time, they ferociously sliced off large chunks of their small universe to quickly weaken themselves. Just moments later, their orders all fell from the 7th order to the 6th order. Their faces were pale, and the soul-wrenching pain caused them to tremble uncontrollably. Xianxia had gone through the pain of sacrificing a part of his small universe before, so he understood how they felt. However, their orders regressing was a small price to pay to escape with their lives. After all, when they returned to the human side safely, they could consume profoundine spirit fruits to repair their small universes. If they lost their lives, nothing else would matter. Soon, Wu Xinghe and the others were also put inside Xianxia's small universe. Any other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be able to keep these 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters in their small universes. After all, there was a limit to the capacity of a 7th Order Master's small universe. By keeping too many Open Heaven Realm Masters, they would find it hard to utilize their world force, and their strength would plunge. Nevertheless, Xianxia wasn't affected one bit. He wasn't certain if it was because his heritage was ample or for some other reason. With that said, this was undoubtedly good news to him. However, without Wu Xinghe and the other grandmasters taking charge, the light barrier around the warship instantly disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that the Black Ink clansmen saw what was going on. The sight before their eyes astounded them. Presently, the several hundred artifact refiners had gone missing from the warship, leaving only one person behind. Besides that, the warship seemed to have been impacted by a violent explosion and many places were evidently damaged. What happened? All the Black Ink clansmen were perplexed. Standing on the deck, Xianxia ignored the clamor coming from the Black Ink clansmen and instead stared intently at the portal. He could sense that Mei Qiong's aura was approaching quickly, obviously having detected the abnormal situation over here. After letting out a breath, Xianxia channeled as much strength as he could into the defensive array beneath his feet. The next moment, the light barrier reappeared around the warship. However, this time it could only serve as a shield and could no longer prevent others from looking through it. Following that, he turned the warship in a different direction and drove it towards the portal. From afar, he could see a dark light approaching the vessel. It was none other than Mei Qiong, who was responsible for guarding the portal, followed by a large number of feudal lords. At this moment, Mei Qiong was both shocked and furious. Although he had already detected the anomaly taking place in the mountain valley earlier, he didn't immediately come over to have a look considering that the humans had been experimenting with the powers of the artifacts recently. Therefore, he only told a subordinate to look into the matter. However, he was astonished by the news he received. For some reason, the warship started attacking the Black Ink clansmen in the mountain valley and caused a lot of casualties. This was simply intolerable. Were the human artifact refiners out of their minds? How did they have the guts to make a move on the Black Ink clan? What prompted them to do so? Before Qing Lei left, he told Mei Qiong that the warship was almost complete, so he had to head to the royal city and share this good news with the royal lord. Nevertheless, such an incident happened not long after he left. As the only territory lord in this place now, how was Mei Qiong supposed to take responsibility? If the royal lord blamed this debacle on him, he would be severely punished despite being a territory lord. Like a rumbling volcano, the fury in Mei Qiong's chest was about to erupt. From afar, he saw that the warship built by the human artifact refiners was coming at him at full speed, and standing on the deck was one person whose expression was cold and indifferent. He was the artifact refiner sent to this place by He Yuan. Why is he the only one here? Where are the others? Chapter 5096, Great Escape Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Seeing that the warship was coming at him at full speed without showing signs of decelerating, Mei Qiong barked, "Stop!" Xianxia, who was standing on the deck, curved his lips into a smile. Instead of stopping, he infused even more energy into the warship's arrays, which caused the warship to accelerate further. Something is wrong with him. He's not a Black Ink disciple. An idea flashed through Mei Qiong's mind. If he was really a Black Ink disciple, regardless of who his master was, he wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of a territory lord. However, instead of obeying Mei Qiong's order, this person became even more brazen. Mei Qiong didn't have time to ponder on this issue though, as the warship was about to hit him. Roaring, he surged his rich Black Ink strength, which turned into a huge Black Ink cloud and engulfed the warship. At the same time, he pushed out his palms. The giant warship hummed as every part of it creaked upon impact. Mei Qiong was forced to move backwards, but he soon stabilized himself after more than 10 steps. He successfully stopped the warship. Given his power as a territory lord, such a warship with only a single person in charge couldn't cause any damage to him. If he wanted, he could have destroyed this warship. However, this was the treasure that the royal lord had high hopes of. They had spent countless amounts of time, resources, and manpower to build it. This ship was the key to securing the Black Ink clan's future. That was why he wouldn't dare to destroy it. Left with no other choice, he could only stop the warship in such a way. By stopping the vessel so easily, it went to show how powerful he truly was. Separated by only a light barrier, Xianxia and Mei Qiong stared at one another. One of them was unfazed while the other was infuriated. Mei Qiong said through clenched teeth, "Bastard, you're dead." Xianxia grinned at him as he madly channeled his power into the warship like a torrent. The next instant, a dangerous aura could be felt coming from every part of the warship. With widened eyes, Mei Qiong roared, "You dare?" As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Xianxia. The thin light barrier around the warship couldn't possibly fend off the powerful attack from a territory lord and lasted for only one breath before it shattered. As he was about to capture Xianxia though, a dazzling light suddenly exploded from the warship. A horrifying force spread out as the entire warship was engulfed in a ball of raging flames. Mei Qiong missed his target and failed in his attempt to capture the insolent human. At the most critical moment, the human seemed to have vanished into thin air. On the other hand, the warship's explosion caused his arm to be injured and he was also forced to move backwards upon impact. The warship was destroyed. Mei Qiong stared at the burning warship. Despite the heat, he felt as though a basin of cold water had been poured onto his heart. He could almost envision how infuriated the royal lord would be upon learning what had happened. He probably would have to bear all the responsibility. Despite being a territory lord, he wouldn't be able to bear what was to come. Up until this moment, he still had no idea what was going on. How did things go so wrong all of a sudden? After all, not long ago, Qing Lei told him that the warship was almost completed, so he had to head to the royal city and inform the royal lord about it. Mei Qiong thought that he would not have to stay here much longer. In the future, he could stand on a warship and look down condescendingly at his enemies on the battlefield. Barely 2 hours later, his dream burst like a bubble. It was expected that he was enraged. That human. As long as he could capture that human, he would find out the truth. He suddenly turned his head and gazed at the portal before yelling, "Cordon off the portal. Make sure no one can leave this place." Although the human disappeared as the warship exploded, Mei Qiong didn't think he was dead. The human must have pulled a trick and avoided his detection by using the explosion to cover his tracks. In that case, the human's target would undoubtedly be the portal, for he had to leave this sealed world as quickly as possible. Upon giving the order, Mei Qiong turned around to return to the portal. As soon as he started moving though, he heard the sound of battle coming from the portal. Following that, the portal in midair opened rapidly. The human that had escaped from Mei Qiong had really headed to the portal. The instant the portal was opened, he dashed past it and disappeared. After that, the portal closed abruptly and vanished. A furious Mei Qiong turned into a dark streak of light and reached the portal in just a few breaths' time. Lifting his gaze, he realized that 7 or 8 feudal lords had collapsed, all badly injured. The most severely wounded one had a large hole in his figure as his body was penetrated by some kind of weapon earlier. Black blood was splattered all over the place. That human is so strong. Mei Qiong was startled. As far as he knew, the black ink disciple sent to this place by He Yuan was just a 7th order open heaven realm master. Usually, a 7th order open heaven realm master was more powerful than a feudal lord, but even if one feudal lord was no match for him, how was it possible that so many feudal lords were defeated at the same time? Moreover, only a few breaths of time had passed since the human escaped from Mei Qiong. How did he disable 7 or 8 feudal lords in such a short time? Mei Qiong didn't have time to ponder on this issue. While gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Open the portal." Since the human had fled, he naturally had to chase after him. Only by capturing the human could he make up for his mistake and find out what had happened. It wasn't necessary for Mei Qiong to give the order. In fact, after Xianxia fled, a feudal lord, who was usually responsible for opening the portal, had been trying his best to do just that. However, the portal that could be opened with ease normally showed no reaction on this day. After several attempts, he still got the same outcome. The feudal lord's forehead was covered with sweat, possibly because of pain, anxiety, or both. Still, he turned to look at Mei Qiong and reported, "Sir, I can't open it." Waste. Mei Qiong directly kicked the feudal lord away and snatched the token. He then infused his power into the token and waved it at the portal. As usual, a dark light shot into the void, but no reaction was seen. The portal, which should have been opened by now, was nowhere in sight. Mei Qiong widened his eyes and made one more attempt, but the outcome was the same. A feudal lord came over and said in a hushed voice, "Sir, the portal's restriction was set up by the black ink disciples. They must have tampered with it somehow." Certainly, Mei Qiong realized this as well, otherwise, he couldn't explain what was going on. He directly exerted more force with his hand and turned the token into dust before demanding, "Break it open." As he spoke, he made a move first by launching an attack on the portal. Seeing that, the feudal lords followed suit. In the void, Xianxia manipulated space principles and repeatedly used instantaneous movement. He was trying to get as far away from the royal city as possible. Previously, when he was led to the royal city to purchase materials, he left behind a trick in the sealed world's portal. Given his mastery in the Tao of space, no one else could possibly notice it. Now that he had to flee from this sealed world, he activated the trick. However, he knew that this little measure couldn't hold Mei Qiong up for long. Mei Qiong just had to forcefully break through the portal, which would take no more than a cup of tea's time. After that, a large number of Black Ink clansmen would relentlessly pursue him. Therefore, he only had a cup of tea's time to flee. Given such a short time, regardless of how proficient he was at the Tao of space, Xianxia couldn't possibly escape from the Black Ink clan, therefore, he could only get as far away from the royal city as possible. Given his strength, he might be able to escape from a territory lord, however, if the royal lord made a move, there was nothing else he could do but to wait for death. Nian was dead, and the only completed warship was destroyed. It could be said that the Black Ink clan's plan was as good as dead. Everything would be perfect if Xianxia could bring the remaining 300 artifact refiners in his small universe back to the human side. Nevertheless, the road ahead of him was paved with danger. He wasn't certain if he could get away. Presently, he could only do his best to run for his life. If he succeeded, everything would be fine. If he failed, he had more than 300 friends to accompany him on the road to the Yellow Springs, so he wouldn't feel lonely. As he fully activated space principles, his figure flickered like a phantom. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't run into any real danger while navigating through the void. Even though he would sometimes come across some Black Ink clansmen who were heading to the royal city, he would disappear from their sight the next instant. Many of the Black Ink clansmen even thought that they saw an illusion. Suddenly, there came a moment when Xianxia felt all his hair standing on end. There seemed to be a pair of eyes that were opening and staring at him from a faraway place behind him. Muguang Royal Lord. After making some calculations, Xianxia realized that Mei Qiong should have broken through the portal and informed the Royal Lord about what had happened in the sealed world by now. Even from such a great distance, the Royal Lord could still accurately locate him, astonishing Xianxia. One had to know that he had never stopped using instantaneous movement since he left the sealed world, and presently, he was very far away from the royal city. The royal lords were really astounding, and their powers were beyond Xianxia's imagination. He wasn't certain whether Muguang could really find his exact whereabouts, but he wouldn't dare to stop fleeing. However, after he was targeted by that gaze, he felt that something had been wrapped around his figure, which made him feel a constant sense of discomfort and left him slightly muddle-headed. It was obviously because of the royal lord's aura that had locked onto him. With a solemn expression, Xianxia continued charging forward without worrying about his consumption of energy. Regardless of whether Muguang had really discovered his whereabouts, he still had a chance to flee. After all, Muguang was still far away from him, so it wouldn't be easy for the royal lord to catch up. Half a day after Xianxia escaped from the sealed world, he finally came across a Black Ink clan army that was there to stop him. It wasn't appropriate to call them an army really, as their scale suggested that they were just a feudal lord's private force. There were only a small number of feudal lords, and the rest were high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, numbering about 300 people. This private force was right in front of Xianxia, as though they had been waiting for him for a long time. The moment Xianxia's figure appeared, the feudal lord at the front shouted, "He's that human. Capture him and the royal lord will reward you handsomely." Chapter 5097, Muguang Royal Lord Translator, Sullivan and John Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Lidgerkeys. Xianxia wasn't surprised at the fact that this Black Ink clan army could quickly find out what was going on and even intercept him here. In fact, he had already expected it. Compared to the humans, the transmission of information between the Black Ink clansmen was far quicker. In Zhagu's territory, Xianxia learned about some of the Black Ink nest secrets. With the Black Ink nests of different sizes as the foundation, a colossal information network could be built. Through the information network, everything that happened in the Black Ink clan's territory could spread around quickly. Since Muguang had found out about what had happened in the sealed world, the royal lord could make use of the Black Ink nests and spread the word across the entire Yinyang theater, allowing the Black Ink clan to promptly respond. Certainly, given Yang Kai's current strength, he wouldn't have any regard for a mere feudal lord's force. If he wanted, he could easily kill these mixed soldiers with only a few feudal lords in charge. However, he didn't have the intention of fighting with them. Mugwang's aura had locked onto him from afar, so he wouldn't dare to waste any time or energy. If possible, he wouldn't want to battle against any Black Ink clansmen so that he would have a better chance of fleeing. Hence, before the private force could even approach him, he manipulated space principles and disappeared. Several hundred Black Ink clansmen were left dumbfounded. However, this was just the beginning. In the following half a day, Yang Kai would come across a number of private forces trying to block his path. Nevertheless, he was determined not to deal with those Black Ink clansmen, and since he was bent on fleeing, those Black Ink clansmen couldn't do anything to him either. They couldn't capture him unless they could cordon off a stretch of space and seal it. Unfortunately for them, the void was expansive, so even if they knew where he was heading, they couldn't set up a trap in advance. It was a thrilling escape. In fact, Yang Kai was familiar with this kind of escape as, throughout the years, he had been in this exact situation a number of times. He managed to get away every time with the help of his mastery of space principles. He couldn't remember when the last time such an incident took place, but every time he ran into this kind of situation, he was facing an opponent he couldn't hope to defeat. As time passed, all the Black Ink clansmen in Mugwang's territory seemed to have been mobilized. After experiencing several setbacks, the Black Ink clansmen began using a different tactic. Instead of gathering together, they separated into small teams and scattered around the void as they awaited Yang Kai's appearance. That way, regardless of how reluctant Yang Kai was, he inevitably had to fight at least some of the Black Ink clansmen he happened to bump into. After all, when manipulating space principles, he couldn't be certain whether there would be a Black Ink clansman waiting for him in his next location. Fortunately, he never came across a lot of Black Ink clansmen, and most of his enemies were weak, so it took him little effort to kill them all. This kind of delay wouldn't ordinarily pose a problem, but it was lethal at this moment as he was being pursued by a royal lord. As time passed, he could feel that Mugwang was getting closer. Although he had no idea about Mugwang's exact location, Yang Kai realized that the aura that had locked onto him became heavier. He felt a kind of pressure, as though he was held down by something, making it more difficult to manipulate space principles. The entire void felt viscous to him. Despite his calm expression, Yang Kai felt helpless in his heart. As expected, he was unable to escape from a being like a royal lord. The huge gap between their powers couldn't be made up for with space principles alone. While fleeing, he turned his hand around as an ancient coin appeared in his palm. This coin was given to him by the little girl who wandered around the marketplace in Yinyang Pass all the time. According to her, she acquired this thing from the old ancestor and it might save his life if he cast it out at the critical moment. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't expect the little girl, who knew nothing but how to eat all the time, to help him in any way. However, this thing came from the old ancestor of Yinyang Pass, so it must have some special power. As the old ancestor, she must be fully aware of everything that was going on in Yinyang Pass. Yang Kai didn't think a little girl, who had never cultivated before, could steal anything from the old ancestor. In other words, the old ancestor must be aware that the little girl had given this ancient coin to him. Perhaps she had even instructed the little girl to do so. Why would the old ancestor give him this ancient coin, though? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai reckoned this coin was some kind of life-saving tool. After all, he was asked to come to this place by those from Yinyang Pass. Moreover, he could be considered a half-disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so it was expected that the old ancestor in Yinyang Pass would give him something to protect himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the old ancestor had never shown up even though he had been staying in Yinyang Pass for quite some time. The fact that the Black Ink clan were building a warship was a critical matter, so it was impossible that the old ancestor wasn't concerned about it. The reason she never showed up was that she must have made a special arrangement. This ancient coin could very well be the old ancestor's arrangement. Yang Kai had inspected this ancient coin before, but couldn't find out the secrets inside it. Given the situation he was in, he could only pin his hope on this ancient coin. He secretly prayed that this thing had better be useful, otherwise, he and 300 artifact refiners would perish today. The aura behind him was getting closer and Yang Kai could feel the grand will that was unique to royal lords. It wasn't the first time he sensed this kind of will. He had the same experience in the Black Prison and outside of Blue Sky Pass. However, those experiences were not as profound as what he was going through at this moment. After all, the royal lord in the Black Prison had been sealed off since ancient times, so she was already weak and frail. On the other hand, the one outside of Blue Sky Pass was badly injured and not really paying much attention to him. However, Mu Guang, who was behind him, was at full strength and was completely focused on him, which was different from the two royal lords he had encountered before. The pressure coming from this will alone had almost devastated him. Yang Kai felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, which made it extremely difficult for him to take even a step forward, and he could no longer manipulate space principles with ease. After fleeing with difficulty for a bit, he suddenly froze on the spot and became immovable. First of all, he had consumed too much energy by madly manipulating space principles for a prolonged time. Secondly, a pressure had engulfed the entire void and cordoned off the space around him. He didn't even have the strength to turn around. In the void, a figure slowly stepped out of the darkness. Lifting his gaze, Yang Kai saw that there was an elegant-looking, curvy woman standing in the void in front of him. The woman was in an imperial dress, which was a form of clothing commonly worn by humans. The imperial dress perfectly outlined her hourglass figure. Yang Kai almost thought that he was having a hallucination. Upon closer look though, he realized that the person indeed looked perfectly human. However, her grand will, indescribably authoritative demeanor, and overwhelming black ink strength, suggested that she wasn't just any black ink clansman. She was the royal lord. Mu Guang. Yang Kai had heard of the royal lord's name on several occasions from the mouths of the humans in Yinyang Pass as well as the Black Ink clansmen. However, it wasn't until this moment that he realized this was what Mu Guang looked like. It was the first time he came across a Black Ink clansman that looked entirely human. Most of the Black Ink clansmen were burly, and came in various different forms. Yang Kai had been living in the Black Ink clan's territory for quite a long time, and he had seen all sorts of Black Ink clansmen, but he had never seen someone like her before. This was an eye-opener. If Mu Guang never revealed her Black Ink strength, no one would have thought that she was a Black Ink clansman. Although the woman was stepping forward in a leisurely manner, her expression was as cold as a frigid winter's day and she spoke dispassionately. Despite being weak, you're pretty audacious. Apparently, she had heard from Mei Qiong about what happened in the sealed world. She knew that not only had all the artifact refiners gone missing at the same time, but the warship that was almost completed had also been destroyed. It could be said that her centuries-long plan, which could potentially change the status quo and secure the Black Ink clan's ultimate victory, was ruined right before it succeeded. It was expected that she wasn't pleased with what had happened. Yang Kai's figure was stiff as he remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to retort, but rather that he didn't even have the strength to speak in front of Mu Guang. Mu Guang stopped in a place that was just 100 meters away from Yang Kai and asked grimly, "Where is Nian?" To her, Nian was key to the success of her plan. They could build a new warship and nurture a new batch of artifact refiners, but there was only one Nian. Without this great grandmaster, they would never be able to construct a functional warship. It had to be noted that the Black Ink clansmen had been waiting for countless years before they finally had a great grandmaster like Nian. That was the result they had achieved with the royal lord's full support. Otherwise, Nian couldn't have safely ascended to the Eighth Order on his own, let alone become a great grandmaster. As she spoke, Mu Guang slightly retracted her pressure. Yang Kai was finally able to speak. Still, his voice was hoarse, as though he hadn't drunk anything for several days. "Nian is dead." "Impudence!" Mu Guang roared. Impacted by the invisible pressure, Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and he instantly looked dispirited. Her eyes were burning with fury as she glowered at Yang Kai. "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where Nian is, and I'll spare your life." Yang Kai guffawed. Nian's natural limit was only the Sixth Order, so he couldn't bear his Eighth Order open heaven realm cultivation. "Why would I lie to you about him being dead? Moreover, he exploded right in front of me." "What? Are you going to kill me to avenge his death?" Mu Guang was enraged, but she soon thought of something and calmed herself down. She sneered, "You want to die? It won't be so easy." I heard that you're pretty talented in artifact refining. With proper training, you might be the next Nian. After she finished speaking, her eyes filled with an endless darkness all of a sudden. Yang Kai felt a force trying to break into his small universe, but it soon dissipated. Upon coming to his senses, he exclaimed, "Royal Lord's secret technique." When he was in the Black Prison back then, some of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who fought alongside him were struck by the Royal Lord's secret technique and instantly became Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai still vividly recalled the incident, and coupled with his own experience, he came to realize what the woman before his eyes had done just now. End of chapter 5097. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.